Antonio, 929, confirmed.
Of what is remaining in that fund, that money will be turned over to Oakview. And so we feel like that we have sufficient funding right now sitting there to get them started. And then as they come forward with their assessment, then we can come back to the board and amend the budget as needed.
Henry X-Ray King, Louisiana. 636 Henry X-Ray King, Louisiana.
Sir, 633. 636.
3600. Kind of where I would base it. I know what this type of our rules.
And that includes. Thank you. There being no further business, we'll call this meeting adjourned. 3 o'clock.
Deliver those amenities to the community with no increase to your property tax rate.
And the sheriff.
All right. And that there's been consternation with previous bond programs like in 2010, 12, 14, 18 of the
$50 to $200. Okay, now we have the electric bill with the AC. That's not even providing food, and that's because she doesn't have the time to go get help. So when we talk about all these fees, like I said, this is my first
working
time
with us
here,
together to be able to achieve those things. The other thing I want to talk about, though, is I think that, and your presentation was good, but I also want to take a look at the future of North Beach and some of the things like erosion and some of the other things. And I wish that somebody was here from the USS Lexington, because I know in the past there's been some issues there as far as making sure that long-term that structure can stay in place and do the things that it needs to be done. Have you had an update at all or anything?
Are y'all going to put into I heard you say something about an upcoming bond proposal. So what if the bond doesn't pass? Then what happens?
Isn't that a great video?
We spent $1 million.
We really appreciate
it. 02, to amend the vacant building definition, Section 13-3005, amending the compliance period. Section 13-3006 establishes registration program requirements for owners of vacant buildings, allow the city to establish a vacant building registration fee and an annual vacant building inspection fee.
We're anticipating a very strong turnout of renters of all ages.
Here's the other shoe. So we are proposing, and it had been proposed in
Sierra Charlie Tango 8368 27 and ready.
Go ahead, the 27.
51647846. Repeating 51647846.
Translate.
We did it all volunteer.
If we had money to pay you.
Our estimated actuals are 49.3.
I'm happy with help with it, baby. The other thing is that I've always thought that the world of you do an amazing job coming up with these creative solutions. I mean, I know I hear from the building community, they're really happy to have you. You know, however, your stock did go down once Michael Miller started to.
I can't pick.
And I know he's excited about that.
Can't pick my fans. I am a
anyway. What is it? Yeah, you want to love everybody.
And we did that to make it work. But you're in the middle.
Maintain the property regularly and comply with those enforcement measures. Penalties, again, if you don't register within the 30 days of the nuisance properties, it can be cited additionally with the other citations if you're not registered.
Do compliance toward those buckets, and they're coming along. You know, they have people in the curriculum and in pre-engineering. I'm not really sure what that is.
Yeah,
but, I'm sure they're lacking something, so you know they have to do that. When I started aerospace,
it's clear that no enemy will ever even dream of
20-25%. The draft version that was included with the solicitation had the percentages that the city had hoped would like to see. We felt like if we left them blank, we'd come back with 1%, 2%, 3%. So we put in some aggressive percentages in our draft contract to try to ensure that we had
under the sales tax authorization, so that sales tax authority could be used for commercial industrial streets, and then you would free up GO bond proceeds that could then be utilized for your residential streets.
Right. Right.
Great, thank you.
Well, and the concept is, when you're just looking at.
Yeah, no, I think there's, thank you for explaining that. And I think the biggest piece here, Councilman, is we have to educate. We do, because if you just said the word streets.
Under latchkey, there's a new administration fee. There's a rental processing fee on slide 6. It just seems, could you speak to that? Because we're already proposing going up on rates, and now we're adding admin fees.
Right. The admin fee for after our kid prayer, there's, obviously we get the phone calls, we have to fill out paperwork, we have to do things like that to get ready. So that's part of that situation.
1,800, 361 on Tom Mary Nora, 6617.
He's acting aggressive and falling on the concrete. Ending at 532 South 19th, supervisor building the construction, and they can see it from the building through the window.
EMS2 at 1527.
Saying he was shot, saying his mom was shot as well. He has blood on his
The American is by yards, international is meters, right? So during the Olympics, which is in the summer, they do long course, which is 50 meters, and short course is 25 yards. Because, we're Americans, we like different measurements.
Okay. I'm a sinker, not a swimmer, so.
Right, okay, so.
Sorry.
You go to the traffic, the one's gonna have you back him up.
Seen other properties that I've actually dealt with that
Receive a full HSA payment?
Eventually they end up going to auction.
For the remaining part of that? Again, I'm basing it on a conversation that we had with City Attorney Risley, and at this point there had been zero. Brought that up before, just want to make sure you guys know that's still there.
Councilman, I guess, so our we lot liens are inferior to the tax lien, and so often on these vacant properties.
We could take something and I'm not suggesting this, please don't shoot me, but I mean, you could say, I don't want to use it for the seawall anymore, I want to use it for something else, because this is a reauthorization.
Right.
The current authorization is expiring, and we're authorizing it for something else.
Well, and I say that again for clarity.
Yes.
Because if it's not the seawall fund anymore. It's going to be,
it would be more
we moved it along
flood protection.
It's protecting the city.
Yes.
Anyway.
Full HSA payment for the remaining part of that fiscal year?
A longer section, in which case the poor science museum is unnecessarily called out. It was really an area that protects the whole
downtown.
Yeah, the bayfront, yeah.
Believe based on what I've seen in the construction going out there,
it's not your
great
improvement.
tour. There's a lot of dollars being invested.
Right. Well, and the concept is that when you just look at
the dollars
addressing
going into the bay over the last
25 years, 16 time
there's
frame.
more going on
We were
today
actually looking at
than people
building,
even imagine unless you actually do a tour. Even from the 3D equipment they've got in there. So I don't want to get sideways saying that we're going to support them. Because
EMS2 at 1527.
He was shot, saying his mom was shot as well. He has blood on his
I'm taking my call, but it's going to be 2001 airs, 2001 airs, the Another Jalisco.
It's, I mean, you can't have as many as you want, but you know what I'm saying. Those five.
parents that both worked. My mom went to work later. I know she said people getting a lot of trouble. Dr. Ross said people getting a lot of trouble. Well, not in my house. We had something. My dad had a paddle that had the long arm of the Lord on it, and I knew I was going to get a big spanking if I did anything wrong. We were left alone a lot, but I had an idea, and I don't know if this could work. I was thinking outside the box. Maybe people get together with Delmar and give some of the students that are getting degrees to do some gadgets, and maybe that could drop the price.
Many of you
without pay. Every single time, Senator Schumer, radical Democrats have voted no. Voted 32 times against funding food assistance, against paying for against paying federal workers, against paying TSA, against paying air traffic controllers, against paying border patrol, and against paying the Capitol Police.
Heartfelt commendation for your outstanding
and Democrats stand here and claim President Trump can fund food assistance on his own. They know what they're asking.
We've got one more. Come on down. With a Master of Science in Education and 23 years of service within the district, Ms. Recio has made a lasting impact on the lives of countless students through her commitment to excellence.
Wednesday is going to come out and say awesome. The rest of the city that doesn't have any
which is resolution authorizing a developer, things like that. So we do have that already in place, and we have partnered with Delmar on facility training to help sponsor a portion of the cost for their implementation training they did in support of some of our ships that we today.
Yeah, so we can't change anything. You've seen the Type B Corporation currently. We can't change any of that until 2028.
High standards ensuring everyone can experience the beauty of nature right here in Corpus Christi. So come and explore all that our Parks and Recreation Department has to offer. And stay tuned for all the great things that are yet to come. And remember, there's little time today to live, learn, and play.
We're going to bring folks here.
Even if you stop today, you'd be able to. So how do we, I think it's a discussion we wanted.
On behalf of CCISD, Ms. Recio is amazing. I was blessed to be her principal when she was at South Park Middle School, and then dragged her with me to Moody High School, where I spent 7 years with her there as well. And she's just incredible. And as the deputy superintendent for CCIC, we're just so proud of you. Your name is echoed in places you're not even at, because you are that amazing.
Person that I am.
Thank
you. So we're going to check it out. Can you just have people
through items 5, which was the bulk of the agenda? We kind of moved through to make sure we discussed some of the policies and procedures, and then voted on the fees. CCA members voted on the fees last. So again, we discussed item 1 and item 7. So basically, as we always start, we try to reset what an impact fee is, make sure that everybody knows this is Texas Local Government Code 395. It defines the fee, it defines how fees are.
$100 gift card to Amazon.
Downtown.
Yeah, the
And
papers,
compliments
yes.
being no one requires public hearing and move on to item number 15, which is a resolution authorizing a development participation agreement with LSK Development.
All right, good morning. Good afternoon. Mike Dice, Development Services. What we have today, first item is a participation agreement with First Valley Estates for the oversize and overdepth of plastics in Devon.
It's really an area that protects the whole
downtown.
Yeah, the bayfront, yeah. Sorry. That's not your improvement. but that section.
Right, well, and the concept is, you know, when we were just looking at addressing that flood wall back in the, say, 2016 timeframe, we were actually looking at building
without increasing the property tax rate.
Okay, our next proclamation recognizes the important work of those supporting individuals and families affected by Alzheimer's disease. And now Councilman Barrera will read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas Alzheimer's disease, a progressive neurodegenerative brain disorder, tragically robs individuals of their memories and leads to progressive mental and physical
because we thought it was our property.
And whereas nearly 7 million
we
people in
learned
the
that, no,
United
this
States
is actually the property.
Generate about $35.6 million. And there is no defined end date or expiration date of such cents. Then 1 cent goes into the general fund for general city operations. Again, there is no expiration date on that or the end date, and it is estimated to generate about $71.2 million for fiscal year 24, and that is used for general city operations. And then we have 4 supplements.
2.5 hours to provide clarity, and I think we're moving forward with this in a great manner. So there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
Y'all are considering voting yes on the project that would discharge briny chemicals into a fragile base system on the assurance of the contractor building it and their chosen environmental experts when there are a multitude of unbiased professional opinions warning in this council that it will not work or is at high-risk environmental gamble at best. This isn't just risky, it's very reckless.
Last time vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim November the 8th of 2025 Walk to End Alzheimer's Day in Corpus Christi, Texas.
Member Hernandez and Councilmember Suckley. It is titled Walking Quorum.
Their understanding of this disease.
To my knowledge, there has not been a challenge to the appeals court ruling. Signed, Mike Pusley. Why would Councilmember Pusley send this email to the other 2 council members that helped write the MOU? Did he do it to try to reassure them that they had not broken the law, or was it for another reason?
Your revenues have gone up $3 million, so you have the nexus here of an additional $1 million. Okay, so if you're saying you're saving that money and then to pay for future debt, there's no change in oncoming years. Is that
To my knowledge, there has not been a challenge to the appeals court ruling. Signed, Mike Pusley. Why would Councilmember Pusley send this email to the other 2 council members
support he's shown, that's not
MOU?
When it comes to public safety,
did he do it to try to reassure them that they had not broken the law, or was it for another reason?
Alzheimer's, especially in South Texas, we have so many more people that are becoming affected with this disease that here in South Texas alone. So it is very important that we get the DPRIT passed on Proposition 14. So please vote yes on November 4th for Proposition 14. And thank you again to the city for your support.
There being no one, we'll close public hearing and move on to item number 13, which is a resolution authorizing a developer participation agreement with LSK Development.
I'd love it if they could come and fix that.
All right, good morning, or good afternoon, Council. Mike Dice, Development Services. What we have today, first item is
he was on a stop.
participation agreement with, for Azalea Estates for the oversize and overdepth
I want to thank you
Thank
for
you.
being here, and
No enemy will ever
I'm assuming
even
that we
dream
have
of
to get a text
threatening
out as far as the
There's
actual
no
location,
Navy
the
even
approval,
close,
things of
not
that nature.
even
But,
close.
when I haven't driven
This
guy's getting on the tide. All the cities,
Sections
San Marcos, you can tell where you're at.
Rights necessarily
But,
called
those
out.
ships, you see
obviously,
that
It's really
nobody
a
makes
area
it
that
look like we
protects
do. Nobody makes
the whole
the ammunition, the
Yeah, the
weapons,
bayfront, yeah,
missiles,
yeah.
planes, none of it. And if they do,
It's
the
not your
American
improvement.
So it's just kind of,
That section.
Right, well,
we're
and
just
the concept
reevaluating
is,
our
you
true
know,
cost,
when we
and
were
that's
just
what we're
looking
looking at.
at.
Yeah,
addressing that
and then
flood
there's
wall back
a
in
series of
our
these
next
agenda items are all about that, just like the laboratory.
So we're actually
The
looking at
remarkable work
Okay,
of
thank you for that
Ignite
clarification.
the Fight, Champions of Change, an initiative that is dedicated to supporting women who are facing breast cancer. So whereas Ignite the Fight, Champions of Change is a fundraising campaign designed to support 3 local nonprofits who are making a powerful impact in the lives of women facing breast cancer. And whereas this initiative was envisioned by Jennifer Moreno, Missy Trejo, Jeannie Albornoz, Tisha Gomez Zerbis, Dominique Dimas, Elizabeth
just
Murray,
kind of,
Janet Fonseca, Lexi
we're just reevaluating our true cost.
The next exhibition that we just opened in September was Target Texas Studio Practices. This is a biennial exhibition that we put on, always focuses on Texas artists, some emerging, some well-established. We always have a theme around that. This year the theme is Studio Practices. So it kind of dives into how it is artists influenced by the areas that they work in. And so there's a great mix of
They provide us the insurance, we have to charge a small intermediary kind of rate, and that goes back to that USABMX for. So we're not doing this on our own, it's a nationally organized.
Stormwater
Here's the other shoe.
CDL drivers.
So we are proposing
Interviews are happening on the spot, and if you bring your ID, diploma, and social security card, you can be hired faster. Working for the city means great benefits,
and that's
stable
why we're
employment.
doing this fight. And I thank you guys very, very much.
Disposing of trash carefully and regularly, and keeping dumpster areas
Either for erosion control, structural.
Friends and neighbors here, hearing about Cropwood, tribes, same area. So many elders in Hillcrest, they're really lucky to get to talk to a mom as a kid, and it's so beautiful that as we're walking through staircases where houses used to be, and just being filled with the visuals of how
How
about the ultimate team?
Downtown.
Yeah, the bayfront, yeah, sorry. It's not your improvement, but that section.
Right, well, and the concept has, when we were just looking
been
at.
addressed in federal government and not quite passed yet. And so this last legislative session protected Senate Bill 916.
So there is a possibility, because through the community outreaches that we have done, and housing has always been an issue, like I said, and every time that I've come across someone that is homeless and is in need of housing, they always say that they're out of money. The entities that actually are out there to help them, I mean, I think it opens up in January and it's over,
Failed prematurely.
Oh, yeah. Bring a picture.
604.
Good job.
Led an initiative to reevaluate the development of North Beach in light of the realignment
growing up over San Antonio, we talked about this during, I think, Bill yesterday or Tuesday, something like that. Bill Churchwell was on, we were talking about memories, and I was telling him how my dad was really big in the racing community. He did a lot with like San Antonio Speedway, Corpus Christi Speedway, and we would come down for, you know, various races with the late model class.
Recognizes Red Ribbon Week, a nationwide initiative dedicated to promoting drug awareness and prevention. Very, very important.
Marina Project.
So now Councilman Barrera will read the proclamation.
Peer replacement.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas substance misuse affects individuals, families, and communities across the nation, it is imperative that visible, unified efforts by community members be launched to prevent drug misuse. And whereas since 1985, the Red Ribbon has touched the lives of millions of people around the world. In response to the murder of DEA agent Enrique Camarena, parents and youth in communities across the country began wearing red ribbons
responsible for
as
what?
a symbol of commitment.
So I guess my question is, how did we arrive at the $2 million in construction cost estimate,
And
as well
whereas
as
the
the
1988 National Family
$550,000 in
Sponsorship
engineering
Partnership
design fees?
sponsored the first National Red Ribbon
Well,
celebration
that is a,
and continues to do so today. And whereas the
use
Red
term
Ribbon
mark one
serves as a
eyeball
catalyst to
we
mobilize
really
communities, educate youth,
to the community living here. So just wondering, what is it that they would have to go through to get help?
It's really not a whole lot they have to go through. They don't get.
Hi, Lori Ling, 16130 Sesame Street. This is a city-related project This is a little bit unique in the way that a lot of times the economic corporations in other cities are not managed by a third party. Either they have their own staff that's managed that board, or it's managed usually by city staff.
Make sure we discuss some of the policies and procedures and then voted on the fees. The CAC members voted on the fees last. So again, we discussed item 1 and item 7. So basically, as we always start, we try to reset what an impact fee is, make sure that everybody knows this is Texas Local Government Code 395. It defines the fee, it defines how fees are.
Evaluate the development of the North Beach in light of the realignment.
Blackmail, homeless.
We'll head that way from CC Polymers. Seven, 10, 4. CCPD, 10, 4.
Done.
A longer section, in which case
Mr. White?
more science.
Oh, and I
unnecessarily
forwarded his
called
desk
out.
phone to mine.
It was really a
Oh, hello,
area
Martha.
that protects
Good news. I've married.
the whole.
Tell Foster.
Downtown.
Yeah, the bayfront, yeah.
Such a nice woman.
Sorry. It's not your improvement, but that section.
Right, well, and the concept is, when we were just looking at addressing that flood wall back in the, say, 2016 timeframe, we were actually looking at building a
Within only a few weeks of the Galleys association with the CRC, they were able to secure a contract with Gulf Coast Growth Ventures to cater both breakfast and lunch for over 100 employees for GCGV's Meet the Buyer contracting event last month. Martha and her team at CRC were able to arrange that introduction that proved to be a needed boost in revenue for the Galley and help them showcase their talents and abilities to not only one of the leading industries in the coastal bend, but also a whole new area of our population in Portland and Greenville.
Which causes rodents and everything else. They may have a shed on there. They may not even have a house. So does this pertain to those two?
This is for buildings, vacant buildings.
Reevaluate the development of the North Beach in light of the realignment. Led an initiative to reevaluate the development of the North Beach in light of the realignment.
William George 8144 plus 1127.
Proud to have some part of renovating both of those. Yes, sir. But
For Medic 7, Ladder 7, Medic 7, Ladder 7, CB for shooting call, 2226 on the dash, 2226 on the dash, EMS 2.
Towards economic development. We know there's flooding issues in Flower Bluff, kind of more towards the southern area like Caribbean, those areas that we're looking for. Looking at future land use maps that council just approved for the master plans, the kind of corridor of SPID is kind of the only identified area in Flower Bluff for kind of that economic development. So we didn't have any projects currently mapped.
It's not your improvement,
with that. Is
that section.
Budget.
Right, well, and the concept is, when we were just looking at addressing that flood wall back in the 2016 timeframe, we were actually looking at building.
Our estimated actuals are 49.3.
What if the bond doesn't pass?
What's the cause for the increase in lift fund?
Available that shift, and we'll try to get a captain. It's just we're trying to get, rather than have a chief missing, we call back a firefighter one.
So I guess my question is, how did we arrive at the $2 million in construction cost estimate, as well as the
Executive Director comments, Mr. Zanussi, do you have any?
We're not calling back the
their children sexually explicit material.
A family to come out with mom, dad, brother, sister, and
one last point.
They come spend a Friday night, a Saturday night with my
At our library board meeting, there was an interruption by a sitting council person.
For us. There's something about my family.
Truck 4, you can put us on call. You can cancel ladder 2. Truck 4 receive ladder 2, leave to straight clear.
I'm just going back requesting to do a TOU call. We're going to cancel and first officer. TOU call with me.
A longer section, in which case the Poor Science Museum is unnecessarily called out because it's really a area that protects the whole
downtown.
Getting close too. Look at that. Wow.
It's not your improvement, but.
I guess we've got some.
Right. Well, and the concept is,
some employees maybe from the port. They're out there circling the barge in a littler, smaller boat. They're making sure I'm thinking everything is all good. I don't know exactly who that is or what they're with, but I'm assuming it's just to make sure everything is safe.
So what we're considering today are two line items.
The series of these agenda items are all about that, just like the laboratory.
Looking okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, which there's both funding available in the CIP.
Shoot the officer. I know. You're lucky. We can stop.
Air Force Base at 2 a.m. Lieutenant,
but tomorrow, the next set is going to come on up.
Your Honor, these are the tower chief's logs for both Guantanamo Bay and Andrews Air Force Base.
Guantanamo logs to put security, and I think we're moving forward with this in a great manner. So there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
Utility assistance?
Defense will be calling on Cecil O'Malley and Airman Anthony Rodriguez.
HUD's program to create demolition and reconstruction of existing homes for low-income homeowners, multifamily rental units, households assisted with rental assistance, home buyers.
Officer 97, ladder 7, 97, ladder 7, CB for a shooting call, 2226 on the dash, 2226 on the dash. Still working at EMS 2, EMS 2 at 1547.
15, that's when we brought Mary Roads Phase 2 on, or the Colorado River water. But then you see that it came down steadily after that, and that was because of those 3 issues that I said previously. The yellow line you see going across there is a trigger that we would propose, and that is 70% of the firm yield. There's really nothing greatly scientific about that, other than the committee, when they had discussions.
A longer section, in which case the poor science museum is unnecessarily called out, because it's really a area that protects the whole
downtown.
Yeah, the bayfront. Yeah. Sorry, it's not your improvement, but that section.
Right. Well, and the concept has, when we were just looking at addressing that flood wall back in the, say, 2016 timeframe, we were actually looking at building a
10764713, 10764713.
Environmental Services do that inspection. They're the ones that make sure that the MS4 permit, as per TCEQ,
10% rate hike on windstorm rates, but that just got shut down. Anyways, people are upset. Owning a home is becoming less affordable, and running small business is becoming more difficult. I'm concerned that if we don't start doing something now, we'll miss an opportunity to create a more livable future. So what can we do about it? I think the best solution would be for the city to create a climate action plan. I think the city is best suited to do that, because it is able to bring together all of the local stakeholders that we need to figure out a solution.
Just then, yes. I'm going to throw you out the goddamn window. What, Jay Quinlan?
Mr. Garvey, we're telling the truth. We have clubs at the school. We have clubs for special interests.
Okay, I see. So y'all want to play. Y'all want to play. Yeah, okay, we're going to play little games. Fine.
So what I'm looking at here, just from this perspective that Preston's got,
anyone who's in a club,
you see the 9 in the background. We're going to be able to use that 9 as a reference point as it gets lower and lower and lower. So it seems like it may not be moving, right? And right now it's not. But as the
spent or cross-pollination. But from a procedural standpoint, SEAC has made a recommendation for a fee structure, and then once this goes to council, it's a up-down vote, right? Or can the council adjust these fees at all?
Council can make their own recommendation. So if council, we present it and we serve it up. If council, for whatever reason, says, I don't think we should charge that fee, or we should raise that fee.
We were actually looking at building a
We've got unconscious call Cairo 48 and Cairo 69.
Fourth, Governor Abbott's office announced the appointment of Chief Wade to the Texas Commission on Fire Protection. And Chief Wade's appointment is to complete a term that is set to expire in February. So he'll have from September 4th through February. And we were just talking a few minutes ago, we suspect that he'll be nominated again for the full term, which is a 6-year term in February. And so then the governor could consider a reappointment for a longer term. But just some background.
Food employees must sign that.
Hello,
dispatcher.
Would you like to just a window, 800 Bleecker Street. It's a mail off location. There's provisions on the process. For police out with him.
Definitely memories of the bridge from an early, like prior to 10 years old for me. And that bridge always meant we're just about there. All right, looks like they're getting out of the way, maybe. They've got it all squared up.
Now, this is the first year we're going to shake the tree this year.
Getting out from under.
The few leverage times that we have. Like to read investigative school for homicides or
Senator from New Mexico.
You know, active shooter, those kind of thing, active attack, all those kind of trainings that we have to have. We bring in the surrounding agencies, they pay for seats. Not only that, there's a savings because we will obtain free seats to those trainings when we provide that venue.
That's not really a part of the budget, so that's just a note that we're making, and we will bring it back to you.
Okay.
So, but it is included in the
Happy birthday, Leah, wherever you're at. I'm sure you're tuning into us.
So, feasibility study.
Happy birthday, drink one for us.
Right.
And then we'll also be providing the
Thank you.
Type B board with that time
Let an initiative to reevaluate
Thank you.
the Northeast in light of the realignment.
That being said, we're adjourned.
Sorry, Mr. Smith.
Before you start that, Ben Delgado
unexpectedly, and Herman jumped right in and joined us, so we were really proud of that. There's a lot of people to thank. Really everyone at this podium.
Before you start
is somebody that I need to thank,
Ben
especially the
Delgado
mayor and the mayor's office for all of their help. And I couldn't do it without the Parks and Recreation Department, especially Sergio Gonzalez. I worked directly with him.
Drops, correct?
Yes.
Mesquite and Taylor Street, ES 1005. We'll go by dispatch at 1645.
Be back on patrol 4. Led an initiative to reevaluate the development of the Northeast in light of the realignment.
6330 around state. Tougher.
Backpack. So the green long sleeve shirt with black pants in her 50s.
Great plan. And
her grandkids and told me she's never needed help before, but now she's struggling to afford groceries. These are real people struggling, real people that Republicans are actually fighting for, and real people that I am fighting for. Jim is not leverage. Jim is a person with a family to feed. Open up the government and stop using Jim and his family as leverage to counter.
That's a suggestion that we made to the port. Kind of start that. Well, you didn't tell us that. That's what I was asking.
10% rate hike on windstorm rates, but that just got
70 and 55-71 to update
Anyways, people
water
are upset.
and
Owning a home
wastewater
is becoming less
utility tap
affordable,
fees.
and running a small business is becoming more difficult. I'm concerned that if we don't start doing something now, we'll miss an opportunity to create a more livable future for Corpus. So what can we do about it? I think the best solution would be for the city to create a climate action plan.
CCW connects
I think the city is best suited to do that because
wastewater
it is able to bring together all of the local
customers. It's called a
stakeholders
tap
that we need
fee.
to figure out a solution.
619 status. I'm code 4. 619 10 4.
Hmm?
608 10 4.
Here's the park. The jump around in theater.
Confirm. Henry Sam 7147.
Kendrick to tell his men that Santiago wasn't to be touched.
That's right.
And Lieutenant Kendrick was clear on what you wanted.
20, 25%. The draft version that was included with the solicitation had the percentages that the city had hoped would like to see. If we felt like if we left them blank, we'd come back with, 1%, 2%, 3%. So we put in some aggressive percentages in our draft contract to try to ensure that we had a competitive negotiation.
And I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and
remember,
to the Texas
the negotiation
state
itself
flag.
is based off of
will be
the
led
volume.
by Jonathan Zach Hinojosa. He attends Los Encinos Elementary. He has perfect attendance, and he excels. That's right. Where did he go? Just kidding. And he excels in perseverance in completing his work.
Me a black male, white shirt, black male in a red hoodie, driving up and down the street, last seen driving towards Burr, Patrol 3 at 1717.
Described in that HCR report from 2009. I'm sure Mr. Tunnell this is one that's been
day. Took the baby for a walk this morning. Oh man, I mean, she was cooing. Loved it. Loved it.
Sparkling
so
lights
nice.
on the mainland.
Still is nice.
She thought, wow, it's so beautiful. The sparkling city by the sea. She told this to her parents, and they let her know that those lights.
And if you're wondering, Preston West is our chief photographer. He's been out there all week just getting these great vantage points.
Led an initiative to reevaluate the development of the North Beach in light of the realignment.
Beautiful call. We've given it a new name. It's a three-name deal. Even semiconductor manufacturing is rapidly returning to the United States. NVIDIA and TSMC just produced the first state-of-the-art Blackwell chip.
Let's just play it safe. I think this is by far my safest option.
In fact, Jensen is an incredible guy. Might be here. I don't even know. Is Jensen here? I think he's around. Somebody said he's here. How's he?
They wanted Golden.
Brain teaser. Ugh, I hate this asshole. Careful, he's tricky.
His name's Brain Teaser. How tricky can he be?
Don't say I didn't warn you.
$319 clear. 201's clear.
A longer section, in which case the poor science museum is unnecessarily called out because it's really an area that protects the whole
downtown,
the bayfront. Yeah.
And they're coming along.
It's not your improvement,
people in the curriculum
but that section.
Right. Well, and the concept has, when we were just looking at addressing that flood wall back in the 2016 timeframe, we were actually looking at building.
Question, Mr. Harris?
Yeah.
01, 21, 04, 37, 01, 21, 04, 37. Cavender.
221 graduates. One of their problems that they had in the early going was that companies would come in and pick up the students before they graduated. And so it actually hurt the graduation rate and graduation numbers.
This is one that's been
So what they did
was
they had agreements. We're still
just looking at
they got agreements from
bulkhead that's behind the science museum. Both our engineers and FEMA felt like there's some inadequacy there, and it would be possible for it to fail prematurely.
Anthony Wilson, he's a 12th grader at Flower Bluff High School. He is he's part of the National African American Hispanic College Board recognition, or he got that recognition, National Honor Society, and straight A student all of his life.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty.
I think we should be able to fund this through
over 6 months. I'm familiar also with the Corpus Christi Association of Realtors and not liking to register properties, but in this particular case, and again,
this is kind of the proposals
does this
right
pertain to land, lots? There's a lot of lots.
I'm not sure it's going to make the final list because there's
10-foot grass,
which causes rodents
for
that kind of economic development. So
they may have a shed on there. They may not have a house. So does this
reinvestment zone
pertain to those two?
This is
for buildings, vacant
that section.
Right. Well, and the concept is, when we were just looking at addressing that flood wall back in the 2016 timeframe, we were actually looking at building
20 ambulance rates and updating the adjustment of ambulance rates.
Items 5, which was the bulk of the agenda, we kind of moved over to make sure we discussed some of the policies and procedures and then voted on the fees. The CAC members voted on the fees last.
And whatever the number is.
So
how does it work before that happens?
So basically, when we start,
we're sending guys out the door today
is make sure that everybody knows
potentially getting the FEMA reimbursement up to 106.
It defines the fee, defines how fees are.
Where does that money go?
So numbers on part of it.
It comes back to us how?
As a reimbursement.
Yeah, but when we get it, where does it go?
It goes into our personnel cost.
Person that I am. So, but we're going to check it out. You just have people ordering everywhere.
18.6 and 8.6 million revenue.
I brought you a gift.
Expenditures and
you can get this on Amazon. People buy them and sell them because they have a reason to use them.
While making the purchase and the date. Please take note that no EIN or tax ID number is required for this form, and the form actually has a note to this effect on the bottom. Next, I'd like to take a moment to look at some statistics published by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. On average, organizations will lose 5% of revenue to fraud each year. According to the city website, revenue for fiscal year 2024 was over $1 billion.
31 times in this lawsuit. Also, one of the things that really bothered me in looking at this lawsuit is that it says Mayor Paul Guajardo privately solicited a fellow councilman's vote during the public meeting involving
Rousing Plaza.
10-4.
Led an initiative to reevaluate the development of the North Beach in light of the realignment.
Port P advised no PD was needed.
advising the board that, hey, this is what we're thinking, this is what we'll be coming back to you all.
And there you
Led an initiative to reevaluate the development of the North Beach in light of the realignment.
134.
On a female, no information that came in from a ghost
A
phone.
longer section, in which case the Poor Science Museum is unnecessarily called out because it's really a area that protects the whole
Downtown.
Yeah, the bayfront. Yeah. Sorry, it's not your improvement, but that section.
Right. Well, and the concept
cool,
is
flashing amber lights on the left turns. I really appreciate that rather than having to sit there for a while. So I appreciate that. The one that affects me most often is turning left onto Airline off Ocean. So I appreciate that. Next, I'd like to make a couple of suggestions. I understand that the machinery that adds fluoride to our city drinking water has been either in disrepair or is not working. And what I'd like you to do is consider
downtown
situation.
And it's not your improvement.
There's no change. I didn't.
Right. Well, and the concept is, you know, when we were just looking at addressing that flood wall back in the 2016
So we have 11
timeframe,
locations
we
at
were
both
actually
beaches.
looking at building.
Yes, okay.
Okay. And mentioned earlier, we had 540,000 visitors between May 26th and August 10th.
And that goes back to the 121 page where it says
Lieutenant,
that
I think we've covered this, haven't we?
for sick leave and vacation leave.
Your Honor, these are the Tower Chief's logs for both Guantanamo Bay and Andrews Air Force Base. Guantanamo log lists no flight that left at 11 p.m. and the Andrews log lists no flight that landed at 2 a.m. I'd like to admit them as defense exhibits Alpha and Bravo.
I don't understand. You're admitting evidence of a flight that never existed.
Well, we believe it did, sir. Defense will be calling Airman Cecil O'Malley and Airman Anthony Rodriguez.
Hey, Code 4, they're trying to find a friend of theirs. I'll be adding notes and I'll be taking.
10-4-2-2-3.
10% rate hike on windstorm rates, but that just got shut down. Anyways, people are upset. Owning a home is becoming less affordable, and running a small business is becoming more difficult. I'm concerned that if we don't start doing something now, people will sit down and create a more livable future for industrial development corporation. So what can we do about it? The best solution would be to create a climate action plan, which is to do that because it is able to bring together all the solutions that all part of figure out solutions for and support the construction of Texas State School.
The most important is
dedication land in the state
project, which is on page 3.
Here, you'll see the 8 most common red flag behaviors. Maybe council and city management should review these and think about any levy that may fit these behaviors. You may have noticed I have a red flag and I am wearing red. The people of city are taking notice of the red flags and we're starting to waive them. I do have more red flags. If anybody would like them on a break, I will not disrupt the meeting.
Right. Well, and the concept is, we're just looking at,
however, your stock did go down once Michael Miller started to.
we were actually.
He's excited about that. My friend's anyway, what is it? Yeah, you want to love everybody.
27 access road southbound County Road 44.
That the city has to offer as well, so I appreciate that, ma'am. Thank you.
Question, Mr. Wilson?
Consequence, we're number one in military, and the quality of the weapons. That's why everyone wants to buy for us. I'll tell you what we have a long lead on is submarines, nuclear submarines. We are so far advanced that by perhaps 20, 25 years, we're 25 years ahead of any competition. And not only are the tariffs strengthening our alliances, they're also bringing peace to the world. On Sunday in Malaysia, we signed the Kuala Lumpur.
One's in quarters, truck one's back in service.
One 142, if you can close it out, I'll be 10-8, William.
1,800, 361 on Tom Mary Nora, 6617. $1,800, 361 on Tom Mary Nora, 6617.
Return on Victor Charles at 35478, -29, April 2026, 2018 Kia Carryall, silver in colors from Michael Sean Lee, 1602.
Michael last meeting even said it was about approximately 400 is what y'all's numbers were. Is that correct? Give or take? Okay. So that's a year savings. So with
Corpus
our
Christi.
proposal, you're still having a total cost savings of approximately
I had a couple of things I wanted to say, of course, about desalination.
So the continuous
with everything
yearly
going on,
basis,
kind of got a little flustered, but I think it's very important that we all know what you're seeing is the desperation of over a decade of not listening to the people. We have these talks for us to be heard, but they're checks in the block. That's it. We go out.
PD needed on your call?
Led an initiative to reevaluate the development of the North Beach.
Believe, based on what I've seen in the construction that's going out there, we did a great tour. There's a lot of dollars being invested, so I don't think we're going to jeopardize that anytime in the near future, just with the dollars that we've seen going into the base over the last 5 years. There's more going on today than people even imagine unless you actually do a tour. Even from the 3D equipment they've got in there that's extremely expensive. So I don't want to get sideways saying that we're going to support them because I
Yes, ma'am. Please show lifeguards 101, lifeguard 2, and lifeguard 4 in service on the Gulf Beach.
He's behind N12 vehicles in 18877. I'll give you a picture in a little bit.
Little bit, but tomorrow and the next day is going to come on
10%
up.
rate hike on
whatever
windstorm rates, but
wounds
that just
these
got
votes have, we've got to heal the city.
Anyways,
and move
people are
forward.
upset. Owning a home is becoming less affordable, and running a small business is becoming more difficult. I'm concerned that if we don't start doing something now, we'll miss an opportunity to create a more livable future for Corpus. So what can we do about it? I think the best solution would be for the city to create a climate action plan.
Because they have a
I think the
reason
city
to
is
use
best suited to do that because it is able to bring together all of the local stakeholders that we need to figure out a solution.
Got it, 12519.
Roger that, Lee. Clear back about 124 to Salt Call 4037 Leonard.
Build about 130 pounds. She's got dementia.
The calendar year 2024. We proposed the project would be improvements to the American Bank Center. And if it is set within the calendar year 2024, 2024 does become the base year. And then we would be able to receive that revenue as it is generated above the base year. We are going to be working to go back and recalculate those projections on what this could generate over a 30-year period. When we ran our last calculations, it was with the assumption
They will be on the
It is in the Museum and Arts District in Dallas, and it has become quite a tourism attraction. I do think this caliber of park is more in our realm than, say, the Labonte Park signage. I am excited to see this area of town become something, and I think it does have that potential.
Wanted to briefly mention that. I thought it was really a testament to the strength and resilience of Hillcrest. And I know, a lot of us in these blue shirts, get accused of being the anti-everything crowd, but I wanted to remind y'all that there are a lot of things that we stand for, and our neighbors in Hillcrest are at the top of that list. So, I hope that today everyone votes accordingly, and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Quite successful. President Trump with lots to be thankful for, along with.
For Medic 7, Ladder 7, Medic 7, Ladder 7, CB for a shooting call, 2226 on the dash, 2226 on the dash, EMS 2, EMS 2,
Tomorrow, we're going to have a ribbon cutting over here by the Moral Energy sign. I believe we've got a big pair of scissors someplace. Okay. So anyhow, once again, I thank you all for coming, and we were going to cut the ribbon figuratively and literally. Thank you.
I don't want 20. I didn't see the vehicle on Sunday. I'm checking Mayfield.
43733 Niagara.
on 36.
Right.
As far as bulkhead work, that's being limited to the city's property and the Science History Museum.
Truck 4 received ladder 2, we English way clear.
White shirt, gray pants, white shirt, gray.
Clearing up everything on this one to try and get down within the pain threshold of this board. So we're working with the design build contract now. We're hoping that we can get close to that budget figure.
Aware of, because if we're just bypassing these
primarily discussed is reauthorization under the current Type A for different projects. So it wouldn't be for the same project, it would be for different projects as allowable under the Type A.
We've got to make sure our projects, our stormwater projects are on there in order to be able to be eligible for those grants. Now, they're matching grants. That's why I work so hard to put the stormwater 1/8 cent sales tax.
We're sharing the council's baseline concept.
We've got to do some planning and design before we've got some real resolution on the numbers on that.
Yes, sir, for the sign.
Per sign.
Design, yes, per sign.
So then we're getting close to $500,000 then.
If we did decide that was going to spend it across the city, yes, sir.
Okay, well, you proposed sites across the city.
Tam, you did. Again, I stated that we wanted to start with one location, make sure that we get it right, utilize it as a pilot, and then we start considering, hey, this is something that we want to expand. But for the moment right now,
Team Conference 18 for Arcane Pole, Norton Weber, Ryan Weber, EMD 6011. South line inside, Jason.
Individual is going to be in PD custody at this time.
Going to be responsible for what? So I guess my question is, how did we arrive at the $2 million in construction cost estimate, as well as the $550,000 in engineering and design fees?
I think Mr. Edmonds might be able to help us out here.
Well, that is I would use the term Mark I eyeball estimate. We really haven't scoped that out very thoroughly, so that would be part of it. We've got to do some planning and design before we've got some real resolution on the numbers on that.
Go ahead.
North Padre Island Development Corporation. The Public Funds Investment Act requires that the policy be adopted on an annual basis. The North Padre Island Development Corporation
$5,386. We also through items 5, which was the bulk of the agenda, we kind of moved order to make sure we discussed some of the policies and procedures and then voted on the fees. The SEAC members voted on the fees last. So again, we discussed item 1 and item 7. So basically, as we always start, we try to reset what an impact fee is, make sure that everybody knows this is Texas Local Government Code 395. It defines the fee, it defines how fees are.
North Navigation is going to be at the Holiday Inn Express on Navigation. Make contact with the CD at the front desk. Conscious and breathing. Nice to know. Phone number for the Candy was the last email to advise that she was in the white Ford F-250 with a juvenile in the back of her truck. The last update is that she ran into, or near the field, near the mobile home park. In the Bay Ridge area, we've got 2 miles.
Mr. Balls.
Threshold that you guys have been seeing for use.
The top threshold, what we settled on is 600 gallons. I can't speak to that, but then we learned that no, this is actually typically, as you know, there's only so much water that's available.
So after 2 years, whatever the numbers are, how does it work? How does it work before that? I mean, we're sending guys out the door today, potentially getting FEMA reimbursement up to 106. You know, so the question becomes is, where does that money go?
It comes back to us.
Back to us how?
As a reimbursement through.
Yeah, but when we get it, where does it go?
It goes into our
Buildings that make up nearly 20% code violations cases, and the proposed risk to public safety and fire. These neglected buildings strain the resources.
Next, we have Executive Director
The last 12 months, we've had no comments for this meeting.
It's really there being no further business. This meeting is now adjourned.
As a reminder,
the budget is cut in half. Fiscal 25, 600,000, 300,000.
That section.
Right, well, and the concept is, you know, when you were just looking at addressing that flood wall back in the 2016 timeframe,
Thank you,
we were actually looking at
So I would like to go to our next item, which is public comment. Do we have anyone here for public comment this morning? Please come on up.
We're having both over in automotive. So
both sides.
You're walking back up to asset protection or just
As they're
inspection at the end of that 2 years, and then we are just following the terms of this agreement to do those inspections, and we do that concurrently with the developer.
So after the 2 years, then it falls on the city's responsibility?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, please submit your vote.
This is one that's been back and forth. We're back now to just looking at the bulkhead that's behind the Science Museum that both our engineers and FEMA felt like there's some inadequacy there, and it would be possible for it to fail prematurely in a storm.
Led an initiative to reevaluate the development of the North Beach in light of the realignment.
10% rate hike on windstorm rates, but that just got shut down. Anyways, people are upset. Owning a home is becoming less affordable, and running a small business is becoming more difficult. I'm concerned that if we don't start doing something now, we'll miss an opportunity to create a more livable future for Corpus.
Yeah, sorry.
So what can we do about it? I think the best solution would be for the city to create a climate action plan.
Right, well, and
I think the city is best suited to do that because it is able to bring together all the local stakeholders that we need to figure out the solution.
It's really, it's not really that section.
Right, well, and the concept is, when you're just looking at addressing that flood wall back in the, right, well, and the concept is, we were actually just looking at addressing that flood wall back in the, say, 2016 timeframe. We were actually looking at building a
Going to be near Country Club and Bayside on the 13th green. They've been advised to not
Jerry,
be trespassing.
consequence, we're number one
pausing
in
a fiscal year on this,
quality of
except
the
maybe
weapons.
for, you've got some facilities here that are brand new, so we need to get those in there, because they just haven't existed before, that's different. But on these rate increases, pausing this, getting our grant guys on, seeing what we could offset.
Strengthening our alliances. Also
Can you walk me through the math real quick?
Malaysia.
The ones for the programs.
If I take 66 times 60 times 12.
Arriving south, ending miles 12.5.
Twelve 11. 23 at the jail, ending mileage 675. Down for it. No, 7. 14.
Actually, no, you just in the hospital.
$5,386. We also have a balance in our capital improvement fund at the end of June of $917,948. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Board members, Eddie Houlihan again with the
Industrial areas do we have in every district? I don't even know if they exist, if there's one in every district. There may be, but I think this council needs to look at that. And then we need to look at that collectively to see how do we address that and what is the cost of each one of those, right? Per district. That's very important. And here's the point is, this here, I mean, streets is the biggest thing that I certainly hear about, fixing, of course, residential streets, but if this is an avenue to fix
Master PD, she'll call back if needed.
process into the repurposing of this sales tax. And I want to make sure that not only, and my promise to you is that not only will we do these kind of things, but the language will be tight enough to where there's not any ambiguity. I think that was one of the biggest issues we had in our last election. There was just too much ambiguity. So, tight language, very specific purposes, and
responsible behavior. There have got to be 5 more moderate Democrats in this entire city who are willing to work with us to reopen
downtown. Yeah, it's not your improvement.
I would note the absence of.
Right, well, and the concept is, when we were just looking at addressing that flood wall back in the, say, 2016 timeframe, we were actually looking at
What's the cause for the increase in lift fund? Are we just going
A
to get a whole
longer
bunch
section,
more
in which case the poor
lift
science
fund,
museum is unnecessarily
applications?
called out.
I'm seeing Mike.
It's really a area that
Mike
protects
Culbertson with the EDC.
the whole,
Downtown.
yeah, the bayfront, yeah,
To make
yeah.
this,
Sorry.
this fit,
It's not your
last year
improvement,
when we were
but
trying to
that section.
run out eggs.
Right, well, and
A
the
longer
concept
section,
is,
in
you
which
know,
case the poor
when
science
we were just
museum is
looking at
unnecessarily called out.
addressing that
because
flood wall.
It's
back
really
in
a
the,
area that protects
2016
the whole,
timeframe. Downtown.
yeah, the bayfront, yeah, yeah. It's not your improvement, but that section.
Right, well, and the concept is, you know, when we were just looking at addressing that flood wall back in the, say, 2016 timeframe, we were actually looking at building a
Got it, 12519 for meal. Everything's 10-4.
10-4. Well, he found somebody that's going to assist him at home to the harbor and we can cancel.
Hello, Linux.
Temple. 23.
23, go ahead.
1041, 10-8.
VP to say a few words because he feels very strongly about it. I think it's very important, Pam, that when we do this, that the state requires, they come and ask us.
Golden Gate, but I'll need a PD
I mean, I
case
see
number.
Pritzker say, we don't want them. In the meantime, the city is being shot to hell. And they do that politically. And they probably do want it.
No,
if we didn't go to Los Angeles,
A longer section, in which case the poor science museum is unnecessarily called out because it's really a area that protects the whole,
downtown.
yeah, the bayfront, yeah, yeah, sorry. It's not your improvement, but that section.
Right, well, and the concept is, you know, when we were just looking at addressing that flood wall back in the, say, 2016.
10% rate hike on windstorm rates, but that just got shut down. Anyways, people are upset. Owning a home is becoming less affordable, and running a small business is becoming more difficult. I'm concerned that if we don't start doing something now, we'll miss an opportunity to create a more livable future for Corpus. So what can we do about it? I think the best solution would be for the city to create a climate action plan.
Right, well, and
I think the city is best suited to do that because it is able to bring together all of the local stakeholders that we need to figure out a solution.
2016 timeframe, we were actually looking at building
Our estimated actuals are 49.3. What's the cause for the increase in lift fund? Are we just going to get a whole bunch more lift fund applications? I'm seeing Mike pull
Flood
up.
prevention, assembly tester, and mechanical contractor fees. Section 14-1341 to amend agreement processing fees, and Section 14-1313, 14-1321, 14-1341, 14-1351, and 14-1361 to remove past years from the fee schedule.
will ever even dream of threatening.
It's really a
Maybe there's
area
no
that
Navy
protects
even close.
And I think that,
downtown.
Yeah, the bayfront,
Some of
yeah.
them doing ship split. Nobody can do
It's
it.
not your
Nobody
improvement,
has what we
but
have.
that
We
section.
also have the
Right, well, and the concept is,
that
you know,
rides along
when we were
in
just
those
looking
ships. You
at
see that nobody
addressing
makes
that
it
flood
look
wall
like
back
city
in
per se.
Hopefully,
now
this is the first year I want to shake the tree this year to see how it works down.
But,
training like
investigators go for
homicides or
downtown.
Yeah, the bayfront, yeah.
active shooter, those kind of thing, active attack, all those kind of
It's not your
trainings that
improvement.
we have to have. We're bringing the surrounding agencies.
Right, well, and the concept is,
Not only that,
be reinvested back in that.
obtain free seats.
Tributary, the Williams Ditch area, which is there off of Rodfield and Williams, and then the Oso Creek, which kind of meanders through the south part of town.
3 weeks ago,
These are all projects, like I said, that we feel are very important to look at that flood mitigation. And, you know, we wanted to ensure people that we were going to set aside money.
Then I said, slow it down, close to
Here, I'm going to check the area.
It was clear that no enemy will ever even dream of threatening America's Navy. There's no Navy even close. Not even close. Towards the downtown. Some of them doing ship split. Nobody can do what we do, nobody has what we have. We also have the best equipment that rides along in those ships. You see that nobody makes equipment like we do. Nobody makes the ammunition, the weapons, the missiles.
Food handlers need to know the 5 symptoms
and if they do,
associated
the
with
American
the
sailors stand for.
So let's recap what you learned. What are the 5 symptoms?
Vehicle over him honking the wheel speeding in the parking lot, male in a white SUV, white male, black jacket, with a beard, black baseball cap.
So we have vomiting, diarrhea, jaundice, sore throat with fever, infected cuts, burns, and lesions with pus.
Excellent job, Jackie. You nailed all 5 of them. Just to recap.
On foot looking for the vehicle.
To authorize an amount not to
hijacked the Democratic Party.
$6,134.
And as the speaker pointed out, just look at Zoran Mandami, a member of the state assembly.
Fourth, Governor Abbott's office announced the appointment of Chief Wade to the Texas Commission on Fire Protection. And Chief Wade's appointment is to complete a term that's set to expire in February. So he'll have from September 4th through February. And we were just talking a few minutes ago, we suspect that he'll be nominated again for the full term, which is a 6-year term. In February, and so then the perfect weather for a reappointment for a longer term. But just some background.
Addressing our respective major concerns and made encouraging progress.
So what I'm looking at here, just from this perspective that Preston's got, you see the 9 in the background. We're going to be able to use that 9 as a reference point as it gets lower and lower and lower. So it seems like it may not be moving, right? And right now it's not. But as this,
again, I'm basing it on a conversation that we had with City Attorney Grizzly, and at this point there had been 0 collected.
We did it all volunteer.
So our we lot leads are inferior to the tax lien, and so often on these vacant properties.
You do an amazing job coming up with these creative solutions. I mean, I know I hear from the building community, they're really happy to have you. You know, however, your stock did go down once Michael Miller started to. And I know he's excited about that.
I can't pick my fans.
Anyway, what is it?
So it's just kind
we
of.
want to love everybody.
We're just reevaluating our true cost, and that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, there's this series of these agenda items are all about that, just like the laboratory. That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
It's really a area that protects the whole
downtown.
Yeah, the bayfront. Yeah. Sorry, it's not your improvement, but that section.
Right. Well, and the concept has, you know, when we were just looking at addressing that flood wall back in the 2016 timeframe, we were actually looking at building a
The clear, signal 4, Weber, Latin 10-4. Charlie, 150, 180.
Our estimated actuals are 49.3.
Okay,
now we have
the electric bill AC. That's not only providing food. Or Governor Abbott's office announced the appointment of Chief Wade to the Texas Commission on Fire Protection. And Chief Wade's appointment is to complete a term that is set to expire in February. So he'll have from September 4th through February. And we were just talking a few minutes ago, and we suspect that he'll be nominated again for the full term, which is a 6-year term in February, and so then the governor could consider a reappointment for a longer term. But just some background.
And it was Gulf Coast Championship Wrestling. For the first 15 years, me and my brother were kind of my dad's, workers. Pretty much did it all for him. So when my dad got to a point that he really didn't want to go through the stress and the headaches of it, he...
Charlie, 150, 180, I'm not
south on Orange Street.
We're over at the Garden States Retirement Home at 271 Cimarron, 27 Cimarron.
Turn eastbound.
A longer section in which case the poor science museum is unnecessarily called out because it was really an area that protects the whole
downtown.
Yeah, the bayfront, yeah. Sorry. It's not your improvement, but that section.
Right, well, and the concept is, you know, when we were just looking at addressing that flood wall back in the 2016 timeframe, we were actually looking at building a
I do see smoke from the backyard. After the 2th Street.
71 and makes them want to be clear from the location.
Our streets funds, our street fund was fully committed at $1.2 million for the project for Elizabeth Street. It is receiving, and then also the $2.5 million went out of the streets funds into economic development, leaving us with an estimated ending fund balance of $124,000 at the end of this fiscal year. So looking at our sales
Thornton
tax
Bailey, I'm the
revenue,
programs director for the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation, and we partner with schools and communities throughout South Texas to bring substance misuse programming to those schools and communities, and also to highlight Red Ribbon Week as a tongue twister. And so we're happy to be part of that. Our communities and
items 5, which was the bulk of the agenda, we kind of moved forward to make sure we discussed some of the policies and procedures and then voted on the fees. The city members voted on the fees last. So again, we discussed item 1 and item 7. So basically, as we always start, we try to reset what an impact fee is, make sure that everybody knows this is Texas Local Government Code 395. It defines the fee, defines how fees are.
281
There's something about my family.
8060 281 667 8060. Make contact with Robert.
Okay, this concludes our ceremonies for this morning, and our council meeting will begin shortly. 8. Is there any public comment on items number 27 or 28? Okay, we'll close public comment. Any further discussion? Okay, please submit your vote.
Welcome to Inside City Hall.
Okay, the motion carries.
Today we're joined by Ernie De La Garza, Director of Public
Item
Works.
number 29 is an ordinance authorizing an agreement between the Corpus
Christi. Now, these two departments work closely together to help keep our city running smoothly, but their roles are very different. Public Works handles the day-to-day maintenance of our streets and infrastructure, while Engineering Services handles the planning, delivery, and design of our capital and bond projects. Today, we're going to learn more about what each of these departments do, how they work together, and we'll highlight some of their recent successes. Jeff, Ernie, thanhanks for being here. So to start, can each of you describe your department's core mission and its responsibilities?
Our core mission at Public Works is to provide maintenance and operation services in streets, as well as stormwater and traffic operations.
Capital projects. So that's pretty much anything that involves construction.
So for someone who might not understand the difference between the two departments, can you explain the distinction a little bit more?
so we get accurate, up-to-date costs on that, and we estimate the labor that's required. And as you can understand,
Infrastructure that helps support the creation of those primary jobs or expansion of those jobs or tourism. So infrastructure is important.
Defense Mission Chairman Cecil O'Malley and Airman Anthony Rodriguez through this program.
Disaster and response project all public lands in that prioritize public roads need to be worked on and some of those priorities up and we'll get some so that's the main difference. But for us, public works, like Jeff just mentioned, we are, our core function is maintenance and operations. What confuses most folks is that the rapid pavement program is developed by public works and planned to be by public works, and then it's delivered by Jeff's department. And so the example, bond program completely depicts what life as a lab supporting is.
The health district has extended the opportunity to hire education partners in Corpus so that together we can train the next generation of healthcare providers who can meet the future needs of our community.
Dedicating the land to the
depicts what life as a laboratory is.
The health district has extended the opportunity to hire education partners in Corpus so that together we can train the next generation of healthcare providers who can meet the future needs of our community.
I don't think anybody's voting against anybody's appointee if it's their appointee.
Yeah, one of the main ones.
Want to get Barbara Appleton off of there.
Just filling potholes.
No, I'm kidding.
So that's something that they notice right away. Some other services that we provide is street sweeping, and then also dewatering, water collecting after storms. We'll bring in sweepers, we'll get rid of that water in neighborhoods. In addition to that, we also see, our vector trucks cleaning out neighborhoods, which is a huge factor. Basically what it is, anytime there's a storm event, trash in one inlet, we'll go and vacuum all that trash out. Cause a situation where water we also do other functions, city folks might see. In addition to that, just answering questions on why they pay what they pay and what services we provide for that. So you can see it kind of going from streets to stormwater, and then also we'll get calls about, I know what payment streets are faded, how do I work all the time?
We're just following the terms of this thing.
There being no further business, our policy is adjourned. It's one of the city's most popular initiatives. So can you describe?
So after the 2 years, then it falls on the city's responsibility. Correct.
So the rapid pavement program specifically aimed at fixing residents' streets. That was our council priority. That was really the city So what that program is going the reason that it's successful is that the support he's shown, that's not lost, it just works on the field. When it comes to public safety, that is something that we brought to council. The other thing I want to talk about is I think that once they set that
your presentation was good, but I want to take a look at the future and some of the things like I wish somebody was here prioritizing the selection of there's been some issues there as far as making sure that long-term infrastructure can stay in place, things that need to be done, updated or anything.
Every 3 years, they drive every single road in the city, and they use video and AI technology to normalize the score from 0 to 100, and 0 being the worst street, 100 being the best street. And what we have been doing since we started the program is really focusing on streets and scores from 0 to 10. So found ways to get paid, and a lot of the work that we've been doing is trying to bring the worst stories up to actually. And then we also have design phase across the approach. And so if you go to any of our RPP projects, it's usually 4 or 5 streets that we're working on at home. We're trying to work with us together. And we're fixing
there's been some issues there as far as making sure that long-term that structure can stay in place. Things that need to be done, updated or anything in the
stretching the ball.
So what do you think is one of the working with us together to be able to achieve those things? The other thing I want to talk about is I think that in your view presentations, I also want to take a look at and some of the things that go around and some of the other things.
I guess we've got some flows too. Some employees maybe from the ports are out there circling the barge. I guess we've got some they're making sure employees maybe from the ports are out there circling that barge and making sure I'm assuming it's just they're making sure everything is all
we can't change anything for the Titan Corporation. Currently, we can't change any of that until 2028.
The reason we're successful is because we're all running the same frequency road. That's why we're successful.
Have dancers, there's many people that would love to volunteer. Driscoll has people that rock babies. Maybe we could also get people that want to come and that have teaching degrees. I have a teaching degree. Many teachers in Smire donate to volunteer. Have dancers come here to the community say, love to volunteer.
Close too.
People that rock babies. Maybe
close too.
I guess we've got some. I guess we've got some employees maybe from the port. They're out there. Employees maybe barge. They're out there circling the barge in a little. They're making sure I'm thinking everything is all good. They're making sure that everything is all good. I don't really have that. I'm assuming it's just to make sure everything is safe. I'm assuming it's just to make sure everything is safe.
And now what you have to do is not only get the right hardware on the masters, but also have the data developed into
so after the 2 years, it falls on the side.
So that when you drive upstairs from Yorktown, let's just say also Parkway all the way to SPID, you can actually hit green lights all the way through because now they're all talking to each other. That was not possible 2 and 3 years ago. 2 or 3 years ago, we were just worried that something would rust the balls, so that's how far we've come. Oh yeah, so right now Stacey's close too. Broadfield has been synchronized, Airline has been synchronized, and
I guess we've got some
purchasing. We're going to add to that.
Employees maybe from the port are out there circling the barge and the rollers, they're making sure CCPD and everything is all covered, and that's what that is. I'm assuming it's just to make sure everything is safe.
My project was a regular one of the leading industries in coastal, but also a whole area of our population.
Introduced our oldest son, now 40.
Projects. Probably about half of our portfolio, over half right now, is treatment plant construction projects.
Okay, so you touched on this a little bit earlier, but how does engineering work with other departments like Public Works to deliver projects?
I would say we pretty much work with every other department.
There's many people that would love to volunteer at Driscoll. Has people that rock babies. Maybe we could also get people that want to come and that have teaching degrees. I have teaching degrees. Many teachers that are retired might want to volunteer their time to help keep the community safe. But if you could reach out to the resolution together.
Industrial Development Corporation. And we also learned that there were some new restrictions attached to this property. Mike Dyson services we have today. First item is participation agreement. We are dedicated to landfill and launch for over 100 employees for GCGB's Meet the Fire contracting event.
Selected several
Mark and our team at CRC were able to arrange that introduction.
Primary jobs that support the military base. And so it's not improvements to the base itself, but it's all the industries in the community that support the base. So the first metric is to ensure that you're creating that primary job, and primary jobs are defined by statute. I just have to find
Create and retain.
Create and retain primary jobs, and there's a long list of what constitutes a primary job, but
Actually touch the residents, like so they can build with they probably also recognize like Fire Station 3, highly visible project,
library policies. These changes will clarify some language that has turned political.
Next 6 months,
And it will rezone rather than remove explicit material. And all of this is to protect our most valuable resource, our children. Thank you.
Thank you. These are CRC logs, both Guantanamo Bay and Andrews Air Force Base. Guantanamo log has no flight. Andrews log has no flight.
Experience.
I don't understand. Living evidence like never existed.
Defense will be calling Airman Cecil O'Malley and Airman Anthony Rodriguez.
Including but over your tenure, what are some of the most important instances?
And Public Works, obviously, it's the rapid failure program. A big part of that is when I got to Public Works November 22, what I noticed was there was a huge effort for purchasing equipment. We have equal or better capabilities in some of our local assignments to develop the city of Corpus Christi, which is again the engagement for our street program. When we have these, it cuts a lot of time off of the processes to go from execution and construction and construction. It happens very fast, so we're able to mobilize and pick streets in short amount of time. And that's only possible with this big push to get a lot of their public works. So I'd say it's just equipping us, giving us the budgets
procedural standpoint,
material that we need.
SEAC has made a recommendation for a fee structure, and then once this goes to council, it's a down vote, right? Or can the council adjust these fees at all?
Well, council can make their own recommendation. So council, we present it, we serve it up. If council, for whatever reason, says, I don't think we should charge that fee, or we should raise that fee.
Downtown and targeted business development and infrastructure programs. These are paid for with tax generated by growth in these areas.
Infrastructure that helps support the creation of those primary jobs or expansion of those jobs or economic development. So infrastructure is an allowed use.
Okay, now, I know this is what you're saying, the general land office, gone to the COG, and there was a lot of a few more, several 6 months ago, you're saying that some departments are calculated, I think he's sold our register, but it's this county, $40 million.
And the general fund budget, we're going to put $100 in to see if we can acquire the rights to that street.
Things are running.
I think which costs better and everything else.
I am not an organizer. I do this for the love of the infrastructure that helps support the creation of those primary jobs or expansion of those jobs or economic development. So infrastructure is an allowable use.
Citizen of this area, do not stay silent.
I know, I guess it was about a year ago, the general land office
I do this because I'm so
gone to
sick
the
of
COG, and there was a lot of
And again, the estimate was 4:30 on my watch. I've got 4:17, so roughly 13 minutes out from this thing coming down. I'm going to switch over to the Lex Cam again, and you can't even see from this angle, you cannot see any.
So that was about $850 million. That included $650 million new contract awards, and we're putting work in place at the rate of about $400 million a year and increasing.
Wow, that's impressive. So Ernie, what are some challenges that are facing public works, and are you having any issues overcoming those?
No, I think right now, today,
I know this is very tender and I hate to bring it up, but given that they want to do that, is there any way
we have a lot of infrastructure to maintain, but we're fortunate in
infrastructure that helps
like I mentioned
support
before,
the creation of those primary jobs or expansion of those jobs or economic development. So infrastructure is an allowable use.
Okay, now,
somewhere
I know, I guess it was about a year ago, the general land office.
That's reflected in the negative one on the 25th that you're doing with the actuary's proposal.
I would say today,
do the preliminary proposal
that I can see.
Where's the credit? Where's the, hey guys, we appreciate what you're doing.
But
I think we've been very evident.
I think our
Starting when you guys got here, Peter got here 19, we came to the table.
We are and how we the budgets to that we're going at right now. So we're providing solutions for now, and that's how you're successfully is trying to show and get ahead of the problem. So hopefully we can accomplish that in 27.
Close too. Look at that.
27. Hopefully we had a good solution going into 27.
Can alter.
So I guess we've got some
outdated
determine is best for their community.
some employees maybe from the port. They're out there circling the barge and a littler, smaller boat.
Yeah. Well,
They're making sure I'm thinking everything is all good, exactly who that is. I'm assuming it's just to make sure everything is safe.
That goes into communications with our TMC. If you're saying when I say TMC, we have the traffic management system. So very much like NASA movies, we have screens everywhere. We can see all the intersections going on at the same time. People in control, monitoring the systems. We have so at any given time, we can make adjustments to signals and they use AI technology to help us identify issues before they happen so that we can adjust. So that's a good one that we haven't rolled out. Another one is we relate to the technology and the solid waste that we have implemented all our sensor. That's a video that shows anybody operating see what they're seeing in the drive process.
Primary jobs that support the military base. And so it's not improvements to the base itself, but it's all the industries in the community that support the base. And so the first metric is to ensure that you're creating that primary job. And primary jobs are defined by statute. And you have to find a way to create or retain primary jobs. And there's a long list of what constitutes a primary job. But
and then we also have, a lot of people don't know this, we have about $2 million at Public Works. Individuals who have their pilots license to charge well zone, so our traffic section has a neighborhood monitoring traffic. And our street section has using LiDAR to catch elevations of our stockpiles. So when we buy material, we would come down and as our heats to zero, we can keep track of the
2 years,
and so we're using drone technology, AI cameras, and any other technology to help us get ahead of the game and save money for the taxpayer.
So it sounds like you're not only increasing efficiency, you're also increasing safety.
Yes. Yeah,
and so just to clarify, does Public Works have like a control room or something where they monitor all of these cameras?
Yes, yeah, we have the traffic management center is plugged in to about 252 intersections in the city.
Wow.
And
so clearly
we share our feeds
and I brought a few different
and then in addition to that, we have access to textile systems as well. So at any given time, our technicians monitor the intersections for operational efficiency.
Okay, so there is a possibility. Because housing has always been an issue, like I said, and every time that I've talked about someone has always okay, so there is a possibility of housing and the entities that I have to help them. Housing has always been January, like I said, and every time that I've come across someone that is homeless and is in need of housing, they always say that they're out of money. You know, the entities that actually are out there to help them, I mean, I think it opens up in January and it's over, you know.
Where the developer and their extras then we learn what it is actually, and then when it's ready to be industrial development, does what we call the and we also learned that there were some deed restrictions, industrial development attached to this property. And we also learned that there were some deed restrictions was all part of attached to this property. And back in the city with construction was all part of the state school Moss Airport. We dedicated the land to the state to support the construction for Texas State Schools. Dedicated the land to the state.
Breakfast and lunch program highway employees for GCGBs meet the buyer contracting event last month. Big industry in the country. Our team at CRC were able to arrange their introduction of Vietnamese and revenue to
Items 5, which was the bulk of these gentlemen, country order to make sure we discuss some of the policies and procedures and then voted on the fees. The CAC members voted on the fees last. So again, we discussed item 1 and item 7. So basically, where we start, we try to bring you the same impact fees, make sure that everybody knows that the Texas Local Government Code 3.5 defines the fee, defines how fees are.
That's the reason that's important is that we go out with general obligation bonds.
And you've been more than willing to work with continuing to inspect vacant properties. But we'll identify with an initial inspection.
I think it was kind of one of the things that was a little concerning about what the actuary did. If you want us
inspections that are needed
to shift to your side for getting the plan,
Association with the
do all this, right? And there has to be what's the incentive?
Our team at CRC were able to arrange that introduction that proved to be a needed boost in revenue for the gallery and help them showcase their talent and abilities to not only one of the leading industries in the coastal bend, but also a whole area.
I guess we've got some
streets that were in bad condition. But
some employees maybe from the port, they're out there circling the barge in a littler, smaller boat. They're making sure I'm thinking everything is all good. I don't know exactly who that is or what they're with, but I'm assuming it's just to make sure everything is safe.
There's still a lot of roads left to fix, so they're working on that. Formally, our metrics are to be able to track how many miles.
The other thing about all of this, though, is I think that, the presentation was good, but I also want to take a look at the future of North Beach and some of the things like erosion and some of the other things. And I wish that somebody was here from the USS Lexington, because I know in the past there's been some issues there as far as making sure that long-term that structure can stay in place. If there's that needs to be done, update it all or anything.
And provide
service in addition to what our
those intersections
inspectors provide.
Developed extremely well. It completely depicts what life in the laboratory is.
The health study has extended the opportunity to hire education partners in Corpus Christi so that together we can train the next generation of healthcare providers who can meet the future needs of our community.
So we got contracts in place to get those striped. Are y'all aware that list of lines that we're tracking for that one? So traffic side, traffic mileage, and then also the operation of the intersections as well. And one technical aspect that we had was we had recently just following the terms of so every single aspect that the city
So after the 2 years, it falls on the city's responsibility. Thank you.
I think one of the other things we'd ask is just using our wage scale right now. What's an 8%
to track code. So that's the question, is making sure that everything is spent wisely and efficiently for the taxpayers. And we're using that technology to do that.
Governor Abbott's office announced the appointment of Chief Wade to the Texas Commission on Fire Protection.
Anyways, we do use it once in a while. When benefits
to expire.
I do have a concern, we brought up
which is 60
So that's our
for a longer term, but just some background.
Street fund was fully committed at $1.9 million for the project.
We've got a couple more.
It is receiving and then also
couple months ago. Next slide shows the location map. This specifically is affecting the parcel of land identified as number 1 on the slide.
pavement. We're going to be doing inspections.
You can see on the right portion of this slide, the new water line is the thick blue line, and again, what it'll do
It's not economic, but it is
homicides or friends and neighbors here, hearing about how the Cronquois would same area that we have to have. We heard some staircases where houses used to be and just being filled with the visuals of
I think you will enjoy this roadway for decades to come. And so by doing this way, underground infrastructure
getting close too. Look at that.
The surface.
infrastructure that helps support the creation
I guess we've got some
or expansion of those jobs or economic development. So
employees maybe from the port, they're out there circling the barge in a littler, smaller boat. They're making sure I'm thinking everything is all good. I don't know what that is. But I'm assuming it's just to make sure everything is safe.
Something that Kansas County is going to get. A lot of people don't realize the challenge that you face when you've got an arterial corridor and you're trying to completely rebuild it while maintaining one lane of traffic in each direction, access to each and every adjoining continuously, and continuous utility services. Make sure it's not going to flood. Just like there's a lot of moving parts.
Continue on into 2025 and 2026, regardless of our elected leaders, and that those of you who are here can remember this and help move this along. The most important is obviously the drainage project, which is on Corpus Street, with the small canal with sidewalks beside it, and the
commitments that we have, the type of effort that we would like to see, it's our assets. So that's one of the main things. Another one is that Public Works, hopefully the takeaway is that you understand that Public Works is always improving, always continuously improving, and we take that to heart, and we're trying to make sure that when the public is wondering, am I getting my taxpayers' money worth? The answer is yes. And the answer is yes. Where we come from,
getting
because
close
we
too.
hold ourselves accountable to very high standards, and at all levels. So
I guess we've got some
everyone can experience the beauty of nature right here in Corpus Christi.
employees maybe from the port, they're out there circling the barge and littler,
things that are yet to come. But remember,
they're making sure everything is all good. I don't know exactly what that is.
This is a little bit unique in the way that a lot of times either they have their own staff that
is usually directed is to temporarily change the southbound frontage from Beach Avenue to the White House, and that means that they're going to close down that.
There's also existing
about at the intersection of County Road 36 routed to our teams at Public Works. So that's the fastest way.
Perfect weather for a project.
Call Public Works directly, and we'll make a ticket for you. We'll make sure that your concern gets addressed.
Well, I thank you both for your time.
So what I'm looking at here, just from this perspective that Preston's got, you see the 9 in the background. We're going to be able to use that 9 as a reference point as it gets lower and lower and lower. So it seems like it may not be moving, right? And right now it's not, but as this...
If I come out and mow the grass and pull a junk vehicle, it costs the city $500. We could leave.
Sure, but if we're looking to fix the issues out
Our
there.
ancestors are the ones that our children to learn and to make something proud and coming from a generation.
Drew, Dave, thank you so much for chatting with me today. I'm excited to dive right in. So, Drew, the Inner Harbor Water Treatment Campus. Can you describe what that is?
I'd love to. So the Inner Harbor Water Treatment Campus is going to be the first municipally owned and operated seawater desalination project in Texas. And it's important to note, I think, that this is going to be publicly financed. It's going to be public direct. It's going to be publicly operated by the same staff that operate water treatment plants today in the city of Corpus Christi. So this is a little bit of new technology for the city of Corpus Christi, but it's not new technology at all. Seawater plants are built and operated all over the world. So we're bringing to Texas something that is a little bit unfamiliar with our community, but it's something that is around the world and has been operated well and safely, and certainly with the environmental stewardship that all of us expect to take. So the plant is designed to be 30 million gallons a day of drinking water. The plant is going to be able to operate at a rhythm. There will be times that will operate up to 36 million gallons a day. One of the things that's important to say is that this plant meets the demands, our 2040 demands.
Then 1% goes into the general fund for general city operations. Again, there is no expiration date on that or an end date, and it is estimated to generate about $71.2 million for fiscal year 2024. And that is used for general city operations. And then we have the total stuff that they would have to withdraw from the study. Maybe we'll take a step back here. David, can you explain to us how
desalination is basically taking salt water and burning it. And the process results in three things. It takes salt impurities out of the water, and all those impurities go to landfill. And it creates fresh water that is basically pure. That water goes into the water supply system for use by businesses and maybe agriculture at times. And the third thing it produces is brine, which is also generally pretty pure, except that it has more salt than the water that it tastes. Those are the products of desalination.
And is desalination a new idea? It's been around for a while.
People have been desalinating water for thousands of years.
Okay, that is not new.
No, not new. And it's been something that certainly countries that are arid and have coastal systems, they've been using desal for decades. And it certainly became more common and on a much grander scale since the 1950s. Texas, we have groundwater desalination in the Rio Grande Valley, San Antonio, and El Paso. So desalination in Texas is not a new process. It's been used and is being used to take salt out of groundwater for drinking water purposes.
Just resolution authorizing a development participation agreement with LSK Development.
Okay, so there is a possibility.
I would say the reason we need it is because
community outreaches that we have down in housing has always been an issue, like I said, and every time that I come across someone that is
just part of it.
so I'll say that there are entities that actually are out there to help them. I think it'll it's up in January, and it's very,
effective water supply. So surface water is a water that we have done a tremendous job securing. We have water, surface water from 3 different river basins. Unfortunately, surface water is 100% within the and seawater is not. And so in order for us to be a resilient city that has some ability to be sort of protected by these droughts that we are in terms of having that water supply diversity, we need to have seawater desalination as part of one of our several water treatment supplies, water supplies. As David just said, groundwater is a baby for a walk that we feel like we need to capitalize on at some point. Frankly, right now, the most cost-effective supply for us to leverage is the supply that is seawater, and that's what we're going to do.
And then
And if you're wondering, Preston West is our photographer. He's been out there all week just getting
Everybody
these great videos.
So
Perfect weather for a
residential community, the commercial business community, everybody who lives in the city of Corpus Christi. It is
so what I'm looking at here, just from this perspective that Preston's got, you see the 9 in the background. We're going to be able to use that 9 as a reference point as it gets lower and lower and lower. So it seems like it may not be routine, right? And right now it's not. As the conveys, that would be another possibility.
And so the short answer to your question, the easy answer is
So then we just got the water into
there's concern associated with water being taken into the desalination plant and water being discharged from the desalination plant. But the facility is going to use the best available technology that's known and is used worldwide. So water coming into the desalination plant is going to go through these very large cylinders that's covered with very small mesh trees. So if you can imagine the mesh on the mesh is going to be that small. And so it will prevent any larval, fish, shrimp, or other things from coming into the water into the desalination plant. The water coming in through that fine mesh trees are coming in at a very low pressure so that these very small microscopic organisms won't get stuck to the screen. They'll be able to move away from the screen. So, additionally, the intake is about 20 feet below the surface of the water. And we know that most of the organisms that we care about, the marine life, are in those upper layers of water where fish are surface. So where it's located minimizes its exposure to marine life. On the other side, the discharge, we know that the discharge is going to actually be closer than the water that it came from our intake, because the impurities are going to be removed in the desalination process.
Also, the extension
it will
of
have more
Williams
salt,
Stage or the extension extension
all
of
those
Williams Road.
impurities will be removed.
This last section of Williams drainage system,
from
city
the
manager
intake,
appointees are
because of the
opposite.
treatment process.
Each council member gets one appointee. They're not voted on, they're just appointed by that council member.
Add oxygen and protect we know that the salt level is going to be more concentrated.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's
because of
voted
the
against anybody's
system
appointee.
where it's going to be shot out into the inner harbor, sort of like a giant squirt gun, it's going to mix that water very quickly in a matter of minutes and dilute it to a salinity that's very close to the salinity of the intake. So we don't expect there to be any measurable impact on marine life.
I'm curious a little more about that discharge. I've heard this term brine used. Explain what brine is.
Brine basically is salty water, and in the context of desalination, we're saying that brine is just water that's saltier water than the water going into the desalination plant.
Actually,
Okay, and so I think we have an example of brine here.
We do. So I'll give you a little background on this. So the city of Corpus Christi went to California last January, specifically
what is the type B anyway, and the boards that are appointed and what the governance do they have to
we asked the
say use of the sales tax as the first part of administration, and then the second part will be
their bond
dedicated to these two sales tax that are constantly collectively intake, and so that is a really good example of
what concentrate looks like from the seawater desalination plant. And I will tell you that I think it's important for our viewers to see it, because I think there is naturally some fear that this looks a little bit flexy, maybe kind of not so great. And I think to our viewers when they see that, I think it's sometimes a little bit of a surprise. We take this on our show calls when we go around to various community engagement meetings, when we put that out there for the public to see. I think the other thing that's important is that we will be holding a pilot there in the next few months where the public can actually see with their own eyes what our concentrate's going to look like on our project site, so that they don't necessarily have to look at a site or a sample from California.
Yeah, I hear Brian. But this is perfectly clear. It looks nice. Right.
Perfect weather for a
project. Will that brine produced in this process have any negative impact on
No.
So what I'm looking at here, just from this perspective that Preston's got, you see the 9 in the background. We're going to be able to use that 9 as a reference point as it gets lower and lower. So it seems like it may not be meaning, right? And right now it's not. But as this...
A little bit more about what environmental models have been used to study the impacts of the project.
There have been at least 3 modeling, actually at least 4 models that have been run that have assessed the potential effects of the desalination plant on Corpus Christi Bay. And all of those have the same result in that the expected or the model impact is that the salinity will change less than 1 part per thousand. And we know that that change of less than 1 part per thousand is a change that we only can see on a daily basis as the clarity and freshwater inflow. So that change of less than 1 part per thousand salinity is not going to be ecologically significant.
One question is, how did we arrive at less than a drop on much larger samples? Why was that
for us, it really comes down to 3 things. So it's all about affordability, environmental stewardship, and resiliency. And so when we were looking at the preserved location for flower desalination sites, we were keeping those parameters very much in mind. We know that for flower imperative that we have a cost that our ratepayers can afford. We know that one of the biggest costs of any infrastructure project and water supply project is pipelines. So being able to have a rate close to where our community is a big part of the factors that mentioned with this solicitation. We also recognize
But yeah, it looks like that may be
like described environmental model quality which we did. And so what we determined in this was that we could build a sustainable, reliable seawater water treatment plant at the Inner Harbor location of the size that we were just talking about, where we have very minimal impact to the environment. We also recognize, and I say this a lot, we're a regional water provider, and if you look at the 7 larger cities than Corpus Christi, they all have at least 3 water treatment plants. We have 1. So it's really important from my perspective to have a second standalone water treatment plant, which this is. And so we think that this really helps our city in terms of being more resilient. Certainly if something happened to our Winnie water treatment plant, we would have some significant challenges. But if we have this plant operating at 36 million gallons a day, it at least allows us to have some water in the system. It may not be at the pressure that we all want,
to the base
but we know
itself,
that's
but it's all the industries in the community. That's the point base. So the first metric is to ensure that you're creating that primary job. And primary jobs are defined by statute.
The state,
Create or retain,
4 different
primary
agencies
jobs,
with the state have
and there's a
looked at
long
this project.
list
So
of
the
what
Texas
constitutes a
Commission on
primary job,
Environmental Quality
but
has issued a permit that allows it to take water out of the Inner Harbor for this purpose. And it very recently issued a permit for it to discharge the brine back into the Inner Harbor. So that's important because the state is basically saying that we believe that the water quality standards in the Inner Harbor are going to be protected by this operation. We also have the Texas General Land Office is
So come and explore all that our Parks and Recreation Department has done. Stay tuned for all the great things that are yet to come. And remember, the real time
Texas
today
Water
to live
Development Board did an environmental review when they granted the city funding to support the project.
Depicts what life as a laboratorium is.
And the Texas Historical Commission also looked at the project to ensure it was according to
so that together we can train the next generation of healthcare providers who can meet the future needs of our
The
community.
U.S. Environmental Protection Agency also looked at this charge and confirmed that it would not impact water quality standards.
This is going to be directed at the council.
I stand
The
with
U.S.
everyone
Army Service issued a permit very recently that
So come and
allows
explore all
the
that our
city
Parks and
to
Recreation
construct
Department has
and
done.
repair
Stay tuned for all the great things that are yet to
the
come.
pipeline to
Remember,
the
it's a
harbor
real time today to live,
for
learn,
the
and play.
project. In the course of that, Corps of Engineers permit review, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service reviewed the project, the National Marine Fisheries Service reviewed the project, as again, Texas Parks and Wildlife and the Texas General Land Office also had input through that process. And finally, the city has sought funding from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation to support the project. And as part of that grant application, there was an additional environmental review for that Bureau of Reclamation.
Additional city manager expertise or
I would imagine all of those are pretty
council member gets one appointment.
Yeah.
Well, and all that takes time. And I think there has been some frustration in this case with this we want water. That's the plan. It has to get through all the conditions that Dave has just described to make sure that we support this.
Texas
Estates, ensuring everyone's experiencing that nature right here in Corpus Christi. So come and explore all that our Parks and Recreation Department has to offer.
Well,
And stay tuned for all the great things that are yet to come. So remember, take a little time today to live, learn, and play.
Current plan is that in about the second quarter of 2028, we should have drinking water being provided out of this new water treatment plant.
It's really exciting.
Drew, do you see any other, obviously getting that water is the biggest benefit that we'll see from this plant, but do you see any other benefits to the city of Corpus Christi?
I guess we've got some
water.
Good afternoon.
You know, I see
employees maybe from the port, they're out there circling the barge in a littler, smaller boat. They're making sure the state's and everything is all good. I'm assuming it's just
think that since we want to deliver a project that meets those expectations, part of the reason we absolutely want to do it is because it's the right thing to do. But we also know that we think this will be a beacon in the model in future plans on the Texas Gulf Coast. This is the right project for the right time at the right place. So we believe that if we can do this right, which we know we will, this will be hopefully a model that will be used in years to come.
I love that. Right project, right time, right place. That's us. We're the right place. That's great. Okay, last question. Do people have other questions about the Arizona water treatment campus? Where can they go?
Students that are getting degrees
Search
to
for
do
call.
some
There's a number of places they can go to get answers. I think we have one of the best websites to continuously gets better. We're always open for public input and comment. People can reach out on the website. There's a portal that people can ask questions. We're monitoring that website. There's a host of us that are happy to do this. We always say if folks want to have a meeting, if they want us to come talk to whatever community session they would like, we're open for that. Most people have my phone number. I'm pretty unabashed to give my phone number out maybe too often, but I'm happy to talk to anybody who has questions. Frankly, I kind of like to just go to the grocery store and have spontaneous conversations with people and ask them what they know.
Well, you heard it here. Probably from the office in the HEB. Awesome. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I learned a lot over
Thank you.
Thanks for watching Inside City Hall. For more information on today's topics, visit our website and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay connected, stay informed, and stay tuned for the next Inside City Hall.
Governor Abbott's office announced the appointment of Chief Wade to the Texas Commission on Fire Protection. And Chief Wade's appointment is to complete a term that is set to expire in February. So he'll have from September 4th through February. And we were just talking a few minutes ago. We suspect that he'll be nominated again for the full term, which is a 6-year term in February. And so then the governor could consider a reappointment for a longer term. But just some background.
And there are a lot of section he was on a staff. It fooled me.
Apartments might want to dedicate time to have dancers come. There's many people who love to volunteer. Driscoll has people that love babies. Maybe we can also get people that want to come that have teaching degrees. I have a teaching degree. Many teachers that are retired might want to volunteer.
There's always posters.
They
see our ads in back of Hustler and Popular Mechanics, and our ads actually say they can get rich quick. Hustler? You know the girly magazine? Yeah. A lot. Yeah. We're helping them finance houses. We're helping them buy their wife a diamond ring, boat, maybe. Regulated, or you guys? What are you doing?
Party thing.
CCPD. Sort of.
We work together. We understand the dynamic. We understand the synergy that can be gained. I think we like each other. Not just Chief Wade and myself, but police and fire. So
They can flicker.
The two working hand.
I told
in
Mike
hand.
another one for these people that should to help with generation conversation. Freshly sit out ago. Going modified, thinking flicker.
My meeting with
Peter's
Negroes.
Approximately 10 p.m. Eastern, right there.
At our level,
It's really
planning and
an area
coordinating
that protects
and helping each other
everywhere.
downtown.
Yeah,
Departments might want to donate their time to
Actually,
Afghanis counties, people that
dedicated land for GCPD.
small canal with sidewalks beside it. There's elevation of the land on either side.
Proved to be a needed boost in revenue for the galley and help them showcase their talents and abilities to not only one of the leading industries in the coastal
So I guess
band,
my
but
question is, how did we arrive at the $2 million service cost estimate, as well as the $550,000
Right, well, and the concept is,
It's really
just what is
community,
a,
to the community living here. So just wondering, what is it that they would have to go together to get help?
It's really not a whole lot of the concept is,
They don't qualify Texas for an additional $1 million separate form that's
If not longer.
you were actually look at everything, and then that's what come up with that scholarship rate. How we know $75 an hour. It's really
Substantial
got a
rains.
lot of work to go through.
And the stormwater ditch over there is maintained by us for a certain distance, and then I think the county maintains it after that. Is that not correct?
I know Corpus drains east and then eventually that reaches them.
I'm scared that I will have to leave Corpus Christi.
Along the Corpus Christi Bay shoreline, this is something to be reinvested back in that. The Clarkwood Ditch and the Oso tributary, and the Williams Ditch area, which is there off of Rodfield and Williams, and then the Oso Creek.
Okay, so there is a possibility, because through the community outreaches that we have done, and housing has always been an issue, like I said, and every time that I've come across someone that is homeless and is in need of housing, they always say that they're out of money. You know, the entities that actually are out there to help them, I mean, I think it opens up in January and it's over, you know.
Come build.
This is what we want more against
And driving growth for single-family homes. The economic development department is able to develop grants within the state, and they're working on a small businesses now.
Under the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone program known as TIRZ, the department helps reinvest in areas like downtown and North Beach with targeted business development and infrastructure programs. These are paid for with the tax generated by growth in these areas.
Hey, I'm Michael Marcus with the Office of Economic Development. By recruiting businesses and helping small
people, incredible people, good looking
Can you
people, too
run
many
the
good looking people. I don't like good
HSA as
looking
we
people.
proposed it?
I never liked good looking people.
Yes, would that be a one-time?
Never admitted
And it's been very powerful in retaining people, not only through the accounting firm, but through any industry.
Developed extremely well, and it completely depicts what life as a laboratorian is.
The health district has extended the opportunity to hire education partners in Corpus Christi so that together we can train the next generation of healthcare providers who can meet the future needs of our community.
This guy's so
we're not in a time of crisis and we're able to go out and help other communities, we try to do that. And we've been great partners with it. And our firefighters that are going out, they're representing the community here. So people start realizing that when Corpus Christi shows up, there's a level of professionalism.
One side not going down faster than the other, just keeping it very stable. I know as we've been watching at nighttime, we've seen sparks flying around as metal's getting cut, the workers up there just disassembling everything, but really cool perspective. And I'm not an engineer either, so I'm not going to know exactly what's going on, but you see a guy up there.
Good afternoon, Council.
Watching all of it get lowered, and the perspective is amazing.
What is for what is for me, and what we're looking forward to doing with the reauthorization. So if we go ahead, there we go.
To the community.
So like the mayor said, what we're going to talk about today is do a little background on local sales tax, talk about the state authorization and the board responsibilities for the Type A and the Type B boards, look at some of the allowable uses of Type A and Type B sales tax, and then we will
Scientists estimate now consumers that credit cards worth less This is disgusting thought, but again, water
share with the requirements about some of what's going on back in the processing summarize 45 brief days. Now, I will say that varies. Chuck Schumer voted for these things the same measure that's on for now. He did the right thing, and he went over before it. Now, this, given he had to speech of why we never put all this
Instead of ones that always seem to have questionable history and questionable finances.
This is not a cost to the city per se. Hopefully, now this is the first year we're going to shake the tree this year to see how it works out.
Departments might want to donate their time to have dancers come. There's many people that would love to volunteer. Driscoll has people that run babies. Maybe we could also get people that want to come and that have teaching degrees. I have a teaching degree. Many teachers that are retired might want to volunteer their time to help keep the community safe.
Access to the plan room at Elmore College Center for Economic Development to print plans and specifications for local commercial projects at no cost for their clients, of which I'm one.
Yeah, the bayfront, yeah.
Publish a
Oh,
contract.
it's incredible.
It's
So
not
we're
your
bringing
improvement.
outside partners to come train them.
Right, well, and the concept is, you know, when you were just looking at addressing the flood back in the 2016 timeframe, you were
Departments
actually...
might want to donate their time to have dancers come. There's many people that would love to volunteer. Driscoll has people that rock babies. Maybe we could also get people that want to come and that have teaching degrees. I have a teaching degree. Many teachers that are retired might want to
It was formed in
volunteer their
1991.
time
The commission was, and it reviews policies regarding regulations of fire departments and firefighter standards in Texas. So we do want to congratulate Chief Wade to this appointment, or his appointment, and for representing Corpus Christi, Texas at the state level. And Chief Wade's here this morning. He's going to come up and say a few words. So, Chief,
We need to transfer next year from the seawall to the capital improvement fund.
Getting close, too.
What we're considering today are two line items. Line number 9, the Harbor Point.
I guess we've got some employees maybe from the port. They're out there circling the barge or older, smaller boat. They're making sure I'm thinking everything is all good. I don't know exactly who that is or what they're with, but I'm assuming it's just to make sure everything is safe.
We look at everything, and then that's where we come up with that scholarship rate at the 75 an hour. It's really, there's not a lot of hoops to go through.
Christi had the opportunity to speak on a panel with Chair Water. Had the opportunity to speak and talk about the state of the state's and then also the water cities. Chairwoman working has spoken several times recently in front of Chairwoman Pot has really been several times recently in front of legislative. So this conference provides that opportunity to make sure that we're staying in touch. So this conference provides that important opportunity to make sure that we're staying in touch with statewide.
A lot of respect there.
Yes. Yes.
And the chief called me up and said he's going to do his best to steer
Our
my
iconic
office.
Harbor Bridge.
He did, yeah.
And
Good luck,
she
buddy,
saw
because they're not going to
sparkling
No.
lights on the main
Yeah. And they may be
She
recruiting
thought,
a few to come
wow.
here, I'm sure.
Additional city manager appointees are opposite
are the same.
to those terms.
So each council member gets one appointee. They're not voted on, they're just appointed by that council member.
But those lights are on the refineries.
Yeah, they're
Working
just
with us together to be able to achieve those things. The other thing I want to talk about, though, is
yeah, I mean, I don't think it's
the reason why we have CCPD, the director standing there, much more attractive. Someone get parked there was in all their own bodies. Didn't really have to go here in the U.S. This is, we're just sharing information.
Close, too. I guess we got some.
So there is a possibility. Housing has always been an issue, like I said, and every time that I've come across someone that is homeless and is in need of housing, they always say that they're out of money. You know, the entities that actually are out there to help them, I mean, I think it opens up in January and it's over, you know.
Keep the community safe, but maybe we could reach out to Delmar and work together. Thank you.
That bridge always mentioned just about there.
These changes will clarify some language that has turned political.
All right, looks like they're getting out of the way, maybe. They've got it all squared up.
Material. And all of this is to protect our most valuable resource, our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Kelly. Adam, what else?
I'm sure they're counting the days now.
8% made in the USA. In fact,
Where's that reflected in the -1 and the 22 that you're proposing? They're actually proposing. Did he just do the formulary going forward? Where's the credit?
To the community living here, so
Where's the, hey guys, we appreciate what you're doing. We've been, I think we've been very starting when you guys got when you got here 19, we came to the table.
Any teachers that are retired might want to volunteer their time to help keep the community safe. Maybe we could reach out to Delmar and work together. Thank you.
Stepping away as well and being in the classroom.
To item which is a resolution authorizing a developer participation agreement with LSK Development.
our community, to the community living here, so just wondering what is it that they would have to go through.
Good afternoon, Council. Mike Dice, Development Services. What we have today, first item is a participation agreement with for Zali Estates for the oversize and over-depth
We look at everything, and then that's where we come up with that scholarship rate
They
of the
also
75 an hour. It's really, there's not a lot of hoops to go through.
We take something and, I mean, and I'm not suggesting this, please don't shoot me. But I mean, you could say, I don't want to use it for the seawall anymore, I want to use it for something else, because this is a reauthorization. The current authorization is expiring and we're authorizing it for something else.
And I say that again for clarity, because if you, it's not the seawall fund anymore. It's not,
It would be for
we moved it along.
flood protection.
It's protecting the city. Anyway,
We look at everything, and then that's where we come up with that scholarship rate at the 75 an hour. It's really, there's not a lot of hoops to go through.
Okay, so there is a possibility. Well, I mean, because through the community outreaches that we have done, and housing has always been an issue, like I said, and every time that I've come across someone that is homeless and is in need of housing, they always say that they're out of money. You know, the entities that actually are out there to help them.
This, please don't shoot me.
I think it opens up
You can say, I don't want to use it for seawall anymore, I want to use it for something else, because this is a reauthorization. The current authorization is expiring, and we're authorizing it for something else.
And I say that again for clarity, because if you, it's not the seawall fund anymore. It's an entity. I mean,
It would be
what we moved it along,
flood protection.
it's protecting the city anyway, but that's
part of town. These are all projects, like I said, that we feel are very important to look at that flood mitigation. And, you know, we wanted to ensure people that we were going to set aside money.
I believe, based on what I've seen in the construction going out there, we did a great tour. There's a lot of dollars being invested, so I don't think we're going to jeopardize that anytime in the near future, just with the dollars that we've seen going into the base over the last 5 years. There's more going on today than we could imagine what we actually do with even from that 3D equipment that's got in the so I don't want to get sideways.
Healthcare. When that didn't work,
Service
we
provided
to lie.
that large
Making up total lies about
that
it.
we can give the customer
Who gets the health care?
Additionally,
And as they trigger a health care crisis, they're also now triggering a hunger crisis. Trump's doing that, halting SNAP benefits, ordering its own tobacco companies to build its own contingency plan. The money's there, $6
Reach out to Delmar and work together.
Community, to the community living here, so just remember that they would have to go through to get life. To the community living here, so just wondering what is it that they would have to go through to get
Similar to that, it's really not all about that to go through. They don't look at
to the community living here, so just wondering what is it that they would have to go through to get help.
It's really not a whole lot that to go through and come up with that. They don't qualify technical work. It should really, we have a separate form that's similar to that.
Downtown.
It's all internal document. We look at everything, and then that's where we come up with that.
Oh, he was on a step. It fooled me.
Well, in the concept,
create this.
I think it's time for you all to vote no to this $1 billion bond
downtown.
A couple of things in closing. Human beings, the lady was here talking about the products that are created by big industry in the country, in this area. A person can go without steel products to sustain their lives indefinitely, and go without plastics indefinitely.
But tomorrow, the next day is going to come on up. Whatever wounds these boats have,
Propiedad de la ciudad, de todas las ciudades, y los mejores en las instalaciones. La propuesta es apoyar a la ciudad y la mejora de la comunidad. Así como la propuesta es apoyar al mantenimiento y la mejora del manejo de la organización de la ciudad, así como la reducción del impuesto a las ventas, para tener más información sobre los planes para la organización de la para tener más información sobre la propuesta para la reorganización del impuesto a las ventas.
What are you waiting on?
Just downtown.
Carolyn, that looks.
The most important is obviously our elected leaders, which is our most dream, who are here today, can remember this
small canal, sidewalks beside it, and the elevation of the drain on the other side. Page 3, with the small canal, sidewalks beside it, and the elevation of the land on either side to slope
about the state's needs, and then obviously how city Corpus Christi and city of Corpus Christi for our part just working to address the water needs. Chairwoman Pop has spoken several times recently in front of legislative bodies positively about the work that the city of Corpus Christi is doing water. So this is the opportunity to speak that important opportunity to make sure that we stay in touch with Texas Water, the state board, talking about the state's needs, and then obviously how city Corpus Christi, the city of
You take something and I'm not suggesting this, please don't shoot me, but I mean, you could say, I don't want to use it for the seawall anymore, I want to use it for something else, because this is a reauthorization. The current authorization is expiring, and we're authorizing it for something else.
Well, and I say that again for clarity, because if you, it's not the seawall fund anymore. It's to be, I mean,
It would be more
we moved it along.
flood protection.
It's protecting the city, I guess, right?
Has spoken several times recently in front of legislative bodies positively about the work that the city of Corpus Christi is doing. So this conference provides that important opportunity to make sure that we're staying in touch with statewide.
But obviously, folks, they know they're
Everywhere in America.
Continue on into 2025, 2026, regardless of,
the opportunity to speak
I like to the leaders, and I hope that those of you who are here today can remember this and can help use the whole time.
He was on his job for 4
Items 5, which was the bulk of the agenda, we to make sure we discussed some of the policies and procedures, and then voted on the fees. The city members voted on the fees last. So again, we discussed item 1 and item 7.
Small canal.
So basically, as we always start, we try to reset what an impact fee is, make sure that everybody knows this is Texas Local Government
Generate about
Code
$35.6 million.
395. It
And there
defines the
is
fee,
no
defines how
defined end
fees are.
date or expiration date of that half-cent.
Webinars that meet the needs of
Then 1 cent goes into the general fund for general city operations. Again, there is no expiration date on that or an end date, and it is estimated to generate about $71.2 million for fiscal year '24, and that is used for general city operations. And then we have 4 special
commercial projects, no commercial applications, but no commercial
This is going to be directed at the council development. Did anybody else wish to receive information on these?
Access to the land and their construction, economic development, commercial projects, speak on their hands with
talking about the state's needs and obviously how city Corpus Christi for our Chairwoman Pop has maintained several times recently in front of legislative bodies positively about the work the city of Corpus Christi is doing. So this conference provides that important opportunity to make sure that we're staying in touch with statewide.
It's not your armory, a weight room,
Right, but in the concept is,
these animals are
just looking at
important tasks to help
This building is also a testament to the city's enduring partnership with Del Mar College, sitting on 9 acres of the
But be aware that pets and comfort animals are not service animals.
our community, live to the community living here, so just wondering, what is it that they will have to go through?
This is not going to benefit me in a monetary way.
It's really not a whole lot left to go
Take a look at the majority of the folks that do not want
qualified
this.
Texas Workforce Commission. We have a
Most
separate
are
one
younger,
that's
we
similar.
have more time to lose, but I appreciate our elders who are coming up and fighting for the future of the
everything, and then we come up with that scholarship rate at the 75 an hour. It's really, there's not a lot of hoops to go through.
Okay, David Johnson.
All the cities.
Council for the case number 2024 CCV 61174-3.
Hope they know their
Second. Council for the case number 2024 CCV 61174-3.
With seeing none.
There's no public comment, I guess.
Nope.
Well, we had public comment at the beginning.
Does anybody have any comments? All right, seeing none. With seeing none.
There's no public comment, I guess.
Nope.
Well, we had public comment at the beginning. We're fine.
Seeing
With
none.
both of you here.
But definitely who you are and what you represent.
Our estimated actuals what's the cause for the increase in lift fund? Are we just going to get a whole bunch more lift fund?
Thanks for watching Inside City Hall. For more information on today's topic, visit our website and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay connected, stay informed, and stay tuned for the next Inside City Hall.
For the position that you got tonight, but I judge that y'all are going to make the right decision.
Thank you, Mr.
Right, well, and the concept is,
And then we have Jessica Palisa, Taylor Garcia, Amanda Williams, Tristan Clowney, Alex.
It's a pleasure to be sitting with you guys today. I think you guys are both incredible women in leadership. But of course, we're here to talk about budget. Before we do, kind of introduce yourself. What do you do for the city?
Hi, my name is Heather Fulbert. I'm one of the CCPD managers. And part of the areas that I focus on is budget and finance. So I help Amy with putting the budget together, working with the city manager on it, and presenting.
I'm Amy Patterson. I help at the budget process, and I lead a small but mighty team. We are responsible for working with all university departments to develop our budget.
I'm sure that's a big role for you. So I just wanted to get more specifically for budget. But for people that are new to the subject, can you please describe what is it that you do?
Their time to see budget and we could reach out to them and
So I understand that there are
Take something and I'm not suggesting this, please don't shoot me. I mean, you could say, I don't want to use it for sales anymore, I want to use it for something else, because this is a reauthorization. The current authorization is expiring, and we're authorizing it. It would be more
Protecting the city.
Major equipment needs, and those budgets create assets for the city.
Wow, so the city really is planning quite ahead. You're saying 10 years. That's pretty incredible. So why are we talking about budget now? I know that some people might think budget season is at a certain time of year for the city, but is that something that we're working on at this moment?
Yes, it is. We have a fiscal year that's rolling. So our year doesn't run the calendar year like most people do.
The calendar year 2024, because the project would be improvements to the American Bank Store. And if it is set within the calendar year 2024, 2024 does become the base year, and then we would be able to receive that revenue as it is generated across the base year. We are going to be working to go back and recalculate those projections, and what this could create or generate over 30-year period. When we ran our last calculations, it was with the assumption
Maybe the one in the 22 that you're proposing, actually, what they're proposing is talking about just do the preliminary going forward. Where's the credit? Where's the we've been very evident. Starting you guys got to
already in April. I think the department's already responded to getting the budget tested. It's pretty interesting.
Type A and both Type A and Type B funds to utilize for projects related to creation and retention of primary jobs, job training, infrastructure, military, so retention of military, promotion of military, water supplies, facilities, and conservation programs, affordable housing, recreational or community facilities, and this is where some of the sports and entertainment complexes fall, and then business enterprises that create or retain primary jobs. So, like I said, there's a lot of nuances. I have about 5 or 6 parts.
This announce the appointment of Chief Wade to the Texas Commission on Fire Protection. Chief Wade's appointment is to complete a term that is set to expire in February. So that we will have from September 4th through February. We will just documents and I suspect that he'll be nominated again for the term, which is a 6-year term in February. So consider the reappointment.
Once we have that
to the leaders, I hope that those of you who are here today can remember this and can help.
It does sound pretty extensive. I guess why isn't it priority? Why is it small? That kind of ends into necessity, but what is the elevation of the land on either side?
I don't think the city manager to support be shown. That's not lost. When it comes to public safety,
it's very important that community honor their community priorities. And then as far as balance, what is it?
Items 5, which was the
Actually, state law requires us
to discuss some of the policies and procedures and then voted on the fees. City members voted on the fees last.
Our balance budget means
So again, we discussed item 1, item 7. So basically, we always start with trying to read the same impact fees and everything. This is Texas Local Government Code 395. It defines the fees, defines how fees are. As a reminder,
It really does mirror for corporations, executives that want to spend more every month than what you have. It doesn't look good financially.
So the way that you're explaining it also is the next fiscal year budget is not where we want to focus, but it's more so an estimation of what's to come in the future, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the budget is a planning document. You know, we use information to estimate what we think our revenues are going to be, what we think our expenses are going to be based off of what we know is required and mandated, what those things we want to accomplish based off of city council's goals. And so we take those numbers and we estimate it out. And so it's really a planning document. A lot of things can change.
Type A and both Type A and Type B funds and be utilized for projects projects related to creation and retention of primary jobs, job training, the calendar year 2024, military, so inclusion of military could be military, water supply facilities and conservation programs, the affordable housing 2024 designated for 6 years, and then work to to receive, and then business enterprises to create a retention this year. So like I said, there's a lot of nuances, and I have working to go back and recalculate those projections on what this could create, generate over a 30-year period. When we read about calculations, this would be
after the city manager proposes his recommendation, we work closely with city council and the community through community input sessions and through city council workshops to solicit feedback, and they can just wondering so that at the beginning of September to adopt the budget for the budget that city council takes action to approve. Okay, so essentially everything.
And at any point in time, you want to take a look at the list of email your council member, with their funds in. This is the time as we go into planning for that impact on
I guess we have so we've got their budget, we've got the period.
Why would council member Pusley send this email to
Okay, and so you're talking about fees. Now, I've heard of property taxes. We recently just had a council meeting where you proposed the recent budget forecast presentation to City Council. Now, there was a discussion about possible revenue transfers for next year's fiscal year. Can you kind of explain is less revenue expected? What does that exactly mean? It's not necessarily that we're expecting less revenue, it's that we are closely at the similar level of revenue growth that we've had in prior years, and our expenses are continuing to grow. Just like when we go to the grocery store and this week the eggs are $6,
I like to the leaders
and so it's revenue expenses are growing
we've been very fortunate over the last 7 years in the fact that our sales taxes have grown by a percentage. Valuations have increased. People have hardly ever heard of that, but it does produce the revenue for the city council to some valuations. But there's a patterns of rate and increase. But as we said, we are seeing continuing to see an increase in
Yes, that's very important. But I know that's a lot of stages left. Can you tell me
community living here, so just wondering what is it that they would have to go through to get their help.
There's no limit to the hours budget cuts that we have received.
And I think one of the reasons is I believe the CCPD has always been, the proposed budget is not the same budget that's adopted. And so I think there's always been items that have been incorporated in the proposed budget that is based on our community feedback. It's really great to know. I think that relative to the community
Ladies, before we pay some attention to the pattern budget, I definitely appreciate you guys taking time to
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks for watching Inside City Hall. For more information on today's topic, visit our website and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay connected, stay informed, and stay tuned for the next Inside City Hall.
There's both funding available in the CIP. 2016 time. We were actually
shooting call 2226 over that 2226 over that.
A lot of section unnecessarily called out. It's really an area that protects the whole
downtown.
Yeah, a long bay section, in which case the science museum is unnecessarily called out. It's really a section area that
Right. Well, and the concept is downtown.
Yeah,
Departments might want to donate their time to have dancers come. There's many people that would love to volunteer. Driscoll has people that rock babies. Maybe we could also get people that want to come and that have teaching degrees. I have a teaching degree. Many teachers that are retired might want to volunteer their time to help keep the community safe, but I think maybe we could reach out to Del Mar and work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
The purpose of that flood wall, the purpose of that renovation is to repair what we feel is.
Tomorrow we have one more work session, the final work session, something like Thursday,
flooding from the downtown area.
Something like that happened. I basically, if the kid was retarded, I would drive it up to the country and just open the door.
Next slide shows the location map. This specifically is affecting the parcel of land identified as number 1. Next slide. You can see on the right portion of this slide that the new water line is the blue line. And again, what it'll do.
Their dad making sure I'm thinking everything is all good. I don't know exactly who that is or what either with, but I'm assuming it's just to make sure everything is safe for various races like the late model class or.
We'll have a 30-day follow-up inspection, and then we create the annual inspection program. Any maintenance inspections that are needed will be as requested. Obviously, 311 will provide us any notifications that, hey, somebody ripped this off, board off, now there's people in the house, things like that. We get that a lot. Again, new case for the vacant building.
To those locations, as well as all the other amenities.
And you said 196.
196
parks. Wow. So your team manages 196 parks in our city. That's incredible.
196 parks, marina, Gulf beaches, North Beach, McGee Beach.
Action because we thought it was our property. And then we learned that, no, this is actually the property of the Industrial Development Corporation. And we also learned that there were some deed restrictions that attached to this property when we received it back from the state. So this was all part of the old Cliff Moss Airport. And to support the construction of the Texas State School, we dedicated the land to the state.
Team battalion chiefs.
Center. A report out of Dallas has shown misallocation of $5.7 million in donor funds to cover day-to-day
centers or things like that. So but we do have that already in place, and we have partnered with Del Mar on specific training. We help sponsor a portion of the cost for their instrumentation training that they did in support of some of our industrial partners.
Okay, Councilman History and questionable finances.
we can't change anything for the Type B Corporation currently. We can't change any of that until 2028.
Which we would need to transfer next year from the seawall to the capital improvement program.
Downtown.
Yeah.
So what we're considering today are two line items. Line number 9, the
background in today's workshop beginning there of what is the Type A, Type B anyway, and the boards that are appointed and what governance do they have to follow, and state rules do we have to follow in use of the sales tax. That's the first part of the presentation. And then the second part will be the baseline concepts for these two sales tax that the council collectively agreed to. Maybe there was no vote per se, but it seemed the consensus of the council back in February was
realtors and not liking to register properties, but in this particular case, and again, so one before I get further, does this pertain to land, lots? There's a lot of lots that they got 6-10-foot grass, which causes rodents and everything else. They may have a shed on there. They may not even have a house. So does this pertain to those two?
This is for buildings. They can build.
So we left money in there to collect $650,000 in the A&M drone program.
Such a great job, and
a little over $1.4 million
that I let them know that
a total of $2,090,000.
I'm not out there doing that every day. We have almost 600 employees sometimes daily that are out there doing that. So our team and our department is just wonderful, and I have a great team. From our assistant directors to Monica to everybody else, it's just a great team, and we're very cohesive and we work well together. And what we're doing is trying to improve our community and make our citizens proud of Corpus Christi.
Our community, live to the community living here. So just wondering, what is it that they would have to go
continue on
to
into
get
2025
help?
and 2026,
so it's really not a whole
regardless
lot they have to go
of
through.
our elected leaders. And I hope that those of you who are here today can remember this and can help move this along with the new council. The most important is obviously the drainage project, which is on page 3.
It's really,
ironically enough,
at
Delmar job small canal with sidewalks beside it and the elevation of the land on either side to slow down.
We'll try to get a captain.
I had the chance to assist Michelle with a few events. Still working at the hotel, but unfortunately I wasn't able to give her all of my time. She provided the flexibility that I needed for school, but unfortunately she wasn't able to match my Delmar job right? That helped me to do
Still use the same list,
I had the chance to assist Michelle with a few events while still working at the hotel, but unfortunately I wasn't able to give her all of my time. She provided the flexibility that I needed for school, but unfortunately she wasn't able to match my then current earnings.
You look like you're fun. No, we would take it to like an institution or somewhere that's handled to raise the kid or whatever.
Water from the effluent. We team up with the fire department. We use some of their big trucks to help us do that. So it's just a lot of very, very mindful.
Track out there at Salinas Park. What we plan to do is bring in some of the
items 5, which was the bulk of the agenda.
Okay, so there is a possibility
to make sure we discuss some of the policies and procedures and then
community outreaches that we have done,
fees last.
housing has always been an issue, like I said, and every time that I've come across someone that is homeless and is in need of housing, they always say that they're out of money. The entities that actually are out there to help them.
It defines the fee, defines how fees are.
I think it opens up in January, and it's
remember what I was
over,
telling you about having a construction and design, and then we're not having enough money to pay for it?
Actually helping our teams out by coming out and delivering.
I think he's just riding around the park. Departments might want to donate their time to have dancers come. There's many people that would love to volunteer. Driscoll has people that rock babies. Maybe we could also get people that want to come and that have teaching degrees. I have a teaching degree. Many teachers that are retired might want to volunteer their time to help keep the community safe. So I think maybe we could reach out to Del Mar and work together. Thank you.
Know this, we will never give up on the idea
That
of
bridge
fighting
always
for
meant
what
was
is right,
just about there.
what is just and what is fair. Vote no on this desal debt disaster and end this project.
All right, looks like they're getting out of the way, maybe. They've got it all squared up.
George Johnson?
See them getting out from under.
I'm not there yet, sir, but
Basketball,
a
we do
2-minute.
volleyball. We have some strength and conditioning camps that children or kids, 16 years old can go to. Other type programming. There's, I know. We have Senior Olympics. Keep
Proud to
people
have
active
some
during
part
Uh,
the summer.
of renovating most
And
of them.
Monica, you got anything to add to that?
Swimming.
Swimming, yes.
And I don't swim, but I probably will join one of these swim lessons.
Kids that attend are there on scholarship.
Called out. It was really
We have an MOU with the
swimming lanes. You'll find just what you need at our city pools. We even have free splash pads for the kiddos. But we can't forget about our beautiful beaches, right, Shauna?
I know as we've been watching at nighttime, we've seen sparks flying around in the Texas Gulf region.
Our beach flag warning system makes it easy to know the daily surf conditions, and parking permits are available so anyone can enjoy the miles and miles of salty breeze and surf on our beautiful Padre Island.
Get lowered, and the perspective is amazing when you see it.
And the concept is some instances, so that requires a contractor to
address that flood wall back in the 2016 timeframe. We were actually looking at
stuff like that. So I think
what
that
those monies are to be used for is for economic
very
development,
beneficial.
including
I love
I think we should be able to fund this through our TERS number 4, TERS number 4, which is on North Beach, right? So this is kind of the proposals right now, right? I'm not sure it's going to make the final list because I believe there's a better funding source that is designed for that kind of economic development. So TERS, for those of you who aren't familiar with, stands for it's a reinvestment zone, right?
I kind of want to talk to the project manager. I can just imagine there's so many things going on.
A longer section, in which case the Forest Science Museum is unnecessarily called out because it's really an area that protects
a helicopter that's going to be
the whole
installed in
downtown.
Yeah, the bayfront, yeah.
Paul, that our city is being sued.
It's not your improvement.
It's being sued.
See the numbers?
Right. Because of the lack of process
Why they don't
from
just
this
look at
council.
they're not impacting
Our
their
illustrious
water
mayor
because
is named 31 times
mandate on the industry.
Also, one of the things that really bothered me in looking at this map is that it says mandatory eyes on private utilities.
Just wondering is it that they would have to go
It's really not a whole lot they have to go through.
Resources.
It's really not a whole lot they have to go through workforce emissions. They don't really have several forms like similar to that. Similar document to that. We look at all, look at everything, then document come up, we look at everything, and then
Background in today's workshop, beginning there, what is the type A, type B anyway, and the boards that are appointed, and what governance do they have to follow, and say rules that we have to follow on the use of the sales tax. That's the first part of the presentation. And then the second part will be the baseline concepts for these two sales tax that the council collectively agreed to. Maybe there was no vote per se, but it seemed the consensus of the council back in February was
10-foot grass, which causes rodents and everything else. They may have a shed on there. They may not even have a house. So does this pertain to those two?
And all the great things that have been accomplished since the 2016, 2017, 2018 time period.
Drive it up to the country.
And I don't envy you for the position that you've got tonight, but I judge that y'all are going to make the right decision for the community and not go backwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. It's really a area that protects.
Downtown.
Getting close too. I guess we've got some employees maybe from the port. They're out out there circling the barge in a littler, smaller boat. They're making sure I'm thinking everything is all good. I don't know exactly who that is or who they're with, but I'm assuming it's just to make sure everything is safe.
What is it that they would have to go through to get help?
So it's really not a whole lot they have to go through. If they don't qualify technical workforce commission, and we have a separate form that's similar to that, that's all internal document. We look at everything, and then that's where we come up with that scholarship rate at a 7.5. It's really, there's not a lot of hoops to go through.
Actually, because we thought it was our property, and then we learned that no, this is actually the
Type B board for consideration. This is a little bit unique in the way that a lot of times the economic development corporations in other cities are not managed by a third party. Either they have their own staff that help manage that board, or it is managed usually by city staff.
And to support the construction of the Texas
That
State
bridge
School,
always meant we're just about there.
dedicated the land to the state.
All right, looks like they're getting out of the way, maybe. They've got it all squared up.
The draft version that was included with the solicitation had the percentages that the city had hoped would like to see. We felt like if we left them blank, we'd come back with 1%, 2%, 3%. So we put in some aggressive percentages in our draft contract to try to ensure that we had a competitive negotiation. And remember, the negotiation itself is based off of the volume.
As we're currently highly dependent in advancing the MRP, expanding it further means more water to soon skate park. And we have groundwater options to add. Compare that to a single point of failure.
Thank you. There being no further business, we'll call this meeting adjourned. 3 o'clock.
We sent 2 council members, or some council members, to visit 2 that were closed for that very purpose. Please learn from that. Many desal plants produce less than the amount they promised, so our 30 MGD may only produce 25 MGD. The 6th largest in USA is Tampa Bay Seawater desal plant, designed for
Corpus Christi Association of Realtors, and not liking to register properties, but in this particular case, and again, so one before I get further, does this pertain to land, lots? There's a lot of lots that they got 6, 10-foot grass, which causes rodents.
Background in today's workshop, beginning there, of what is the Type A, Type B anyway, and the boards that are appointed, and what governance do they have to follow, and state rules that we have to follow, and use of the sales tax. That's the first part of the presentation. And then the second part will be the baseline concepts for these 2 sales tax that the council collectively agreed to. Maybe there was no vote per se, but it seemed the consensus of the council back in February was.
So there's always something to do just there.
Trash number 6553.
To a more active playground, and of course, you do have Cole Park that has a splash pad and skate park and the fishing pier.
I know we're not on the actual item, and we probably need to finish our
movie nights
financial.
going on there, so you can make a whole day out of that park alone. And then if you're in Bill Witt, then you can go to the aquatic center, and then you can join one of the leagues and do some sports out there. And there's also another hike and bike trail out there. So it really just depends, because also one of my favorite ones that are just kind of hidden is Blucher Park. Blucher Park. If you get down there, it's a beautiful nature.
Corpus Christi Code Section 55-54.
Oh, he was on a step. It fooled me.
Thank you for presenting it.
Even semiconductor manufacturing.
Nick Winkleman, Director of Water Systems.
NVIDIA.
Honestly, most postmen always post plumbers. They see our ads in the back of the Hustler and Popular Mechanics, and our ads actually say they can get rich quick.
Updates.
Girly magazine? Yeah. A lot. Yeah. We're helping them finance houses. We're helping them buy their wife a diamond ring, a boat, maybe.
Is this stuff regulated, or are you guys, what are you doing?
We're talking
live music concert.
It's a live music concert at the
That is from the TERS, so those.
they have a list of, again, you can go to our
This thing over 6 months. I'm familiar also with the Corpus Christi Association of Realtors and not liking to register properties, but in this particular case, And again, so one before I get further, does this pertain to land, lots? There's a lot of lots that they've got 6-10-foot grass, which causes rodents and everything else. They may have a shed on there. They may not even have a house. So does this pertain to those two?
This is for buildings.
For buildings.
Soap operas all day or whatever. Those things are exciting for the summer season, I think. So,
I love that.
yeah.
What about you, Monica?
See you on the seawall.
See
So,
you on the seawall.
See you on the seawall. That one, I believe it's a weekly event, and so they do have live music out there, food trucks, so you can, and it's in the evenings, it's a lot cooler, so you can actually go down there, walk the entire seawall, see all our new Mirador lighting, that every one of them. You can take our entire tourist district, which that team is amazing, just
Evening.
up with the maintenance
And saying, how the heck are we going to pay these bills? We can't afford $4,000 a year more for health insurance.
To a candidate or candidates, and as again, your nominees who you've stated. So if there's any questions, I'll take those at this time.
For a long time.
Councilman
Travel 50 or 100
I would like
miles
to
to
make
go
a
to a
motion
clinic or
that
a
we
hospital.
allocate 200 votes to
Are
Susie
my parents
Sullivan
going
and
to be kicked out
900
of their
to
nursing home?
Devin Vodka.
I have no place to put them.
Program. And it's been very powerful in retaining people, not only through the accounting firm, but through any industry. Not only do I think you should approve it, I think we should even market this even further. I think a lot of y'all have businesses. Are y'all even aware that y'all can hire through this program? A lot of people aren't.
Thanks for
So I'm
watching
just here
Inside
to,
City Hall. For more information on today's topic, visit our website and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can
Working with us together to be able to achieve those things.
Stay tuned for the next
The other thing I want to talk
Inside City
about,
Hall.
though, is I think that, and your presentation was good, but I also want to take a look at the future of North Beach and some of the things like erosion and some of the other things. And I wish that somebody was here from the USS Lexington, because I know in the past there's been some issues there as far as making sure that long-term that structure can stay in place and do the things that it needs to be done. Have you had an update at all or anything?
Hi, Leftwind. Welcome to Inside City Hall. Welcome to Corpus Christi
Thank
again.
you.
It's good to see you. Can you just jump right in? Tell us a little about yourself and your organization.
Sure. My name is Leftwind Clark. I'm the Education Director for the Water Collaborative Delivery Association, which is a nonprofit trade association primarily focused on water and wastewater, obviously. And we promote all collaborative delivery, which is design build, construction management and risk, and a lot like design build institutes in America,
and the South Texas region,
helping cities and utilities figure out how to deliver infrastructure projects specifically for water and wastewater.
Now, one delivery jobs that you talk about infrastructure is understand is the progressive design build. That's the model that we're using at the Inner Harbor Water Treatment Campus here at Corpus Christi. Can you tell us a little bit more about that delivery model and maybe how that compares or contrasts to other delivery methods we may be more familiar with?
Yeah, absolutely. And really, it's a matter of what progressive design build is, which is the way most utilities and cities have built projects in the last 100 years or so, which I think people know is the bid process. So you do the design, you put that out there, and a contractor will give you a number to build it. And what's happened with complex projects like your own project is that you find out the number is maybe not exactly what you expected. Your audience might have that when they get a bid on their kitchen or their renovation on their house.
We've all been there.
We've all been there. So progressive design build has evolved particularly on complex projects and particularly on water projects and wastewater, where you do a little bit more interactively and design it and price it at the same time, which results in a different procurement process, different way of selecting a single entity that's going to design and build the project at one time, and of course a little bit different than a hard-based project. And so the word progressive comes from a progressive iteration of the design and cost estimate together. by being able to do that, first of all, you have one party, not just the designer, the contractor, but secondly, you have the ability to iterate, and that's really where the collaboration comes in. Let's figure out our challenges as they happen, instead of doing everything and waiting for this to come in and figure it out.
So basically, as we define all those design elements, we're also working through the final price. So the final design and the final price kind of come in.
Yeah, they come together, and that's the progressive part of it, and it's an iterative process, and you sort of know it when you get there. Sometimes it's earlier in the process, sometimes it has to go a bit later.
So again, we discussed item 1 and item 7. So basically, where we start, we try to reset what impact is, to make sure that everybody knows this text of local government code 395.
I guess we've got some
fee defines how fees are.
Some employees maybe from the port, they're out there circling the bars.
So I would think that if contracts in the progressive design build
they're making sure
process
I'm
maybe looks a little bit different. What are some of the unique features of progressive design build?
Yeah, there's 3 or 4 of them which are really, first of all, because you don't have the design yet when you select this entity to design and build the project, you've got to select them a little bit more in their past experience and their references and their ability to develop this cost. So you do get a pricing of the cost component from the design builder, but you don't get the full construction cost. So there's some contract terms on how that evolves. Central to the progressive design the cost part of the cost.
We do have that in place, and we
and that is a contractual requirement. So unlike a hard bid, as the city to see every number as it's progressing. So that's those 2 are the primary ones. There's some other contract terms around how the price and cost are implemented and the phasing of the project and how you progress through it. But it's a very different contract than the traditional public works contract.
Taking a step back, you referenced this a bit ago, but you were talking about how progressive design build methodology is now being used in more complex projects. Why is that a better or a good match? Why is that sort of delivery method well matched to a really complex project like the
Well, if you think about your own house, if you're doing a simple replace a sink versus replacing a kitchen or a wing of your house, more decisions to be made and more trade-offs. Sometimes your eyes get bigger than your budget and you got to scale some things back. Sometimes you realize your operators or the public needs some additional elements of the project, or management redundancy, or public safety elements. So all of those things can be accounted for during the design process, and frankly, it accommodates a lot of change in decision making where the design bid build or the traditional process is a little bit more
I don't think anybody's voted against
straightforward
anybody's appointee if it's their appointee.
and then
a lot more flexibility.
and those some of the more traditional ones, then you're looking at things like change orders and changes with the
Yeah, you can change things, but you have to do it sort of after the fact.
Each council member gets 1 appointee. They're not voted on, they're just appointed by that council member.
Progressive.
And so, for folks that maybe aren't as familiar with this process, what are some of the typical deliverables we can probably expect as we go through progressive design build?
Yeah, it's an evolution of very conceptual design. Maybe we want to put water in one end and have it come out of something else at the different end, to getting into the details of, okay, what does that really mean in terms of the criteria? How much water? What's the quality of the water? What do we do with the wastewater that comes from the process? And then, all along those decision points are costs that you can rely on that indicates what you can afford and what you can afford. And then as you progress through the design process, you get more and more design detail down to the doorknobs and the hinges and that kind of things. And somewhere along the way, we reach that sweet spot of, okay, we're ready to build this thing for the money we have and it's a project we want. And you can sort of pull the trigger for that construction anywhere along the way, but it's really the city's choice to do that.
And so one of the things that I understand we get in this sort of process is a cost model. Can you help us understand what a cost model is and how that leads us to that, ultimately down the road to that final price?
Yeah, so again, I contrast it with the traditional delivery, and I'll go back to my kitchen analogy. It's one of my favorite ones. You get a number from a couple contractors, and they sort of tell you what it's going to cost, and you wonder why one is higher or lower than the other. A cost model is actually peeling back the detail on that, and you get to see inside of it. What are all the components of what the contractor is buying or assuming you need to buy to build the thing, and how much time and effort and materials and labor. And so the structure for that is where the word model comes from, just the framework or organization of the cost estimate. But the real benefit or meaning to you as the city is you get to actually see inside of it, get to understand what's driving the costs, perhaps some requirements you have that are legacy standards that could be reduced or adjusted, some things you want to add in because this is drinking water and you're concerned about your ratepayers and the public, so you get to make those decisions and see the real impact. So think about going through every drawer and cabinet on your kitchen project and deciding what you want, countertops to splash guards and everything else.
So the cost model is not a number, it's just sort of the formula of how we would get to
it. Starts as the formula and then it becomes populated with the number, and so eventually the cost model will mean the number. I think in the evolution of things it starts out as just the framework, right? So you understand where all the different costs are coming from, and that's as important as a way to start as how it's organized and what's in
and that's kind of where we are in the Inner Harbor Water Treatment Campus process now. We're just developing that cost model.
Right, and it's not a perfect process. I talked to a lot of folks who are going through the first time and get more information than they've ever seen.
We can train the next generation of healthcare providers.
Just from this perspective,
there's trade-offs to everything.
You see the 9 in the background. We're going to be able to use that 9 as a reference point as it gets lower and lower and lower. So it seems like it may not be moving, right? And right now it's not. But as the
now it's my understanding that cost and price, those are two words that we usually sort of use interchangeably out in the everyday world. This capacity cost and price have two different meanings.
They do, and you notice we call it the cost model because everything is coming to the city in this open book, transparent format, and it really is supposed to just be what it costs. It would cost any contractor or supplier or vendor to go out and buy the same materials and labor to build the project. It doesn't turn into a price until things like overhead and profit, that's the way contractors quite justifiably make some money on the project, comes later. That's a fee that's added to the cost, turned into a price. Now that fee, in my understanding, has already been proposed to you as part of the competitive selection process that we have. So that's sort of parked on the side. Once you have the cost basis built up, then you'll add that to it and you'll have a price later. Sort of remember the old ads,
which was the bulk of the agenda we kind of moved forward.
And they would promise you a wholesale price. Well, what that was supposed to mean is you would know their real cost. Obviously they would sell to you for a little bit more, otherwise they wouldn't have a fancy show. But it's the same idea.
So basically, we always start, we try to set with an impact fee here, make sure that everybody knows this is taxable government code.
Cost of the project, call it the dealer's invoice, whatever you want as an analogy, but you get to start with the reality of what it costs and then turn it into a price to keep the design door whole.
So there's a lot of information to take in. You're sort of in the earlier stages in this process like we are now for this project. You've seen a lot of these projects. What advice do you have maybe for people in a city or maybe our residents who are watching who are trying to understand this process? What advice do you have for those of us kind of in the starting stages?
Well, recognize it's a journey. You're going to have ups and downs throughout this pricing exercise. That's why it's called progressive design build. It's not going to always be pretty, but you have to have some trust in the process. In today's construction environment, I don't think I'm speaking out of school to say it's really tough out there right now. Different forms of governmental regulations and import fees and things that might affect some of what you're buying. An estimate based on the original design might change as the design evolves. And so you've got to trust the process a little bit, you've got to go through it. It's sort of the school of hard knocks, but it's also proving to be very, very effective because you can talk about these things and figure them out. And we see owners at the end of the day being very happy with the end result as long as you have patience.
I like that it feels like there's more transparency for us, for residents.
And this is the big education factor for owners. Cities such as Corpus Christi is you're going to see the numbers you've never seen in projects, whether it's a road project or building a new city hall or a convention center. You've never had the opportunity, unless you've used one of these delivery methods, to actually see the construction costs. And so there is a learning curve for the public side, but I think it's to your benefit.
Well, thank you. This has been very informative. Just watching this really appreciate
to restore the former track located at For more information on today's topic, visit our website and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay connected, stay informed, and stay tuned for the next Inside City Hall.
Fourth, Governor Abbott's office announced the appointment of Chief Wade to the Texas Commission on Fire Protection. And Chief Wade's appointment is to complete a term that is set to expire in February. So he'll have from September 4th through February. And we were just talking a few minutes ago, and we suspect that he'll be nominated again for the full term, which is a 6-year term in February. And so then the governor could consider a reappointment for a longer term. But just some background.
Annual campaign, giving a portion of their paycheck to help others. By working together with the United Way of the Coastal Bend, city employees have the opportunity to personally give back and create a thriving community. Thank you for coming to City Hall and being here with us as we talk more about the United Way campaign.
There being no one, we'll close public hearing and move on to item number 13. About is Alma, which is a resolution authorizing a development. The proposed development includes 152 rental units. All households are below 60% of the area in Chandler. For a family of 4, that's 41,000.
Good afternoon, Council. Mike Dice, Development Services. Participation for Zolli Estates, oversized.
Is there anyone here who would like to make a comment? Come back and do anything with it. But can development services not just file a nuisance abatement on it?
Well, we can do abatement actions.
How do you get involved in this sort of thing? I'll tell you.
So it is my honor to present.
Can I get any return on that? Next week, so if you compare it, because that's a pretty big statement that we don't have a business plan that we're going to be asked to contribute to.
Going to do a walkthrough of the EAB.
Beforehand, President Trump putting on Truth Social just a couple of hours ago. Very much looking forward to my meeting with President Xi of China. It will take place in a few hours. President DJT, and those few hours.
Perfect weather for a project like this today.
It is approximately there,
never nice.
So for
10 p.m. Eastern, right here.
So what I'm looking at here, just from this perspective that Preston's got, you see the 9 in the background. We're going to be able to use that 9 as a reference point as it gets lower and lower and lower. So it seems like it may not be moving, right? And right now it's not, but as the
What up, Eames 1701.
Her grandkids and told me she's never needed help before, but now she's struggling to afford groceries. These are real people struggling. Real people that Republicans are actually fighting for.
Does the state or
and
the
real
city help the
that I am
mothers and
fighting
fathers for latchkey,
Jim
or
is
they just
not
pay full
leverage.
price?
Jim is
Is
a
there
person
like a
with
work
a
program
family
for
to feed.
like a workforce program
Open
to help
up
pay
the government
latchkey
and
for
stop
parents?
That was the
using
state funding I was referring to
Jim
earlier.
and his family as leverage
So is there a waiting list for that?
For workforce, there's a wait list for our program after our kid power. I don't know about for workforce.
Know this, we will
That's the
never
only thing
give
I
up
don't
on
like
the
is
idea of
stuff.
fighting for what is right, what is just, and what is fair. Vote no on this desal debt disaster and end this project now. Thank you for your time.
We also have a balance in our
Thank
capital
you,
improvement
Ms.
fund
Martinez.
of
George Johnson?
$917,948. We also have a balance in our capital improvement fund at the end of June of $917,948. And we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez.
Mr. President,
we also need to approve the minutes. No questions on there. Item number 3, Ms. Motion to approve the minutes.
Mr. President, we also need to approve the minutes. Item number 3.
Item number 3, motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
By the science and history.
one side not going down faster than the other, just keeping it very stable. I know as we've been watching at nighttime, we've seen sparks flying around as metal's getting cut, the workers up there. Just disassembling everything, but really cool perspective. And I'm not an engineer either, so I'm not going to know exactly what's going on, but you see a guy up there watching all of it get lowered, and it's the perspective is amazing when you see
Our community, to the community living here, so just wondering what is it that they would have to go through to get help?
So it's really not a whole lot they have to go through. If they don't qualify Texas Workforce Commission, then we have a separate form that's similar to that. That's all internal document that we look at everything, and then
G merged with another company, AEG, and they became ASM Global. Sorry, a lot of different letters scrambling around there, but yeah, that merger took place, I think, about 2 years ago. It's basically the same company. They would like to say it's a better company because there was a merger and you acquired more capabilities with the bigger and better company.
Well, let's make sure we communicate to ASM Global that we're ready for a full-time person.
Yes.
I remember going through the contract renegotiation. We had issues.
Arriving getting mileage 9.7. Thank you. 96.
Agreement with Frost Bank.
Been out to the river. It's worth going to look.
An opportunity cost of just having them sit there. And we brought them down from 150 2 years ago.
Unsure. They have a key or not.
I'm going to fund balance in 22 and then really get us in more about 309,000. Isn't going to make it.
Close the floor. Heath and Mr. LaRue will serve as secretary
Still a city
by
park,
acclamation.
so we do have several that we're looking at.
Next, we have executive director comments. Mr. Zanoni, do you have any?
No comments for this meeting.
All righty.
No.
There being no further business, this meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you.
We're asking for the
West Clark,
multifamily zone
473 West Clark,
and the replat.
ESD
All of that is
12
being worked
versus
through
off
right now with civil.
EMS 1
And
at
today,
427.
there's
For time extension,
adverse
C2 district
reaction
special
to that
permit for
activity.
an additional 12 months for property located.
Mr. East, it's also, so this has already been through the planning commission, it's already been approved or no?
No, it may not.
Additional time to complete the
26 years, and that was also key, of course, in my development. And so coming out of the Army and coming into Habitat Humanity and working with Corpus Christi, and already the partners I've already worked with here in the city have been really great in helping us to go forward.
amend the
And I look
vacant building
forward to working with the
definition,
council
section
and the staff here at the city,
13-3005,
and I appreciate
amending
you
the
allowing me to
compliance
introduce
period.
myself.
Section
and, have cards,
13-3006
and I'll pass those out to
establishes
you if you'd like to get
registration
contact.
program
Thank you
requirements
very much.
for owners of vacant buildings. Allow the city to establish a vacant building registration fee and an annual vacant building inspection fee.
Well, I appreciate the kind words.
Yeah.
Here's the other shoe.
Premier leader,
So
President
we are proposing,
Xi,
and it had
meeting
been proposed.
with, being greeted by Ambassador Monica Crowley, the chief of protocol,
Using
doing an
separate cutting
outstanding
boards
job
for
on
raw
this
meat,
trip. Mind you as
vegetables,
well,
and
Secretary of State Marco Rubio
proper temperature.
doing extraordinarily
For
well. As
example,
President Trump said, he was
imagine
born
cutting raw
for
chicken.
this job.
Raw meat
And with those
contains
press
several
gaggles on
contaminants,
Air Force
most
One,
of
it was
which are
very
killed
clear
when
with
you
that.
cook meat.
With the White House, Secretary of
Also
War
on the surface.
Get on hand with the superstar press secretary.
If you use the same knife to cut a vegetable that won't then be cooked, you risk eating.
John Weber, 609
I think
Maple
Williams ditch on there.
Street.
Right now, they're just
From an
there's
assistant
different
city
categories
attorney,
of planning the
modeling
project
for Inner Harbor
that we
and the
need to make sure that we're in there in order to be able to for any state funding that may be assigned in this next
50 to
budget. So I
100,000
encourage you
to
to make
run modeling.
sure work through engineering and our stormwater team to put those plans in there. If it's ready to go for a project, if we've done all the planning and the work associated with that can be elevated.
Yeah, that one changed a lot too. They only went in one direction.
Who actually gets this?
Okay,
it's ASM Global is actually the one just announced. We're not even involved in the interview process. We do see the candidates that they want to present to us as the finalists. To complete a term that is set to expire in February, so he'll have from September 4th through February, and we were just talking a few minutes ago, and we suspect that he'll be nominated again for the full term, which is a 6-year term.
Thank you. That is also
So then the governor could consider a reappointment for a longer term.
And so coming
just some
out of the
background.
Army and coming into Habitat Humanity and working with Corpus Christi, and already the partners I've already worked with here in the city have been really great in helping us to go forward. And I look forward to working with the council and the staff here at the city, and I appreciate you allowing me to introduce myself.
As leverage,
I have cards
to
and pass those out to you if you'd like to get in contact.
Lieutenant, I think we've covered this, haven't we?
Your Honor, these are the Tower Chief's logs from both Guantanamo Bay and Andrews Air Force Base. Guantanamo log lists no flight that left at 11 p.m., and the Andrews log lists no flight that landed at 2 a.m. I'd like to admit them as defense exhibits Alpha and Bravo.
I don't understand. You're admitting evidence of a flight that never existed.
Well, we believe it did, sir.
Clark.
Defense will be calling Airman Cecil O'Malley and Airman Anthony Rodriguez.
Subject 68, down on the floor. He is breathing. He has a swollen stomach.
He's breathing correct.
Yes.
Delta 240. I'm clear here with this call. You can give me 197. Delta 192.
The full-time elected mayor, conspiring was still going on. I want to say a huge, huge thank you to our Corpus Christi firefighters for handling and protecting me and my building from a 4th-floor stove fire a few weeks ago. It required 4 trucks, hustle, and proper guidance to the community to keep us safe. So thank you so much for jumping into situations like that. I would like to make a suggestion for adding a requirement that the
We also have best equipment
that rides along in those ships. You see that nobody makes equipment like we do. Nobody makes the ammunition, the weapons, the missiles, planes, none of it.
And that goes back to the 1-2 on first page where it says that firefighters exhausted both his or her sick leave and vacation leave. We're just asking to strike vacation and he's required to exhaust
They don't see
all
the
his sick
numbers.
leave
They're not
before he's
asking
eligible
those
for the catch-up.
industries why they don't have the jobs. They're not impacting their water because they're not paying their share. Nobody's even questioning the industries, right? And so people know I'm in Austin to San Antonio.
I'm not sure
running
I'm
for
the
Chip
appropriate one.
Roy's seat
Yeah, he
in
can
Congress,
answer. So what we're
and
doing
that'll
is
be my
because of the
focus.
Well,
And I
that's what
love
I'm-
Corpus Christi. That's
we're
why I'm here
working,
with you people.
to try to get more
Because
interest, right? We had one bid, especially because this is a design build, so the designer is going to be, the builder is going to be the designer, right? So in some models, it's you have a design firm, they design it, then you put it up for bid. So this is a kind of a cross check, right? But this will
Try to 110 and 140.
Adam, just in the room. Try to 90. There's that vehicle, and I will be adding cabinets.
Vehicle. Over 203, he is turned towards the downtown by the approach. South side.
Downtown by the approach to the south side.
Now southbound on Brent Street.
Southbound on Brent Street.
It's turned eastbound.
City of Sinton. If that requires us to also do a backup with them,
next week, just in case.
pipeline for the
Right.
That's all we can do. So that's a good point, Mr. Thomas.
So it sounds like we're all on the same table.
Doubters wrong.
Yes.
We have a motion.
And
we have a second.
oftentimes you'll go the opposite way of almost everybody,
All in
and you'll be
favor,
the one
say aye.
that's
Aye.
right, and the others will be
Any
the
opposed,
one
say
that's
no.
wrong, and that's where you have your greatest
Okay.
successes.
So that was the budget.
And that's what
Now I'll
America
entertain
and
a
our
motion
Indo-Pacific
for
partners
the-
really are
the
doing
two-year
this week,
agreement
and
with the city
what our
to
businesses and
provide
entrepreneurs do
type
each and every
B
day. That's what
housing
you do, the most
funding in the
successful
amount of
people
$1 million.
in the world. Together, we're solving the challenges that no one before us has ever been able to solve, and we're forging a free and open.
Dispatch room medic 72.
Medic 72.
We're arriving Indy mileage 17.7.
Paul, that our city is being sued. It's being sued because of all the lack of process from this council. Our illustrious mayor is named 31 times in this lawsuit. Also, one of the things that really bothered me in looking at this lawsuit is that it says Mayor Paulette Guajardo privately solicited a fellow councilman to vote during the public meeting involving.
Navy, there's no Navy even, not even close. You hear about some of them doing ships, but nobody can do what we do. Nobody has what we have. We also have the best equipment that rides along in those ships. You see that nobody makes equipment like we do. Nobody makes the ammunition, the weapons, the missiles, planes, none of it. And if they do, the American sailors stand.
When this comes back on the plat half, which is done internally in development services, that is when we look at the infrastructure that will service the property. They, of course, will go through still beach
An opportunity cost of just having that money sit there.
access.
And we brought them down from
county,
150
and also
2 years
beach
ago.
construction certificates. So,
Seen other properties that I've actually dealt with that eventually they end up going to auction.
Again, I'm basing it on a conversation that we had with City Attorney Risley.
Robert,
At this point, there had been zero collected.
Huh.
Councilman, I guess, so our we lot liens are inferior to the tax lien, and so often on these vacant properties,
Florida tag 07, David Adam John William. Here, show me out here with 240.
10-4.
Here's the poster that we will feature at each of the museums.
10% rate hike on windstorm rates, but that just got shut down. Anyways, people are upset. Owning a home is becoming less affordable, and running a small business is becoming more difficult. I'm concerned that if we don't start doing something now, we'll miss an opportunity to create a more livable future
And
for
we brought them
Corpus.
down from 150.
So what can we do about it? I think the best solution would be for the city to create a climate action plan. I think the city is best suited to do that because it is able to bring together all of the local stakeholders that we need to figure out a solution.
As you know, Mike, the board had been giving Delmar and A&M $150,000.
Yes,
For
sir.
a few years. I mean, I'm talking about for 6, 7, 8.
Island 20.
Charlie 140 to 170.
About the small business. Remember small business, we went from type A to type B. Let's talk big picture
Charlie,
first. We're kind of struggling, trying to find what we can do for small businesses. The biggest problem with small business is just number of people that they can employ or that can come in, and then also customers. And
Comments.
Coming up, but this was not a cost to the city per se. Hopefully, now this is the first year we're going to shake the tree this year to see how it works out. But training like the Reed Investigative School for Homicides or active shooter, those kind of thing, active attack, all those kind of trainings that we have to have. We bring in our surrounding agencies, they pay for seats. And not only that, there's a savings because we will obtain free seats to those trainings when we provide that venue.
Inner 50s.
Letter 7, cover letter 7 for lift assist, 3641 Chestnut, 3641 Chestnut, ESE 7009, mark off right dispatch, 1440.
$742.
You too.
Okay, 4-door. 140.
Okay.
0.25 cents of sales tax goes to the state operations. And so that comes right off of those sales taxes. And then the local portion is divided up 6 different ways. So there is a 1/2 cent that goes to the Corpus Christi Regional Transit Authority, which helps fund those transportation operations. That produces about, it's estimated to produce about $35 million in fiscal year 24. Then 1 cent goes to city operations.
And closing that out so that we're able to close out this area.
And we brought them down from 150, 2 years ago?
Right.
So,
really, I'm going to look to you and Heather to really get us more in alignment with what those numbers should be.
Understand.
Okay.
Mr. Temez?
Thank you.
As you know, Mike, the board had been given Delmar and A&M 150,000.
Yes, sir.
Charlie 140, 10-4.
Talking about the 6, 7, 8.
Marina.
And the marina.
Trying to get these suspects because we're talking about
other properties that I've actually dealt with that
there's some other concerns.
eventually they end up going to auction.
Again, I'm basing it on a conversation that we had with the city attorney. And at this point, there had been
already. Yeah, okay, so apparently, yeah, we're hearing from the helicopter overhead. My pilot telling her that there was a crash earlier.
So our we lot liens are inferior to the tax lien, and so often on these vacant properties.
We're going to be clear with the report. Delta 278, Delta 280, suspicious person with a weapon. 1010 errors. 1010 errors.
Growing up over San Antonio, we talked about this, I don't even, Bill yesterday or Tuesday, something like that. Bill Churchwell was on, we were talking about memories, and I was telling him how my dad was really big in the racing community. He did a lot with like San Antonio Speedway, Corpus Christi Speedway. And we would come down for, various races, like the late model class.
Because they have a reason to use them.
Can you give me that again?
VP to say a few words because he feels very strongly about it. I think it's very important, Pam, that when we do this,
Could you please? X-ray, Frank Victor,
8287. Say, we don't want them. In the meantime, the city is being shot to hell.
And pharmacy?
Pharmacy would be 44090.
No, we didn't go to Los Angeles.
Other properties that I've actually dealt with.
Advantage of our resources. Hone in on those.
And those two numbers combined are the total cost of the plan, less the rebates and all that.
Yes, and I sympathize with the thought of let's try it for a short period of time. The reality is, if we have these tools and they're not working, adding another layer, I don't feel like
John Weber, 605
From an assistant city attorney, modeling for Inner Harbor and the cost involved is tremendous. We're talking $50,000 to $100,000 to run modeling.
North 128, Delta 90, attempt to contact 550 Breckenridge, 550 Breckenridge. Looks like it's all third-party information.
That's one now you're around.
Can you go ahead with that other phone number?
Fund with Texas A&M, with Del Mar's intern, all of those, and that's to a person what we're looking at. There's some talk about,
information to you, and to include potentially a request from the developer to help close the gap financially on some of these affordable housing unit developments that they want to do here.
Facility space.
Apparently you need to get a 3D print.
90% of bids are submitted to the city of Corpus Christi, Nueces County, and several state agencies.
Oh, yeah?
As a client, I've had the benefits of 5 different procurement specialists.
Nice.
Each one has proven to be as knowledgeable and helpful as needed. I could not have accomplished this without the expert guidance of the Del Mar College Small Business Development Center, an invaluable source for any small business. And I can't forget.
And we brought them down from 150, 2 years ago.
That's what place their hands on her.
Heather
beach access road. This is Corpus Christi Fire. City of Corpus Christi at the negotiation.
There's still a few cards, so
This is where
we do have several that we're looking at for future use.
Sure, let me take a stab, and Desiree or Rebecca, if you'd like to jump in.
No, we're not.
Like I said, one is healthcare sustainability. I think increase.
Jump into, real easy to support. It was an idea that that I put.
Backpack. And the green on-site photos, green colors, we are photos punches in San Antonio. The next night is
Getting close too. Look at that. Wow.
That 27 comes back to Justine Thompson out of San Antonio.
And I guess we've got some
Here expires 2031, negative 29.
some employees maybe from the port. They're out there circling the barge in a littler, smaller boat. They're making sure I'm thinking everything is all good. I don't know exactly who that is or who they're with, but I'm assuming it's just to make sure everything is safe.
Issue with somebody that was having I didn't realize it was that much of an overtaking, but $100 was a steal for sure. $600 is probably
maybe some damage to this vehicle too. I'm wondering if that came from
the personnel that we had there.
Maybe already. Yeah. Okay. So apparently.
The issue of having to move that out of the auditorium outside is just a huge terror.
0.25% of sales tax goes to the state operation. And so that comes right off of those sales taxes.
So it's a very small market.
And then the local portion is divided up 6 different ways. So there is a 1/2 cent that goes to the Corpus Christi Regional Transit Authority, which helps fund those transportation operations. That produces about, is estimated to produce about $35 million in fiscal year 24. Then 1 cent goes to city operations.
6.
Arriving south, any mileage 1.6.
1.6 received.
Log appropriate objections. We just hadn't had time to consider. It's the biggest thing. So thank you.
Thank you.
36 code 1 spawn south. We're unable to locate also. Show us available.
Location. They're handling trash, coming in after a break, after eating and drinking. Also, when we're touching dirty dishes, we want to make sure we wash our hands. During food preparation, it's necessary to wash our hands often, because what that does help remove any kind of soil contamination that's in our hands. Another time we want to wash our hands is when we're switching between working with raw foods and ready-to-eat foods. When we're
looks like it's less than what?
I mean,
less than 6 feet off of
important governmental entities
ground level.
Throwing out, their CPE, their capital budget to get people back to work. So they never dropped. In fact, they added people. So they're doing fine. They're in their new building. You ought to go by. It's on Saratoga. They're doing well.
It was clear that no enemy will ever even dream of threatening America's Navy. There's no Navy even close, not even close. You hear about some of them building ships, but nobody can do what we do. Nobody has what we have. We also have the best equipment that rides along in those ships. You see that nobody makes equipment like we do. Nobody makes the ammunition, the weapons, the missiles, the planes, none of it. And if they do, the American sailors stand.
Kyle says she feels like she's choking.
Absolutely. It's
our CEO is also on the board, as you know. We've been staunch financial supporters of the museum. I personally, my kids are there all the time. I mean, it's an institution that we want to see thrive. Suffice it to say, we worked really hard during that. It's never going to be perfect, but we put a lot of time and effort into managing traffic, and we'll continue the same.
Yeah. And what we got is much better. Okay.
Appreciate you saying that.
And I think the museum.
And that next big cotton bale fire, we need to
go with it, and sometimes we don't.
Her grandkids and told me she's never needed help before, but now she's struggling to afford groceries. These are real people struggling, real people that Republicans are actually fighting for, and real people that I am fighting for. Jim is not leverage. Jim is a person with a family to feed. Open up the government and stop using Jim and his family as leverage to count.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nicanor Gonzalez Lopez Sr. I live at 629 Sam Street, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78412. My phone number, cell number is 361-442-0400. I came to...
When we're switching gloves, changing gloves, we want to make sure that we wash our hands before we put on a fresh pair of gloves. And one major important fact is...
There being no one, we'll close public hearing and move on to item number 13, which is a resolution authorizing a developer participation agreement with LSK Development.
Address things we already have the tools to address.
All right,
So
good morning.
I can't support
Now,
this.
good afternoon, Council. Mike Dice, Development Services. What we have today, first item is a participation agreement with Azali Estates for the oversized and overdepth.
Yeah, but what are the tools that he's referencing?
We lien properties once those properties are liened. So if I come out and mow the grass and pull a junk vehicle and it costs the city $500, we put a lien.
Mike 14, Mike 14, virtual King, 40, Griffin, 59, 46, Long Creek, 59, 46, Long Creek, ESD 1409, Golf Fire Dispatch, 1452.
Right, 14receive.
77, Highway 181 and Highway 77. I mean for a black cow on the roadway.
361 on Tom Mary Norris, 6617. 10-4.
David Midhour.
This was not a cost to the city per se. Hopefully, this is the first year we're going to shake the tree this year to see how it works out. But training like the Reed Investigative School for Homicide,
And we brought him down from 150, 2 years ago.
active shooter, those kind of thing, active attack, all those kind of trainings that we have to have. We bring in our surrounding agencies, they pay for seats. Not only that, there's a savings because we will obtain free seats to those trainings when we provide that venue.
The board had been given get a cool item.
And A&M 150,000.
I mean, to get a cool.
I'm talking about for 6, 7, 8.
You can put me on the trespass.
10% rate hike on windstorm rates, but that just got shut down. Anyways, people are upset. Owning a home is becoming less affordable, and running a small business is becoming more difficult. I'm concerned that if we don't start doing something now, we'll miss an opportunity to create a more livable future for Corpus. So what can we do about it? I think the best solution would be for the city to create a climate action plan. I think the city is best suited to do that because it is able to bring together all of the local stakeholders that we need to figure out a solution.
With an ending fund balance of almost $10 million. So we do have almost $11 million worth of commitments.
This was not a cost to the city per se. Hopefully, this is the first year we're going to shake the tree this year to see how it works out. But training like the Reed Investigative School for Homicide, active shooter, those kind of thing, active attack, all those kind of trainings that we have to have. We bring in out surrounding agencies, they pay for seats. Not only that, there's a savings because we will obtain free seats to those trainings.
Thank you, Father. In our pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Jonathan Zaki-Nahosa. He attends Los Encinos Elementary. He has perfect attendance, and he excels.
Something that we would ask as our desire, but what we were doing is we did a qualification-based solicitation to try to find the most qualified group to run the tennis business at our locations. And so that was the goal.
This is going to be directed at the council. Just did anybody else get informed of this information that I'm discussing? Well, everyone's on their phone, so I guess not.
Mile marker 90.
Island 10, I'm sorry. Saratoga at 6225 Saratoga at the Harbor House at Saratoga Apartments. It's going to be at the basketball
Government
court by the
shutdown
pool.
could lead to $14 billion in lost GDP, the Congressional Budget Office
A
reports.
little bit more than 9 months.
Shutdown could close Head Start programs this week, jeopardizing child
For
care.
over $18 trillion.
Shutdown crushes small business owners as losses hit billions. Leaders, industry leaders beg Congress to clean CR.
First time here.
Ongoing government
We're going to be 18, so I figure that will probably be a 20 or 21, maybe even $22 trillion of investments coming into our country.
Route 2, 112 Lang. Going to be safe carbon storage. Going to have a...
Start off by thanking
opportunity
Herman for joining us. We lost Understand. And we brought him down from 150 unexpectedly, and Herman jumped right in.
So, really,
and,
I'm going to look to you
joined us, so we
and
were
Heather
really
to
proud
really
of
get
that.
us more in alignment
There's a lot of people
with,
to thank.
with what
Really,
those
really
numbers
everyone
should
at this
be.
podium is somebody that I need to thank, but especially the mayor.
Towards the downtown.
Without the Parks and Recreation Department, especially Sergio Gonzalez.
South side.
I worked directly with him.
Not south on the last street.
Clear that no enemy will ever even dream of threatening Navy. There's no Navy even close, not even close. You're about
And we brought him down from
someone doing
150
ships, but
2 years ago.
nobody can do what we do. Nobody has what we
I'm going to
have.
look to you
We also have the
and
best
Heather
equipment
to really get us
that
in more
rides
in
along
alignment with
in those
what
ships.
those
You see
numbers
that
should be.
nobody makes equipment like we do. Nobody makes the ammunition, the weapons, the missiles, planes, none of it. And if they do, the American sailors stand.
150,000.
Have we
Yes,
done
ma'am.
any sort of preliminary evaluations or work to prepare that line? Because where they converge, we're going to have to, basically, there'll be some technology that makes those work.
Keep hearing the kitchen.
I'd like to say, and the city managers
So you really don't get a grasp of that?
For alternatives. That
100%
handout
of the federal
part
poverty
shows
level,
the city had
and
already
with no
contacted
insurance, we write their
TCPD
bill
and
off
was given a
100%.
wastewater permit for
And then that is
intersection of
submitted
Nueces
to
Bay Boulevard and
the federal
East
government and
Broadway.
state government
It's
for
the same
reimbursement each year.
permit that we are using now in 2025. But the last update date at the center of that top half of the thing shows the date is June 5th,
I can't hear what you're saying.
2003.
Can I get that loud in my beat?
We're on the cheaper end of that.
Yeah, I know. We pay for my grandchildren. It's the cost is equivalent to what it would cost almost for a week. It's what's typical.
And I mentioned I pay $90 a week for a grandchild.
Yeah, so I just, but once again, you and I are in different financial scenarios.
I get that.
But the challenge is it's such a good program that there's a waiting list. So it's not that people are deciding that.
water's going to be. When we do a reservation
Okay.
fee on that, I want a little bit more information on that. What's happened, did we just, Mayor, I think you were kind of involved in this, Barney Davis, have we just scrapped that? Because to me, that
I'm clear of that public service.
It was clear that no enemy will ever even dream of threatening America's Navy. There's no Navy even close, not even close. You hear about some of them doing ships, but nobody can do what we do. Nobody has what we have. We also have the best equipment that rides
Heating
along
up, we might as well
in those
farm it.
ships. You see that nobody makes
But let's just play it
equipment
safe.
like we
Let's just
do.
play it
Nobody
safe. I
makes
think this is
the ammunition, the
by far my
weapons,
safest
missiles,
option.
Planes, none of it. And if they do, the American sailors stand.
Hello, dispatcher. Would you like to play a little game, perhaps?
They wanted
a
Golem.
brain teaser.
Ugh, I hate this asshole.
Okay.
Careful, he's tricky.
His name's Brain Teaser. How tricky can he be?
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Today we've
Look at
got
the
the,
reporting. He says
we
the
were
black cow with the
reviewing
yellow
the financial
tag.
statements for the 7 months ended April 30th,
Livestock book
2022. The B Corporation began the fiscal year with a fund balance.
Accessing from here. 1,800, 361 on Tom Mary Norris, 6617.
Come down the road. You're going to pass the command units that are right here. You're going to enter the fence. Once you enter the fence, make a hard left, and you'll come to the fire.
It's an opportunity cost of just having that money sit there.
I understand.
So,
And we
you know,
brought them down from
leave this
150, what, 2 years ago.
An opportunity, so, you know, really, I'm gonna.
And that goes back to
And
the
we brought
one
them
and two
down
on
from
first page
150
where it says that firefighters exhausted both his sick
Um,
leave and vacation.
I hope you can see that
Asking to
that
strike vacation
is being
and
criminalized.
he's required
Thank
to
you.
exhaust all his sick leave
Vote
before he's
no.
eligible for the catastrophic.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Aaron Lebowitz.
Yes.
I think the only concern or at least the reason why
I'm not.
Yes.
6, 7, 8.
Address things we already have the tools to
Tell me to
address.
call and let them know that
So
he's come down and locate.
I can't support this.
This is not a
what
cost to the
tools are we
city
not
per se.
addressing
Hopefully,
these
now this is the
homes
first
with?
year we're going to shake the tree this year
Or
to
are
see
we
how
not
it works
using
out.
them?
On the code side, we
But,
address with everything that we
training
have.
like the
Once it
Reed
goes into a
investigative
legal
school for
proceeding,
homicides,
that's outside of my purview.
Yeah, but what are the tools?
you know,
that he's
active shooter,
referencing?
those kind of
We
things,
lien
active attack, all
properties.
those kind
Once
of
those properties are
trainings
liened,
that we
so
have to
if
have.
I
We
can
bring in
out and,
our surrounding
mow
agencies,
the
they pay for
grass and
seats.
pull a junk
And not only
vehicle,
that, there's a
costs
savings because we will
$500
obtain
to
free
put it
seats to those trainings when we provide that venue.
Honey, Adam, 220 for a theft at HEB Valley on Leopard, 1100 Leopard. Contact Julie, loss prevention.
Know this, we will never give up on the idea of fighting for what is right, what is just, and what is fair. Vote no on this desal debt disaster and end this project now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. George Johnson?
Theft. Something like 3,000 had no employees at all. So, you know, I mean, they're a business.
Monday.com,
If you took a
the
look at it,
opposite of
well,
any
we
work.
have 8,000. You don't. You just have people.
Everyone needs to
Anyway,
separate
we would sort that, but that's the way it works. So, you know, obviously, in bad times, small businesses lay off early, and when it comes back up, hire late. And the larger businesses just keep going. So.
Lieutenant, but he's saying he's going to attempt to pick up his kids first. Charlie 282
Dispatch, this is Make 13. We're arriving at Shoreline. Any mileage for this trip is going to be 15.8, 15.8.
Need on item G, on the minutes, need a motion for approval of the minutes for August the 20th and for the workshop on August the 15th.
Copy that, Adam, too.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on item G. Any
Can
discussion?
you see this on my screen, please?
AutoZone EC 7008.
I didn't understand. Try again.
1040.
Can you send it to my screen?
It is.
Go with it, and sometimes we don't.
Slide, please.
Yeah, going down. Governmental entities started throwing out, their CPE, their capital budget to get people back to work. So they never dropped. In fact, they added. So they're doing fine. They're in a new building. You ought to go by. It's on Saratoga. They're doing well.
In the current year budget. So that's a big sum of money. It's 95% of all the revenues that CVB has. So the city has a big stake in making sure we have a good leader going forward. The CVB.
I don't have an MDC working.
I never took that man down over at the Harris Market, 3315 Air, 3315
Have we
Air.
done any sort of preliminary evaluations or work to prepare that line? Because where they converge, we're going to have to, basically, there'll be some technology that makes those work.
Yeah, I'd like to say, and the city manager stated earlier, but we have a meeting on Monday, and that's with multiple entities to look at the
Fire one Memphis.
Fire alarm at 1101 South Alameda, 1101 South Alameda, Alameda Oaks Nursing Home, Z3309, working off of fire dispatch at 937.
Edward Lincoln Addison. 188.77.
The door is open,
around, you have floor to plate.
Edward. 32291. Break.
664, go ahead.
At Specialized Public Finance will be able to give more concrete answers. In conjunction with the SWIFT loan, the state is subsidizing.
Let me find out for you.
At the what?
Can't be there today, but my chief of
Okay, let me
staff
find
is.
out for you.
But Melody, the chair, knows that it'll be a part of that selection process. We just want to remind everybody that the city contributes a significant amount. to
Loss
this initiative
prevention, let me
highlight our city to drive $5.4 million
close,
in year budget.
over that,
Some of the money is 95% of all the revenues that CVB has, so the city has a big stake in making sure we have a good leader going forward. The CVB
Delta 1 or Delta 2, any captain marshal to call in.
You ready? Need to give me the license plate one more time?
Sam North Charles 8051.
Right, that's all we can do. So that's a good point, Mr. Themis.
So it sounds like we're all on the same table now.
That's when we
Yes.
brought Mary
Motion,
Roads
we have a
Phase
second.
2 on, or the Colorado River water.
This is
But then you
the
see that
cost of
it
the city
came
per
down
se.
steadily
Hopefully not. This is
after
the
that,
first year we're gonna
and
shake
that
the
was
tree
up
this
as
year
low
to
as
see how it
3
works
Now I'll
out.
issues that
entertain
they
a
said
motion
previously.
for
The yellow line you see going across there is a trigger that we would propose, and that is
This kind of thing,
7.1.
active attack, all those kind of trainings that we have to have. We bring in the
scientific about
surrounding
that.
agencies, they pay for
Other than
seats.
the committee,
Not
Six,
only
108,
us,
110,
whatever the number is,
How does it work? How does it work before that happens?
I mean, we're sending guys out the door today, potentially getting FEMA reimbursement up to 106.
We're with you.
You know, so the question becomes is, where does that money go?
Back
Back to us how?
As a reimbursement.
Yeah, but when we get it, where does it go?
It goes into our
Approve the budget, 'cause, I mean, the item, okay, so we're gonna need to, I guess we'll reconsider the item, make the amendment, and then vote on the motion as amended. Is that correct? Because that's what, okay, so first we need to reconsider the item. So we'll reconsider.
Go in and be whatever, even
Move that we reconsider the item.
So by the item, we're saying,
some of them doing ships.
So you don't want
Nobody can do what we do, nobody has what we have.
the deficiency on their balance sheet of waiting
That
on fees.
rides along
Exactly.
those ships, you see that, nobody makes equipment
Yes,
like
sir.
we do.
Yeah, so what it is
Nobody
development
makes
services
the
is
ammunition,
run like
the
a
weapons,
business. It's its own
missiles,
fund.
planes,
So you
none
can
of it.
consider it an
And if they
enterprise
do,
fund.
the American
So the
sailors
revenues
say-
that they get from applications to review design, construction permits, the inspections that they do in the field, all those revenues pay
action because we thought it was our property. And then we learned that, no, this is actually the property of the Industrial Development Corporation. And we also learned that there were some deed restrictions that attached to this property when we received it back from the state. So this was all part of the old Cliff Moss Airport. And to support the construction of the Texas State School, we dedicated the land to the state.
To 145 degrees Fahrenheit.
Far beyond the grocery aisles.
I don't know, but it feels pretty sure it is. So what I'm asking you is, how are you testing your water quality? Do you have
Part of this final scope, the detailed design includes looking back at lighting for security purposes.
And we brought them down from
We're already
50
contemplating what staffing and controls look like, so we're very mindful of the security considerations.
I'll tell you a story about I wanted to go on pictures and got kicked off
And it'll look better.
because of the occupancy.
So we're gonna be replacing medians, we're gonna be replacing much of the asphalt in the road. which is
issue
down
for
in
us.
the
Okay,
city, which
I'll
is
move
in
on.
bad
No, I
shape.
appreciate that, but we're with you.
Contractors, but we have to let them do the thing. The Congress.
Charlie 170, Evermore Hollis.
We've arrived at.
VP to say a few words because he feels very strongly about it. I think it's very important, Pam, that when we do this, that the state requires, they come and ask us.
We'll need a PD
And then I see Pritzker say, we don't want them. In the meantime, the city is being shot to hell. And they do that politically.
Years ago now, and all three of those lift stations on the at the marina need some serious upgrades. So,
Yes, sir.
including it in these projects would be good.
Okay, yes, sir, and that's the plans to look at that as well, since it's all.
One side not going down faster than the other, just
All right,
keeping
next
it very
slide, please.
stable. I know as we've been watching at nighttime, we've seen sparks flying around as metal's getting cut, the workers up there just disassembling everything,
They're
but
kind of in the
really
same little
cool
common area.
perspective. And I'm not an engineer either, so I'm not going to know exactly what's going on, but you see a guy up there watching all of it get lowered, and it's the perspective is amazing when you see.
2 Texans, Reed High School alarm pending for almost 2 hours.
What kind of alarm is it?
Lieutenant, but he's staying on. Burglar alarm at Reed High School. Charlie 282, 90 on.
Yeah, boy. I guess there's usually available from over there.
You know what, I have units. Let me send them. I just noticed that. Delta 180, Delta 190, burglar alarm, Reed High School, 1002 Texan.
Instead of trying to solve the problem. I can't support property registration.
Inspection at the end of that 2 years, and then we are just following the terms of this agreement to do those inspections, and we do that concurrently with the developer.
So after the 2 years, then it falls on the city's responsibility?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Fiscal year is the Salvation
Okay, please
Army
submit your
program.
vote.
I know that they just, I believe, finished compliance, so we should be paying that out soon if we haven't already, since we are just a couple of months behind on the financial. I mean, we lag on when we present the financial statements. And then we have the $500,000 for the infill housing incentive program, which is the first year of the 2-year program for $1 million. Next slide, please. Project. They did receive
kind of where
other
I
funding,
stood,
so
but
we did,
I know what
believe
this
the board,
this type of
voted last meeting to go ahead
event
and
can
release those
offer
funds.
in the way of our roles here. So that's why
Heather, on the available fund
that's why I'm
balance of
for it, and that's why I
777,
voted the way I did.
Can that
so.
be transferred to?
7,484. Thank you. There being no further business, we'll call this meeting adjourned, 3 o'clock.
Go ahead.
44, I have a pending call for you.
Go ahead.
Never. Never. 4776 361
$65 million total, and we were going back to just addressing the structural deficiencies with the flood wall behind the Science Museum. We're
Thank you.
Definitely memories of the bridge from an early, like prior to 10 years old for me.
An opportunity cost.
That bridge always meant we're just about there.
And we brought them down from 150 2 years ago.
All right, looks like they're getting out of the way maybe. They've got it all squared up. See them getting out from under.
As you know, Mike, we would have been giving Delmore and A&M 150.
Dispatch 187,
Yes,
arriving any mileage
I'm not
1.9.
talking about for 6, 7, 8.
Arriving any mileage 9.5. Have you checked that man down over at the Harris Market? 3315 errors, 3315 errors.
Never.
Stephanie, you've been with United Way?
I've been with United Way since
The
2017.
1 Cheryl Drive.
So yeah.
Well, in 2017, we all know that what happened in Christi. A lot we had to take care of. And I know one of the nonprofit organizations that was very involved with, since you were there in 2017, was United Way. So tell me about how how United Way has helped people since you've been here.
Well, in 2017 was my first year, and that was when Hurricane Harvey hit. So I went in with high hopes and expectations, and things went very well. We got a lot of support from the business community and the local community. But my first campaign, my first big campaign, was the city campaign. And it was great. I mean, it went really, really well. But little did I know that in 8 years, it was more than double. And it's just been a fantastic relationship that we've had with the city. We've had a lot of support.
It's really not a whole lot they have to go through if they don't qualify Texas Workforce Commission. And we have a separate form that's similar to that. That's all internal document. We look at everything and then that's where we come up with that.
So first, and then
there's not a lot of
next stage coming up. I was not expecting to get selected. I was newly a part of the leadership team. I'd just been
Especially when there's nobody here to represent, and then we're not recognizing the city.
And I can't speak to successors because the word that was before I did join the city, but I know that all these other projects.
We've been in support he's shown to expand the potential of the adult park program, and we are committed to do whatever it takes to collaborate with the city to restore the former track located at Salinas Park to an already
I kind of knew, the gist of
I brought video today of footage I've collected over the past year to give you an idea of what the sport is all about and what we can
organizations that were there. Every day I was leaving with
different
didn't know
types
that. That's
of
good to know.
situations.
Every day I was learning something.
Eating up, we might as well farm it.
Even organizations.
There's no change in
Farming
the
presenting real data. For United Way, when we look at the funding, we think that is one of the that has actually tried to get the evidence.
And there are valid scientific concerns with both the Corpus model used to secure permits and the micro used for salinity to the community living models that we're just wondering what is it that they would have to go through to get, but yeah, we can't see them.
So it's really not a whole lot they have to go through. If they don't qualify technical force commission, then we have a separate form that's similar to this. It's our internal document.
We have more than 6
rate.
United Way, the important thing is a lot of people
there was one, hey, we need help.
but they don't realize that all United Ways are local.
We don't want to get into
So everything
as I can't
So we have some folks who live in Corpus Christi that may be originally from Beeville or Falfurrias or Refugio, and we have organizations that we support in those communities too. You can give to those organizations. There's a whole big list. Or you could just give to the Community Investment Fund, and the Community Investment Fund is money that is pooled, and then they apply for that money out of the Community Investment Fund, and that goes to very specific programs, as you pointed out, that go to children or education,
to the community living here. So just wondering what is it that they would have to go through to the community living here. So just wondering what is it that they would have to go through.
Commission. It's really not a lot.
From a city perspective,
It's all qualified technical
Gets the healthcare.
similar.
And as they trigger a healthcare crisis, they're also now triggering a hunger crisis.
That's where we come up with that.
Trump's doing that, halting SNAP benefits, ordering his own agriculture, his own contingency plan. The money's there, $6 billion.
Have extended the opportunity to higher education partners in Corpus Christi so that together we can train the next generation of healthcare providers who can meet the future needs of our community.
Maintain that upward trend of the donation. One of the things we wanted to do was build that team. We wanted our
penalties.
voice
Again, if you don't register within 30 days of the individual property,
these both came out in March for America. Devastating consequences. Talked about it over and over. This one is last 2 weeks. We talked about council members. Hey, we're something that the Democrats were going to revise the section, the special federal law constitution. All the council members out of the senior should have taken this training and should have known that the least council member worthily waives them to say the president did working overtime.
Definitely. Everybody knows. And that's really the connection that we want to bridge.
This is where it has to happen.
How can we help?
That bridge always meant we're just about there.
They might just not know how to start or where to go to. And having this partnership with them.
All right, looks like they're getting out of the way. They've got it all squared up.
I would just say,
please, getting out from under.
Jesus Christ, please.
Where we want our money to go.
No. On this design bill. Just
to see how it works out. Different types of training, like
nobody and then we're
kind of thing.
Now you're responsible.
Sure. And I can't speak to sessions for Hanover that was before, but I know that on the last
we believe in this. If someone were to come up to me and say, how much money did you get for or you are history on our website. It's no secret. We're very upfront.
Next slide shows the location map. This specifically is affecting the parcel of land identified as number 1 on the slide.
Really close to the Hillcrest neighborhood.
You can see on the right portion of this slide, the new water line is the thick blue line. And again, what it'll do.
I stopped what I was doing and I said, what do you mean by that? And she think about it. You know, they have liability insurance in the car, like your car, but you pay by the hour. You're just making it, and then also you use your car. You have no way to get to work. You have no way to do it. So it's kind of like the simplest thing that happens.
That's when we come up with that scholarship rate
they just
at the 75 an hour. It's
but
really, there's
how
not a
that
lot
can
of hoops to go
completely
through.
change someone's life.
That's
I
out
love
of the
it
Home
when
Investment
people
Partnerships
make
program that the city operates.
The second
there are people in the city
major
that we
change
don't
was the
even
authorized
know
financial institutions and
have
broker
gotten
dealers.
assistance and have gotten help.
Per
And you
the
never know when you're going to go into
TFIA
one
or
of those
Public Funds
meetings
Investment
where
Act.
someone had a
Financial
child
institutions
who
and
was
broker dealers in many
sick,
markets.
or someone,
Mutual funds are no longer
you know,
required to
someone's
provide
sister was in an abusive
certification
relationship,
and
or someone needed
corporate,
some, you know, counseling, or
and
or
then
all those
the
things. Or
third
people who
change
grew up with the
was
Boys and Girls
to make
Club,
sure
or
it
with the
had
Boy
competitive
Scouts, or the
bidding
Girl
requirements.
Scouts. Those are all funded partners of ours. And so we learn a lot from you too, so it goes both ways.
It does, and I think the neat thing with that as well is that all the employees working in the and housing, it draws a conversation. I think thank you for why their why, what's their why, yeah, what's your why, and so is that there's also this
That was the state funding I was referring to earlier.
Bienvenidos a Corpus Christi en los minutos. Yo soy Gabriela. El día de hoy voy a mostrar algunas de las nuevas amenidades que cuenta el Aeropuerto Internacional de Corpus Christi. También le diré qué es lo que está haciendo el aeropuerto para mejorar su experiencia de viaje. Echen un vistazo al nuevo bar de nueces, presentado por nueces, con ventanas de...
This is Corpus Christi Fire.
Our
community.
to
the community here. So
just
wondering, what is it to the community living here? So just wondering, what is it that they would have to go through to get
Other properties that are
Yeah.
That's all the internal form that's similar. We look at internal, that's how we come up with that scholarship rate. We look at everything. That's where we come up with that. There's not a lot of hoops to go at the 75 hour. It's really, there's not a lot of hoops to go through.
We want to keep it on and
regardless of our elected leaders, and I hope that those of you who are here today can remember this and can help move this along with the new council. The most important is obviously the drainage project, which is on page 3.
We have communities within our area that don't have a small canal, let alone
the elevation of the land on each side to slope in.
So would you say that this would be a great example?
Not that we want to introduce but do tell other cities, really good it's really neat that
so you're getting type A, type B, city home funds all in one department. The entire $3 million package.
Still minor, but
and it's a lot of work. Partners might want to donate their time to
But you also did a great job.
Yes, so much.
because I think that, and your presentation was good, but I also want to take a look at the future of and some of the things like erosion and other things. And I wish somebody was here from the USS Lexington, because I know in the past there's been some issues there as far as making sure that long-term that structure can stay in place and do the things that it needs to be done. Have you had an update at all or anything?
But we decided, hey, wouldn't it be a great idea to hear it firsthand? Bring the organizations to the city so we can have our little tailgate meetings and everything, and then they can hear it firsthand. Because I remember coming to one of the meetings we had at our department, and everybody was, after hearing somebody like, let me change where my mind's going to go to, because they know that it stays local. So it was great.
Departments might want to donate
and again, we don't know what
there's many people that would love to volunteer. Yes, last year's has people that are babies, maybe we can also get people that now come in that have teaching degrees. I have a teaching degree, many teachers that are retired. There's also volunteer that reach out to Delmar, work together. Thank you. Make a suggestion.
What is
and then bring it back, bring it back.
Yeah.
Inside City Hall.
Making it through.
I think besides that, I think just
Next, I'd like to take a moment to look at some statistics published by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. On average, organizations will lose 5% of revenue to fraud each year. According to the city website, revenue for fiscal year 2024 was over $1 billion.
They kept flooding in. Man, we're actually going to do it. We're gonna pass it. It came down to the wire, but once I saw that we were so close, I was like, there's no way we're not going to do it. We're going to pass it. And that was my proud moment.
Wonderful.
So I kept back and forth with Stephanie. Hey, where are we? Where are we now? Where are we now?
Governor Abbott's office announced the appointment of Chief Wade to the Texas Commission on Fire Protection. And Chief Wade's appointment is to complete a term that is set to expire in February. So he'll have from September 4th through February. And we were just talking a few minutes ago, and we suspect that he'll be nominated again for the full term, which is a 6-year term in February. And so then the governor could consider a reappointment for a longer term. But just some background.
Let's bring in NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, who is traveling with the president in South Korea.
There's also the
We heard optimism from the president. He was describing their relationship as cordial.
I never.
He said was going to be discussed before this bilateral has now started.
The random act of kindnesses.
So we have 11 locations at both beaches.
We had a situation where we're raising money, and someone who had been infected by the same thing we were raising money for decided, well, someone help me, I'm going to pay it forward. And those kindnesses are just, and they come along just when I think, oh, what am I doing? I'm having such a bad day. Someone calls and they're like, oh, we just decided to take up a collection of crayons or toothbrushes or whatever, and they just really step up. And the city is they just continue to step up.
Continue on into 2025 and 2026, regardless of our elected leaders. And I hope that those of you who are here today can remember this and can help lift it along with your school council. The most important thing is obviously the drinking project, which is on page 3. Having teachers that are retired with the small canal with security signs, you can reach out to Elevation to get on their side.
All the council members on the table have taken this training, so we should have known that police councilors were publicly give them the straight representatives have been sent.
I
You know, any nonprofit would say, let me have that, please.
And the beauty of our nonprofits is they all work together. So no one is a silo. These are people who are in shelters who work with other organizations to clothe people, and get them the counseling they need, the medical care that they deserve. So that's really nice too, how connected our funded partners are.
Well, that's a great example of what you talked about, the firehouse story. One incident is not just
108, 110, whatever the number is. How does it work? How does it work before that happened?
Then we learned that, no, this is
I mean, we're sending guys out the door today.
industrial development.
Potentially getting FEMA reimbursement up to 106.
Or some deed restrictions.
You know, so the question becomes is, where does that money go? Back to us how when we get it, where does it go?
Texas State Schools, dedicated plans.
Whatever the number is, how does it work? How does it work before that happens? I mean, we're sending guys out the door today, potentially getting FEMA reimbursement up to 106. You know, so the question becomes is, where does that money go? Back to us how? Yeah, but when we get it, where does it go?
Just a few dollars. And so I'm glad that you're able to stretch it where you need
It all counts. It all counts.
It does.
Yes, it does. Now, as we move forward into the next year's campaign, what advice
Consequence, we're
would
number
you
one in
provide
military,
the next
the
leader?
quality
What
of
knowledge
the
of
weapons.
information would you
That's
pass
why everyone
on?
wants to buy
Bring information to you. And to include potentially a request from the developer to help close the gap financially on some of these affordable housing developments that they want to do.
And not only
What's that?
There's tons of them. You can see it on
We do have several that were,
they help that much. Somebody's house. It could happen to you or me at any time. You never know when you're going to need it. And that's the lift.
And should have known that the links Councilmember Puzley gave them were to a law that has been since revised. These funds came out around March 1st of 2019.
I think that resonates.
From the state required training for city council members, it references the bill. That revised section that was ruled unconstitutional. All the council members on this email should have taken this training and should have known that the links Councilmember Puzley gave them were to a law that had been since revised.
Just wondering, what is it that they would have to go through to get help?
So it's really not a whole lot.
So we essentially have 65 potential nonprofits we can choose from.
Yes, you can choose from those, or you can choose from investment funds. You know, one thing I wanted to say about these organizations, someone just said a letter and say, okay, they have to show us too how well they spend their money, what their goals are, and how they achieve their goals. They have to prove that to us before they can be part of our list. So we're very careful because you know it's not United raise money. It's raise money. We want to make sure that it's investing properly, fairly, and accurately.
But
as a city employee, when we know that we're giving what is it that when is it that the gift is given to throughout the year, whatever they need it?
So technically it's throughout the year. So there's a little bit of a formula, so we can't give anybody money until we've gotten money.
then there has to be.
So we collect the money and then start paying.
Got your application, 6 months, maybe we'll get to it, the application processing them in Corpus. There was another 200 of them that I want to say got phone calls telling them we're processing applications to reach out and there was an associated with their application.
That's when you get the spreadsheet out, nice and clean, to figure out what's coming in.
What's coming in. And there's always a certain amount that we aren't able to collect because, in any organization, people who may have donated to United Way and then they get a job at another company and you have new people, so it's always a little bit of a moving.
Next slide, please.
A moving object.
Active shooter.
And then moving over to C and
At the end of the day, we're helping
trainings that we
somebody.
have to have. We bring in
Where's that reflected in the -1 and the 22 that you're supposed to actually proposing? Did he just do the formulary going forward?
So is there a favorite story you have with the city and
where's
our
the, hey guys, we
community?
appreciate
Besides working with Ray.
So besides working with Ray, so yeah, I really enjoy working with Ray. I really enjoy working with the library folks. I like speaking to groups. Every once in a while, you'll see and someone will say,
whatever the number is, how does it work? How does it work?
What do you mean? What do you mean you were in?
I mean, we're
How
sitting
did that
guys
happen?
up
We never
today,
talked about it.
potentially getting FEMA reimbursement up
hear a
to
story about
106.
something that happened.
So the question becomes is,
There
where's that money go?
was a woman who called me and I didn't
Back to us how?
very interesting
Yeah, when we get it, where's it go?
from his situation with another relative who he'd never met because his relative had to sever ties.
Can we have a separate form that's similar to that?
And he was switching
all
schools.
internal
He was
document.
13.
We look at
And
it,
he
look
just
at
wanted,
everything,
he
and then
never
that's
had
what we
a
said, scholarship rates up to
ever.
75 an hour.
And he just wanted to go to school where nobody knew him, nobody knew where he'd come from or whatever, and he just wanted to be like every other kid. So I'm like in my office, someone comes into my office and I'm like, okay, see you in a few grand. And then bam, we're speaking in front of a group of 50 people and people are like, well, there is a little boy who just wants his own new folder, new spiral, and you think about how small of a deal that is to an adult, but how many of us remember that first day of school when you want to fit in. And those things, maybe they're insignificant financially, they're enormously significant to a 13-year-old. So those kinds of stories, people do escape abusive relationships who are now, own their own home, their children are great. A young woman dropped out of school because she had all of the answers and she'd met a boy and he was the love of her life and they were going to live forever together and be married. And
there being no further business,
things didn't
we'll call
work
this
out
meeting
so
adjourned
well,
at
and
3
then she
o'clock.
couldn't get a job, so she decides to go back to school, even though she hated school, and gets her GED, and then decides she finds her calling in all things as a special ed teacher. So the school that she dropped out of because she knew too much to be there is exactly what she went back to teach, and she was unbelievable. I mean, she was just so great, and she was proud of what she accomplished, and she just needed a little bit of help from one of our leadership. And so, she wasn't asking for, she just needed a little bit of help so that she could get over that hump. And sometimes she was just teach someone to read, or put a meal on the table, or give someone help with their homework.
I think that's the most interesting thing about United Way is that, oh my gosh, there's so many people. There's a lot of people here who need our help, but where do I fit in? And I think that's where, as I said, meeting with everyone.
Did he just do the formulary going forward? You can have somebody, you do have a few minutes at Market
all around.
We're saying, hey guys, we appreciate what
And
you're
so
doing.
they gave the opportunity to these guys
We've
to
been
be able just to kind of
we've
walk
been
around.
very
To bring back a highly positive and healthy
Starting today's workshop, you guys getting there. Here's the type of anyway, and the boards that are appointed, what governance do they have to follow?
We're committed to do
State
whatever it
rules
takes
that
to
we have to
cooperate
follow,
with the
and
city
use of the
to
sales
restore
tax, that's
the
the
first
Well,
first
and a shout out to the
presentation.
water
And then
department.
the
One
second
year
part will
they
be baseline concepts for these two
and the water department
sales
found that and they had to
Oh, yeah, they do, yes.
Drop is the superhero, like and they went and they read to the kids. They had so much fun. You know, they didn't. A lot of kids they don't know. What all
teachers that are tired, we can reach out to them, volunteer their time.
Now retiring, I live over at Everett, Holly, and drive by the water tower.
Thank you.
Very smart and sterling character.
Well, Drop is doing well, and I think, yes, it is very clever. And Ray, I just want to thank you so much for taking leadership on at the city and sharing your thoughts about what you've learned and the experiences you've had. And, so again, one quick advice that you give to the
Teachers that are retired,
or to any employee who is considering, besides, it does stay local.
Yeah, it does stay local. My advice is
Anyone else?
just run a question to the city. Get the
It is a
answer.
special place.
I guarantee you, they have somebody in mind that can help out.
Training
And
like read
to,
investigative school
the
for
new
homicides
chairman
or-
coming,
and
just
have lunch,
be ready to learn
active
as much
shooter,
as
those
you
kind of
can.
thing, active attacks. all those
It's a
kind of
great
stuff,
opportunity, a great
that we have
experience.
to
I wouldn't
bring
change
in
it.
surrounding agencies,
I
we're
bet.
for streets here.
And
Not only that, those
the
savings
vulnerability
we could run out,
that
obtain
you
free
get
training
from
like
learning
read
about people, the
investigative school for
humbleness that comes
homicides
with
or
it, and empathy. But again, just
Alarming
the
is a lot of
chance to
transparency in
connect,
this council.
I think is a huge thing, and with greater
things that we
people
have to have. We bring in our
Thank you for
surrounding agencies.
Stephanie, any last words that you'd like to say to the employees?
No,
or-
just thank you. I mean, just thank all of you.
There are valid scientific concerns
It's
with
just
the
been a wonderful
performance
experience for
model
us
used
here
to
at
secure
CCPD.
permits and the Mike 3 model used for
It will.
soliciting.
It will.
It's a great partnership.
It is. It is. Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching Inside City Hall. For more information on today's topic, visit our website and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay connected, stay informed, and stay tuned for the next Inside City Hall.
Drainage project, which is on page 3, with the small canal with sidewalks beside it and the elevation of the land on either side to
To build affordable housing.
Hello, welcome to Inside City Hall. I'm Robert Gonzalez, Public Information Manager for the City of Corpus Christi. So today we have a couple of gentlemen with us today who are going to be talking about the drought and how it's affecting our area. Joining us is Corey Motise, the warning coordinator meteorologist with the National Weather Service here in Corpus Christi. And also we have Esteban Ramos, who is the water resource manager for Corpus Christi Water. Thank you both for being here. We appreciate it. So much of Texas has been in a drought throughout the summer and even earlier. How does this region compare to the rest of Texas with regard to the drought?
So a lot of Texas has seen a fair amount of rain, especially across central Texas, and that has helped alleviate the drought up in those areas. And when you get down to our area down here in southeast Texas and our watershed, which extends up towards the Frio River and west and southwest of San Antonio, we're still in a pretty significant drought, especially at the northern portions of our watershed. So we're still looking at some extreme to exceptional drought up there along the coast. We've seen a lot more rain, so we're not seeing that drought along the immediate coast, but that doesn't have any impact on our reservoir, which is all inland.
You know, for the agency that monitors the drought that I looked at, it says currently there are 3.6 million Texas residents who are affected by the drought. That's a significant number, and I think most people probably, while they probably don't see the rolling dust that we saw back in the days when we really had serious drought, it is a serious issue.
That's right. And droughts are kind of unique to every single area of the state of Texas. In a past life, I was the South Texas and Concho Water Master for the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. In the 2011-2013 drought, I was around talking to different communities about their water supply and the issues facing their drought situation, how they're planning for the today and into tomorrow. And droughts kind of catch people off guard because it isn't something like a hurricane where you see it coming over the next 3 days. This could be a year. It could be a slow draw into a drought situation where it's kind of like analogous to turning on a boiling pot of water, and you slowly see the water get warmer and warmer. And if you don't keep an eye on it, all that water in that bowl or pot could evaporate and it's gone. Yeah. But it took a while. So it's catching on to it. And that's kind of my job and my team's job to make sure that the community is aware of the drought situation, and not to be trying to the Chicken Little kind of effect, but to make sure that people in our area understand where their water sources come from. How does the importance of rainfall in those particular areas affect our water supply? So as we look at the state of Texas, it may not be in such a severe drought situation as maybe a couple of months ago, with 60 or over 70% of the state of Texas within a drought kind of situation. We still find ourselves in the watershed still facing the drought, and it was a prolonged drought. What happened 3 to 4 years ago that drawed down our water supply and keeping the community, keeping our customers, keeping the whole coastal bend engaged in that.
So you mentioned the watershed, and many people might kind of have a general idea, but explain where our watershed is and how it affects our water supply and what needs to happen in that watershed.
Sure. The city of Corpus Christi is a surface water-based utility. What does that mean? We depend on rainfall from the Mother Nature feeding our rivers and streams that then go into our major watershed areas. And these areas consist of the Nueces River Basin, approximately about 50 counties within that basin itself. And then we also have watershed areas such as the Lavaca Navidad, all the way up in the Edna area, where we draw water from Lake Texana through the Mary Roads pipeline. And then we also have water that we draw from off of the Colorado River. So those three major areas of the state of Texas, the Colorado, the Lavaca Navidad area, Lake Texana, and then the Nueces Basin, my team is always looking at how the drought affects and those particular water supplies.
I almost get the sense that you wake up every morning and you take a look at what are the numbers, what's coming down the rivers or whatever for our watershed.
That is correct. And we use a lot of the instrumentation from the National Weather Service to help us, guide us into making decisions as to what supplies are being vulnerable at certain times of the year and how they're being affected. We also work with great partners with the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, the National Weather Service, as I said, and also the USGS, because the USGS has gauges along these different water bodies, streams, and also at our lakes that monitor the lake levels, that monitor the stream flows, so that we can see what are the impacts of any rainfall that may have occurred or lack of rainfall that has occurred, that then goes into making decisions of what our water supply is being affected by.
So historically, Corey, how have we done when it comes to rainfall and or droughts? Tell us about the history of droughts that have affected South Texas.
So Texas is prone to droughts. We see it all the time. If you go back through history, even some reanalysis going back to like the late 1800s, we go through historically stretches of really wet periods and stretches of some pretty significant droughts. And if you look specifically, so two of our bigger reservoirs, Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi, that are near here. Choke Canyon's nearly 3 times the size of Lake Corpus Christi, and that's fed a lot by the Frio River and what falls into its basin upstream. And if you look specifically at that area, you can go back about 6 years and it's been below normal rainfall. Each of the last 6 years, there was a couple year period before that where we had some above normal rainfall. And then you go back another 6 years and it was below normal again for the whole time. So 12 out of the last 15 to 20 years in that area have been below normal rainfall. It's not uncommon to see, and usually it takes a pretty significant event. It's usually a flooding event is what it takes to fill it up, and that comes from either tropical system, so we can have potentially multiple tropical systems in a year that come in and fill up the reservoirs. And we have not seen over the Frio River Basin, we have not seen really any hits by any of the tropical systems.
So in early July, the Texas Hill Country saw some significant rain, and I know a lot of people saw that the Guadalupe River was impacted, but so was the Frio, and we've seen that river, which feeds into the watershed, received some significant rain. Is that going to affect us yet, or do we know?
So they did. I mean, if you look upstream into the Hill Country and the Frio River, we saw rises with these several rain events, like upwards of 10 inches of rain that we've seen, and the river rose 7 to 10 feet up there. But what happens is as it gets out of the Hill Country, the water's spreading out over a much broader area. That's the area where we're seeing that exceptional drought. So the ground is going to end up absorbing a lot of that water. And we can look downstream, get to the Tilden area on the Frio River, and we may hardly see, I mean, maybe action stage, maybe, but then you get down to the reservoir and we're probably going to see very, very little, if any of that, actually make it into Choke Canyon.
And I'm guessing you probably get this question a lot, and it may be a difficult one to answer. So what is it going to take to end the drought that is impacting our area?
So there's two different ways to look at it. One is just ending the drought, and there's a couple ways we can monitor that. And you can get some significant rain events like what we had up in the Hill Country earlier this month and last month. And if we get that located over the right area where we're seeing that significant drought, that's going to help a lot with that 20 inches of rain. But if you're talking about filling up the reservoirs, that's a whole nother story, because first we need to get rid of that drought so the ground is not absorbing all that water, because we're losing a lot of it just to being fed into the underground aquifers and the dry soil as it is. And so realistically, we probably need 30 plus inches of rain over a large portion of the watershed in order to start filling up the reservoirs in a significant way.
Yeah, that's a lot of rain, isn't it?
It is a lot of rain. I mean, we're talking 20 inches, we're talking maybe 30 inches. We're really, what we need to talk about is building momentum. You know, building momentum over time. A lot of these rainfall events that we've seen, you know, oddly enough in July, has maybe got us to a quote unquote normal kind of weather pattern, I'm hoping, where we receive these rainfall events that we didn't see in March or time frame. If we could get back to a normal period rather than a drought situation on a yearly basis, that would help us build momentum into a situation where we can take some of these bigger eventually rainfall events that at the same time won't cause so much damage through flooding, through loss of, God forbid, life, structures, where we can slowly fill our reservoirs and build for not just today, but also for tomorrow. As you mentioned, Corey, you know, Choke Canyon is a very large reservoir. It's almost one of the biggest reservoirs in the state of Texas. And so it shows how much the forefathers were thinking how big of a lake you needed to build so you could capture enough supply. So, you know, people say sometimes that Choke Canyon doesn't fill as often. There's not. But on those occasions where it does fill completely, that is a lot of water. Right. What, from a water supply perspective, what I'm looking for is getting back to normal. We've been in severe drought in our watershed areas. The coastal areas, Nueces County, may have seen better improvement over time with the drought situation, but that doesn't directly affect where our water comes from. And I kind of come back to that. Yeah. Teaching and educating the community where their water comes from is one of the most important things that I do as a water resource manager.
So having, I guess, a water source that's drought resistant, drought resilient is a significant thing to try to achieve.
That is right. And that is what the city of Corpus Christi is doing through our seawater desalination project. This gives us an opportunity to tap into a drought-proof water supply that would be the backbone of our entire system. Many communities across the state of Texas are looking to diversify their water supply systems, from groundwater to surface water to different types of RO water, meaning groundwater that needs to be treated to a higher standard to remove those salts from it. They all take advantage of their location. And in kind of the narrative, the string that ties everything together when we talk about our water supply is location, location, location.
Sure.
Taking advantage of these things. Seawater desalination is an opportunity for the coastal bend to grab onto a drought-proof water supply that can be the backbone of our system that can take us through these drought situations.
Yeah, yeah. Corey, the National Weather Service works with the city of Corpus Christi. In fact, we have these regular weekly meetings to discuss and talk about what's happening with drought and climate. And one of the things that typically comes up in that meeting is, okay, so are we in El Nino or La Nina period as far as atmospheric weather conditions that might contribute to our weather pattern? Explain exactly how that works.
So when you're talking about El Nino and La Nina, we're talking about global scale weather patterns. And how we determine that is the equatorial Pacific water temperature along the Pacific, along the equator in the Pacific. We measure that and kind of have an anomaly. So when it's 1.5 degrees Celsius above or below normal. So if it's above normal, we're looking at El Nino, below normal, La Nina. In different parts of the world, that impacts it differently. It shifts weather patterns. And down here in South Texas, we do have a little bit of a preference for wetter than normal seasons if we're in a La Nina pattern. And that generally is our more active hurricane seasons as well. When we get into the El Ninos, that generally is our quieter hurricane seasons. Right now, we're pretty much neutral. The water temperature is right around normal, so we don't see any significant lean one way or the other. And it doesn't really favor one pattern over the other. We're actually in a very favorable pattern as we've seen all the rain in central Texas. It's just missing our watershed. If you shift that 50 miles to the west and southwest, then that becomes an extremely favorable location for us to benefit from that rainfall as opposed to where it's been falling.
Interesting facts. People hear it, but they're really not sure how it's going to impact them. So I guess in closing, would you say if somebody is interested and wants to learn more about climate data and weather with regards to the National Weather Service, where should they go or where should they look?
Depending on what you're looking for, we do have climate.gov, which has a ton of historical information on there. You can even go to the drought monitor. You just Google drought monitor and you'll find a whole webpage that you can go back in history to the late 1800s and kind of get an idea of the periods of the drought. If you want to look at the Dust Bowl, if you want to look at 2011, which was our record drought, we're almost the entire watershed was in an exceptional drought back then. And what led up to it. And you can see the fluctuations in the really wet years and the really dry years and kind of how it's changed over time. If we deal at the National Weather Service, we're more the next 7 to 10 days type weather. So when you're talking about climate, you're looking at the long-term history. When you're talking about the weather, the forecast that we produce at the Weather Service, we're looking ahead just a week or two.
Sure.
And so we have climatologists that are at the National Center for NCEI, which is out in North Carolina, and they're compiling all that data. And at the local weather service, we have weather.gov, which has all your short-term forecasts. We post on social media for the National Weather Service. There's 122 offices across the country. So we're just one that covers Texas. We also have San Antonio and Brownsville and Houston and a number of others, and then, of course, throughout the entire country. So no matter where you are, there's an office that covers your specific area. They're tuned in to your local forecast, to any local effects that you might have, whether it becomes winter and you're looking at lake effects, snow for the Great Lakes, or even mountain avalanches, that kind of stuff. And so it just depends on what you want, but those are a couple of great resources.
Sure. And for the many residents here in the coastal bend and who are tied into CCW, Corpus Christi Water, where should they go to learn more about, number one, our current situation, and also the various water sources that CCW utilizes?
I would invite them to come to the City of Corpus Christi website. CCW, Corpus Christi Water, has put together a data dashboard on our page where you can learn all about our water resources. You can get an updated bi-weekly forecast on our water supply. It tells you what our lake levels are at. It tells you also what conditions we're projecting due to water demands, and we're forecasting in the next couple of months or even over the projected year. And also we try to project when we may run out of water, both in the Lake Corpus Christi or Choke Canyon, or when we need to maybe enter into an emergency situation, emergency level 1 situation, where we're approximately getting to about 180 days out of running out of water. And so we have all this posted. I invite the community to go out there, look at our data dashboard, learn more about what's going on with CCW and what our water supply conditions are about.
Sure. Well, gentlemen, thank you for being here today. We really appreciate the information. I think one thing that everybody could probably agree on is it's going to rain, and it's going to rain eventually.
Thanks for watching Inside City Hall. For more information on today's topics, visit our website and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay connected, stay informed, and stay tuned for the next Inside City Hall.
Sharing your input and feedback with us. This is the 4th of 7 community input sessions that will take place across all districts. Each session is scheduled for 1 hour and will be divided into 3 parts. For the first part, we'll begin with some remarks from our District 4 Councilwoman Kaylin Paxson, and also there will be a brief video highlighting some key things about the budget, and we'll hear from our City Manager, Mr. Peter Zanoni. In the second part, we'll open it up for you to ask your questions. And so we have a microphone right here, and we'll ask you to kind of line up when the time comes. We do ask that people from this district be allowed to go first. We'll be timing. Everybody will have 2 minutes, just to keep it moving and ensure that as many people as possible are able to step up and give their input and ask their questions. And then at 6:30, we will transition to the open house portion of our meeting. And that's where we have key departments from across the city are set up in the back. You'll be able to ask your questions directly to them, speak directly to the city manager, and really just kind of wander around and talk to people and have plenty of opportunity to interact and with us. If you prefer not to come up and do a Q&A or ask someone, we do have some comment cards over here. The ladies over there holding them up in the red shirts. So you can also choose to write your feedback down or ask a question, and we will make sure that the appropriate department gets that so that they can follow up with you. And with that, please allow me to introduce District 4 Councilwoman Kaylin Paxson.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. This is a very important process piece for our budget that we pass, of course, every year. But I did want to take a quick moment and just let you know that it's now August, so in the 7.5 months of being on council, which has been a tremendous honor, we have worked very hard to take into consideration what I truly feel like was important to this district. We've looked at ways to be very financially minded and conservative in our budget. I've worked very close with our city manager, Peter Zanoni, and some department heads to find ways to save on our costs, on our expenditures, and they've been incredibly helpful to identify those ways, and so that means a lot. And so we started this budget year, as you guys have probably heard, with a pretty hefty deficit. And I think that with some good strategy, there's been a lot of bridging that gap and closing that gap. We found ways to reduce costs very heavily. We found ways to bring in some new revenues. And so all of that we're going to hear a little bit more this evening. We have a bunch bunch of our departments here tonight. And so for me, it's incredibly valuable to be able to hear what the priorities are from the incredible people who make up this district. And so as we continue to push forward those priorities, I would love to hear your take on those, to hear your input, to say, where we're doing things great, where we could do things a little better. There's been some really good input through these sessions, and I'm very grateful for that. So I hope that y'all will keep them up. There's a lot more exciting things that we continue to work on, but I know that in the interest of time tonight, I want to save room for questions. So please bring those questions, and we will do our best to answer them and take into consideration all of this input. So thank you guys for being here.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And now I'd like to invite our city manager, Peter Zanoni, up to recognize a few folks in the room.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Glad to be here. I'm Peter Zanoni, the city manager for the city of Corpus Christi. And I do want to recognize a few individuals that are here with us tonight. We have not only the councilwoman, but we have at-large council member Mark Scott. Councilman Scott, yeah. We do have Judge for Nueces County, Lisa Gonzalez. Where's Lisa? There she is, okay. And we have M.K. Walling, the representative for Senator Adam Hinojosa here with us as well. M.K., thank you. We're glad you joined us here. So, as the councilwoman said, this event tonight is for you. And so we're not going to talk too much except to answer questions, and then you'll have a chance to mix with some of the department heads. So, as the councilwoman said, we are right in the thick of the budget process. And back in the end of July, I provided the city council, as required by our city charter, a balanced proposed budget. And then we knew that from that point to about 4 weeks later, in between that time frame, is an opportunity to engage more with city council. And so we have 4 workshops that we have been having with city council. We have another one on Thursday. And then we're doing 7 meetings in our community. And this one's a special one here on the island. This will be the second year that we came all the way down here. Instead of having you all go up to Flower Bluff, is traditionally where we meet for this area. But we know the island's important, and we know that you care about what we do, and we want to hear from you. So this is a special meeting for you all right here on the island. We'll be doing a total of 7 of these. What I want to tell you is that this matters. These matter. If you look at the 5 budgets that I have done with the city, this will be number 6. Each one of those has a reflection for what the community has told us in these forums. And so we've been doing these type of events now for 6 years. And if you look at the record, you'll see that because of the input from the community, generally there's a consensus amongst the 5 districts in the city. And when we see that consensus, we make recommendations to city council as we progress along the continuum to make those changes in the budget. So what you're going to say tonight is important. Our budget staff's here somewhere. Where's our budget team? There they are, behind us directly. And they're taking notes. And so we'll be presenting to city council comments, number of participants attending, kind of the theme of the districts for these 7 meetings. We'll give city council a report on that. So please let us know what you think about the budget. As the councilwoman said, is there something we should do more of, less of? What's your thoughts on some of the fees and adjustments to service? So as the councilwoman said, to balance this budget, we had to reduce the budget. We have $4 million in reductions in the budget. We have some fee adjustments for special services or rentals that a small population uses. And then we have very few enhancements in the budget as well. So with that, we're going to turn it over to a video. But before I do that, I want to recognize our fine men and women who are here. We have numerous departments in the back. Both of our chiefs are here tonight. So Chief Merkel, thank you, and Chief Wade, Fire and Police Chief. And many of their command staff is here as well, and some of their top-notch officers. So we appreciate you being here, both police and fire, and of course all the civilian departments. Our public works department's here for streets, our neighborhood services, or planning, I should say, for neighborhood services related things like homelessness. Our parks department is here. We know that the skate park might be an issue, right? And then is there anyone here tonight for the library, for the Hart Library? Okay. We have, there should be some flyers. Library, Laura, you here, right? Okay, we have flyers, so please get one, and anybody else that may be interested, to share it with your neighbor or family or friends. With the councilwoman's recommendation, we're going to have a special town hall next week, Monday. We'll be right back here at the Hart Library in Flower Bluff to hear directly from the community what they think about these changes. We've been kind of required to comply with state law through the school district. And so we had to scale back our hours a little bit while the school is in session to be safe and compliant. But we want to hear what the community has to say, and we want to make sure the community knows what these new changes are. So we're going to have a special town hall meeting next Monday at the Hart Library, 6 to 7. And the school district will be there, myself, the councilwoman will lead the meeting. So take a flyer from our library table there before you leave to remind yourself and then remind the community as well. And then finally, the mayor, who joined us last year, did want me to extend a note that she wished to be here, but she's taking care of her family matter right now today. So she's not able to make it, but she wanted to send her wishes and tell you all that she cares about the island, as we know she does. So with that, I think we're going to turn it over to the video, right? Okay, very good. And then I'll come back up to entertain questions that you might have, and if I need help from anyone here, including the councilwoman, we'll do that. Thank you.
The City of Corpus Christi's proposed financial year 2025-2026 budget focuses on the essential services that support daily life and long-term progress in our city. Each year, the city develops a balanced budget through a months-long process that includes financial forecasting, internal planning, departmental review, and city council oversight. Public input is also a key part of this process. This year, a preliminary forecast was reviewed with City Council on April 29, showing a $7 million gap between projected revenues and expenses, driven by reduced property tax revenue due to increased homestead exemptions, the elimination of the street user fee, flat sales tax revenue, and rising service delivery costs tied to inflation and contractual obligations. The city was able to close this gap by increasing fees for service or reductions in expenses by identifying efficiencies and savings. The proposed budget remains balanced. It upholds the city's strong financial standing, backed by multiple credit rating upgrades over the last 6 years and revenue gains through renegotiated industrial agreements. The fiscal year 2025-2026 proposal concentrates on 4 key areas. First, streets. Since 2019, the city has invested over $695 million in street infrastructure across all 5 districts. A major focus has been on what is now the Rapid Pavement Program, or RPP, which has restored more than 100 center lane miles of neighborhood streets, bringing long overdue improvements directly to residents' doorsteps. These improvements not only enhance safety and mobility, but also raise the overall quality of life in neighborhoods across Corpus Christi. In fiscal year 2025-2026, additional funding is proposed to continue this progress, prioritizing the streets residents use every day. Second, public safety. The city has expanded police and fire staffing, opened a dedicated police training academy, and upgraded emergency response capabilities. In the last 6 years, the Corpus Christi Police Department and Fire Department have grown to over 500 police officers and 450 firefighters, the largest force in our history. In FY 2025-2026, the proposed budget includes funding for 5 additional police officer positions and 5 new firefighter positions, strengthening our ability to serve a growing community. For police, we've added patrol units, modern technology, body-worn cameras, and advanced training to enhance safety and transparency. The new police training academy has strengthened recruitment and officer readiness. For fire, we've increased staffing, are actively replacing aging stations, and have invested in new fire engines, ladder trucks, medic units, and rescue equipment. Significant investments have equipped both departments with state-of-the-art gear and communication systems to keep our community safe. The proposed budget maintains support for personnel, equipment, and training. Third, water and wastewater systems. Water security remains a long-term priority for the city. The proposed budget continues to invest in improvements that ensure a reliable water supply and resilient infrastructure for the future. These investments support essential maintenance, replacement of aging systems, and planning for future growth. Recent upgrades have strengthened our capacity to deliver safe, dependable water and wastewater services. This year's proposed budget builds on that progress, supporting infrastructure modernization and planning efforts to meet the needs of a growing community. Together, these efforts form a resilient strategy to deliver reliable water access for the region. In addition, recent capital improvements have elevated the reliability and strength of our city's water systems. This year's proposed budget includes further investment to modernize aging infrastructure and support long-term capacity planning. Fourth, quality of life and community well-being. The proposed budget includes additional funding for animal care services to support shelter operations and improve service delivery. It also includes funding for a new full-time position focused on homelessness response and coordination, strengthening the city's efforts in addressing this complex issue. These additions reflect continued attention to areas that impact day-to-day quality of life in our community. Together, these priorities reflect a disciplined approach, focusing on what's essential, what's sustainable, and what serves the greatest number of residents. The proposed fiscal year 2025-2026 budget is a responsible plan built on financial stability, a focus on core services, and long-range planning.
All right, how'd you like that video? Right, not bad? That was all done in-house, just so you know. We didn't have to hire anybody to do that. Yeah, we got a great communications team, so. Okay, so with that, we are ready to hear what you have to say. And we do have a microphone right here. And we do ask residents that live in the district to speak first, just to be mindful of you all that live here. Go right up, yeah, come right up, yeah. What's that? Somebody's going to start.
Breaking the ice, that's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah.
My name is Marilyn Litt. I live on the island. When I came here in 2016, one of the first things I did was go over to the Janice Hart Library and get myself a library card.
Nice.
And if you look out here, right on this campus, there's a little free library. I have one at my house. There's about a dozen on the island. That is not sufficient. So I would ask, I'm here to ask to find some money, restore the staffing, restore the hours to that library. I understand the security. I mean, I don't understand the ins and outs of it, but I understand there's libraries all across this country that are in the same situation. Ask you to look at Carmel, Indiana. Their municipal library is also their high school library. So how are they doing it? They're doing it. And if they can do it in Indiana, we should be able to do it in Texas. And the other thing I'd like to ask you to find some money for is that skateboard park. I'm not going to use it. I don't have any kids. I don't have any grandkids. But I think that the Islanders should be listened to, and we want a skateboard park. Thank you.
Good, thank
Thanks
you.
for coming.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. So we'll go into much more detail in the library, but just so the visiting public here knows what's happening. So the Hart Library on the campus of the high school is for 20 years, Laura, I think, 25 years? 25 years has been a co-operated library, meaning students can go in there during the daytime when class is in session, and the public can go in as well through an unsecured door. 2 years ago, the state put a crimp or a clamp down on this and gave districts 2 years to figure it out. And so the access into the library during school hours has to be controlled access, meaning that there has to be a student coming through the front door. And you know, if you ever try to go to a school, if you're not a student with an ID, you can't get in the front door. So what we're doing is we have control of the library at night from 5 to 8, Monday through Friday. Saturday, 9 to 4, 9 to 6 on Saturday. And then Tuesday, 9 to 1 on top of that, 5 to 8. Actually, we're working on maybe making it 4 to 8, Monday through Friday, 4 to 8. And those changes will be confirmed soon. We're going to have that town hall meeting, and then we'll notify the public. So it's going to be okay. The community room that's there is still accessible, just like it always was, where you sign up to use it. There was some chatter over the weekend about it. We got kicked out of the community room. That's not the case. We, just like anybody that wanted to use it before, would register and sign up for it, and we can still do that any night of the week and on the weekend. and in the morning on Tuesday. Councilwoman, you want to say?
Thank you, Peter. We do recognize that the change of hours at the Hart Library has presented a lot of different impacts on the community. And so while we realize that this change is coming from the state level, asking campuses to be very mindful of security protocol, we're trying to meet with the community, find ways that we can meet those needs that are being offset. Some of the things that we've talked about is looking at the OSO Learning Center as potential meeting space, possibly, where we've asked that their management be in attendance to Monday's town hall so we can look at the variety of resources offered, the times, those sorts of things. Potentially looking to Del Mar, see what they may have as a partner, potentially. What we've talked about for a long-range plan is a standalone library specifically for District 4 use, because we do recognize that all of these would be right now to kind of piecework those amenities. And we all believe that library is a huge value to this district. And so we're trying to be really mindful of that while we're protecting those students with all of these efforts.
Okay, come on up, yeah. That's why we're here.
I don't know you, but I want to know you. Thank you for saying skate park on the island. These people know me. I've talked to at city council meetings and TERS 2 meetings and whatnot, and it is a need. It is a need. I don't know if we have any of our island policemen in the room, but these kiddos, yeah, raise your hand big back there. These kiddos on bikes and skateboards and electric bikes and things around town. I do have a middle schooler. He's 8th grade here at Seashore Middle Academy. He does not have an e-bike yet, but he does ride a scooter and skateboard all around, and there's just a big group of kids on this campus and next door. And I don't know about y'all if you recognize, but this island is getting younger as far as the amount of kids that are here and families moving in, and we need it. Yes, they go to the beach when there's waves and when the weather is nice and when the parents aren't working and can take them there, but we need a place centrally located. I'm pushing now for Billish Park. I appreciate everything that the city has done, especially being here tonight. I wish we had more people here from the island and that are present. I'm representing all of those that are probably at the volleyball meeting or volleyball game at Flower Bluff, the first district meeting, and couldn't make it. But we just need, I know ISAC and PRAC have recommended this as an item on the budget, and we need to get the engineering and design on the budget this year. And you have a community full of people, young and the parents and older, grandparents and retirees and singles, everything, that I know would come together and help us design a really great park in the center of the island at the wide open unused space. Still room for all the sport courts and all the playground equipment and everything that exists. It would cut back on irrigation needs. It would cut back on maintenance of the park if you put a good sized, but within a good budget, a decent budget that's attainable for the city and for the island. So I'm Cheryl Seacrest. I'm a resident of the island. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, the councilwoman and I just talked about this again last week, and so one thing is for sure, Billish Park is the to-go spot for the skate park. And then we're looking at, we did a similar skate park in West Guth recently, and we're looking to see, can we use some of those design specifications to help on the budget? And so those are two things that we're working on to try to get that at that park, at Billish. Yes, ma'am?
Yes, I know using the design at West Guth is cost-effective regarding the design and planning and whatnot. I would encourage y'all though to possibly listen to the people that would be using it out here. Yeah. I think pieces and parts of it, but I know that we could do turnkey for less than what Guth cost was, and with more amenities on there that are better suited for the younger generation. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Midge Epstein, and I live on the island. I will come to the meeting in Flower Bluff next week for the library. In the meantime, though, I would ask that you not cut the appropriations for the library, which I understand is proposed, because we need as much money as possible for the library. And if you are indeed proposing alternative plans for opening the Hart Library, you want to have enough money to be able to make it worthwhile. So please don't cut the budget while you're still coming up with ways that you can serve the community and especially the children.
Right, great. Yeah, thank you for those suggestions. There would be a slight reduction in things like maintenance of the facility, the cleaning, janitorial supply, or janitorial contracts. Because the school would be using it more than they had, they'll pay a greater share of the cleaning costs and other maintenance for the facility. Right, the final budget has not been approved yet. Yeah, and so that meeting Monday will be helpful. The Councilwoman Pax and myself met with Superintendent Steinbruck, and his board members are engaged, including the board chair. So it's a delicate balance, but it's based on security. You know, back when we were growing up, we didn't have to worry about this type of stuff. But you've seen the school violence across the country, and the chiefs can certainly attest to that. So what the state wants is that when students are in school, they're not mingling with regular public, the regular public for various reasons, or that we don't want the public going in with some hazardous, hazard. So, but I think we have a good workaround. We've increased the hours already from the initial recommendation of the district to scale it back. And so we'll confirm it next week, but it looks like it'll be 4 to 8, Monday through Friday. On Tuesday, 9 to 1 on top of that. And then Saturday will be 9 to 6, Laura, right? 9 to 6. And then as the Councilwoman said, we're looking at alternate locations to do things that are very popular with parents and young kids, like the reading hours or the story time. And so we have other facilities we can look at using that are nearby, like the Oso Preserve, also the Ethel Irely Center. It says a senior center, but there's room in there for little kids to go in as well, and maybe partnering with Del Mar College to use some of their facilities as well. So I think we can do it. We just gotta work together and work with the district and keep safety as a priority. Good. Do we have any other questions?
I'm new to the area. Probably maybe up with some feathers because I don't know about this discussion, but I attend the roundtable, Veterans Roundtable, and it was suggested, I've heard shortfalls in revenue, and somebody hollered out a casino would be a good idea.
Yeah. Okay. Will that keep you here if we have one?
Representing.
Yeah. Yeah, we did have there's a statewide downturn in the economy that's impacting all cities, not just Corpus Christi when it comes to our budgets. So that's primarily in the form of property values and property taxes. The growth in property tax revenue is less in this budget than it has been by a pretty substantial amount in the past 5. And the same is true for sales tax, less forecasted growth in sales tax. Those are our 2 primary sources. So, but we're able to, as Councilwoman Paxton said, be conservative. That's why this budget has $4 million in less spending, and that's on top of $9 million we cut last year. And so we, unlike the federal government, have to have a balanced budget. And so we do that by less spending and a little bit more revenue through user fees if somebody wants to rent a park, say, or for some of the after-school activities that we have where there's a slight fee adjustment. Yes, sir.
Good evening. I'm Craig. I live here on the island. I came primarily to talk about the library. It's very important. I have a son who's a senior there, and I tried to pick him up last week, and it's the combination of no cell phones and the library being closed. Man, I waited over an hour. So yeah, there's just it's the getting into the groove. So the 4 to 8 thing will help a lot.
Yeah.
And also, as far as overall safety goes, there's an argument to be made right now that the 100 students milling around out in front of the library with no place to go, waiting in the sun, isn't safe either. So that's why I primarily came. Also, though, I want to talk about you talked about infrastructure, road infrastructure, and that's excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Operations of infrastructure is also important. In the 60s, 70s, and 80s, the focus was on coordinating traffic signals. And then in the 90s and 2000s, it was interconnecting them with fiber or cell phones. My understanding is none of our signals are coordinated. That may have changed very recently. But in 2022, Texas Transportation Institute did a study for U.S. Department of Transportation, and the only city in the United States with worse traffic signals than Corpus Christi is Fresno, California. So there's an argument to be made that some of the operations, interconnecting signals with fiber or cell phones, will reduce our crashes at our intersections. So I just want to point that out too. The operation, not just infrastructure, it's also operations.
Right, we agree. I'm going to have Ernie, our Public Works Director, come up because right now we're connecting more of these signals, Craig, than ever before. Both, yeah, connecting and coordinating. We have a traffic management center on the coordinating part. So let me have Ernie make sure you know and the audience knows. Yeah.
Hello, good evening. I'm Ernie Del Garza, Director of Public Works, Interim ACM. Hello, Craig. So he's correct. This is the first ever that Public Works has set out to coordinate and also have communications. We went to council. We had some software packages that we just purchased. They actually use cell phone data. One packet actually uses cell phone data to collect traffic patterns within the city. We also use that data to coordinate. Staples was our first ever corridor from Saratoga all the way down to Oso Parkway. We're working on the rest of the corridor. Staples from Saratoga to Oso Parkway. We're doing the rest of Staples corridor all the way to Leopard. And then also currently working on Airline and Rodfield. And so if you've ever driven Staples here recently from Saratoga and then worked your way south, and then we also finished Saratoga all the way to SPID, you're going to notice that you're going to hit a lot of green lights, even during rush hour. And saw the team working in the TMC, working with our consultant. It took a lot of smart people to come that actually do this for a living. We actually don't have the engineering know-how to do something like that. They came from a consultant who works with TTI. They're called the Texas Transportation Institute. It's very high-level software type information that they come and help us adjust our silver boxes by the intersections. If you see that silver box, that's where all the software is at. That communicates with radars up at the signals. We have a package going out to council to buy 49 more radar detectors at the intersections. And just to give you state of affairs, we have 259 intersections in the city. None of them were coordinated, not till here recently. And so what was happening is that every single intersection was working independently. It would run its own timer, and that's why you would stay there for a very long time, even in some instances go through 2 red cycles. Now we're on top of that, we're working also on our advanced detection system here on Park Road 22, that flasher that comes right there as you come off of the bridge. That's also being adjusted to give the right information. So now we have more coming. So our budget, which was originally like $2 million, we've started diverting some funds to that program so that we could have more intersections communicating with each other. So I'm looking forward to getting Everhart on the program, Weber, especially Weber at Saratoga. That one I get a lot of calls on as well. So a lot of good things coming to the city as far as our signal coordination and timing is concerned. And give us some time, we will get the whole city talking to all the signals talking to each other here pretty soon. Thank you.
Thank you for that great question. I know it was twofold, and I know in the short time that I've been here, I've worked with staff who've been incredibly helpful. We've dealt with, to name a few, the Waldron and SPID intersection, the Aquarius and Park Road 22 intersection, the Whitecap and Park Road 22 intersection, and they've done everything from adjust the timing on them, update some of the hardware. There's been a lot that hearing from the community has been very helpful in alerting that these needed attention, and they were very proactive. So Ernie, thank you for speaking and for your team's help. And I've spoken with Chief Markle. I know on the island we tend to have seasonal, pretty substantial backups in traffic right now. And so he's got a tiered plan that he's rolling out when those get backed up. So thank you for those. I'll skip real quick back to the issue about the schools. In talking with the superintendent, we did discover that previously students were under the impression they needed to exit the campus and wait. And he's assured us that with their student ID, if they go back in through the main door, they can still wait in the library. So I know that was a big concern for a lot of us. And so we're hoping that we get that word kind of out. I know we just had a partial week for our first week last week. So hopefully it'll get all smoothed out. But thank you for bringing that back up.
We could probably take one more question. Does anyone else have questions? Yes.
Hello. My name is Robin Cobb, and I live in District 4 on the mainland. I'm just not clear what part of the budget the Inner Harbor Desalination Project fits into. I was looking through the booklet, but I can't see where it is. And for all districts, I'm sure there should be comments about it because it would affect everybody. So I'm just curious, how do you look at this budget stuff and figure out how much of the city's budget is directed at planning that?
Right. So our budget office, which is it's by that basketball hoop back there, will show you in the budget. So it's in the capital budget, not the operating budget. So we have two budgets. One is the operating, that's where we budget for police and fire and park services. And then there's a capital budget, which is for heavy infrastructure. It's new roads, new water facilities. And so it's the seawater desalination budget for the design and construction is in that CIP budget. And I think it's for 2 or 3 years still of funding over those years. So it's not all the budgets in 1 year. We try to budget when we think monies could be spent. And so we'll show you where that is. So it would impact the ratepayer through the rates, right? It would be paid for with water utility rates, and but it is in the capital budget.
And does it include the new projected costs for that project?
I think it does, yes. I think it had the most current cost that was provided to us, which was at a 10% design. And so we did update it for that. Yes, we did.
Is that the $1.2 billion that's going to cost now?
Yeah, and what may be in there is the 997 or so, just for the construction part of it. But I believe, where's Amy? We'll check with you in the back. But we did use the most current figures. I'm not sure if just the construction's in there or other staff augmentation services are in there as well.
And is the council still taking comments on that project?
They sure are, around the clock.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's our number one issue. So next week, just so you know, we are today the draft agenda for next Tuesday, city council meeting. And there'll be 2 items for them to consider next week based on their prior action, which was to pause everything for 30 days. So next Tuesday will be the 30th day, and the council will consider, do we continue with the design or not? And then there's another action, do we continue with the loan from the state or not? So that's a very important 2 decision points next week for the toughest job around, which is that city council making those decisions.
Mm-hmm. Really impact the budget, really decrease the budget.
Right. Thank you. We'll see you next week.
Hi, Tom Gottlemoller from here on the island. I'm a firm believer in RO. Absolutely, positively needed here. Now, I notice that we are raising our water rates, raising our wastewater rates. There is no free ride getting the water out of Lake Texana because it costs electricity to pump it all the way down here. I think that we'd be making a mistake not to build an RO facility. A good example would be, just look at Israel. In the late aughts, they were running out of water, like we are. As a matter of fact, the Sea of Galilee was almost to the point where they would have saltwater intrusion into that sea, which would have ruined it. Today, 55 to 60% of their water comes from an RO systems, and they're pumping water back into the Sea of Galilee to raise the level back up. So we have no choice. We live on the edge of a desert We're in the middle of a drought. We need to have a reliable, consistent water source. And that is, the only way to do that is to use the Gulf out here to make it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ma'am, I know you were looking to come up for a question, right? Yeah. No, okay. Last one. Thank you.
Okay, again on water, is there a contingency built into the budget for the likely implosion of property values? Should we not build this plant and not be able to have water?
No, there isn't. Because we're going to get water. That's why. Yeah, we have this. We're looking at 4 groundwater sources. We have the seawater desalination. We're looking at reuse. Right now, we discharge about 25 million gallons of treated wastewater into our bays and estuaries. So a lot of cities are looking at how do you reuse that water. The 4 groundwater projects include the Evangeline, which the City Council approved, 169 million water right purchase last Tuesday, and that would be we would blend that water, first 12 million, the next 12 maybe RO it, reverse osmosis it, because it's a little bit high in salt. We're looking at South Texas Water Authority with a partnership with 7 Seas. We have our own wells that we've been drilling along the Nueces River, and the City Council approved the purchase of another 250 acres in an even better spot with better water quality, where we could put more wells, 15 plus more. And so that could produce about 25 million gallons in total. And then finally, the Eshelman Voigt Ranch in deep, I guess, southwest Texas, southwest, is another groundwater project where a private developer is entertaining a project there. So all told, with those, it'd be over 100 million if we could do them all. And today, just to put it into perspective, we use about 100 million gallons of water. So, and then of course you have the seawater desalination question for next week. Yeah, we can't let our property values implode because it'd be a tough meeting to have, right?
Okay, thank you very much,
good.
everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, that's it, yeah.
Yeah, we will now transition to the open house portion of our meeting. So please, thank you for all of your questions, and please feel free to walk around and talk.
So I'm going to find out right now. Car wash, please.
Charlie 290, go car wash. 10-4. I'm going to locate you and see where you are. Go car wash out there in the area. 10-4. Go on 36, 10-4.
Yeah, having MDD issues. Fire dispatch 97. Echo. Transporting code 1 to Doctors Regional, beginning mileage 0. Call on Dr. 0. We're going to be at 108.
Out of 108, 10-4.
Go to the backup.
Charlie 220's call. Copy.
So 290 copy, please. David, Victor, Sam, 6, Frank, 4.
David, Victor, Sam, 6, Frank, 4. 10, 4.
Okay, cool.
1500 Michelle Lane, so you're going to be on that call with them. Copy.
Sorry, looks like 4200.
4200 Michelle Lane, copy Charlie 1. I'll put you on the call. Any other unit out there with you?
And no one's out here with me. They can just start me 2 units. I'm just watching that call right now. You can advise elevator 1 is not working. So why is it for please?
Fire dispatch from Medic 7, arriving 0.4.
Charlie 240, I'm clear and I see Charlie 240 clear. And en route with Charlie 1. Copy that.
Delta 220 arriving at the range hotel.
Sorry? Island 20.
Getting flagged down at Hard Knocks. There's a fight going on inside. If you send another unit.
Charlie 230, I'm straight out that way. Hard Knocks on the island. I only know of one.
Okay, I'm just going to be on the island. Put me around over there. Just build me a completely separate call, and put 240 on, and then find me one more unit. Michelle and Brianne, but it'll be related to the other call. Team, go ahead. You guys can hear back. 92, copy.
Just for a possible transfer of Beverly, Bank of America, 5370 South Staples. Advising on a motorcycle, looks like he appeared to have been trying to make entry into an ATM. Going to be wearing a bone ski mask with a full banker biker gang outfit.
black and red leather, the black motorcycle. Car was pending at this time. It's going to be for 5370 South Maple. Patrol 3 and 4, 1650. For the day.
5522, 10-7.
And they were last seen by Beach Access Road 3A. It's going to be a red Chevy Silverado. I can say the 4X3 John 3170. And it's going to be occupied by a female driver, Hispanic female. Call is sitting at this time at 1650. My next 30892 to
Bravo 2.
Bravo 2.
Next Charlie unit you get available, will you start under the mall, help those units out with the transport, please?
Transport.
Charlie 1, the vehicle has heavy traffic, same exact location.
For being here today. We've called this press conference to share some great news about how Corpus Christi is addressing our water supply challenges and solutions that will serve our community. Today, we're announcing significant progress on multiple fronts that demonstrates the city's plan for water security. Please allow me to introduce our city manager, Mr. Peter Zanoni.
Thank you, Elisa, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Peter Zanoni, the city manager for the city of Corpus Christi. We're here today to talk about two things, most notably what took place at City Council this past Tuesday. And during that council meeting, a lot of business is being conducted, and we just want to make sure the message that I'm about to tell you did not get lost. So we appreciate the media and folks tuning in. We especially appreciate the council members behind me. We have a majority of our council behind us who are united in the message I'm about to deliver, and they will deliver as well. And that is that this city council has a path forward for water security, both short-term and long-term, and we have plans for medium-term needs for water. So this Tuesday, City Council took what we consider to be historic action. They voted yes to move forward a project known as the Evangeline Groundwater Project from what has been for 4 decades a conceptual idea to move it forward into design and construction with the passage of a water rights contract that is now moving forward for this project. We have 6 months to do due diligence, both the seller and the buyer. And part of our message today is we know we have to communicate more with our region, and that's going to be part of this 6-month plan. But the Evangeline is important because it solves our water issues now. No other project will do that except the 2 that we're working on right now, which is Evangeline and our own nueces River Wells project. This council behind me and we at the city and Corpus Christi Water, our team is here, recognize we need immediate water relief. This city, this region is in the grips of what probably will be a drought of record. And the team told me recently, drought of records aren't declared until the drought event is over, but we know this is a pretty severe drought. So the vote that City Council took on Tuesday moves forward a conceptual idea into reality with design. The city, through council's action, already has design consultants working both on the modeling of the water with our hydrogeologists, the design of how we're going to place the wells, how we're going to drill, how we're going to connect the water into the Mary Rose pipeline. This project, unlike just about all of them, is very affordable to the ratepayer. We're using existing resources, including our Mary Rose pipeline, and the quality of the water is great. It does not need advanced treatment. The second vote that City Council took this Tuesday demonstrates their commitment to long-term planning. The City Council approved near unanimous a $2.7 million reservation fee to buy water one day, potentially, if we elect to, from the Nueces River Authority, who is in the midst of designing and ultimately building a 100 million gallon seawater desalination that would be placed on the Gulf. It won't rely on waters from the Bay, which has been somewhat of an issue for our community. And so that is a commitment to long-term water planning. 50 million gallons is what we will have access to, should the plant be designed and built, and should the price be right for the ratepayer. That's tremendous. So two big things, that's the message from today, is that Tuesday, this City Council sitting behind me took monumental action collectively and as a team and as cohesively for a path forward on water security for our region, something that has been in our forefront for several years now. Now, going forward, we are going to continue what we've been doing, but ratchet it up a little bit, ramp it up a little bit, add more resources to it, which is extend the communication about what we're doing to the region. And so events like today, we appreciate the media being here, helps to get a message out that can easily be lost with social media posts, with just the city not presenting the information. And so we will be embarking on what we have been doing, but doing more of it. Town halls in Nueces County, town halls in San Patricio County. We will be meeting with city councils in Sinton and Portland and Rockport. We are going to do town halls or informational briefings to San Patricio County Commissioners Court, our own Nueces County Commissioners Court. And so we'll do as many town halls and briefings and engagement sessions as we need to make sure our community knows that, one, we hear them, two, we have the ability to adjust. So if something's not turning out the way we thought it was, we're going to have the flexibility and ability to adjust in our water strategies. And the community needs to know that. The community needs to know that the city council behind me and myself as a city manager care about them, that we care about them, care about their livelihoods, and we're not going to be disrupting them. We're going to make their livelihoods better by making sure water security is as good for other counties as it could be for the city of Corpus Christi. And so San Patricio County rural areas, Nueces County rural areas, and cities like Corpus Christi, Portland, Rockport, Ingleside, Gregory, we care about all those communities, and our message that we'll be delivering will be right there with them. So we're going to be going out to the community. So those are the two messages I'd like to deliver. We have several council members that want to speak on particular issues. As an example, Councilwoman Vaughn, when she got elected, one of her top priorities was the Evangeline project. She was aware of it. She lives in that region. She's an at-large council member, but she represents the region as much as the whole city. And it's been a top priority for her, as has been constantly reminding us of the livelihoods of the rural residents who live there, and to remind us that we have to be mindful of them and their livelihoods. Councilman Roy, who represents and lives in City Council District 1, that's nearest to the Evangeline project. He's going to talk a little bit about it as well. And then Councilwoman Paxson, who represents the island, has been a very strong supporter and advancer of our partnership with the Nueces River Authority on the Gulf desalination facility, so she'll speak a little bit on that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Roy, who's going to come up first and talk about the Evangeline project.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Peter. First of all, I would like to just say thank you, city staff, and all the people that have been involved in helping to make this project come to fruition. I want to thank the council members that were part of this, that asked a lot of good questions, did a lot of homework and research to get where we're at today, and I'm extremely proud of where we're at today with the decision to continue to do the things that we need to do to make sure that we have water in Corpus Christi. It's a privilege to stand before you today as a part of the unified City Council that is delivering results of our community. Today represents the very best of what we can accomplish when we work together with vision and commitment to the residents' future. This success is bigger than just one project. Every vote on this council reflected our shared commitment to securing water for all who call Corpus Christi home. Again, I want to thank you. And next, I would like to introduce my fellow council member, Carolyn Vaughn, and neighbor. Carolyn.
Thank you very much. This is a project, Evangeline, that I championed from the very beginning. We started out in January and we had meetings throughout the year. And I want to thank the council for helping to support it, following through it. But I specifically want to thank Mr. Sinoni, because without him pushing and pushing and pushing, we would not have gotten to last Tuesday. So I appreciate that very much, and I know that he's going to make sure we follow through. I want to assure the farmers, the ranchers, and the rural families, we want to make sure that their water is safe. I'd like to emphasize something very important. We're not dependent on any single source. This diversified approach means our community has multiple things that we can choose from. If one source faces challenges, we have others ready to step in and take over. To my fellow council members and our city staff, thank you for your hard work and your dedication. Through teamwork and unity, we're creating a legacy of water security that will benefit generations to come. Thank you, and now I'd like to introduce Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Vaughn. I too would like to echo sentiments of my team behind me, and I say that because today truly is a show in what teamwork, unity, and a united focus can achieve. And so I would like to thank our city staff, starting with our city manager, Peter Zanoni. He has been incredibly helpful since the beginning of this issue. He has actively pursued not only immediate future needs, but long-term needs that secure Corpus Christi, all of our community members, and our ratepayers a strong future. I've been a huge champion for the Harbor Island project. I like to call that the Gulf Desal project. It is a project, in my opinion, that positions Corpus Christi to really help not only the community, but all of our neighbors. We are a regional water supplier, but it gives us a very strong position for the future. And this community is our top priority. We have worked very hard to secure immediate water supply. We're very mindful. This team has worked day and night without stop to find efforts and solutions to help us prevent curtailment, to help us secure future long-term, very secure, and a diverse portfolio of water solutions. And so I know that working together, we have gotten this far. Tuesday, this week, was a huge success, not just for these efforts, but for our entire community, Coastal Bend, and the state. Each of our community members, all of our industry members, and all of our regional partners are very important to us. And so our efforts have continued to be putting them in the forefront. We will continue this track. We will be successful, and we will not only secure water for today, tomorrow, but for many years down the line. So thank you all for your patience, your support, and your trust in this team.
Thank you, Councilwoman Paxton, and all of you very much for being here today. And thank you to members of the media for coming out and spending some time with us this afternoon. Our speakers will now be available for one-on-one interviews to talk to you. And this concludes our press conference. Thank you.
Additional at this time at 17:04.
Adam, can you add me to that robbery call at 4101 Staples at the Walmart? I'll be checking 719 Lentiana. That vehicle had originally hit there last month.
Adam, to 719 Lantana, reference Charlie 220's call. I'll put you on it and then update your location. $317. Play it. And out to 305 West Avenue, J. John, apartment 1. Apartment 1 for marriage. RP Imelda is requesting an officer to location. There is not a disturbance. She wouldn't clearly advise what the situation required. An officer was just in contact with her, possibly due to neighboring issues. 305 West Avenue, J. John, apartment 109.
Wait for okay, Robert.
Yes. Copy starting. 142, go ahead. 95041, repeating 95041.
I'll be around.
10-4. Charlie 290 tomorrow. No, the 270 clear until I have some backup for you. Thank you. Ten four. Copy, Andy.
Well, I think they made it because they said he may need EMS because he's very out of it. One of the calls saying that he's possibly on drugs, under the influence. He's going to be a Hispanic or dark-skinned black male. That's far.
Oh, fine. Well, if I've been around to Highway 181 near Victoria, Highway 181 near Victoria for the traffic lights. I have an RP who stated that they're no longer working at all and no longer just blinking. Yeah. The OEM office.
What do you need help with?
One for unknown EMS or the RTU station, 602 North Staples, 602 North Staples, area 1006. Work off fire dispatch at 1712.
10-4.
You'll be clear as well.
10-4 clear. Delta 270, Delta 230, and Delta 380 is second check.
Fighting it out. It's been a tough war for Putin. He's lost a lot of soldiers, maybe 1 million. That's a lot of soldiers. And it's been tough for Ukraine. It's been tough on both. Sometimes you have to let it, just get fought out. We have, I've settled 8 wars. I thought that one would be easier than some of the ones we settled. And by the way, we got 3 hostages back. The hostages were so sad. We're talking about dead bodies, which people call hostages, but I don't know what you'd call them. I spoke to the parents. We got Nutra, from New York and from the United States, and I spoke to his parents, and they're thrilled in one sense, but in another sense, obviously, it's not too great. But we're very happy to have done it. We got 3 bodies back today that they found, and we're looking for the remainder of the bodies.
Are you going to go to the Supreme Court on Wednesday?
What?
Are you going to go to the Supreme Court for the tariffs, oral arguments?
I think it's the most important decision, one of the most important decisions in the history of our country. Because without tariffs, without our being able to use tariffs freely, openly, and in every way, we would suffer tremendously from a national security standpoint. The national security of our country is at stake. It's the biggest, I think it's one of the biggest decisions in the history of the Supreme Court. Other countries use tariffs against us. If we weren't able to openly and freely use tariffs against them, I'll give you an example. China, that was going to be a disaster for the world, and I was able to settle it very quickly, very easily, because I was able to use tariffs. It's total national security, and economic health is also part of national security, by the way. But without tariffs, our country would be in great jeopardy.
So will you attend the oral arguments at the Supreme Court?
No, I don't think so, because I don't want to call a lot of attention to me. It's not about me, it's about our country. I'll be going to Miami. I'm going to make a speech in front of a large group of people in Miami and said, I wanted to go so badly. I just don't want to do anything to deflect the importance of that decision. If we don't have tariffs, we don't have national security. And the rest of the world would laugh at us because they've used tariffs against us for years and took advantage of us. And you see what's happened. We've become wealthy. Our stock market hit a record high on Friday. A record high. It's hit 48 record highs during my term. And a large part of that's because of tariffs and our good trade deals. Without that, you couldn't make a good trade deal. And you know, we were subject to being abused by a lot of other countries, including China, for years. Not anymore. Tariffs have brought us tremendous national security.
Venezuela, is there a deadline for Venezuela to act against these alleged drug gangs before they face airstrikes?
Deadlines. I do what I do, but I don't set whether it's Venezuela or anything else. I don't set deadlines.
It's not true that you made a decision on striking inland in Venezuela, but are there actual plans for those strikes in the near future?
How can I answer a question like that? Are there plans for a strike on Venezuela? Who would say that? Supposing there were, would I say that to you honestly? Yes, we have plans. We have very secret plans. Well, who would say that? You know, what kind of a question is it? Look, we'll see what happens with Venezuela. Venezuela sent us thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of people from prisons, from mental institutions, drug addicts, and so did other countries. That's the bad. I mean, other countries did it too, because we were run by very stupid people, very, very stupid people. Biden was the worst president in the history of our country by far. We had open borders, and many countries, the Congo, many countries, they sent their prisoners. They sent prisoners. They sent drug dealers. They sent drug addicts. They sent anybody that they didn't want. They sent them through our country. And Venezuela was one of the worst abusers.
Democrats say that the way that this shutdown ends is if you directly engage and negotiate a deal on extending these ACA subsidies. Is that something
all they have to do is open up the country. You know, we voted 14 times to open the country. We have voted 14 times to open the country, and they vote to keep it closed. All they have to do is vote to open the country, and we only need 5 Democrats. They have a lot of Democrats. We only need 5. But the Republicans have voted 14 times to open the country.
You directed your lawyers on SNAP. You directed your lawyers on SNAP benefits. You put out that True Social post on Friday, directing your lawyers to look into whether or not you can move around funds. Did they get back to you to find out if you can change
it's a much easier situation than that. If they vote to open the country, it's open up immediately. We don't even have to think about that.
Mr. President, I wanted to ask about, I forgot what I wanted to ask about. That's right. If I might, Prince Andrew in the UK has had his royal titles stripped away because of the Epstein scandal. I know you're close to the royal family there. Do you have any thoughts on what's happening
badly? I mean, it's a terrible thing that's happened to the family. That's been a tragic situation. And it's too bad. I mean, I feel badly for the family.
Mr. President, are you still planning to meet with Jensen Huang? Have you spoken with him after your talk? Jensen Huang of NVIDIA, the CEO of NVIDIA?
Yeah, I've spoken to him. What about it?
So are you planning to meet with him? You said when you were...
I meet with him. Look, he's one of the great geniuses of our time. His chips are 10 years ahead of anybody else's. And, you know, I meet with him all the time. It's a great American company. It's now the biggest company in the world. So what would you like to know? I mean, NVIDIA is really just a brilliant company. The chips are 10 years. The new Blackwell that just came out, it's 10 years ahead of every other chip. But there's nothing to meet with other than say, congratulations. But no, we don't give that chip to other people.
Are you meeting with the Syrian president?
We don't give that chip to other people.
Are you meeting with the Syrian president at the White House? Or did you invite him? The Syrian president? The Syrian president?
He may be coming. I don't know. I mean, he's working very hard. We took sanctions off of Syria to give them a chance at survival. And I hear he's doing a very good job. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm going to try and watch 60 Minutes, but I may be delayed. Let's see if they treat me better than they treat other people. Although, I do say this, they treated Kamala very well. In fact, they changed her answers.
watch it here, Mr. President.
I will try, but we may land just as it starts, right? It's a very split second. But thank goodness for TiVo or something thereof, right? TiVo. We love TiVo. We love TiVo. One of my favorite, one of the greatest inventions in history. Have a good time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Specifics wearing like panic at her hair, thin built.
Panic into the split shirt here and open the door.
Answer, go ahead.
I have a fall requesting LE female caregiver at home, not opening the door. Can't get the lock box open, so they're requesting a unit. Do you want me to start one?
How are you? You had a nice weekend?
We did.
Everyone good?
How are you? Did you get an extra hour's
Good.
sleep?
I guess we're doing 60 Minutes tonight, but I'm not sure we're going to be in the plane. We may be midstream. We'll see. But I think they did a good job. Well, we'll let you know. We'll see how they cut it. So, do you have any questions?
President, on Nigeria, just wanted to ask you, do you envisage U.S. boots on the ground or airstrikes?
Could be. I mean, a lot of things I envisage, a lot of things. They're killing record numbers of Christians in Nigeria. And they have other countries very bad also. You know that part of the world, very bad. They're killing the Christians and killing them in very large numbers. We're not going to allow that to happen.
Mr. President, what's going on with Russian assets, would you say? Are you going to use those as a negotiating tool? What's Europe saying on the frozen Russian assets? So what are you planning to use
This is a totally different question than Nigeria.
Yes,
so, right?
different.
That was quite a turn. I'm not doing that. What happens is, I guess Europe and Russia are having discussions. I'm not involved in those discussions.
Will your administration provide Ukraine with long-range Tomahawk missiles? Is that something that you're not considering that?
No, not really.
Mr. President, on Friday, the final straw.
At this moment, I'm not.
Final straw for you that proves that Putin is really not ready to end the war. What would be the final straw for you that proves that Putin is really not ready to end this war with Ukraine?
There's no final straw. Sometimes you have to let it fight out, and they're fighting it out. And it's been a tough war for Putin. He's lost a lot of soldiers, maybe 1 million. That's a lot of soldiers. And it's been tough for Ukraine. It's been tough on both. Sometimes you have to let it, just get fought out. We have, I've settled 8 wars. I thought that one would be easier than some of the ones we settled. And by the way, we got 3 hostages back. The hostages were so sad. We're talking about dead bodies, which people call hostages, but I don't know what you'd call them. I spoke to the parents. We got Nutra, from New York and from the United States, and I spoke to his parents, and they're thrilled in one sense, but in another sense, obviously, it's not too great. But we're very happy to have done it. We got 3 bodies back today that they found, and we're looking for the remainder of the bodies.
Are you going to this Friday court on Wednesday? Are you going to go to the Supreme Court for the tariffs, oral arguments?
I think it's the most important decision, one of the most important decisions in the history of our country. Because without tariffs, without our being able to use tariffs freely, openly, and in every way, we would suffer tremendously from a national security standpoint. The national security of our country is at stake. It's I think it's one of the biggest decisions in the history of the Supreme Court. Other countries use tariffs against us. If we weren't able to openly and freely use tariffs against them, I'll give you an example. China that was going to be a disaster for the world, and I was able to settle it very quickly, very easily, because I was able to use tariffs. It's total national security, and economic health is also part of national security, by the way. But without tariffs, our country would be in great jeopardy.
So will you attend the oral arguments at the
No, I don't think so, because I don't want to call a lot of attention to me. It's not about me, it's about our country. I'll be going to Miami. I'm going to make a speech in front of a large group of people in Miami, and said I wanted to go so badly. I just don't want to do anything to deflect the importance of that decision. If we don't have tariffs, we don't have national security. And the rest of the world would laugh at us, because they've used tariffs against us for years and took advantage of us. And you see what's happened. We've become wealthy. Our stock market hit a record high on Friday. A record high. It's hit 48 record highs during my term. And a large part of that's because of tariffs and our good trade deals. Without that, you couldn't make a good trade deal. And you know, we were subject to being abused by a lot of other countries, including China, for years. Not anymore. Tariffs have brought us tremendous national security.
On Venezuela, is there a deadline for Venezuela to act against these alleged drug gangs before they face airstrikes?
I do what I do, but I don't set whether it's Venezuela or anything else. I don't set deadlines.
You said that it's not true that you've made a decision on striking inland in Venezuela, but are there actual plans for those strikes in the near future?
How can I answer a question like that? Are there plans for a strike on Venezuela? Who would say that? Supposing there were, would I say that to you honestly? Yes, we have plans. We have very secret plans. Well, who would say that? You know, what kind of a question is it? Look, we'll see what happens with Venezuela. Venezuela sent us thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of people from prisons, from mental institutions, drug addicts, and so did other countries. That's the bad. I mean, other countries did it too, because we were run by very stupid people, very, very stupid people. Biden was the worst president in the history of our country by far. We had open borders, and many countries, the Congo, many countries, they sent their prisoners. They sent prisoners. They sent drug dealers. They sent drug addicts. They sent anybody that they didn't want. They sent them through our country. And Venezuela was one of the worst abusers.
Democrats say that the way that this shutdown ends is if you directly engage and negotiate a deal on extending these ACA subsidies. Is that something
all we have to do is open up the country. You know, we voted 14 times to open the country. We have voted 14 times to open the country, and they vote to keep it closed. All they have to do is vote to open the country, and we only need 5 Democrats. They have a lot of Democrats. We only need 5. But the Republicans have voted 14 times to open the country.
You directed your lawyers on SNAP. You directed your lawyers on SNAP benefits. You put out that True Social post on Friday, directing your lawyers to look into whether or not you can move around funds. Did they get back to you to find out if you can change
it's a much easier situation than that. If they vote to open the country, it's open up immediately. We don't even have to think about that.
Mr. President, I wanted to ask about, I forgot what I wanted to ask about. That's right. If I might, Prince Andrew in the UK has had his royal titles stripped away because of the Epstein scandal. I know you're close to the royal family there. Do you have any thoughts on what's happening there?
Badly. I mean, it's a terrible thing that's happened to the family. That's been a tragic situation. And it's too bad. I mean, I feel badly for the family.
Mr. President, are you still planning to meet with Jensen Huang? Have you spoken with him after your talk? Jensen Huang of NVIDIA, the CEO of NVIDIA?
Yeah, I've spoken to him. What about it?
So are you planning to meet with him? You said when you were...
I meet with... look, he's one of the great geniuses of our time. His chips are 10 years ahead of anybody else's. And, you know, I meet with him all the time. It's a great American company. It's now the biggest company in the world. So what would you like to know? I mean, NVIDIA is really just a brilliant company. The chips are 10 years. The new Blackwell that just came out, it's 10 years ahead of every other chip. But there's nothing to meet with other than say, congratulations. But no, we don't give that chip to other people.
Are you meeting with the Syrian president?
We don't give that chip to other people.
Are you meeting with the Syrian president? president at the White House? Or did you invite him? The Syrian president? The Syrian president?
He may be coming. I don't know. I mean, he's working very hard. We took sanctions off of Syria to give them a chance at survival. And I hear he's doing a very good job. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm going to try and watch 60 Minutes, but I may be delayed. Let's see if they treat me better than they treat other people. Although, I do say this, they treated Kamala very well. In fact, they changed their answers. You're going to watch it here, Mr. President. I will try, but we may land just as it starts, right? It's a very split second. But thank goodness for TiVo, or something thereof, right? TiVo. We love TiVo. We love TiVo. One of my favorite, one of the greatest inventions in history. Have a good time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
10-4.
Good afternoon, everybody. How we doing? Good. Well, let's let these guys file out here. But, what we just did was a little roundtable with leaders in the aviation industry. We've got leaders of labor represented. We've got leaders of the businesses that are, of course, making the airline industry run. And I just wanted to hear from people about the stresses of the aviation industry in light of the fact of the shutdown. And here's what I found out. It actually worries me a great deal because I think that as much as delays have gotten worse over the last couple of weeks, everybody here is very worried that we're going to see more delays, more stresses on the people who are actually making the aviation system run, and more problems for both the consumers but also the great workers who actually make this incredible shining jewel of the American economy actually work and work on time and work safely. Here are the things that I worry about. I worry about the people who are scanning our bags and making us get through the security line. I worry they're not getting paychecks. They're starting to get worried about how to feed their families and how to pay school tuition and everything else. I worry about the pilots who haven't gotten paid in a long time. I worry about the air traffic controllers who, of course, make this entire system extra safe. I worry about them, more worried about their credit card bill than they should be because they're not getting a paycheck because Democrats refuse to open the government. Now, I understand that a lot of Americans are sick of partisanship in Washington, D.C. Trust me, I've been here for 9 months in this job. I am sick of partisanship in Washington, D.C. But this is very, very simple. Every partisan dispute, every policy disagreement, all of these things we can talk about, we can reason through, we can disagree, we can shake hands and compromise on some of those issues, hopefully. But this is something that every single American, Democrat or Republican or Independent, should be able to agree on. Open the government. Stop this craziness and open the government. It's causing way too many problems, and some of the folks behind me are the people who are dealing with the problems. Now, let's just recap exactly what's happened politically in this town related to the government shutdown. We have had now multiple votes to reopen the United States government. The House of Representatives has voted affirmatively to reopen the United States government. 52 Republicans and 3 Democrats consistently vote to reopen the United States government, but we need 60 votes. So all we need to end the craziness, to pay the air traffic controllers, to pay the TSA agents, to pay the pilots, to make sure that food stamp benefits continue to go out to the American people who need them, all we need is 5 reasonable Democrats to join 3 moderate Democrats and 52 Republicans to reopen the government. I want to let Sean Duffy say something, but before I do, I just want to say to any Democrat in the United States Senate, we are happy to talk about any policy issue. We're happy to talk about health care policy. We're happy to talk about tax policy. We're happy to talk about regulatory policy, but not at the point of a gun. You do not get to take the American people's government hostage and then demand that we give you everything you want in order to pay our air traffic controllers. It's a ridiculous set of demands. Let's reopen the government, and then let's sit down and talk about how to compromise on policy for the American people. Sean?
I appreciate it, Mr. Vice President. So, first, I want to thank you for calling this meeting of the aviation industry. We have a great coalition, bipartisan coalition, and so thank you for that. I just want to tell you, we look at the aviation system, and we've seen blips and blurbs, whether it's LAX or it's Atlanta or it's Dallas. you're seeing impacts of this shutdown on our airspace. And that means travelers are delayed, travelers are canceled. It has real problems. So our air traffic controllers, their first paycheck they missed, well, they got 90%, 80% of the paycheck. That was in early October. They just missed their full paycheck. And you got to think, well, then the second paycheck comes. That's not when we have real disruption. Because every single day, as all of you people know, as we all pay our bills, right, it's not just the mortgage and the car payment, which is very real, but they're buying food. They travel 30, 45 minutes into the towers or the centers, so you have to buy gas. They have kids that want to play football or volleyball or tennis, and they can't afford the very life expenses that they need those paychecks for. And so though we've maintained the safety, I'm grateful for our controllers who are coming in every day. But I do think as this shutdown continues, you're going to see more pressure on controllers, more pressure on TSA workers, and that's going to have real impact. One group that we don't talk about a lot is we have technicians that work in our centers. I've talked to you all about how old our equipment is. We have technicians that come in every single day to make sure this equipment actually works. They too aren't getting paid. And this is burning, and it's having a real impact on our men and women who serve our airspace. And so I would join the Vice President and say, don't hold us hostage. Don't hold American families' travel hostage. Don't hold air traffic controllers hostage. Open up the government, have a conversation, let's get it resolved. But again, every day it gets harder. Every day there's going to be more challenges. And the last point I'll make before I turn it over to Sean O'Brien's really great hair day today is the fact that a lot of our people can go through the miss of one paycheck, and it's hard for them, but a lot of them can get through it. None of them can get through two paychecks. And so, again, if Democrats don't get their act together very quickly, you're going to see huge problems. And again, I would come to them with a clean heart and say, open up the government, and then let's have a conversation. I'll give it to the Teamster, Sean O'Brien.
Thank you very much, Secretary Duffy. Thank you, Vice President Vance. Look, the bottom line, and we took a position, I represent 1.3 million working men and women in this country for the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. We took a position 3 weeks ago. Pass a clean CR, get to the table, negotiate a deal. Do not put working people in the middle of a problem they should not be in there. And we got to think about the families that are going to be affected. Think about when you have to tell your son or daughter they can't play sports because you're not getting paid. Think about when you can't pay your mortgage. Think about when you can't pay your tuition. Put the politics aside, get to the table, negotiate a deal, pass a clean CR right now, and then figure out the problems moving forward. And I want to thank the air traffic controllers. I want to thank the aviation administration for all their hard work and sacrifice they make. And look, security and safety of the airlines is paramount. Let's not compromise the safety and security. Pass a clean CR. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Great. Anybody else? Come on. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you, Secretary Duffy. Thank you all for being here with us today. And I want to start by really thanking the professionals, the air traffic controllers, folks at the TSA, also the FAA, the people in management. They're working hard. They are keeping the skies safe. They've minimized delays. Fewer than 2% of flights have been delayed so far because of air traffic control shortages. So they've done a great job. But it's putting stress on people. It's not fair to those people. It's also putting stress on the economy. You know, the first couple of weeks this had no impact on the economy, but as every day goes by, the impacts start to grow. And airlines are a pretty good real-time indicator of the economy, and we start to see, still minor, but steep booking impact, and you see that happening in the economy. We put the whole economy at risk. And so it's been 30 days, and while I don't have a position on which partisan side and how things should be settled with healthcare, it has been 30 days. I also think it is time to pass a clean CR. Use that as the opportunity to get into a room behind closed doors and negotiate hard on the real and substantive issues that the American people want our politicians on both sides of the aisle to solve. But let's get a clean CR and get that negotiation done behind closed doors without the pressure and without putting the American workers and the American economy at risk.
You're here. Great. Okay, guys, we'll take a few questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Vice President. Mary Margaret with Daily Wire. We're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of this really tragic plane crash in D.C. Should Americans be afraid to fly while the shutdown continues?
No, I don't think Americans should be afraid to fly because we've got great airline professionals who are keeping the safest aviation industry in the world afloat. but they're doing it with incredible stress. What I worry more about is that if you have, let's say, a pilot who's now missed 2 paychecks, who's now telling his kids that they can't do things that they'd like to do, who's now worried about feeding his family, maybe that guy doesn't show up to work, maybe goes and gets a different job. That means greater delays for the American people. I worry about the air traffic controller who now has missed 2 paychecks, who's got to pay his credit card bill or his mortgage, but can't pay both, and decides, you know what, this industry is not for me. The Secretary of Transportation made a great point in private. I'm going to steal it right now because we got to get people into the air traffic control industry. We had a shortage of 2,000 people. How many of those people look to the future, see the congressional Democrats can't get their act together and say, you know what, we're not going to join air traffic controlling at all, which is going to further extend the delays. I think that we have a safe system because these guys are doing heroic things in the midst of this terrible shutdown. But why do we ask them to do so much without getting paid? Why don't we pay them so that they can be happy, they can do the best job they can do, and they're not worried about feeding their families while they're doing a very important job for all of us.
Could you let us know your understanding of the President's comments that he wants to resume nuclear testing after more than 30 years? Does he mean the warheads themselves, the distribution, the missiles, and so forth? What's your understanding of his intention?
Well, look, I'll answer that very briefly, but I really do want to focus on the shutdown that is affecting the American people. I think the President's truth speaks for itself. We have a big arsenal, obviously. The Russians have a large nuclear arsenal. The Chinese have a large nuclear arsenal. Sometimes you've got to test it to make sure that it's functioning and working properly. We've been working very closely, even with nations that we don't have the best relations with, to try to limit nuclear proliferation. The President's going to keep on working on that, but it's an important part of American national security to make sure that this nuclear arsenal we have actually functions properly, and that's part of the testing. To be clear, we know that it does work properly, but you got to keep on top of it over time, and the President just wants to make sure that we do that.
I wanted to ask you, I know you said you're going to talk with folks on Capitol Hill after they open the government back up. If this keeps going on, would you consider getting everyone together like you did before the shutdown here at the White House to talk? And specifically on nuclear, does this new testing make the world less safe?
So I'm not going to answer. I've answered all the questions about nuclear testing that I'm going to answer. I want to talk about the government shutdown here, and I'd like to focus the questions there. But to your point, look, I've never said we're not going to talk to congressional Democrats until they reopen the government. What I've said is we're not going to give in on policy demands under the threat of hostage taking. I mean, if any moderate Democrat or any Democrat period from the United States Senate wants to come over, they're welcome to walk into the stores in an hour. I'm happy to talk to them about how to end the government shutdown, but it's actually very simple because there's a clean CR, as you've heard from everybody, that would reopen the government. What we're also saying is that we're not going to allow anybody, Democrat or Republican, to effectively threaten any policy demand and to place that upon reopening the government. We don't reward hostage taking. If Democrats want to talk about health care policy, let's talk about health care policy. If they want to talk about tax policy, let's talk about tax policy. They don't need to come in here and say, you give us everything we want, or we're going to shut down the government and not pay our pilots and not pay our air traffic controllers. It's ridiculous, disgraceful, irresponsible behavior. There have got to be 5 more moderate Democrats in this entire city who are willing to work with us to reopen the government.
Mr. Vice President, on the issue of the shutdown, there's been concern about 42 million people losing SNAP benefits over this weekend. The administration moved a lot of money around to pay troops, to pay federal law enforcement, and is telling Congress you can't move money around to pay some of those benefits. Why not? Would there be some push perhaps in the next going out to try to do that so Americans don't go hungry?
Well, here's the problem. If you go back to previous government shutdowns, what has happened is that sometimes the president has tried to make the shutdown as painful as possible on the American people. I give the president of the United States great credit and the entire team for trying to make this as painless as possible. The Democrats are acting irresponsibly. He doesn't want the American people to suffer because of it. But look, right now, this government, this administration, we're like guys running around, with a leak in a damn wall, trying to plug it with bubble gum. And we plug one spot with bubble gum, and we plug another spot with bubble gum, and we plug another spot with bubble gum. Why don't the Democrats just stop this entire charade and reopen the government so that we don't have to try to make this thing work on a shoestring budget, which is what we're trying to do. The unfortunate reality, we're starting to see this with our aviation industry, and we're going to find out the hard way with SNAP benefits. the American people are already suffering, and the suffering is going to get a lot worse. Not because the President of the United States has failed to make the shutdown painless, he's tried to do everything that he can to make it as unpainless as possible. The reason that pain is coming and the reason it's building is because we're not passing a clean bill to reopen the government. It's a very easy thing to do.
So you're not.
President, I'm Monica Payne from USA. On the government shutdown, of course, we're approaching Thanksgiving, we're approaching the holidays. What could travel look like, if the Democrats don't open the government time?
So I'm going to let our great Secretary of Transportation answer this question. Look, it could be a disaster. It really could be. Because at that point, you're talking about people have missed 3 paychecks. They've missed 4 paychecks. How many of them are not going to show up for work? You take the TSA lines that are already too long, even right now, and say half of those people don't show up for work, not because they're not hard workers or good people, but because they've got to find a different job to feed their families. What happens when the security lines are not an hour long, but they're 4 hours long? What happens when pilots start not showing up for work because they're so focused on paying the bills they can't fly the plane safely? That's going to lead to massive delays. We want people to be able to get home for Thanksgiving. We want people to be able to travel for business, to make this entire engine of commerce work. We want the aviation industry to work. It's not going to work unless the Democrats reopen the government. These guys are doing heroic things to make it work as well as it possibly can, but every single person that I talk to, to a word, they are worried that the delays are going to reach a point where it makes it very, very hard for the American people to fly. Sean?
So to answer your question, our traffic will be slow, but it'll be a disaster in aviation. And just up with Theo, you still my point, I'll steal one from Scott Kirby from United. October is a slower air travel month, and we have great weather in October. And so you see minimal disruption because of good weather and slower travel. But as we go into November, travel picks up as people start to look at going to see their families. Kids come home from college. And if you don't have air traffic controllers who are being paid, they might want to stay on the job, but they cannot. They're going to have to go take a second job, and you're going to have massive issues in the airspace. People will not be able to go from one place to the other because of the government shutdown.
So come and explore all that our Parks and Recreation Department has done. Stay tuned for all the good things that are yet to come.
I'm curious, as we move into the holiday travel season, is the administration working on a plan to keep airports running smoothly? The other thing that I wanted to ask you is we got 20 million Americans who are set to see their healthcare premiums skyrocket with those ACA tax credits expiring. Curious your response there. Is the administration working on any plans?
Why don't you take the question about what we're trying to do to try to limit the effects of the shutdown on aviation? I think Sean is a great person to address that, and then I'll address the health insurance premium question.
Yeah, so we are proposing that our air traffic controllers union of technicians who work to keep the equipment safe and operational. I know Christi is working with TSA, so we are doing all we can to partner with and talk to our government employees who get this system running smoothly. But we can only ask so much. And I, as a guy who had a lot of kids and didn't make a lot of money early in my life, I know the pressure that these families are under. And by the way, think when these families go home, the fights that are had over the fact that we don't have money for basketball this season, the family strife that happens because they don't have money coming in the door. So we are doing all we can to keep things running smoothly, but in the end, it can only go so far. And if I can just turn over, I love that you guys are asking these questions about what we can do to make this less painful. There's an easy, painless solution. Pass the clean CR. And by the way, I think you all, I was part of some shutdowns myself in Congress, and the tone of the press corps is very, very different in this one. You were rabid against Republicans who voted not to open the government up. And it seems like everyone is so docile. And so, like, what is the president going to do to alleviate the pain? I'm out of the mall. Anyone can go see the World War II Museum. They can all go see the Vietnam Memorial. Again, we didn't close those down. This administration is doing everything they can to alleviate the pain of the American people. Go back to Barack Obama. He did everything he could to shut down parks and memorials across the city. And so, again, it's an easy answer. Go ask the Democrats that question. Say, what are you going to do to make sure that people get SNAP benefits this Saturday, or they have health care assistance for their Obamacare? What are you going to do? Because we're doing everything we can on our end, but there's not much more we can do because there are rules of the road by which we have to play. And so, again, I'm grateful for this team because they care about the American people. I just wonder, do the Democrats care the way we do? If they do, open it up, sit down, and negotiate.
That's a great point. I want to answer the question of health insurance. Because look, we don't want the American people's health insurance premiums to go up. We're very worried about this. The president's been talking about this since before we even took office, that we're inheriting a healthcare system that suffered some real problems under the Biden administration. Because of that, you're seeing health insurance premiums skyrocket. Now here is our very simple proposal to the Democrats. Let's sit down and come to a compromise and work it out. And you know what the Democrats' response to that is? Give us everything we want or we're going to shut down the government and keep it shut down. That is not reasonable behavior. That's not how you do compromise in this town. That is the way that the Democrats have operated. They are trying to take a hostage and we can't reward that behavior. If we do that, if we say, yes, of course, we'll give you everything that you want if you reopen the government, you know what's going to happen? In 3 months, they're going to come back to the administration and they're again going to say, we're going to shut down the aviation industry, we're going to deny people SNAP benefits unless you give us exactly what you want. That's how a child behaves. That is not how a responsible governing party behaves in the United States of America. And let me make one final point and then just cut out of this press conference. Look, I've been a little bit unfair and I want to correct this because when I say that Democrats have shut down the government, it's actually the far left side of the Democratic Party because to their great credit, 3 moderate Democrats joined 52 Senate Republicans to vote to reopen the government. We need 5 more reasonable Democrats to put the American people first and reopen the government. That's all that we're asking. Let's talk about health care policy. Let's make sure that we ensure that Americans' health insurance premiums don't go up. We want that and we're willing to work with people for it, but they've got to reopen the government first. Sean came from a background not that dissimilar from mine. Sean O'Brien came from a background not that dissimilar from mine. There are moms and dads who are fighting right now because they're worried about not being able to pay the credit card bill and the mortgage bill. There are parents who have to look their kids in the eye and say, you know what, we're not going to do football this year. We're not going to do basketball this year because I can't pay for it because the federal government is shut down and I'm not getting a paycheck. Do we want those people who keep the aviation system running to not be able to feed their families, to not be able to pay for some of the things that make life worth living? The answer to that question is absolutely we want them to be able to afford a good life. The only way for that to happen is to reopen the government. It'll be good for those who fly. It'll be good for those who work in the aviation industry. It'll be good for the whole country. Just do the common sense thing, Democrats. Reopen the government. We need 5 Senate Democrats to join us. I hope that they will. Thank you, guys.
Shut down the closed Head Start program this week, $1 billion lost to GDP. Shut down residents, small business owners, shut down losses Head Start programs this week. Shut down small business owners, ongoing losses hit billions. Leaders, industry leaders, beg Congress.
We have a big order coming up. We're buying icebreakers. We're building them together for the most part. We're doing 4 over there and 7 over here. And we negotiated a pretty tough price, I think. But I assume you're going to do very well. But what you're doing is you're going to be teaching us about the icebreaker business very, very strong. We only have 1 icebreaker in all of that millions and millions of acres. We only have 1 icebreaker. And other countries have more than we do. And we're buying the finest icebreakers in the world. And Finland's known for making them. We sort of have almost a monopoly on icebreakers when you think about it. Nobody makes them like Finland. I've heard that for a long time. So we're going to have a total of 11. And it's been really an honor working on it. It's very important. We were making them, but we didn't make them right. By the time we finished, we're going to make them maybe better than you, but at least as well. Not better, but at least as well. So I appreciate both of you being here. It's an honor to have both really tremendous reputation, and it's a great country.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. President. I mean, I remember our first conversation just after you'd been elected in November. The first thing you mentioned was icebreakers. We need them, and then we've been working on this issue ever since. And we're happy to announce that we're basically building 11 icebreakers together, 4 of them in Finland, in joint endeavors, and then 7 of them here. And I think the reason that we've landed in Finland is that 60% of the world's icebreakers are built in Finland. 80% are designed. We've been building them for over 100 years. And speaking of price and time, I think we're the country that can provide them half the price and half the time that others have it. And I think this is a huge strategic decision by the President as well, because we all know that the Arctic is important strategically, militarily, and in terms of the economy as well. And now we can work on this together. Finland is a strange country in the sense that we are probably the only country in the world where all the ports are frozen in the winter. And that's why we built the know-how in icebreakers. Now we can work on this together. And I remember the first conversation we had, you mentioned the fact that Russia has 40 and you need to start ramping this up. And this is an indication that we're going to do it, and we're going to do it together. I also think that this strengthens our bilateral relations. I know I come from a small country, but for us to be able to work together with you is extremely important from a strategic perspective as well. So we appreciate the cooperation, and we're going to deliver the first one 2028.
Just a little bit before a big event. That's great. And actually, it's true. I came here and they were building an icebreaker. They had no idea what they were doing. They had no idea how much it was going to cost. They knew nothing. And we have our Secretary of the Navy right over here. We're working on a lot more than icebreakers. We're working on some very, very big and important ships. But they had no idea what they were doing. And I was with you, and I ended up meeting you, knowing you. I heard about Finland and their icebreakers, and I said, do me a favor, would you have your people take a look at what these people are doing? It came out that, just as I thought, they had no idea what they were doing. And we got involved, and we ended up, we need these ships very badly, because we have a lot of territory, more than anybody. And so I'm very honored to have this deal. Thank you very much. It's going to be great. It's going to be a great partnership. And it's a great honor to have you, Mr. Prime Minister. Would you like to say something, please?
First, Mr. President, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here today. And as a Prime Minister of Finland, I want to say that this deal is very important to Finland and our economy. Because our economy is suffering a lot because of Russian aggression in Ukraine. And this deal, it means investments, jobs, and jobs in hope. And that's why this is so important. I want to thank the listeners.
So you've been affected very badly by the war going on. Ridiculous war going on.
Yes, because we have to close the border. We have 1,300 kilometers common border. And that's that's why we need to do. Our people need hope.
Right. So your border is closed, and that's because you have so many Russians trying to get in?
Yes, they started to push illegal migrants to our border. That's why we were forced to close it.
And people also that don't want to go into the military, I guess.
Yeah, some of them are scared. Fortunately, on our side, we don't have that problem. In Finland,
well, you have a great military.
Yeah, we have compulsory military service. As I always say, we have 900,000 men and women who've done it, including myself and the Prime Minister. We have 200.
And you've been fighting Russia for a long time. So how many years have you been indirectly fighting Russia?
Well, this way, we have managed our relationship since the 1300s with about 30 skirmishes, but it's been very peaceful at our border after World War II. Yeah, but it's been peaceful at our border since the Winter War and the War of Continuation. But I mean, a lot of it is because we actually have a very large military. It's the biggest in Europe together with Turkey, Ukraine, Poland. We have over 60 F-18s. We just bought 64 F-35. will roll out the first one in Texas in December. We have the biggest artillery in Europe together with Poland. And as I always say, we don't have it yet. We're worried about Stockholm.
Well, you really have proportionately, I think, the largest military in the world. Proportionately.
It's quite big, yes, I have to admit. But, we have it for defense purposes and also to build a deterrence. And it's worked. And I think that's one of the reasons that our relationship is so good as well. We have the Defense Cooperation Agreement with you. We're new allies in NATO. Our defense expenditure is going north of 3%. We work very closely with you and the rest of our allies. And when you push the ceiling of defense expenditure in NATO to 5%, you can imagine that a country like Finland was quite pleased with that, because that means that all of the allies have to bring up their defense expenditure, and you basically increased our security just with that decision in The Hague. And I have to admit that having been to my first NATO summit in the summer of 2024, if someone would have told me that you will move from 2% to 5% after Trump enters, I would have said, go see a doctor. But you did it.
And you were great about it. Spain is the one that didn't do it. And so I think you people are going to have to start speaking to Spain. The only one that didn't do it, the only NATO country that didn't do it is Spain. And you'll figure what that's all about, right?
Yeah, we'll work, and I think with the leadership also, Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, I think, there are a lot of commitments that have to take place, and this, of course, is going to also increase industrial defense exchanges. I think we buy 4 times more military material here from the US, and I think it's an essential part of our whole military setup in Europe, and it's good to be working on this together. So there's one thing that I wanted to mention also. I want to congratulate you for what we have seen in the past 24 hours in Gaza. I think it's a historic deal. I went through the 20 points. It's almost like the best on record. You really see all the key elements, and if someone would have said a few weeks back that you and your team are able to push us to a position where there will be a ceasefire, an exchange of prisoners, hostages, and then a pullback, I would not have believed it, but this is what diplomacy is at its best, and I think it's a potentially huge deal, so congratulations to you.
Peace in the Middle East.
Peace in the Middle East, yeah.
And every country came together, every single country came together, and people are shocked by it, but it's an amazing situation. Nobody thought it was going to happen. Thank you very much, and you've been of help too. You help always, but we are really working more closely together, having to do with Russia, Ukraine, and I would have thought that would have been easier, because that would be number 8 for me, number 8. And I would have thought the Russia deal maybe would have been one of the easier ones, and unfortunately last week they had over 7,000 soldiers die unnecessarily, so it's a terrible thing, but I think we'll be getting there hopefully soon.
Probably will go, or you will be going piece by piece. There are only so many agreements that you can get done, and I think this one will be the next big one. Of course, this one needs to stick, and I'm sure it will, because the incentives are all there, and then we'll continue to work. The last time I was here in the Oval Office was with the other European leaders in August, and I think we did a lot of good advancement there on security arrangements. I think we pushed us Europeans hard not to buy oil and gas from Russia, which I think is a very correct decision. Europe just put down its 19th sanction package. I think Russia is actually right now, both economically and militarily, not in a very strong place. And I think it's because of the commitments that we've made to Ukraine. So, day by day on this one.
Christi, Texas. We're going to get it worked out. Questions, please?
Question for President Stu. You have time and again said that one should not underestimate Mr. Trump's negotiating ability. Do you personally believe that Mr. Trump deserves to win the Nobel Peace Prize?
Well, I think that's probably a decision that comes from the Nobel Committee. And my take is that there are 2 key pieces that have to be solved in the big picture. One is in the Middle East, and we're seeing the results of that. And then the other one is between Russia and Ukraine. And once those are solved, I don't see any impediments to it. This year, I think probably the best nomination would be coming from Zelensky and then the King of Jordan. Those would be two that would come. But I think you have to, I mean, my experience with the Nobel Peace Prize comes from Martti Ahtisaari, the former president of Finland. He got it in 2008, and he got it because he negotiated 3 peace agreements on 3 different continents. Namibia in Africa, Kosovo, Serbia in Europe, and then Aceh in Indonesia. And his message was always that when you do a peace agreement, the key is that it looks like an equal match, that the big guy doesn't win over the small guy, and vice versa. But I have to say that the track record of the President of the United States in the past 7 months, 8 months is rather impressive.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. First of all, thank you to all of you in behalf of the state of Israel for everything that you're doing for my country. I wanted to know, how do you see the Middle East in a year from now under your leadership? And if you see any option for normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia?
I think it's going to be great. I think it's, the hostages will be coming back Monday or Tuesday. I'll probably be there. I hope to be there. And we're planning on leaving sometime Sunday. And I look forward to it. And everybody I see is celebrating in Israel, but they're celebrating in many other countries too. A lot of the Muslim and Arab countries, they're celebrating. Everybody's celebrating. Everybody loves the deal. So it's a great honor to have been working on it. And as you know, it's all finalized and done. We've had a lot of terrifically talented people. We've had tremendous support from UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar has been unbelievable. Egypt, as you know, and Jordan, Indonesia. I mean, I don't want to leave anybody out. It's just so many different countries. It's been incredible. Nobody's seen anything like it. So I think in a year from now, it's going to be great. I think it's going to be great.
How do you rate your chances of winning the Nobel Peace Prize tomorrow?
Well, I made 7 deals, and now it's 8. Solved the wars, one going 31 years, one going 34 years, one going 35 years, one going 10 years. I made 7 deals. This would be number 8. The one I thought that I was going to make, and I think we will probably, because it's a ridiculous war, it's a horrible war. The worst since World War II. So look at the people who Russian, Ukraine, I think we'll do that too. Because I've said from the beginning, a lot of reasons for them to do it. And I think they'll be coming to the table pretty soon. But this is the biggest of them all. This is a big one. Although I think India and Pakistan is very big. 2 nuclear nations. I made that. I did that based on trade and because of the tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have been able to do it. But I said, if you guys are going to fight, I'm putting 100% tariffs on each of you. And they immediately stopped fighting. And that was going to go nuclear. You know, that was back and forth. So I know one thing. I don't know what they're going to do really, but I know this, that nobody in history has solved 8 wars in a period of 9 months. And I've stopped 8 wars. So that's never happened before. But they'll have to do what they do. Whatever they do is fine. I know this. I didn't do it for that. I did it because I saved a lot of lives. And that's the thing that bothers me so much about the Russia-Ukraine. 7,000 people are dying a week. Young soldiers, almost all soldiers of Ukraine and Russia. So in theory, it doesn't affect us, no, but it's a terrible thing. And we'll get that solved too. But nobody has ever done 8 wars. Nobody's done 8 wars in 30 years, let alone 9 months.
Are you going to step up the pressure? So are you going to step up the pressure for the Ukrainian deals?
Yeah, we are stepping up the pressure. We're stepping it up together. We're all stepping it up. NATO's been great. The leader of NATO, as you know, Mark, has been fantastic, I think, and he's a fantastic guy. And they are stepping it up. And we're selling a lot of weapons to NATO, and that's going, I guess, to Ukraine for the most part. That's up to them. But they're buying weapons from the U.S. We make the greatest weapons in the world. You buy our planes and a lot of our equipment. And you have a big force, actually. You have a tremendous force of equipment. So I think we'll get that one done too.
President Obama got it for way less.
I want to finish, maybe.
Mr. President, Mr. President,
He's all right.
You're from, you look great. Go ahead. Yeah.
What we plan to do is bring in someone that's
great people, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think he's going to do that.
resurface that
The chances of that are very, very small. But it's very interesting because you have a very big military relative to yourself. You have a very powerful military, one of the best. And certainly we will be there to help.
Thank you.
Please.
on our own. It's a nationally organized.
Did you do it to try to reassure them that they had not
How will you defend it?
Vigorously.
Can I just add on that? We're very pleased with the fact that we have so much training going on with American soldiers right now. So they're getting experience from Arctic conditions, and we're integrating our militaries together, working not only through the DCA agreement but other ways as well. We see that day to day
such as bookkeeping, accounting, insurance, and other small businesses. Access to a construction software built to
Where are you from?
to view area projects.
You have a lot of
access to the
very
room at
impressive.
Delmar College Center for
I like them better than
Development
our
to print plans for local commercial projects at no cost for their clients, of which I'm one, by the way. Published at
Well, we will. I mean, we have a lot of relationships together. I mean, mostly buying our military equipment. We buy a lot of it. We have an order, I guess, 60 planes, 64 F-35s, and many other
procedural
things.
standpoint, CIA has
Big countries don't.
made a recommendation for a fee structure, and then once this goes to council,
We make the best military equipment. They buy a lot from us.
adjust these fees at all.
We're going to work together very closely. And with NATO, we have a very good relationship. As you know, I requested that they pay 5%, not 2%.
I don't think we should charge that fee, or we should raise that fee.
It's not going to happen, and it
Our
happened
country will lose
virtually
tens of billions
unanimously. We had
in
one
gross domestic
laggard.
product.
It was
With each
Spain.
passing day, the pain
Spain. You have to call them and find why they're
Democrats are
laggard.
guaranteeing
And they're doing well too. Because a lot of the things we've done, they're doing fine. They have no excuse not to do this, but that's all right. Maybe you should throw them out of the aircraft. Please, go ahead. Back to the tall gentleman, nice tall gentleman with the yellow shirt. Meeting with the troops, and I'm also going to do a sort of semi-annual physical, which I do. And I think I'm in great shape, but I'll let you know. But no, I have no difficulty thus far. Is there wood around here? No difficulty. Physically, I feel very good. Mentally, I feel very good. You know, I did about 6-7 months ago. I do physicals. I like to, when I'm around, I like to check always early. Always be early. It's a lesson for other people. But I also did a cognitive exam, which is always very risky because if I didn't do well, you your first grade, people are, and I had a perfect score. And one of the doctors said, I've almost never seen a perfect score. A perfect score, the highest score. And doctors. Makes me feel good.
Perfect
when they asked what I like to do, when I said, yeah.
So what I'm looking at here, just from this perspective that the question has got, you see the 9 in the background. So what I'm looking at here, just from this perspective, that question has gotten lower and lower. You see the 9 in the background. We're going to be able to use that, and right now it's not.
But last time I took the cognitive exam,
it seems like it may not be moving, and right now it's not. But
by the way,
as the
easiest test. The first few questions are pretty easy. Once you get into the middle, it gets a little trickier. And there aren't a lot of people in this room that we get every single question right.
Next question. Peace Prize for way less. President Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize for way less.
Obama got a prize. He didn't even know what he got. He got elected, and they gave it to Obama for doing absolutely nothing but destroying our country. No, he was not a good president. The worst president was Sleepy Joe Biden. But Obama was not a good president.
Are you going to do something with the
They gave him a prize. How many months after he won the election, then they gave him the Peace Prize?
Right after.
My election was a much more important election.
Now that you're fixing the situation with Hamas and Israel, are you going to be taking care of the Hezbollah or the Lebanese armed forces?
That will be a smaller part of the puzzle. They have a great new ambassador that I'm elected. Michelle, great new ambassador. So
after 2 years, Monday, how do you make sure each party
it's going to be around that time. They're working on it very hard. They're in very diverse parts of the earth. They're very, very diverse. Actually, I think they're going to come through. I'd be surprised if they didn't. I think it'll happen. Well, we'll look at it at the time. We're going to see how it all goes. And, there's a point at which we may do something that would be a little bit different and maybe very positive for everybody. But we'll be looking at that at the time. And I think we'll get to that. I think we'll get to that period. Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
And so we began the year with $3.8 million in fund balance. Our revenues to date expenditures year to date are $403, leaving us in a fund balance.
We may move some around.
Sales tax authorization, so that sales tax authority can be used for commercial industrial free of GO bond proceeds that could then be utilized for your residential streets.
But that doesn't mean America is managing. But we could look at where our future
reauthorizations under the current different education. So with the same projects, we're treating different projects as allowable under type A.
Set. Go ahead, what's your second? Mike, yeah.
No, Councilman, we're not. No, we're sharing the council's baseline concept.
This is a great plan. This is a great peace plan. This is a plan that is supported by everybody. As I said, they're dancing in the streets of many, many countries right now. It's amazing. I've never seen anything like it. I know we're not looking at that.
Do you think that we could see a full withdrawal at our development funds?
Reconsider the
And so we began the year with $3.8 million in fund balance. Our revenues to date
The Democrats, they ought to call their local Democrat representatives, the congressman. It's their fault. They admit it. They campaigned on the fact that they've never shut down the country, that they want to shut it down. And, we have the greatest economy. We're the hottest country in the world right now. The hottest country. We went from a dead country a year ago to the hottest country in the world. So I think they probably don't like that. But we're doing great. We're doing great. I would say my message is call your local representatives, congressman or senator, and tell them to get on the ball. The Democrats have caused this problem.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, please. not only
Thank
are
you,
these
Mr.
towns.
President.
Where are you from?
I'm from Finland.
Democrats?
Yeah. So I would like to circle back to the two-minute deal. So Finland and the U.S. are strengthening their economic partnership through the deal. What other areas of cooperation with Finland do you see as possible?
The same group
We're going to be talking about that in a little while. We're going into
we just
the
had the American Bank Center,
store
all
room,
the other five
commonly known as the
behind
cabinet
it,
room,
and
beautiful
then
room.
just have
We're going to be discussing
a
that.
more even
But we'll
narrowing
be doing
focus on the
that.
building.
It's a wonderful country with
Just the
wonderful
American
people.
Bank Center,
We've
not all
had
the
a
buildings
long-term
behind it,
relationship, but
and
it's
then
never
add
been
to
this
a
close.
community-wide appeal. That's just some of the
What are we doing now?
Just give you a minute. Just the other side of it, just to repeat it again. We've met before.
One is quantum. We know that is basically what gives food for thought for artificial intelligence. That's very important. The second one is actually networks. And you know that there are two sort of safe and trustworthy Western networks right now. One of them is Nokia, and the other one is Ericsson. And actually 70% of broadband in the United States is Nokia. So one of the things that we can work on together is creating the 6G space through networks. And we actually, Nokia has 7,000 people working here in the United States and an American CEO.
Okay, anybody else?
What is the International Stabilization Force that's supposed to be with Gaza?
International critically endangered species.
Really, I think there's going to be a large group of people determining what it will be, and a group of people funding it. Very rich countries are going to be funding it. People want to see this work. It's going to work. It's absolutely going to work. And it starts. It's already started. We've signed, as you know. Everybody's agreed. I think Monday is going to be a very big day, Monday, Tuesday, but it's going to be, depending on where you are, it's going to be a very big day. I think it's going to be a day of great celebration. I've never seen anything like it. The streets of so many countries right now are just roaring with love and with praise to the people that did this. And these are countries that did this. The whole world came together, even Iran. And I really thank them for it. Iran came out and said this is a good thing. It's a very good thing. So it was terrific. It's been a terrific experience for me. Thank you very much.
Just then, yes. Governor Trump just announced the appointment of Chief Wade to the Texas Commission on Fire Protection. February, and we were just talking a few minutes ago. We suspect that he'll be nominated again for the full term, which is a 6-year term in February. And so then the governor could consider a reappointment for a longer term. But just some background.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's a whole lot easier when you do that.
What a group. All champions. Well, thank you very much. A big hello. This is a special group of patriots, champions, winners. You are winners. Oh, I'd love to have your job. I'd love to have your job. And a very special hello to the greatest sailors anywhere on the seas, the incredible men and women of the United States Navy. Very special people. Thank you very much. Great honor. Great honor to be here. But I'm thrilled to be here among thousands of proud American patriots aboard the 100,000 tons. That's a lot of tonnage. Forward deployed symbol of American might, power, and prestige. The legendary USS George Washington. This is some ship. They don't make them this way anymore, but we're not supposed to say that, but they really don't. This is great stuff. This is really an incredible GW, they call it GW, right? And we've come this afternoon to celebrate the strength and the skill and service of everyone on the ship. So we're going to all relax. We're going to have a good time. We're not going anywhere, you know. We go back to Washington. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning. But I want to just tell you that you are special people, and we're going to have a little fun. And I'm going to tell you how great our country is and how well we're doing, because a year and a half ago, we had a different country than we do right now. Now we're the most respected country in the world. We're the hottest country in the world. And it hasn't taken too long, but I had no doubt. I just didn't know we were going to do it this fast. We've done it fast because of people like you, so I want to thank you very much. And I want to recognize a man that you all know well. He's a tough cookie. He was formerly our Secretary of Defense, but now he is proudly known as our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. And, you know, I don't say this. He gave up a hell of a job. They were going to pay him millions of dollars. They didn't want to believe that crazy fox said he was going on here. But he wanted, you know, every time I'd go on that show, all they wanted to talk about is the military. And I said, you know, if I ever do this, I'm going to bring this guy along. He knew more about it than anybody. He didn't want to be doing the other stuff. He had a chance. He could have made so much money. He wouldn't have known. He didn't want that. This is what you wanted, Pete. He's so happy now.
And our neighbors
Those drug ships aren't coming in anymore. We can't find a ship. There's no ships coming in with drugs, you know. It's like he's been incredible. So thank you very much, Pete. You gave up a lot. We appreciate it. Thank you. And unlike past administrations, we will not be politically correct. You don't mind that, do you? When it comes to defending the United States, we're no longer politically correct. We're going to defend our country any way we have to, and that's usually not the politically correct way. From now on, if we're in a war, we're going to win the war. We're going to win it like nobody ever before. You know, we'd go in, we'd blast the hell out of countries. Shouldn't have gone in. By the way, you don't go in, that's even better. We don't have to go in peace through strength. But,
some will continue to fall out.
We'd go in, we'd win, and then we'd leave. They used to say, to the victor belong the spoils. Well, we'd be the victor, then we'd leave. Because we had people that didn't know what the hell they were doing. But we're also very honored to be joined by hundreds of our incredible Japanese artists.
I'm more than happy to place some benefits. Anyone who's in a clerk, stand your ass.
This woman. Perfect weather. This woman is a winner. So, you know, we've become very close friends all of a sudden because their stock market today and our stock market today hit an all-time high. That means we're doing something right. But the cherished alliance between the United States and Japan is one of the most remarkable relationships in the entire world. Really, there's never been anything like it. Born out of the ashes of a terrible war, our bond has grown over 8 decades into the beautiful friendship that we have. It's a foundation of peace and security in the Pacific. You see it? So on behalf of all American sailors stationed in this beautiful country, let's hear it for our allies and the Japanese self-defense forces and all of the Japanese people that we love and respect. And I have such respect for Japan, the country, and now I have a really great respect for the new and incredible Prime Minister. I have to say this, the first female Prime Minister in the history of Japan. Madam Prime Minister, please say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all. So, 本日、米国の海軍創設250周年という記念すべき節目にトランプ大統領とともに地域の自由と平和を守る象徴である空母ジョージ・ワシントンで挨拶するチャンスをいただいたこと心から光栄に思います。
This year marks the U.S. Navy's semi-quincentennial anniversary. As we celebrate the important milestone, I'm truly honored to have this opportunity to deliver remarks with President Trump aboard the aircraft carrier USS George Washington, a symbol of protecting freedom and peace in this region.
でまず何よりも日夜 我が国と地域の平和と安全のために尽力してくださっている自衛隊員、そして在日米軍の、軍隊の皆さん、軍人の皆様に心から敬意と感謝を捧げます。
First and foremost, I would like to express my deep respect and sincere gratitude to all the men and women in uniform from Japan's Self-Defense Forces and the U.S. Forces Japan for your dedication and commitment to safeguard peace and security of our nation and the region day and night.
6年前に、ありがとう、Thank you. 6年前、2日の地で、トランプ大統領と、亡くなった安倍晋三、総理が、日米が共に手を取り合って、この地域の平和と安全を確保していくという決意を示しました。
6 years ago, at this same place, here in Yokosuka City, the late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and President Trump stood side by side and demonstrated their resolve that Japan and the United States would join hands to ensure peace and security in this region.
今ここに再び日米の最高指揮官が並び立ったこの機会に私はその決意を引き継ぎインド太平洋を自由で開かれたものとしそして地域の平和と繁栄の礎とする決意を新たにしました。
Now, as the two commanders-in-chief of Japan and the United States stand together once again, I have renewed my determination to carry forward that resolve and to make the Indo-Pacific free and open so that it will serve as the foundation of peace and prosperity for the entire region.
今、我々はかつてないほど厳しい安全保障環境に直面しています。平和は言葉だけではなく、確固たる決意と行動によってこそ守られます。
Now, we are facing an unprecedented severe security environment. Peace cannot be preserved by words alone. It can be protected only when there is an unwavering determination and action.
あちらに見える最上とマヤを含む自衛官とこのジョージ・ワシントンは数多くの訓練を重ねてきました。でまた横須賀にいる多くの、補給整備に携わっている、日米関係者の皆様そして地域社会との絆が、米国海軍の活動を長年にわたって支えてきました。こうした幾層にもわたる日米の協力が日米の抑止力対処力を確かなものとしております。
From where we stand, we can see Maritime Self-Defense Forces Mogami and Maya, vessels of Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force, and USS George Washington have conducted numerous joint exercises. Just as importantly, there are so many Japanese and American personnel working for logistics and maintenance here in Yokosuka. And there's also a strong sense of bond with the local community here. Those are what have been supporting the activities of U.S. Navy over the years. There's no doubt that such multi-layered Japan-U.S. cooperation is what makes it possible for us to ensure the credibility of our two nations' deterrence and response capabilities.
私は決意しています。今後、日本の防衛力を抜本的に強化して、この地域の平和と安定により一層積極的に貢献していきます。
So let me reiterate my unwavering determination here. Japan is committed to fundamentally reinforce its defense capabilities, and Japan is ready to contribute even more proactively to peace and stability of the region.
そのことにより、トランプ大統領とともに世界で最も偉大な同盟になった日米同盟をさらなる高みに引き上げてまいります。
Through these efforts, together with President Trump, I am determined to elevate the Japan-U.S. alliance which has already become the greatest alliance in the world, to even greater heights.
日米はこの一方影自由で開かれた海を望みます。この横須賀から紡がれるコードは日米の絆を輝く未来へと導くことを確信しています。
Japan and the United States will advance together with our sails raised high across a free and open sea. And I am very confident that the sea route from Yokosuka will make our bond even stronger and stronger and bring our two nations on the path to a shining future.
You guys taking the time
Thank you.
to come out from your busy
Thanks for watching us inside City Hall. For more information on today's topic, visit our website and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube.
Cool, flashing amber lights on the left turns. I really appreciate that rather than having to sit there for a while. So I appreciate that. The one that affects me most often is turning left onto Airline off Ocean. So I appreciate that.
Thank you
I'd like
very
to make
much.
a couple of suggestions.
And we will have a long, good relationship. We'll have fun doing it. You know, you have to have fun. Well, sometimes it's never fun. It's just tough to negotiate with them. But I'm delighted to report that I've just approved the first batch of missiles. You saw a couple of them coming down with me. I hugged them. We need them. They're the best in the world. Nobody has them like we have them. They all want our missiles. That's the problem. Everybody wants them. But it's the first batch of missiles to be delivered to the Japanese self-defense forces for Japan's F-35s. And they're coming this week, so they're ahead of schedule. So I just want to tell Madam Prime Minister, they've been waiting for those missiles, and we got them here right away as soon as I heard about it. I want to thank former Senator, a great gentleman, by the way. He was so popular, but I took him out, and I made him Secretary of State. I think he was born for it. Marco Rubio, thank you very much, Marco. Where are you, Marco? Great job.
Basically strip out the entire volume there.
Great job.
We're going to be reframing it and rebuilding it.
He was born for it. Ambassador George Glass, thank you very much.
Much more functional.
Good job you're doing.
Much
Thank
more
you.
usable markers.
And many of our outstanding uniformed leaders with us today, including the head of the Indo-Pacific Command, Admiral Samuel Paparo. Where is Samuel? Hello. Good, but these are good-looking people. Make a movie with these guys. They're like Central Canada. Look at this group of people. Commander of the U.S. Forces, Japan, General Stephen Joseph. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you.
And so we began the year with $3.8 million.
The commander of the 7th. Oh, that's a big deal. I think you want to switch jobs for 1 week, only for 1 week. All right. 7th Fleet, big stuff. Vice Admiral Fred Kacher. Fred, thank you very much. And the commander of Carrier Strike, Group 5, Rear Admiral Eric Pappy Andoze. Hello, Pappy. That's great. Good. Thank you very much. And of course, we can't forget about your command triad aboard the George Washington. There's nothing like this one. This is a beauty. And I hear your commanding officer is a big Alabama football fan. You know, I love Alabama. I love Alabama. Captain Timothy Waits, and let me just say, roll tide. You know, I love Alabama. Where's Timothy? Where's Timothy? That was a hell of a game this week. I don't know how the hell you pulled that one out. That was, if you didn't win, I wouldn't have mentioned it. I would have just introduced you. I wouldn't have. But you came back from oblivion. Isn't it nice coming back? You know, coming back is good. Thanks as well to your XO, Captain Patrick Blind. Patrick, where is he, Patrick?
Some of those questions that have been
Patrick,
asked
thank
about
you.
What is 4A, what is 4B?
Highly respected person. All of these people are the best. Look at them. I mean, you look at them. They could have any job they wanted. They could walk down to Wall Street, make a fortune. They wouldn't do that. They like what they're doing, and nobody does it better, as well as really one of the most important people on the ship. Have you ever heard of Command Master Chief Tony Roberts? Have you ever heard of him?
Look at some of the allowed abuses of Type A and Type B sales tax. And then we will...
Wherever you are, where's Tony? Thank you, Tony. He's a popular guy. And as many of you know, this month we're celebrating a truly momentous anniversary. 250 years of courage and pride, honor and victory by the United States Navy. 250 years, can you imagine? And 3 weeks ago, Melania and I flew to Naval Station Norfolk. I think many of you probably know that, and witnessed an unforgettable display of pure American dominance. It was incredible to watch. They gave us some. Then I said, slow it down, costs a lot of money. Let's save it. Let's relax a little bit. They gave us some great display, from the thunderous roar of the guided missile destroyers, never saw anything like it, to the spectacular sight of nuclear submarines all over the place, to the unstoppable force of another great American aircraft carrier. One thing was clear, that no enemy will ever even dream of threatening America's Navy. There's no Navy even close, not even close. You hear about some of them doing ships, but nobody can do what we do. Nobody has what we have. We also have the best equipment that rides along in those ships. You see that nobody makes equipment like we do. Nobody makes the ammunition, the weapons, the missiles, the planes, none of it. And if they do, the American sailor stands ready to crush them and sink them and wreck them and blast them into oblivion, right?
Largest federal Those, Mr. President, are just a sampling of the headlines out there.
That's a terrible statement for me to make. That's the end of it, because everybody said that I should immediately get the Nobel Peace Award. With that statement, that takes me out of the running, but that's the way it is. The United States is blessed with the strongest and most powerful military in the history of the world. There's no military like our military, not even close. Nobody has our weapons. It'll be stronger and more powerful than ever before very soon. You know, we just approved the biggest budget in the history. Over $1 trillion. Over $1 trillion. We have the best ships, the best airplanes, the best submarines, the best technology. But above all, we have America's military and the best people. It's all about the people, ultimately. You have to work all of that fancy stuff that we make better than anybody else. The fact is, we do make the best weapons, but if you don't have the right people to operate those weapons, they don't mean much. Despite that, as Commander-in-Chief, I never forget that our ultimate strength does not come from equipment. It comes from the men and women of the rank and file. That's true. It comes from people, incredible people, good-looking people, too many good-looking people. I don't like good-looking people. I never liked good-looking people. Never admitted that before. But see, I'm allowed to, you know, we won the Supreme Court thing based on merit. You know that. Merit. Everything now in our country is based on merit. That's why I look at you and I see nothing but merit. It's great to have a country back where we can go by merit. Now we don't go by anything else except for talent and work and hard work. And it's such a big win. That was such one of the most important wins. The will, patriotism, and spirit in your hearts is our single greatest weapon. The strength that you have is unbelievable. That's why, as we make a record investment in our military, we've never spent so much, and we've never spent it more wisely, because now we watch it. We spend it properly. I'm also supporting an across-the-board pay raise for every sailor and service member in the United States Armed Now, if you don't want it, you want to give back to your country, just let us know. We won't give it to you. Is there anybody in that category? But now, all we really have to do is get the Democrats to approve it. But they'll come along. They always do. They always do. And because I heard that the sailors on the George Washington took a hit to your family separation pay, you know what I'm talking about, right? You took a little hit to be here, right? By returning to the port, you returned early for this event. I am delighted to announce that as your boss, I don't feel like your boss, but I guess I am. At least you'll be happy about this one. At my direction, we're going to make sure that you receive the full amount that you were owed for the deployment. And we're not going to deduct anything because you came in to listen to your commander. I'd like to be an admiral. I always wanted to be an admiral, to be honest.
And Chief
Don't tell
Wade's
the
appointment is to
other
complete a term
the
that
other
is set
people that I love so much. You know, they sit around the table, they have all those beautiful stars and stripes. But I'll tell you what I love. I will always love the Admirals. I love those uniforms. And I look at these guys. I don't think I would have done very well if I had to compete with these people. They're too good. But I always felt that the Navy is a very special group of people. And I see it when I see you. I see it over the past 11 months. The spirit of our military has been soaring like never before. You know that the spirit of our country has been soaring. After years of recruiting shortages, we had bad ones. It was embarrassing, frankly. During my campaign, before the election, November 5th, after that it all changed. After we won, it all changed. Now we have waiting lists with record numbers trying to join the U.S. Navy and all of the armed forces. We have literal waiting lists, and I'm pleased to report that 2025 was the Navy's single best recruiting year in many generations. That's pretty good, isn't it? But, you know, think of it. It seems like I've been up here so long, and it seems like I've been doing this for a long time and a half. We had a great first term, but nothing like what's happening now. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. I rebuilt the military in the first term, and then they gave a lot of it away to Afghanistan. But it was really just a tiny speck, but it was the concept of what it was. But we rebuilt the military, and we did so many things in the first term, but we're blowing it away right now. But think of it, just 1 year ago, I was in the middle of a campaign. Can you believe that? It doesn't feel that way. I said, you know, you're right. It's not November 5th yet. We have another week or so to go. I was campaigning 1 year ago. And look at all the things that we've done since this unbelievable day, November 5th. That's when it all changed. When we won, on November 5th, it all changed, and we went from a country that wasn't respected and a lot of people that had no spirit. That includes joining the police, the fire department. They didn't want to join. After that, started joining, and it seems like 10 years ago, not less than a year. Think of it, less than a year ago, I was campaigning. You know, we won the second election by a lot, so we had to just prove it by winning the third by too big to rig, I called it. It was too big to rig. And it was an amazing victory. And thank goodness we won, because we were in big trouble. We were in big trouble. But the new recruits, every sailor aboard this ship has answered a sacred call of duty to cross any ocean, fight any battle, and defend America and its allies with unwavering resolve. As you know, the George Washington is the only aircraft carrier on Earth that is permanently stationed overseas. It's permanent. Now, if you'd like to take a trip back to America, hell, let's do it one time. Well, I'll join you. I'd love to join you. You know, when I landed on this, it doesn't feel like a ship. It's solid. This is a solid piece of stuff. These 4.5 acres of power and steel are the front line of American freedom in the Pacific. Every day you're taking risks to keep our country safe and to defend peace and security in this incredible part of the world, working with Japan, working with other nations. I just left Malaysia, stopped a big war with that. They stopped 8 wars. Can you imagine? In 8 months, I stopped 8 wars. I stopped a war a month. Think of that. That's pretty good. But I just left Malaysia. Thank them, because they helped us very much with one of them, and actually for even a second. They're great people, and they send their regards. I spent a day there with the Prime Minister. We had a good time, but you carry out your mission bravely. You carried out brilliantly, and on behalf of all Americans, I just want to say it. I came over to say it loud and clear. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Incredible people. You are incredible people. They actually have the best locations, because if they're really good looking, they end up in Hollywood. You know, you're not going to, you have a great look, but you're not going to end in Hollywood. They can just see the back of your head, all the beating. Look at all the fake news back there.
Looks like he's on.
But 2 years ago, Naval Air Crewman Third Class James McCall was just a few months into his first fleet tour with the Golden Falcons helicopter squadron.
It's going to be
When he and his crew were called on a search and rescue mission to find 3 missing Navy divers. Incredible, brave guys and divers. But they were stranded at sea right off the Japanese coast. They were exhausted and assuming they were going to die. They assumed they were going to die. But with unbelievable focus and skill, crewman McCall was able to find and help rescue all 3 divers in water below, saving his fellow sailors. And James is with us today as a shipmate of this carrier, crewman McCall. Thank you very much for your incredible bravery, and we salute you. Where is James? Where are you? Whoa! Come up here. Get up here, James. Come up here.
This is a concept drawing.
Look at this guy. He's a good-looking guy. Get out of here, James. I don't want you up here. No, come here.
And then this over to our type B. And so we began the year with $3.8 million in gun violence. Our revenues to date are $240.
I just want to say, appreciate all my fellow shipmates, what I did back then in Iwakuni. It was heartbreaking for losing those loved ones down there, but we brought some back whenever we went down there. And just God bless America and all my fellow shipmates. Appreciate it. And stay a bad Larry.
I was wondering, maybe he almost stayed up. He could have been up here for a while. You did that very well. He's going to be running for office next week. You watch.
I mean, she was cooing.
Great job, James. A lot of bravery, too. But as James' story reminds us, the Navy is a family and a team, and each of you has a vital role to play gathered here this afternoon are some of those whose toil and sweat gets our magnificent planes in the air and brings them safely back home. We have the shooters, the gear dogs, and the paddles, and the white shirts, and of course the blue shirts, the yellow shirts, the red shirts on the flight deck, and all over the hangar bay. I want to thank you all. You're incredible people. I saw some of you there. We're rushing to get down here, and they want to take pictures up there, you know. They're very aggressive people. Sir, can I have a picture? You're supposed to be standing at attention. Sir, can I have a picture, sir? Yeah.
They don't see the numbers.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Very aggressive. But I think they're great. We also have a real genius, and these people are incredible, who maintain the largest and most complex machine ever built. Our amazing mechanics and engineers on the... And I asked your captain, you know, I'm building aircraft, I'm building a lot of things, but I said, Captain, you gotta tell me something. I know a lot about these ships, I know a lot about these things, building. I want to know, catapults, which is better, the electric or the steam? Okay, ready? Are you guys, that's what you do, right? This is so much better. You know, they go out, hire a consultant for millions of dollars that was never on an aircraft carrier before. So they switched to electric. I disagree with it, but it's all right. Let me ask you.
The item.
We're going to go steam first and then electric. Catapults. Which is better?
Make the amendment.
Electric?
And then vote on the motion.
Or steam?
Is that correct? First, we need to reconsider the item.
I'm going to put it in order. Seriously. They're spending billions of dollars to build stupid electric.
We reconsider the item.
And the problem, when it breaks, you have to send up to MIT, get the most brilliant people in the world, fly them out. It's ridiculous. The steam, they said they can fix it with a hammer and a blowtorch. And it works just as well, if not better. And I love the sight of that beautiful steam pouring off that deck with the electric. You don't have that. So, you know, we did the Ford in electric, the cost overruns, everything else. But, you know, I hope it's going to be okay, but I like steam. We're going to go back to steam. They changed just for the sake of changing. I said to the architect, have you ever designed a ship before? You know, we did the biggest ship in the world, right? The Ford. But we're going to go back. Okay, now let me ask you the second question. hydraulic
Where's that
for your elevators or magnets, you know, the new things.
that you proposed, they actually were.
So instead of using hydraulic, that you can be hit by lightning and it's fine. You take a little glass of water and you drop it on magnets.
Hey guys, we appreciate
So you know the elevators come
what
up
you're doing.
in the new carriers.
I think we've
I'm
been
going to
very
change it, by
evident.
the way. They have magnets, not,
Starting
every tractor has
when you guys
hydraulic,
got-
every
Peter got here in
every
19,
excavator, every excavating machine, if any kind has hydraulic. But somebody decided to use magnets for your elevator. Maybe they're good. Which is better, hydraulic or magnets? What the hell is wrong with this? Can I ask you, the top-ranking gentleman right here? Seriously, I'm putting out an order, I'm gonna sign an executive. When we build aircraft carriers, it's steam with a catapult, and it's hydraulic for the elevators. We'll never have a problem, okay? Do you agree? He agrees, everybody agrees, but these people in Washington. All right, we're gonna do that, I'm serious about it. It bothers me so much. I see the costs come in. They spend 900, this is not on my watch. If it was on my watch, I would be very quiet about it. They spent $993 million on the catapults trying to get them down. They had steam, which works so beautifully, and it has for 50 years, right? So we're gonna go back. Seriously, fellas, I wanna make that change. An executive order, I'm not gonna let them continue to do this. They're trying to make it work. They're trying so hard, and they have something that's perfect. So we're going to go back on that and the magnets. Thank you very much. And of course, we cannot forget the daredevils and the pilots from the famed Carrier Air Wing 5, known as Team Badman. What the hell is that all about? Who are they? They are the elite air units aboard this vessel are storied squadrons like the Royal Maces, the Diamondbacks, the Argonauts, the Chippies, the Titans, the Tiger Tails, the Shadow Hawks, and the Saber Hawks, all great, brave people. They're all incredible. They're all incredible people. You know, they say, and I love it. I love aviation. I actually had a brother who was a pilot. And see, Biden used to say he was a pilot. He was a pilot, he was a truck driver, whoever walked in, he wasn't a pilot. Wasn't much of a president either, to be honest. That I can tell you. That we all know. But they say the hardest thing to do is landing a plane on an aircraft. And great pilots can do everything. They're great pilots, but they can't do it. It's a very special talent to the people that do that. You're a very small group of people. Tremendously talented pilots cannot do it. A lot of reasons. A lot of reasons up here. So I have great respect. The hardest thing you can do as a pilot is land. You know that this ship is so big. But when you're up there in the Pacific or the Atlantic and the waves are crashing and it's getting dark, or it is dark, which is even worse. Getting dark is better. But when you're up there, they say it looks like a little needle in the ocean. It's just a very little thing. You're landing on top. So I have great respect when I see them land. 3 weeks ago they were landing and doing it beautifully. They're very, very talented people, and nobody embodies skill and nerve and swagger and the attitude like a U.S. naval aviator. So I have great respect for you all. Thank you very much. It's one of the reasons I'm here. That's why I'm here, not someone else. I didn't need this. I didn't need the whole damn job. I could have do it. I could have had a nice. I had such a beautiful life. But you know what? We're making America greater than ever before, and that's why I'm doing it. And we are doing numbers that nobody's ever seen. Nobody ever even thought possible. Think of it. A year ago, we were a dead country. We were like a dead country, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's nobody even close. It's pretty amazing. None of it would be possible. All of these things that we're doing, all of the respect that we have, is really because of people like yourself and the armed forces generally. It's amazing the job that you all do. None of it would have been possible. And all of those important missions in the Navy, the devoted members of the Food Service Division serving up to 14,000 meals every single day. How's the food? They say it's good. It's good. I hope it's probably my kind of food. I like that kind of food. But they don't get the credit they deserve. I want to just thank them very much and congratulate 14,000 meals. Let's also hear it for all the sailors holding the American flag high at CFA, as well as the crews from the ferocious dhsCCPD 50. dhsCCPD. But together, the sailors here today give your very best to our nation, and as your commander-in-chief, I'm fighting every single day to ensure that we give you our very best also. We do. We're giving you everything. We're giving you more than anybody's ever given. We're bringing it up to a standard that nobody's ever seen before. We're starting to make ships also. Part of our deal with the trade is we're starting to make ships. We used to be number one at making ships, and then we lost our way. But now we're starting to make ships again, and we'll do it very soon. It's not going to take that long, but it's a process. It's not like making a bullet. It's not like it's a big, long process. We've got it going, though, I think, in the right direction. I think within a short period of time, the Philadelphia yards, as an example, is now owned by a group that's going to be making a lot of ships, a good group of people. Now we're going to be working also with Japan on making ships. We're going to make a lot of ships again. Think of it, we were number one, and then over the years they just lost their way. They started making other things, they stopped making ships, so we're going to be making ships again. With more than, think of this, $17 trillion, trillion with a T, pouring into the United States of America from all over the world. And that's the biggest number in the history of any country. And by the time, and this is in 8 months, really. We had 9, but this is in 8 months. Over $17 trillion. As an example, the last administration did less than $1 trillion in 4 years. We did more than 17 trillion in 8 months. And I think by the time we finish up our first year, we're going to be over 20 or $21 trillion of money coming into our country. And I want to thank Japan, because Japan is making big investments into the United States, and they're very happy because the stock market's gone up very nicely. We've made Japan a lot of money. It's okay. But they're a big investor in our country, and we like that. But think of those numbers. We weren't doing anywhere near. We were laughed at, and now they're all saying they've never seen anything like what's happened in such a short period of time. And I was just told by the Prime Minister that Toyota is going to be putting auto plants all over the United States to the tune of over $10 billion. So that's Toyota. So go out and buy a Toyota. And that's a lot to do with, because right now we have all the AI plants, we have so many things happening in the United States, and it's because of November 5th, Election Day, but it's also because of tariffs. The tariffs have been so good. We're taking in trillions and trillions of dollars. I heard them, before I came up, I heard on, you're all on television now, they're talking to all the networks, everybody's covering it. Look at these characters back, look at all of them. And they were talking about the tariffs. The tariffs have, nobody understood tariffs like I understood tariffs. And the tariffs are having people go into our country and spend tremendous numbers like we've never seen. And that brings jobs with it. It brings jobs, it brings importance, it brings everything. It brings a strong military. It brings a lot of things to other countries. I mean, if you look at some of the deals, India is going to go to war with Pakistan. They say, you go to war, we're not going to do any trade. It's going to put big tariffs on both countries. And they said, well, yes, we're not going to go to war. 2 nuclear powers, we stopped it. We stopped a lot of wars. Tariffs, without tariffs, we wouldn't have national security like we have it. We've never had national security like we have it right now. And literally a year ago, you had very little national security. People that didn't have a clue. American strength is roaring back like never before, and with your help, America is respected once more, and it is respected at levels that we haven't seen before. On my first day back in the White House, I deployed the men and women of the United States military to stop the invasion on our southern border, right? It was an invasion, losing hundreds of thousands of people to fentanyl and to drugs, and now we have the most secure border in American history. For 5 months, they said zero, no people came into our country illegally. They came in through a legal process, but nobody came in through the southern border. Can you imagine? Even I can't, it's hard to believe that. Because, and we do have it tight as a drum, but that's what we have to have. If you don't have borders, if you don't have a fair media, if, you need certain things. You need a good, fair media. They're getting better. They're not there yet.
Okay, so there is a possibility.
But they're getting better. We need borders. You gotta have borders in a country. You don't have a country. Now we have a border that the likes of which this country has never seen before. People respect us for it. With the help of our war fighters, we're decimating the savage drug cartels that poison our people. 200,000 people, maybe more than that, died last year because of what came into our country. Through an open border policy where 25 million people poured into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. They came from prisons. They came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They were drug dealers. They were bad people. 11,388 were murderers, half of which committed more than one murder. They let them into our country. We're getting them the hell out. We're getting them out fast. Is that okay with you? Yes. No doubt. Got to get them out.
Over to the Type B board for consideration.
Just an unforced error. And we're also straightening out our cities. Washington, D.C., our beautiful capital.
I guess we got
a killing mess. People getting killed all the time. It was very high crime. And we sent in our National Guard. And great people. I think it's on President Trump. I don't say they were totally politically correct. And now it's very safe. Now it's considered very safe. It took 12 days. We got 1,700 people, career criminals, many of which came in through Biden's open border. They infiltrated our nation's capital. We had a very unsafe capital, but for years before that it was very unsafe. Now it's as safe as there is anywhere in the country. You can have your daughter, your girlfriend, your wife, your boyfriend walk right in through the middle. Nobody's going to touch you. The crime is down to almost nothing. It's a whole different ballgame. It took literally 12 days. Let's give us a month to do it really. We had it drum tight. It's a beautiful thing. And our people who serve this way. And people don't care. If we send in our military, if we send in our national guard, if we send in Space Command, they don't care who the hell it is. They just want to be safe. And we have safe cities now. We're starting in Memphis. Memphis was a disaster. It's been there. They've been there for 2 weeks, and it's a whole different city. Crime is less than half, and within a month it'll be gone. Getting rid of all the bad ones. We're going to go into Chicago. We're going to go into our cities. We're going to clean them out. We're going to straighten them out, and we're going to have safe cities because you want to protect safe cities. We're going to have beautiful, safe cities. And it's happening very quickly, very easily. Actually, it's easy for us. It's hard for them, and we have to have a little more help. It doesn't matter really. We can do as we want to do, but it would be nice to have more help from some of the Democrat governors that don't mind. In Chicago, 2 weeks ago, 4 people murdered, 11 people shot. This weekend it was like terrible, much worse than that. And then we have a governor that stands up and says, "Oh, it's wonderful, it's not wonderful." And what we're doing is we're going to make it totally safe. It'll be very safe very soon. And we're doing that with all of our cities that are troubled. We have cities that are troubled. We can't have cities that are troubled. And we're sending in our National Guard. And if we need more than the National Guard, we'll send more than the National Guard because we're going to have safe cities. We're not going to have people killed in our cities. And whether people like that or not, that's what we're doing. And you've been watching what our missiles do to boats and ships and submarines. How about the submarines? They said, no, that was just fishing. The radical left Democrats said, well, it was a submarine, but they were just fishing. Submarines don't go fishing, do they? You know more about submarines than I do. You have a beauty project. This is a submarine. You know what it was designed for? Transporting drugs, and it got hit. But each one of those vessels cartels that we hit kill on average 25,000 people, American people, every single year. They kill, each one of them killed 25,000 people. So we have to stop it, and we have stopped it. And I want to thank Pete for having the courage to do it. And people are very honored to do it. 25,000 people for each boat. For many years, the drug cartels have waged war in America, and at long last, we're finally waging war on the cartels. We're waging war like you've never seen before. And we're going to win that battle. We're winning it already. You see, I mean, the only problem is nobody wants to go into the sea anymore. We're fishing boats. Let's take a pass. But they don't want that. We're knocking them out one by one. And very importantly, we've stopped, almost stopped completely the drugs coming in by sea. And now we'll stop the drugs coming in by land. That's going to be very easy. More importantly, we're ending wars. We're ending wars all over this planet. And as you know, and I said before, I ended 8 wars in 8 months, the most of any president in history. No president that we know has ever ended any war. A lot of them go into wars. But this includes Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran. You saw that. How about those B-2 bombers? They went in there, they took out that nuclear capability. They would have had, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 months. Not anymore. Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan. That was going on for 35 years. A horrible war. And just this month, we ended the war in Gaza, in the Middle East. We ended the war in the Middle East. Nobody thought it was possible. And we also just signed a deal in Malaysia between the war that was just starting, Cambodia and Thailand. So we saved millions and millions of lives, and I did it mostly verbally. We didn't have to get you involved. When we don't get you involved, that's a good thing. I don't want you to get involved. If I can avoid you getting involved, if I have an ability to do things that maybe other people don't, or we see things, but we stopped a lot of those wars based on trade and tariffs and penalties. You know, they're getting all ready to fight, and then we tell them, no more trading with the United States, we're putting tariffs on your nation, etc., etc. It's called national security for us, but it's really national security for the whole world, and everywhere we go, America is actually making peace, and it's peace through strength. When they look at this, when they look at you people, they say, we're not going to mess around with them. So it's very important. After years of crippling inflation, back home we had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Energy costs are down. You know, energy costs are way down. Gasoline prices are way down. Grocery prices are way down. We have a little problem with beef. We're going to get that down very quickly. The prices are way down. Mortgage rates are down despite having an incompetent head of the Fed. We call him too late. He's always too late. It's too late in lowering interest rates. I call him Jerome Too Late Power. But despite having a totally grossly incompetent guy, we have we blow through it because we're doing so well. Inflation has been defeated, and workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in 60 years, and that includes your wages. They're rising at the fastest pace. The workers, I'm not talking about the rich people. Rich people, everyone's doing well. Everyone in our country is now doing well. My first term, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had an economy like nobody has seen before. Now we're doing it again, but this time actually it's going to be much bigger, much stronger. I told you $17 trillion, but it's going to be $21 trillion. And that's numbers that have never been heard of before. Much bigger than any other country in the world by literally $15-16 trillion. It's amazing. The sailors on this ship sacrificed so much for our country, and the president, and I will tell you, the president standing right up here loves you. I respect you and I love you. And I'm giving everything I have to make sure that when you get home, you find an America that is safe and proud and sovereign and free. One service member who reminds us that we're working for you and for everybody and for our country is Chief Warrant Officer Will Hightower, who serves on the George Washington and the all-important deck department. Do you know what the deck department is? I have no idea. But they do. In April 2020, 24, Will sailed away from Norfolk, leaving behind his wonderful wife, Megan, their precious 6-year-old daughter, and their 1-year-old son. The past 12 months, he has only been home for 3 weeks total, 3 weeks. An enormous sacrifice, very tough on the family, but an experience everyone on the ship really knows very well. In February, Will's tour will come to an end, and he will finally be going home just in time for his daughter's birthday. So, Will, I want to thank you, together with all of those people that go through the same thing. I want to really thank, where is Will around here? Where is Will? Wow, it's a good-looking piece. That's great, Will. How does it feel? Good?
Looking at our economic
It feels amazing. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. See, in the old days, I'd say, does your wife still love you? But I don't do that anymore.
And so we began the year.
Does your wife still love you? Yes. Do you still love your wife? Every day. That's good. Okay, that's good. So that's good.
And expenditures year to date are 130.
Beautiful.
Leaving us in the new fund balance.
Say hello to your daughter, right? And your wife.
Of that, we do have commitment.
And just in conclusion, every sailor here today inherits a legacy of valor and grit and glory unmatched in the long history of mankind's voyage on the seas. It's a voyage like nobody's ever had, like you have. For 2.5 centuries, America's Navy has preserved the vision of our first Commander-in-Chief, who gave this ship its storied name, its righteous soul, and its timeless motto. First in war, first in peace. Very famous phrase, George Washington. After 250 years, that is exactly what our country is today. It's first in war, first in peace, first in wealth, first in power, first in science, first in spirit, and first in freedom. And we went through 4 bad years, but now
during the
America will always be first again. You have the right person up here. You have somebody that understands a lot of different subjects.
The Housing Finance
Going to
Corporation
be bigger, better,
also
stronger,
acquires the land and leases it on a long
more
term.
important, really, frankly, to the world. Japan respects us. If you see what's going on all over the world, they're respecting us again. They respect us like never before. The treatment they gave me all over as I go around to different countries is great, but it's really a respect me, but it's a bigger respect for our country. They respect our country again. They didn't respect our country just a few years ago. From Boston Harbor to Hampton Roads, and from Caribbean Sea to the Red Sea, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and from the Persian Gulf to what is now known as the Gulf of America. Isn't it nice? They say it now routinely. I heard the news today. The Gulf of America. Well, there's one. They don't say it with a smile. It's called the Gulf of America. How did that happen, right? And it took me, for many years I said, why is it called the Gulf of Mexico when we seem to have the shore? Well, we do. We have 92%.
We proposed the project would be improvements to the
when we
American
make it
Bank
back,
Center.
not if, when, too big to rig. We made it too big to rig.
The calendar year
Get out and vote.
2024 does become the base year.
Make it that
and
way.
then we would be able
I said, I'm going to change
to
it.
receive that
And one of the
revenue
first
as it
things I
is
did is I
generated
changed
above
it.
the
Nobody
base
could
year.
even fight it. They tried. We got sued all over the place. We won every suit.
Recalculate
And it's now official. The Gulf of America is that nice, but our sailors have honored greatness, triumph into the pages of history. What you're doing is incredible. It's an incredible time for our country on gun decks and flight decks, torpedo rooms and cockpits. The men and women of the Navy have poured out their blood and sweat and tears to defend the land of the free and the home of the brave. They've crossed icy channels, leapt from burning wreckage, stormed into frigid waters, soared into deadly skies, and laid down their lives to ensure the survival of liberty. Now, all of us here today carry on that noble mission, and no matter what challenge comes our way, no matter what danger we face, we hoist our great American flag very, very high. We race into the waves, and we rally to that immortal battle cry of the American sailor. Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. Together with our incredible Japanese allies and all of our allies all over the world, we stand strong, we stand proud, we will stand taller than we've ever stood before, and we will be freer and braver and more brilliant than ever before. And we will fight. We will win. And I want to thank everybody in the USS George Washington and the U.S. Forces Japan. God bless our military. God bless Japan. God bless the United States of America. And God bless our Navy. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
That are required to meet Type B requirements, which include increasing the home sales price from $100,000 to $204,000, which remains below the Type B limitation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump.
Hooyah, Navy! Hooyah, Navy! Hooyah, Navy! It is an honor to be with you to celebrate the 250th year since the United States Navy was officially established. Generations of sailors have kept America free because of their presence on the high seas. Your strength, bravery, and sacrifice inspires us all. The President and I just attended an extraordinary demonstration, an inspiring display of skills that reflects the very best of our Navy. For me, it brought back fond memories of my visit to the USS George H.W. Bush in 2018. I will always remember the pride and professionalism of the sailors I met on that vessel. I witnessed the enduring spirit of America's Navy, which propels every mission and lives on to every sailor who serves. Now, it is my privilege to introduce someone who holds our military close to his heart, not only as the Commander-in-Chief, but as a proud American who believes deeply in the men and women who wear the uniform. Please join me in welcoming my husband, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
God bless the United States Navy. was good timing, wasn't it? We had to get that right. We had to get that right.
I'm curious.
But they always get it right. I was just given a display with a wonderful First Lady, the likes of which I think few people have ever seen before. We were a few minutes away, and the display of strength was absolutely incredible. We appreciate it. Thank you, Navy. Thank you very much. And I want to thank our magnificent First Lady for that introduction. People love our First Lady. And let me say to all of the incredible sailors on this pier, it's great to be with the fleet. The fleet. And let's also give a very special thanks to the shipmates who put on that spectacular display of Navy dominance. And that's what it was dominance. And Bravo Zulu. You know what that is? Bravo Zulu. You know, a lot of people don't. And it's a true honor to be here with the thousands of our nation's finest sailors at the largest naval facility in the entire world. It's the largest, and I would say more importantly, it's the best, okay? It's both. The Norfolk Naval Base, thank you very much. The largest, and it's the best. We're gathered on this storied waterfront to celebrate 250 years of strength, tenacity, and unwavering courage by the greatest fighting force even. And that's true. No matter where you go, no matter where you go, no matter what you even think about, there's nothing like the fighting force that we have. Roam the seas, it's called the United States Navy, and there's nothing in the world like it. Nothing, not even close. You read stories, they don't have it. Let me tell you, we check it closely. We check it closely. Docked beside us today are a combined 150,000 tons of pure American naval supremacy, and two colossal reasons why no one should ever want to start a fight with the USA. They won't fight. We're putting out a lot of fights, so do you see that? We're going to be close to number 8. Number 8. We don't want to send you into battle unless it's necessary, right? We're putting out a lot of fires. Maybe some of you will be angry. You'll say, what's he doing? We want to fight. You know what? If we can solve them the way I'm solving them, we solve 7. We have another one that's taken 3,000 years, and we're pretty close, but I don't want to talk about it until it's done. But let's give a big round of applause to the men and women of the majestic USS Kearsarge.
Beginning there, what is the Type A, Type B,
Thank you.
and the boards that are appointed and what governance.
And let's hear it for the sailors of the USS Harry S. Truman. Those who call this carrier home live by a motto that captures the spirit of America's Navy. It's very simple. The words, give them hell. We do give them hell. For 2.5 centuries, that is what every generation of American sailors have done. You've conquered raging oceans and braved ferocious storms to vanquish America's enemies on the high seas and distant shores. You've beaten mighty warships into twisted wrecks of steel. You've splintered vast armadas and sent the mangled pride of empire sinking into oblivion. You've surged the waters, thick, danger, blood, brine, and through it all, the United States Navy has kept the stars and stripes soaring high and proud above those big, magnificent waves. You love doing it too. There's not a thing in the world that you'd rather do, is there? Is there? No. I like your life better than mine, I have to be honest with you. Sailing on those beautiful waters all the time, you're so lucky. Because the American sailor never quits, never fails, and never, ever lets us down. They've never let us down. Thank you. Thank you. And we're honored to be joined today by service members representing every part of this great naval tradition. Our incredible surface warriors are the reason America's enemies tremble at the sight of a Navy ship haze gray or underway. The instant U.S. carrier, cruiser, or destroyer breaks across the horizon. Every tyrant and adversary on the planet knows their choice is very simple. It's leave America in peace or be blown up in fire and fury never seen before. All over the world, people know of the skill, nerve, swagger, and sheer attitude of the boldest and most daring pilots on the sea, the U.S. naval aviators, and I just got to witness it with Melania. They land screaming jets on pitching decks in the dark of night with no room for error. There's no room for error. The greatest pilots in the world. And while Navy pilots rain down pain from above, the greatest adversaries fear the daring deeds of our silent service below. They prowl and strike from crushing depths, unseen, undetected, and unstoppable. They are our brave submariners. Where are the submariners? And they are brave. The most lethal weapon in the world, I will tell you. Nobody knows where it is, and what it carries is nothing that carries weaponry like that. And we're 25 years ahead of any other country when it comes to submarines. Nobody's even close. Nobody can match us. No roll call of Navy warriors would be complete without recognizing some of the fiercest and most elite commandos in the history of war. They are the toughest, and there's nobody tougher. It's just nobody. That's what they tell me. There's nobody tougher. It's called the Navy SEALs. What do you think about the Navy SEALs? Where are the Navy SEALs? We're not going to mess with the Navy SEALs. They are great. Thank you very much. Incredible people. And of course, our enemies have learned to dread that special cast of warriors who have charged forward almost everywhere America has seized a stronghold or stormed a beachhead. They call themselves the Leathernecks, the Jarheads, the Devil Dogs, but we revere them as the United States Marines. Incredible people. Incredible people. With us today are some of those who have led these exceptional men and women. They've led them like nobody else. And I'll tell you, a person I'm very, very proud of. He has stepped up and he's hitting home run after home run. They love him. I want to introduce again a man who's just exceptional. I'm so happy with this choice. Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. Thank you, Pete. Doing a job. I said, Pete, what do you think? You know, we used to call it Secretary of War, the Department of War, the War Department. Now we call it Defense. And I don't know, would you ever want to, you know, we won World War I, we won World War II, we won everything in between, we won everything before, and all of a sudden they decide to change the name. They weren't woke then too, you know, woke is a long-term word. I said, what do you think about changing it to the Department of War? He said, I love it, sir. And that was about the end of it. That was the end of it. Thank you, Pete. Great job. He was a great leader. Also, Secretary of the Navy, a very, very successful man. He gave it all up to do this. And we're designing more ships. We have more ships being built shortly. We're going to have more great ships being built than we've ever had being built in the history of the Navy. John Phelan. Thank you. Great job. He made a lot of money in the private sector, and I said, you want to do this, John? We need a lot of ships, and we need them fast. And he said, I want to do it. He gave up a lot, gave up everything to do this. But he's loving it, and he's doing a fantastic job. Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Darrell Caudle. Admiral, thank you. Great job. Rear Admiral Gavin Duff. And along with so many different people here, they could introduce them all day long. I don't want to do that because we got to get to business, talking a little bit about war and peace. But along with your great officers here at Norfolk Naval Base, Vice Admirals John Gumbleton. John? Thank you, John. Great. Young guy. Great. Doug Perry and Rob Goucher. And a very special thanks to a man who just got a 93% approval. He runs the Veterans Everything, I call it. He's Veterans Everything. The VA Secretary Doug Collins. He's doing great. Thank you. Doing a great job. Ambassador Monica Crowley. Monica, thank you very much. A man that everybody loves. He was my doctor in the White House, and I got to know him very well. He was also the doctor for Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? And he was the doctor for a man named Bush. And at a press conference, they asked him, who's in the best shape, who's the healthiest, who's the strongest, who's the best physical specimen of the three? He said, that's easy, President Donald Trump. And I said, I love this guy. I said, I love him. Ronnie Jackson, he's now a congressman, as you know. So he was an admiral, he was the chief doctor, he was the whole boss of doctors, and now he's a very, very successful congressman from Texas. Thank you, Ronnie, very much, and I appreciate those words. I'll never forget them. Jen Kiggins, Jen, thank you. John McGuire, Rob Whitman, Dan Crenshaw, Derek Van Orden. These are unbelievable, talented people that are with me and they fight. Thank you very much, fellas. Thank you. Thank you very much. These are great Congress. I say Congress warriors. That's what you have to be today in Congress if you're going to make it. I also want to recognize all of the newly pinned chief petty officers. You got a lot of them here today. I had to approve it. Who recently earned their anchors and now bear their venerable title, Navy Chief. Navy Chief. Thank you, Navy Chiefs. Let's also express the gratitude of our entire nation to every Navy veteran who has come out to honor this big anniversary. It's so many veterans. I saw backstage, I was shaking hands with veterans all over the place. And they are great. And they're respected and they're loved. Thank you very much. Stand up if you'd like. Thank you very much. They're really loved. I saw it backstage. I saw so many veterans. My hand will never be the same. Thank you very much. A great honor. And a very special thanks to the countless Navy families who support our sailors with such love and devotion. None of what are, and think of this, without them you wouldn't be celebrating today. Many of you would not be doing very well. Male or female, you wouldn't be doing very well. So we want to thank our family members, right? All of them. Parents, husbands, wives. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the American Revolution until today, the story of the U.S. Navy is a tale of loyalty, sacrifice, and commitment stretching back 250 years. So we're celebrating 250. I almost thought I wouldn't get to do that because I was president in 2016, and then they rigged the election on me. And then we caught him, didn't we? We caught him, but you know, we had to run it again. I ran it again, and I got 250, and I got the World Cup, and I got the Olympics. Can you believe all of it? In my first term, I was the one that got the Olympics. I was the one that got the World Cup. And I said, you know, the sad part is, maybe I'll go, maybe I won't even be invited because it won't be during my term. I would say, if we're a Democrat, I might not be invited. They don't love me exactly too much. And then when this happened, now all of a sudden they got all three. But you know what's the most important? 250 years is the most important, above World Cup, above Olympic. But we got them all coming.
And they voted to deny.
And on June 14th, next year we're going to have a big UFC fight at the White House, right at the White House, on the grounds of the White House.
Just so they wanted to make sure that they rubbed it in.
When the Continental Congress formed a fleet of just 2 ships in October 1775, many scoffed at their chances against the most powerful empire on earth. That was the most powerful ever, relatively speaking. We had 2 ships. We had nothing other, but we had great heart. They didn't know the audacity and the grit of the American sailor. They had no idea. The War for Independence gave us some of the greatest American heroes of all time, including the father of the U.S. Navy, Captain John Paul Jones. You know that. When a far stronger British ship demanded his surrender, Jones yelled back that timeless battle cry right now, "I have not yet begun to fight." Don't ask me for that. Think of that. I could just see it. He's a wise guy. He's asking, I haven't even begun to fight, and he knocked the hell out of him. In the War of 1812, Captain James Lawrence shouted his final words to his crew as blood streamed down from his mortal wounds. "Fight her till she sinks," he yelled. "Don't give up the ship. Don't give up the ship." These are all incredible, very, very famous statements now with years and time. Very famous. Don't give up the ship. I say it all the time. You're a little behind. I say, don't give up the ship, and we win. We all know how to win. Today, that eternal creed is written into the hearts of every sailor in the fleet. America's Navy never, ever gives up the ship, right? We never give it up. Another titan of the early Navy was the great Commodore Arthur Sinclair. He defeated the French in the Caribbean battle, and then he went to work on the Barbary pirates off the coast of Tripoli and raided British forces when they were so powerful in 1812, the War of 1812. He raided them. He was knocking them out one by one. Everyone said, where does this guy come from? And we're all descendants when you think of it. Commodore Sinclair went on to become the commanding officer here at the Naval Station Norfolk, right here, where he founded a nautical school for officers that eventually became the one and only U.S. Naval Academy.
Our library policies, these changes will clarify some language that has turned political.
And I'm going to be at your Army-Navy game this year. Who am I going to root for?
Explicit material.
You may be surprised.
Our children.
It's going to be great. We're going to be here. Generations of the Commodore's descendants have forged their own towering legacies of service in the Navy, and we're joined today by his 5th great-grandson, Commander Link Mustin. Where is Mustin? Commander Mustin, where are you? He's here. Wow, look at this handsome guy. That's good genetics. He's got good genes. Thank you very much. Commander, thank you for continuing a family tradition that has endured for 2.5 centuries. Can you believe that, huh? I wonder if they were as good-looking as you. I doubt it. You just got better with age, right? Congratulations. Is that young man your boy? Wow. He beat you. He beat you.
General City Operations.
That's what we want to see. Over the generations, our Navy sailors raised Old Glory above the streets. Veracruz sent the Spanish fleet to its watery grave in Manila Bay and buried the vicious German wolfbacks at the bottom of the sea. Those were vicious, vicious wolfbacks. They were brutal. They were hitting us hard, and then we came up with the answer, didn't we? We came up with the way to knock them out, and we were knocking them out so fast they didn't know what to do. It was really the end once we discovered the secret through some brilliant minds. A lot of them are descendants of the people here right now. In every era of conflict, the Navy has never failed to hunt, kill, and to win. Never failed. Never failed. In World War II, Admiral Bull Halsey's motto, hit hard, hit fast, hit often, and that is exactly what the sailors do. One of those warriors was Submarine Commander Eugene Fluke, who sent more Japanese tonnage to the ocean floor than any other man in history. I don't like to talk about it too much now. You know, they've been a nice ally, but anybody from Japan here right now? We'll get off the subject immediately. But think of it, sent more tonnage to the bottom of the sea, one after one. Aboard the famed USS Barb, he destroyed a Japanese tanker and a carrier with a single salvo to his men's chagrin. They were very concerned about it. They didn't think we could do that, and he just knocked them out one after another. And again, torpedoes were flying, but his greatest feat came when he spotted 30 enemy ships at port off the coast of China. You know that very famous story. Commander Fluke ordered his men to their battle station, slipped into the harbor and sank 6 vessels at one time before taking off into the beautiful, wild blue ocean. He received 4 Navy Crosses, the Legion of Merit, and the Congressional Medal of Honor. That was a brave guy. In recognition of the incredible achievements of the USS Barb under his command, this December we will lay the keel of a brand new Virginia-class submarine bearing that same legendary name, and his grandson, Tom, will be there to pick it up. Tom is with us today, and I want to thank you for keeping that great legacy around. Where is Tom? Oh, look, stand up, Tom. Great. Good, Tom. Thank you. That's good. That's good genes too, Tom, isn't it? That's good stuff. Thank you very much, both, for being here. From Midway to the Coral Sea to Leyte Gulf, American sailors fought the most epic naval battles in history. And at Normandy, the Navy led the greatest armada ever formed to deliver the single largest invasion force the world has ever seen. One of the sailors who did it was Felix Maurizio, who enlisted at age 18 and trained right here in Norfolk, right here. On D-Day, June 6, 1944, Felix manned an amphibious landing craft that did 6 harrowing runs to Omaha Beach. You all know about it. These are all famous fights. He delivered hundreds of American troops into the battle, including his brother Sal. Felix lost so many of his friends that day, but he kept fighting. He kept going out there, getting more soldiers, getting more of everything. He just kept coming. They couldn't stop him. Went on to serve in the Pacific under the great Admiral Nimitz. In February 1945, he spent his 21st birthday landing Marines on the blood-soaked sands of Iwo Jima, one of the bloodiest, toughest battles ever. Historic battle. 6 months later, he was aboard the USS Talladega in Tokyo Bay. When Japan surrendered, they said, I don't think we want Felix hitting us anymore. And he retired as a Chief Petty Officer in 1966. This year, Felix celebrated his 100th birthday, and he is here this afternoon as a living testament to the glory of the United States Navy. Wow. That's great. He looks good. Felix, you look better than I do. I'm not happy about this, Felix. No, they don't want to mess around with him. And Felix, we salute you. Thank you very much. Incredible. 100 years. In Korea, American sailors and Marines carried out the daring landing in Incheon and flew more than 250,000 combat sorties against the enemy. It was an amazing effort. In Vietnam, the Navy unleashed Operation Rolling Thunder and deployed a brand new unit, the Navy SEALs, to tear up Mekong River Delta. Problem with Vietnam, we stopped fighting to win. We would have won easy. We would have won Afghanistan easy. We would have won every war easy. But we got politically correct. Let's take it easy. We're not politically correct anymore, just so you understand. We win. Now we win. We don't want to be politically correct. And history will never forget that it was the SEALs who stormed the compound at Osama bin Laden and put a bullet in his head. Remember that. And please remember, I wrote about Osama bin Laden exactly 1 year ago, 1 year before he blew up the World Trade Center. And I said, you got to watch Osama bin Laden. And the fake news would never let me get away with that statement unless it was true. But I said 1 year before to Pete Hegseth, I said 1 year before, where's Pete? In the book, I wrote, whatever the hell the title, I can't tell you. But I can tell you there's a page in there devoted to the fact that I saw somebody named Osama bin Laden, and I didn't like it, and you got to take care of him. They didn't do it. A year later, he blew up the World Trade Center, so got to take a little credit because nobody else is going to give it to me. You know the old story? They don't give you credit, just take it yourself. And it was the U.S. Navy that dumped his wretched corpse off the decks of the Carl Vinson to sink into the dark abyss. The Navy's central role in the defense of our liberty continues to this day. Just a few months ago, the Ohio-class guided missile submarine played an indispensable part in one of the most spectacular military feats the world has ever seen, the obliteration of Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer. How did that work out? Pretty good, right? And we shot 30 Tomahawks, you know that. On top of, after the B-2, how about that? The B-2s, what they did, those beautiful flying wings, what they did, they hit every single target they hit. And just in case we shot 30 Tomahawks out of a submarine, every one of them hit too. So I would say Iran was not particularly thrilled. They were going to have a nuclear weapon within a month. And now they can start the operation all over again, but I hope they don't, because we'll have to take care of that too if they do. I let them know that if you want to do that, it's fine, but we're going to take care of that, and we're not going to wait so long. It should have been done long before I came along. You know that I had the pilots of the B-2s in my office, the famous Oval Office. I had them in the B-2s. They came in to the White House, and we talked about it. They said, you know, sir, for 22 years, our predecessors and us trained for that hit. For 22 years, they were training to take out the nuclear potential of Iran. He said, but it was only when you came along that we did it. And they were so happy that they did it. But they've been training for that hit for 22 years, but no president wanted to do it. They would have had a nuclear weapon within a month, probably within a month or shortly thereafter. And speaking to them would have been much more difficult. In recent weeks, the Navy has supported our mission to blow the cartel terrorists the hell out of the water. You see that? And you know, there are no boats in the water anymore. We can't find any. We're having a hard time finding them. But you know, it's a pretty tough thing we've been doing, but you have to think of it this way. Every one of those boats is responsible for the death of 25,000 American people and the destruction of families. So when you think of it that way, what we're doing is actually an act of kindness. But we did another one last night. Now we just can't find any. You know, it's the old story. We're so good at it that there are no boats. In fact, even fishing boats, nobody wants to go into the water anymore. Sorry to tell you that. But it's we're stopping drugs coming into America, if that's okay. We're stopping drugs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Last year, we lost, I believe, 300,000 people. And that's not talking about the destruction to families. Every one of us knows families that have been destroyed because the son, daughter, even mothers and fathers are destroyed by the fentanyl pouring in, drugs pouring in. Well, they're not coming in by sea anymore, so now we'll have to start looking about the land, because they'll be forced to go by land. And let me tell you right now, that's not going to work out well for them either. And it was the Truman carrier strike group that unleashed American fury on the Houthi terrorists in the Red Sea. And as you know, they settled. But they settled because they made the statement to us, we've never been hit like that ever before. And earlier this year, conducted the single largest airstrike from an American carrier in history. That was the largest ever. I want to express my personal thanks to every single sailor who contributed to these phenomenal victories. We only know victory. We're only going to know victory. We don't want to know the other word. We want to know victory. We're going to have great victories in the years to come. Well, at least for almost 3.5 years, we're going to have great victories. I want to thank a group of women from North Carolina. Look at these great. Will you stand up, please? These beautiful women have followed me. This is number 151. You could call a rally. This is sort of a rally. Let's face it. This is a rally. This is a speech of love. We all love our country. But that group is from North Carolina. They're up to about 151 visits. They have a whole group of them. I never see their husbands. I don't know what's going on with their husbands. I assume, do they still love you, the husbands? Yes, good. But I want to thank you. 151, they've been following me since 2016, and you look even better now than you did then. But I want to thank you very much. It's a really group. They love our country. They like Trump, but you know what they really do? They love our country. And we have the right policy, right? We have policy. We don't want crime. We don't want men playing in women's sports. We don't want transgender for everybody. We don't want to have open borders where millions of people come into our country from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions and insane asylums, drug dealers, murderers. 11,788 murders were allowed to come into our country. A lot of them are gone. And by the way, Washington, D.C. is a safe place right now. It went from one of the most dangerous cities in our country, can you believe that, to probably the safest, among the safest in our country. Nobody's being hit anymore. It's very safe, and I want to thank you. A lot of the people here have helped. A lot of the people in the audience are people that have straightened them out. It took 12 days, think of that. Now we're in Memphis. We're doing the same thing in Memphis, and we're going to Chicago. You know, we have a governor that thinks it's wonderful when 50 people in a short period of time were murdered in Chicago. Over 200 people were hit. And so we send in the National Guard. You know what? We send in what's ever necessary. People don't care. They don't want crime in their cities. And we're doing it, and we're doing it well. We're doing it like nobody's ever done it before. So I just want to tell you, you're very close to D.C. The restaurants are thriving. The restaurants are dying. They were closing one after another. Now they're thriving. They're opening up beautiful new restaurants. Washington, D.C. is safe. And I even went there and had dinner the other night. And I stood right smack in the middle of the street. Secret Service was thrilled. And I gave a news conference. It's a safe place now. Washington, D.C. is always going to be our nation's capital, is always going to be safe. We're never going to let that happen again, what happened there. One of the most beautiful places. We're doing a big beautification program. It'll take me very little, very short, but we're doing a beautification program to go along with the security and safety. We're getting rid of the graffiti, the potholes, the broken medians between roads. We're doing a real job, and you'd be proud of it. I think everybody here is proud of it, frankly. It's our nation's capital, and that has to be clean, beautiful, and safe. The U.S. Navy always stands for America. As your commander-in-chief, I will always stand for you. I promise you that. You know that. That's why you voted for me in numbers that nobody's ever seen before. And I want you to know that despite the current Democrat-induced shutdown, we will get our service members every last penny. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You'll worry about it. Do not worry about it. It's all coming. It's coming. And even more because I'm supporting the across-the-board pay raises for every sailor and service member in the United States Armed Forces. But we have to take care of this little gnat that's on our shoulder called the Democrats. They want to give all of our money to illegal aliens that pour into the country. And you know, I have a bigger heart than they do. But the problem is when you do that, they come in by the millions. Everybody wants that, so you can't do it. But I've also pledged the largest ever investment in our military's history. We're spending over $1 trillion. We've never had anything like that before. $1 trillion on our military, and that includes, along with your Secretary of the Navy and Pete Hegseth, we're going to be building lots of ships and doing a lot of things that you haven't seen happen for 35 years. We'll soon revitalize our once great shipyards with hundreds of billions of dollars in new investments and people coming from all around the world, and they're going to build ships in America. We want them built in America. And as I told our generals and admirals last Tuesday, we are getting wokeness the hell out of our military. It's gone. It's really gone. I don't know that it was ever really here. I think some of the top people had it. I knew a few of them that they were major losers, but they were losers.
I guess we've got some.
Unlike our great general, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who may be here, Dan Raisin King. You know Raisin King? When I heard his name, I said, that's the guy I'm looking for. But he's been an amazing warrior, and he was the one headed up the attack on Iran, and everything he's touched has turned out great. He knocked out ISIS. So I was told it would take 4 to 5 years to beat ISIS. When he came on board, he did it in 4 weeks. We knocked him out in 4 weeks. 100% of the ISIS caliphate. Is Dan Kane here? He is, you know why? Because he's working. That's the one thing, we don't have to worry about him. But he is a fantastic man. That's the man I wanted right from the beginning. I said, if I ever do this again, and if I could get lucky enough to win, because we have a base like nobody in history has had, I said, I'm going to pick Raisin Kane as the chairman. And that's what we did, and he's been incredible. We will not be politically correct when it comes to defending American freedom. That's why we have renamed the Department of Defense at Department of War, as I said, and we have changed the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. That was his. That was an easy one. For years I've looked at it, and I added it up, and I figured we have 92% of the frontage. I say, how come we call it the Gulf of Mexico? I mean, I wouldn't say that Mexico is thrilled with me, but what are you going to do? It's the Gulf of America, and I love it now. I was watching the other night a report, and they said very routinely, in the Gulf of America, this is they just went on to talk about it. They didn't do it with a smirk or a smile. They didn't say, in the Gulf of America. It's called the Gulf of America now, and nobody's playing games with it. We got sued by the Associated Press, and they lost. In fact, the judge was so good, he said, he's calling it the Gulf of America. He's got all the approvals. You have to do that, too, to the very liberal Associated Press. They got thrown out of court. In fact, they're almost not allowed to cover me anymore because of that. It was a big hit. So I'm very proud of that. Under our leadership, the spirit of the American forces is soaring like it has never soared before. I think right now we have more spirit than we've ever had before. After years of recruiting shortages, we couldn't get guys or gals to become sailors. 1 year ago, they didn't want to be a sailor. Although I must say, once I said we're going to run, a lot of people made it better. But let's go back 2 years, and it was even worse. Because there was no hope. We had this horrible, horrible president who had no clue what the hell was happening. The chances of him walking down those stairs successfully were not good. And I have to be careful, because one day I'm going to probably fall. No, the North Carolina women said that will never happen to you. I always say, walk down the steps nice and slow. You ever notice I do nice? I don't have to bop down the stairs. Walk nice and slowly. But we have a waiting list. Think of this. We have a waiting list for people wanting to get into the United States Navy, the Army, Navy, Coast Guard, Marines, Space Force. Oh, we love Space Force. But think of it. We have a waiting list for every branch of government now, and that includes police and firemen. They didn't want to, nobody wanted to be a policeman. Now they want to be a policeman. Now they want to be in the Navy. They want to be in the Air Force so badly. The Marines, the Army, they want to be in all of it. They love Space Force. I love Space Force because I created Space Force. That was then it's going to turn out to be one of the most important. But 1 year ago, Our country was dead. We had a dead country. People say, sir, you shouldn't say that. It's too spiritual. We had a dead country, and today we have the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. 1 year, think of it. 1 year ago, we were dead. The king of Saudi Arabia said to me, President, 1 year ago, we thought we lost America. We thought it was a dead country. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. He said that. I use this term. And I'm pleased to say that 2025 was the Navy's single best recruiting year ever. Not bad. So you went from those embarrassing headlines of a year ago. Think of it. Nobody wants to go into the Navy. How does that make you feel? Now you have a different problem. You know what the problem is? Everybody wants your job. I like that better, right? No, but nobody's going to take your job. You were with us when it was not as nice. It wasn't as nice. Those are the people I like the best, too. The people that were with me when it wasn't looking so good, like these ladies from North Carolina. They were with me when it wasn't looking that good. A lot of fake scandals were created, all fake. One of those eager new recruits is 18-year-old Aiden Rollins, a recruit like I'm so proud of. Aiden's father was a sailor, his grandfather was a sailor, and after 4 years of Navy ROTC, it is Aiden's turn to carry on that tradition. When he enlisted in April, his father, Daniel, a Navy veteran, was so inspired that he decided to re-enlist too. Wow. I'm delighted to say that father and son are here with us today representing the future of this great fleet. Please, Aiden and your father, please stand up. Wow.
And you see the traffic flowing over the new harbor bridge in the background there. Wow, what a structure.
Wow, that's a good-looking family, I tell you.
If you haven't done it yet.
Thank you, both. That's a great story. Beautiful. Your father looks pretty young, Aiden. He's a young-looking guy. Every sailor, aviator, submariner, and shipmate in the Navy inherits a tradition of excellence and daring, power and glory unmatched in the long saga of mankind's voyage on the sea. From that first ship, the schooner Hannah, to the awesome sight of a modern carrier battle group underway, the U.S. Navy has always been the iron will of a proud and mighty nation pushing forward through the currents and over those big, beautiful waves, through the spray of raging combat and the fog of naval war. America's sailors have proven time and again that our Navy does just the best job there is. Anything having to do with sailing the oceans, there's nobody to compete. We own the skies, we stalk the depths, and we rule the seas like nobody has ever ruled the seas. From Boston Harbor to Hampton Roads, from the Philippine Sea to the Red Sea, from the Guadalcanal to the vast, great Atlantic Ocean. Our sailors have seized triumph upon triumph. We don't know anything about defeat. We heaped honor upon honor and carved greatness and splendor into the pages of history. We only talk about the Navy and only use that word, splendor. We also say victory because that's the other. We have splendor and we have victory on gun decks and flight decks, in torpedo rooms and cockpits. They have poured out their blood, sweat, and tears and offered their very lives to defend this land between the seas. They have crossed icy canals, leapt from burning wreckage, plunged into frigid water, soared into deadly skies, and slashed across the mine-infested bays to claim American victory and to defend the cause of liberty, to defend, quite frankly, the American flag. In every era and every part of this globe, our sailors have fought with courage in their hearts, patriotism in their souls, and salt water in their veins. You have that salt water. Don't let the doctors change it. Keep it, because there's nothing like it. There's no blood like it. And standing before all of you today, I know that whatever our nation is threatened and whenever they need help, whenever duty calls, American sailors will hoist our flag high and they will rally to Admiral Farragut's immortal battle cry, "Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead goes." Son of a gun. With your help, we will fight, fight, fight. We will win, win, win. Because of you, our Navy and our country will always be proud and righteous and mighty and free. Congratulations once again on 250 years of total dominance. Sail fast. Stay strong. Thank you. God bless our sailors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody.
20. And a lot of the work that we've been working is trying to bring the worst of the worst up to the front. And then
G merged with another company, AEG, and they became ASM Global. So, sorry, a lot of different letters scrambling around there, but yeah, that merger took place, I think, about 2 years ago.
Basically the same company.
It's basically the same company, correct. But they would like to say it's a better company because there was a merger and you acquired more capabilities with the bigger and better company.
Gary Peters in Michigan.
Let's make sure we communicate to ASM Global that we're ready for a full-time person.
Yes. No food stamp benefits.
I remember going through the contract renegotiation.
1.4 million Michiganders, 56,000 federal workers, 189,000 women, infant, and children will go without food this weekend in Michigan.
With
if Senator Peters votes no.
Behind the Science Museum.
Dispatch, this is May 13. We're going to transfer in code 1 to Bay, beginning mod 0. Code 1 to Bay 0, shoot.
The costs, perhaps some requirements you have that are legacy standards that
our city is being sued.
Or adjusted.
It's being sued
some things you want to add in
because of all the lack of process from this council.
And the public, so
our illustrious mayor is named 31 times in this lawsuit.
Drawer and cabinet on your kitchen project.
Also, one of the things that really bothered me in looking at this lawsuit is that it says Mayor Paulette will handle privately solicited fellow councilmen.
You said San Antonio and El Paso? Correct. And did you talk about them at all?
So they do have a program that is somewhat successful. Again, they leverage a lot of other tools, bigger budgets. But what San Antonio in particular, they work with local development groups to make sure that any properties that have
for the last 5 or 6 years, and so we have been.
Is requesting for you to take them back to Fitton.
Ago, I was at Westwood Park at a skate program, and I drove around West Guth, and I thought, gosh, we got a pool here, we have a dog park here, we have a skate park here,
20% rule. If more than 20% of folks that own property around a rezoning opposed, at the council stage, it required a 3/4 vote to approve. There was 7 of 9 council members. In the case and where the legislature have changed, it says if it is a zoning case purely for improvement of residential expansion, residential development, that threshold is now at 60%, no longer at 20%.
So that's pretty much anything that involves construction to deliver.
through her commitment to excellence in teaching. As a 10th grade English and AP capstone teacher, Ms. Recio exemplifies the highest standards of profession, fostering an environment where every student feels seen, heard, and valued. Inspired by her mother, a lifelong educator, she continues to uphold the belief that strong relationships and continuous learning are the heart of great teaching. Ms. Recio's influence extends far beyond the classroom.
Beforehand, President Trump putting on Truth Social just a couple of hours ago. Very much looking forward to my meeting with President Xi of China. It will take place in a few hours. President DJT, and those few hours are right now.
Growing up over San Antonio.
Coming off the new fiscal year, the report we'll be giving today is for the 2 months ended November 30th, 2021. Our beginning balance is estimated at 7.6 million. This is an unaudited balance, but we don't anticipate any significant adjustments to that balance. Our revenues year to date are 1.3 million. Expenditures year to date are 29,000. Leaving us an ending fund balance for November 30th of only about a little over $9 million.
Councilmen vote during the public meeting
Inside City Hall. For more information on today's topics, visit our website and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay connected, stay informed, and stay tuned for the next Inside City Hall.
Another division in Sunset. I've seen multiple people on the mini four-wheelers behind the road.
Yeah, we have to compete for the same.
Regular doing donuts and sitting out.
Well, I would say go to the city's website, and there is updated information on there about all of the major projects that we're working on.
How would somebody submit a service request to Public Works, Amy?
Right, so the service requests are through the 311 system.
Part of the last
they'll go and submit a ticket for 311, and that gets routed to our. Also have the data at Public Works to go into that's the fastest way to Public Works and make the adjustments so that when you drive from Staples from Yorktown, or let's just say
damage will not end at the Hudson. It will reach every corner of upstate New York and across the country. We are here to fight for the men and women who build, farm, serve, and raise families across New York and the nation. They are the backbone of this nation, and they deserve a government that works for them, not the political insiders who have created this mess. So my message to Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jefferson is stop playing games. Stop bowing to the mob.
2 years, and then we are just following the terms of this agreement to do those inspections, and we do that concurrently with the developer.
So after the 2 years, then it falls on the city's responsibility.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Happens, and this trip has been one that has been quite successful. President Trump with lots to be thankful for, along with
It is understood. Thank you.
And you can answer or you cannot answer?
I'm not sure I'm the appropriate one to answer.
Yeah, he can answer it. So what we're doing is because we
let him answer.
Well, I'll answer it for him. So we're working to try to get more.
And we brought him down from
150
150
bid,
2 years ago.
especially because this is a design build. So the designer
I'm going to
is
look
going
to
to
you
be
and
the builder
Heather
is going to be the designer.
really get us more in
Right, so
alignment
in
with
some models,
what those
you have a
numbers
design
should be.
firm, they design it, and you put it up for bid. So this is a kind of a cross check.
As you know, Mike,
Right, but
the board had been given Delmar and A&M 150,000.
Yes,
For
sir.
a few years. I mean, I'm talking about for 6, 7, 8.
Operation 3 Engine 3 and Arcing Pool, ESC 3308. at 1717 Mary. Look off right at 24.
Really, the two projects I see that can get us water in the quickest amount of time are the Evangeline water aquifer and wastewater reuse.
Right, and our own wells on the Nueces River.
Well, I understand that those wells without water. I'm concerned that because there's no groundwater control district in Nueces County, that I think it's unrealistic to expect we can get
8230 Rockcrest.
Limit, right, the voters would have to reapprove it, that could cost them.
Exactly.
Or
So
you do it under the term, of the authorization.
Right.
we haven't. I think that there has been sufficient money between what is coming through the taxes and what's being allocated to streets.
Okay.
Because there's only so many projects you can do capacity. And so, I mean, it is something we could look at, but the need has not arisen to do that yet.
The reason I ask is, let's say we buy 75%
as discovery paths, sort of a secondary path of travel that meanders through native vegetation, have some interpretive signage, ideally cultivated with the Science Museum, and highlighting local ecology, particularly watershed ecology, using some of that vegetation for stormwater filtration.
It was an idea that I put.
108 at 13, 21 clear, 131 clear, Christi McCrow.
The callback policy.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. From an assistant city attorney, modeling for Inner Harbor and the cost involved is tremendous. We're talking $50,000 to $100,000 to run modeling.
2 years ago. Right. So, really, I'm going to look to you.
Right. That's all we can do. So that's a good point, Mr. Themis.
So it sounds like we're all on the same table now.
Yes.
We have a motion and we have a second.
Band-aid on a cancer.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no.
Instead of solving the problem, you just, you're kind
That
of
was the budget.
administering
Now
to
I'll
the
entertain a
symptoms.
motion.
Supporting primary
Instead of
jobs
trying to solve the problem.
that support the military base.
I can't
And so
support
it's not
property
improvements to the base itself, but it's all the industries in the community that support the base. And so the first metric is to ensure that you're creating that primary job. And primary jobs are defined by
Demerged
statute.
with another company, AEG, and they became
Create or
ASM
retain,
Global.
right?
Create or
Sorry, a lot of
retain,
different letters scrambling
primary
around
jobs.
there, but yeah, that merger took place I think about 2 years ago.
List of what
It's basically
constitutes
the
a
same
primary
company,
job, but
They would like to say it's a better company because there was a merger and you acquired more capabilities with a bigger and better company.
At one
Well,
time.
let's make sure we communicate to ASM Global that we're ready for a full-time person.
Yes.
I remember going through the contract renegotiation.
And the cost
We had issues.
estimate together, and by being able to do that, first of all, you have one party, not just a designer or a contractor, but second of all, you have the ability to iterate as you go.
And so with that program,
that's really
small business.
the
Remember
best
small
with
business.
collaboration. Let's figure out our challenges as they happen.
A whole ribbon roadway to something else is smooth.
We're kind
The reason that it's
of
successful
trying to find
is that
what we can do
gone
for
from
small
essentially
businesses. Biggest problem with small
replacing the
businesses
entire
is
industry to just
number of
working on the
people that
pavement
they can
only.
employ, or
And
that
that
can come in.
was something that we
And then
brought to
also,
council before we even rolled out the program to get their buy-in. And once they said they were good with it,
An opportunity cost of just having that.
How'd you fucking do that?
And we brought them down from 150.
Just like that, I made $2 grand. The other guys looked at me like I just discovered fire. Great, even better. I was selling garbage to garbage men and making cash hand over fist. Only problem you're gonna have is that you're getting by.
Stuff like
So I was selling them shit. The way I looked at it, their money was better off in my pocket. I knew how to spend it better.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Greatest.
Go at me wherever
A dog like a obedience to a word.
I can't support this.
What tools are we not addressing?
The ultimate. Closing that out so that we're able to close out this
From the
area.
code side, we address with everything that we have. Once it goes into a legal proceeding, that's outside of my purview.
What are the tools that you're referencing?
We lien properties once those properties are liened. So if I come out and mow the grass and pull a junk vehicle and it costs the city $500, we put a lien.
Engine 9, FMR1, Medic 9, and overdose. EC 9008 at 737 North Omaha. 737 North Omaha, 822. MS1 2826. Medic 9, we'll see you, MS1. Fire dispatch, 11. Medic 11, dispatch code. What talk group is PD working off of?
Really appreciate you taking the time to do this.
And you'll have a good journey.
Thanks for watching Inside City Hall. For more information on today's topics, visit our website and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay connected, stay informed, and stay tuned for the next Inside City Hall.
How'd you fucking do that?
Just like that, I made $2,000. The other guys looked at me like I just discovered fire. Great. Even better. I was selling garbage to garbage.
Whatever the number is.
Cash hand over fist.
How does it work? How does it work before that happens? I mean, we're sending guys out the door today.
The way I looked at it,
potentially getting FEMA reimbursement up to 106. You know, so the question becomes is, where does that money go? Back to us how? Yeah, but when we get it, where does it go?
Abbott's office announced the appointment of Chief Wade to the Texas Commission on Fire Protection. And Chief Wade's appointment is to complete a term that is set to expire in February. So he'll have from September 4th through February. And we were just talking a few minutes ago, and we suspect that he'll be nominated again for the full term, which is a 6-year term in February. And so then the governor could consider a reappointment for a longer term. But just some background.
So that's
Don't expect there to be any
address things we already have the tools to address. So I can't support this.
That's great. Now I'm curious
what tools are we not addressing these homes with?
I've heard this term
Well,
brine.
Are we not using?
From the code side, we address with everything that we have. Once it goes into a legal proceeding,
basically is salty
that's
water.
outside of my
And in the
But what are the
context of
tools that he's
desalination,
referencing?
we're
We
saying
lien
that
properties
brine
once those
is
properties
just
are liened.
water
So
that's
if I come out
saltier
and
water than the
mow the
water
grass and
going
pull a
into
junk vehicle and it costs the city $500, we put a lien.
I have heard that before. Where
That's not a fallacy. That's a real thing.
Not uncommon.
Yeah.
So it's that mindset where we continue to go is to broaden the scope of the duties of a police officer. Right, they're public servants. That means.
Possible phone number. This is the only phone number that's coming back to him.
Responsible behavior. There have got to be 5 more moderate Democrats in this entire city who are willing to work with us to reopen the government.
I would note the absence of.
Of course.
Inside not going down faster than the other,
ensuring everyone can experience the beauty of nature.
I know as we've been watching
come and
at
explore all that our
nighttime, we've
Parks and
seen
Recreation Department
sparks
has to
flying
offer.
around as
And stay
metals
tuned for all the
getting
great
cut,
things
the
that are yet
workers
to
up
come.
there
And remember,
just
the real time today to live, learn, and
but
play.
really cool perspective. And I'm not an engineer either, so I'm not going to know exactly what's going on, but you see a guy up there watching all of it get lowered, and it's the perspective is amazing when you see.
I'll ask one. The latchkey is what I was interested in as well. That's not a bad price for a month.
$125.
That's really actually really good.
As itself,
Do they get
it's helped
CCPD
to
during
provide
that period?
lower prices so that we can get the kids that need to be there. I see them at their homes because they cannot come to Latchkey. They cannot afford to pay those fees. They might be small for you, they're large for them. I wish you'd take that into consideration. And the police department has nothing to do with it because they do a darn good job.
I think it's a good effort that they are working to work in that direction.
There being no one, we'll close public hearing and move on to item number 13, which is a resolution authorizing a developer participation agreement with LSK Development.
A better, or a good match, right?
You know, the CDHPs are
All right, good morning.
covered by the government.
Now, good afternoon.
We know that
Mike Dice, Development Services. What we have today, first item is a participation agreement with Forzali Estates for the oversize and overdepth
Your eyes can get bigger than your budget, and you got to scale some things back to see realize numbers at the end of the day.
The sequence of events we've worked with the
public
have
patience to get there.
Is
It does take
we've gone from completely.
I like that it feels like there's more transparency in this process for us,
to just
residents. I mean,
And this is the big education factor for owners in cities such as Corpus Christi, is you're going to see the numbers you've never seen with whether it's a
I jokingly say, look, you have to be the kindest, toughest person, the kindest nice, or the nicest tough guy, or the toughest nice guy that you can be. You have to be duplicit. Right?
Fourth, Governor Abbott's office announced the appointment of Chief Wade to the Texas Commission on Fire Protection. And Chief Wade's appointment is to complete a term that is set to expire in February. So he'll have from September 4th through February. And we were just talking a few minutes ago, and we suspect that he'll be nominated again for the full term, which is a 6-year term in February. And so the governor could consider a reappointment for a longer term. But just from background.
Boom! So I was selling them shit. The way I looked at it, their money was better off in my pocket. I knew how to spend it better.
Excuse me.
Streets, you know, Mike, many of those are across several years.
Been given
Next slide, please.
Delmar and A&M $150,000.
Yes, sir.
A few years. I'm not talking about the 600.
Spent $350,000 on the other side of us trying to fix it so we didn't get flooded. And where these houses, this whole stretch of them.
Dispatch Metro.
The backpack. So the green long sleeve shirt with black pants in her 50s.
Doctors, starting zeros.
Moves us as
Doctor, just then, yes.
I'm gonna throw you out the goddamn window.
What, Jay Quinlan?
Mr. Garvey, we're telling the truth. We have clubs at this school. We have clubs for special interests.
Okay, I see. So y'all want to play. Y'all want to play. Yeah, okay, we're going to play little games. Fine, I'll play. I'm more than happy to play some games with y'all. Anyone who's in a club, stand your ass up.
Clear that no enemy will ever even dream of threatening America's Navy. There's no Navy even close, not even
With the civil service promotion,
doing ships.
whether the assessments or appointments, I don't see any credits on our side. We've also put forth, the insurance proposal.
Departments might want to donate their time to have dancers come. There's many people that would love to volunteer. Driscoll people that brought babies, maybe we could also get people that want to come and they have teaching degrees. I have a teaching degree. Many teachers that are retired might want to volunteer their time to help keep the community safe, but I think maybe we could reach out to Del Mar and work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Traffic again, a lot of times with high tides, the water is all the way up to
Talking about is Alma at Greenwood. The proposed development includes 152 rental units, all for households at or below 60% of the area median income. For a family of 4, that's $41,580. There's a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. The total project costs are estimated to be $30.8 million. Funding sources for this project include multifamily revenue
Well, I
bond.
mean, I know you guys know what you're doing, but hopefully you're getting it back out on the street, and let's see if we get any additional responses so that we can move this forward.
Exactly.
Jeff, how long has this?
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Peter.
Cool, flashing amber lights on the left turns. I really appreciate that rather than having to sit there for a while. So I appreciate that. The one that affects me most often is turning left onto Airline off Ocean. So I appreciate that. Next, I'd like to make a couple of suggestions. I understand that the machinery that adds fluoride to our city drinking water has been either in disrepair or is not working. And what I'd like you to do is consider
perhaps 25 years ahead of any competition.
To try to get
and not
more
only
interest,
are the
right?
tariffs
We have one
strengthening
bid,
our alliances,
especially
they're
because this is a
also
design
bringing
build,
peace
so
to the world.
designer
On Sunday
is
in
gonna be
Malaysia,
the builder
we
is gonna be
signed the
designer.
Kuala
Right, so
Lumpur.
in some models, it's
And that's
you have
all
a design
part of the
firm,
last
they
several
design it,
years.
they put it up for bid, so this is a kind of a cross check.
A shared vision.
Right, but this
20% rule.
It's
If
not
more
just,
than
you know, it's
20%
one
of
thing to
folks
say,
that own property around a rezoning opposed, at the council stage, it required a 3/4 vote to approve. It was 7 of 9 council members. In the case and where the legislature had changed, it says if
David
in
Midhour?
the case purely for improvement of residential
Now-
expansion, residential development, that threshold is now at 60%, no longer at 20 to hit that supermajority.
The messaging that y'all send out as far as updates are concerned
Anyone else that's
are fantastic.
the development?
Yes, we as staff are available to address any
Yes, the
questions.
staff is available to you at any time on all these concerns and questions you have. You can call
Well, and
them,
I'll tell you,
email them.
it's a whole lot easier when you have good
Even
contractors.
your city councilman that is in your district, a woman. So any concerns, questions, please feel free to email them, call them, and let them know.
I'm just asking, is that PowerPoint going to be on record?
With the callback policy.
Forget everything you thought you knew about ab workouts. This ab workout is specifically designed to strengthen your core. Numerous health benefits. Strengthens your back. Better performance in sports. More enjoyable sex. You're not having
Once they said they were good with it.
Plus, day. Took the baby for a walk this morning. Oh man, I mean, she was cooing. Loved it, loved it. It was so nice. It still is nice.
Well, the CIP has been increasing year over year.
And if you're wondering, yeah, Preston West is our chief photographer. He's been out there all week just getting these great vantage points.
There's also swim lessons.
Swim lessons, pools. You may not everything. It's,
Wow, so everything under the sun.
Yes, exactly.
And I'm excited that we're talking.
Tom, we still haven't seen or heard any pictures from the hardest hit areas, the towns of New Hope, White House, and also areas around Crawford. We're still waiting for word how they did.
All right, Bill Cairns for us. We'll stay tracking that. Now to the breaking news in the case of Sonia Massey, shot and killed when law enforcement responded to her home. Sean Grayson, a former Illinois sheriff's deputy, was found guilty of second-degree murder. Maggie Vespa was there for the verdict.
Tonight in Illinois, former sheriff's deputy Sean Grayson guilty of second-degree murder in the
issue and valued.
To look for opportunities. Okay, so there is a possibility. Because through the community outreaches that we have done, and housing has always been an issue, like I said, and every time that I've come across someone that is homeless and is in need of housing, they always say that they're out of money. You know, the entities that actually are out there to help them, I mean, I think it opens up in January and it's over, you know.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. From an assistant city attorney, modeling for Inner Harbor and the cost involved is tremendous. We're talking $50,000 to $100,000 to run modeling.
Instead of trying to solve the problem, I can't support property registration.
Continue to be more problem solvers. It's not such a defined, narrow role as when I came on.
For Medic 7, line 7, Medic 7, line 7, TV for shooting call, 2226 over that, 2226 over that. Still looking at EMS 2 at 1527.
Engine A1 in the air.
Transporting code 1, Dr.
Connie Scott is absent.
100% of the federal poverty level, and with no insurance, we write their bill off 100%.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta.
So, and that is submitted to the federal government and state government
which is
for
public comment.
reimbursement.
Do we have anyone here for public comment this morning? Please come on up.
Copy for hazardous driver, 69 northbound at northwest, 69 northbound at northwest.
Northwest Police Substation, and interesting to note that we have pegged West Goose Park location for that substation. On the south side, or District 5, we're requesting $5 million for the construction of what's going to be called the Far South Police Substation, and that'll actually be located on this campus.
Okay, remember what I was telling you about having a construction and design, and then we're not having enough money to pay for it?
Then we'll work with our community, and they will pony up free haircuts, shots, physicals, all those things for our children, our community's children, to go back to school, because a lot of those families cannot afford that. Right. So we want to work with them and let them know, we're not. Engine 5, engine 5. Receive engine 5, according to 31, local station 8.
100% of the federal poverty level.
26 years,
and with
and
no
that was
insurance,
also
we write
key,
the
of
bill
course,
off 100%.
my development.
So, and that is submitted to
and
the
so
federal
coming
government
out
and
of the
state
Army and coming into
government,
high-tech humanity and working with Corpus Christi, and already the partners I've already worked with here at the city have been really great in helping us to go forward. And I look forward to working with the council and the staff here at the city, and I appreciate you allowing me to
Next slide shows the location map. This specifically is affecting the parcel of land identified as number 1 on the slide. You can see on the right portion of this slide, the new water line is the thick blue line, and again, what it'll do.
Arriving, getting mileage 9.7. 1.6 received.
in a short amount of time. And so what that program is going and fixing those neighborhood streets, and then bringing what used to be a pothole-ridden roadway into something nice and smooth. The reason that it's successful is that we've gone from completely replacing an entire neighborhood street to just working on the pavement only. And that was something that we brought to council before we even rolled out the program to get the running. And once they said they were good with it,
email them, call them, and let them know.
I'm just asking, is that PowerPoint going to be on the record as approved because it's not correct?
She has left her last seen her at Dairy.
Believe based on what I've seen in the construction going out there, we did a
Currently,
tour.
there's
a lot of dollars being invested, so I don't think we're going to jeopardize that anytime in the near future, just with the dollars that we've seen going into the base over the last 5 years. There's more going on today than people even imagine unless you actually work for it. Even from the 3D equipment that's extremely expensive. So I don't want to get sideways saying that.
Yes, we solicited on that. We had gotten a single response the first time we put it out. We have 2 responses this time. They're currently under evaluation, and we'll be selecting one of these companies to move forward and with a design build contract to.
And I think that, Michael, when we swap to the CDHP,
county commissioners, as well as the city of Sinton. And if that requires us to also do a backup with them, feeding off the Mary Roads pipeline to their water treatment plant, then we need to, negotiate those deals so we can give them reassurances that we're not going to be impacting them negatively, right? So.
John 3857. Also
John Weber, 609 Maple Street. From an assistant city attorney, modeling for Inner Harbor and the cost involved is tremendous. We're talking $50,000 to $100,000 to run modeling.
Junto con mejoras en las instalaciones recreativas y comunitarias, propiedad de la ciudad en el distrito de deportes, entretenimiento y artes. La propuesta F apoyará el mantenimiento y la mejora del malecón del centro de la ciudad, así como proyectos de control de inundaciones y drenaje en toda la ciudad. La reautorización del impuesto a las ventas estará en la boleta electoral de los votantes en las próximas elecciones del 5 de noviembre de 2024. Para tener más información sobre la propuesta para la reautorización del impuesto a las ventas,
So there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
Correct.
Well, yeah, so I was just going to say 35% of that.
For more information on today's topic, visit our website.
So far.
So far.
Some will continue to fall out.
But they've disqualified.
Stay informed. The county has a hard time for the next
I know I've heard lenders talk about this program. So I know
the responsibility of the county. So
And
community projects
well,
like the skate park
to,
is real easy to jump into, real easy to support. It was an idea that that I put.
Level 3, female talking to us through the door. She's saying she's 10-4. We're not going to breach. We're going to wait for fire.
Bridge peace accord back on August 15th with President Putin of Russia. As you see the United States and Chinese flags there, we will anticipate there on the red carpet both the President of the United States and the President of the People's Republic of China forthcoming. We'll take you right there when that all happens. And this trip has been one that has been quite successful. President Trump with lots to be thankful for, along with
Texas Victor Boy Tom 7809. 4553.
Do we have any names? Back on patrol 4.
Gabe Lozano, design fee.
Yes, sir. Well, the city is taking care of
type A. Okay. So I'm okay with that. Is it because it's a budget amount? They may not hit the 750 because I think that's quite a bit for design fee. So are y'all going to put into I heard you say something about upcoming bond proposal?
22.
So
618.
what if the bond doesn't pass?
That's kind of
Then
a
what
loaded
happens?
question. It's
We
like
spent
when I ask
$1
my
million.
mom who's the favorite kid, and she always says me when I'm in the room. But
to the left.
you
Here
know,
is requesting for you to
that's a
take
real
him
tough
back to
question.
Fenton. He
You know,
has
about a
property
month
in
ago, I was at
Fenton.
Westwood Park at a skate park.
Access permit, essentially how you get your driveway.
Want to be,
private
you know,
road
the
to
registrar.
touch
We
it.
want everybody to register all
That
of
is
their
completely
properties.
under
We
text
want to
document.
get rid of this program eventually.
Growing up over
What this
San
will do is give
Antonio,
us
we talked about this,
fill the gap.
I think Bill yesterday or Tuesday, something like that.
So-
Bill Churchwell was on, we were talking about memories, and I was telling him how my dad was really big in the racing community. He did a lot, like San Antonio Speedway, Corpus Christi Speedway, and we would come down for, you know, various races like the late model class or
Here's the poster that we will feature in each of
2015, that's when we brought Mary Roads Phase 2 on, or the Colorado River water. But then you see that it came down steadily after that, and that was because of those 3 issues that I said previously. The yellow line you see going across there is a trigger that we would propose, and that is 70% of the firm yield. There's really nothing greatly scientific about that, other than the committee when they had discussions.
400% income cap.
Took the baby for a walk this morning. Oh man, I mean, she was cooing.
$500,000
Loved it.
a
Loved
year.
it.
$500,000
So nice.
a year.
Still is nice.
They could benefit from the
And if you're wondering, yeah, Preston West is our chief photographer. He's been out there all week just getting these great vantage points.
From affirmative from the city council, it's hard to know how to proceed with the loan that we've taken out. And as Sergio said, it's a little bit more complex since we don't have the money in our bank of that.
Michael last meeting even said it was about approximately 400.
Wanted to briefly mention that. I thought it was really a testament to the strength and resilience of Hillcrest.
So that's
and I know, you know, a lot of us in these blue shirts, you know, get accused of being the anti-everything crowd, but I wanted to remind y'all that there are a lot of things that we stand for, and our neighbors in Hillcrest are at the top of that list.
It's not so much of a stress.
You know, I hope that today everyone votes accordingly, and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Hensick. Sandra Meyer.
October 28th.
Yeah, I was just on the phone with him in reference to it. So yeah, it's been here for a while. We're going to go ahead and put an orange tag on it, authority of Lieutenant Hills, and then
We use that funding to subsidize, let's say, the airport. If the airport wants to.
The floor TV is not needed.
Congratulations, you have completed the Food Hunters course. All the information you learned today will help keep our community healthy and safe when eating at any food
we start
establishment.
to see, still minor, but still booking impact, and you see that happen in the economy. We put the whole economy at risk. And so it's been 30 days, and while I don't have a position on which part is inside and how things should be settled with healthcare, it has been 30 days. I also think it is time to pass a clean CR. Use that as the opportunity to get into
Is there any public comment on items number 27 or 28?
On the real and substantive issues that the American people
we'll close
want our
public
politicians
comment.
on both sides.
Any further discussion? Okay, please submit your vote.
I was at Westwood Park at a skate park program, and I drove around Westwood
Okay, the motion carries. Item number 29 is an ordinance authorizing an agreement between the Corpus.
With almost $8 million in fund balance, we collected $7.1 or $7.2 million in revenues and sales from sales tax. We have expenditures year to date of $5.1 with an ending fund balance of almost $10 million.
About the small business. Remember the small business? We went from type A to type B.
Commitments across affordable housing, economic development,
big
and streets, but many of those were across.
We're kind of struggling trying to find what we can do for small business.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. From an assistant city attorney, modeling for Inner Harbor and the cost involved is tremendous. We're talking $50,000 to $100,000 to run modeling.
I understand. And we brought them down from 150, 2 years ago?
Right. So, really, I'm going to look to you.
Dan McGinn, Director of City Planning Department.
About small business. Remember small
sequence of
business?
events, we worked with the public, engaged stakeholders throughout 2007. And we discussed a project that was related to some of the impacts that we were
what we can do for small business. The biggest problem with small business
we also wanted to look at all the redevelopment
number of people that they can employ, they can come in, and then also
attraction patterns, but it was also
residential development. Part of that threshold is now at 60%, no longer at 20 to hit that supermajority.
It's not just, there's one thing to say,
ISAC's recommendation. I'm not advocating to undo something that's already been done, but I'm certainly saying that going forward, I hope ISAC will take note of this as well. The county has a hard time continuing to pay for things that would not be responsibility of the county.
Getting close too. Look at that. Wow.
It's really easy to jump into, really easy to support.
And I guess we've got some employees maybe from the port. They're out there circling the barge in a littler, smaller boat. They're making sure I'm thinking everything is all good. I don't know exactly who that is or who they're with, but I'm assuming it's just to make sure everything is safe.
Inside City Hall.
Anyone else that's
staff are available to address any
Yes, the
questions.
staff is available to you at any time on all these concerns and questions you have. You can call them, email them. Even your city council. So, any concerns, questions, please feel free to email them, call them, and let them know.
Frank 7658, Henry Robert Frank 7658.
Any commercial impact fees on this slide?
Well,
John.
other than your wastewater and your water.
Right, but it's showing a fee assessment on ERUs, not KSFs.
Yeah, ERU, it would be for commercial, it's based on your meter size. So let's say a 6-inch meter is 70 ERUs. So you would pay basically that ERU fee times 70.
Okay. Is there a
Water department is based on 140 MGD, that it can take 140 MGD to process. Is that correct?
An opportunity cost of just having that money sit there.
I understand.
So,
and we brought them down from 150, 2 years ago?
Right. So, really, I'm going to look to you and Heather to really get us more in alignment with what those numbers should be.
Okay,
I understand.
I'm not able to reconnect.
Mr.
Thank you.
As you know, Mike, the board has been
$5,386.
Well,
We also
the
have a
CIP
balance in our
did
capital
increase
improvement fund at the end of
year-over-year,
June
for
of
the last 5 or 6
$917,948.
And so we've
I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
And we thought, oh, nice, and we were hoping this would stay open for years.
Excuse me, could you please state your name for the record?
Mark Jackson, I'm sorry. Mark
President, we
Jackson.
also need to approve the minutes.
So we were
Item
just
number
really
3.
excited, and all of a sudden, 4 months, and they're going to start building. So we just want to know how many houses, and like you say, if this is number 1, then there'll be a number 2 and a number 3. If that whole 40 to 60 acres were developed.
It's not just, there's one thing to say.
Action because we thought it was our property. And then we learned that, no, this is actually the property of the Industrial Development Corporation. We also learned that there were some deed restrictions that attached to this property when we received it back from the state. So this was all part of the old Cliff Moss Airport. And to support the construction of the Texas State School, we dedicated the land to the state.
Start clearing, they can go ahead and. Slide, please.
Don't make those for the city.
For streets or other projects, I would never recommend 100%, but that way we get current pricing. It's just something to look into.
Sure, we'll definitely keep that in
Thank
mind.
you.
I need to add something to that, though, because I just seem to recall, and I may be wrong, this goes to legal and finance, obviously, I'm not an expert, but the reason that we loaned the money was because there was a prohibition against bonding on this money. So there's some little something in there somewhere, and I don't remember what.
Is trying to be proactive about things and getting ahead of the problem.
Go ahead. 0.25 cents of sales tax goes to the state operations. And so that comes right off of those sales taxes. And then the local portion is divided up 6 different ways. So there is a half of a cent that goes to the Corpus Christi Regional Transit Authority, which helps fund those transportation operations. That produces about, is estimated to produce about $35 million in fiscal year 24. Then 1 cent goes to city operations.
So across America, some 42 million people, 12% of our population, will not be able to put food on the table because of decision by the Trump administration not to feed Americans. Of all the priorities, wouldn't you think that keeping our population, the poorest among us, the neediest among us, with food on the table would be the highest priority? Don't you think they can come up with the money for it?
2 or 3 years ago, we were just worried that something would rust and fall. So that's how far we've come. And it's been a huge
contractors, this 34,000 square foot, $21 million facility includes state-of-the-art features such as smart classrooms outfitted with video walls and advanced tech capabilities, crime scene training spaces, a virtual use of force simulator, an armory, a weight room, and a Gracie certified survival tactics and jiu-jitsu training area. This building is also a testament to the city's enduring partnership with Del Mar College, sitting on 9 acres of the
advocating to undo something that's already been done, but I'm certainly saying that going forward, I hope ISAC will take note of this as well, that the county has a hard time continuing to pay for things that would not be responsibility of the county. So community projects like the skate park is real easy to jump into, real easy to support. It was
on his desk, so naturally I paired it to a headset.
Of firefighter doesn't relate to
Let's just let it go for now.
Had the opportunity to speak on a panel with Chairwoman Burns, Texas Water on board. We're talking about the state's needs and obviously how City Corpus Christi.
Where's that reflected in the you are not talking to 20 right now, you're talking to Jim. No!
Chairwoman
Did he just do the formulary going forward? Disconnect that right now. Give me your answer.
So this conference provides that important opportunity to make sure that we stay in touch.
I think we've been very evident, starting when you guys got here. When Peter got here in 19, we came to the table. I'm sorry, 19. We could.
Officers, better working environment. And that's all part of the last several years. There's been a shared vision.
TV for a shooting call,
It's not just
2226 over that, 2226 over that. So you're looking at EMS 2, EMS 2 at 1527.
Things you don't see, radio systems, towers, all those things. And facilities. We've never had.
Show me a route to Bravo Sub to tag and download photos. Bravo 221, all the lockers are full, this is narcotics.
Art Center and the Art Museum.
We'll need people coming in from across the country.
And
FEMA, search and rescue teams.
this
So
one.
when we're not in a time of crisis,
Yes, we re-solicited on that. We had gotten a single response the first time we put it out. We have 2 responses this time. They're currently under evaluation.
And of course,
Forget everything you thought you knew about ab workouts. This ab workout is specifically designed to strengthen your core.
We also have a balance in our capital
Numerous health benefits.
Just a designer or a contractor, but
Strengthens your back, better performance in sports,
that's really
more enjoyable sex.
collaboration comes in.
You're not having
I'll tell you, it's a whole lot easier when you have good contractors.
Plus,
You know, Mike, we,
Item number 3.
the board
Item
have
number
been
3,
doing
motion to approve
Delmar,
amendment.
and 150,000.
Yes, sir.
A few years, I mean, I'm talking about for 6, 7, 8.
Event 17, speed for heat exposure from 6101 Saratoga, 6101 Saratoga, the Walmart from Saratoga. We're talking EMS 1 at 1509. 314 Delta.
Ready for it.
I'll be there. We'll take some pictures.
Okay. Now, Monica, I kind of want to talk to you a little bit.
To her commitment to excellence in teaching. As a 10th grade English and AP capstone teacher, Ms. Resio exemplifies the highest standards of profession, fostering an environment where every student feels seen, heard,
is trying
and
to be
valued.
proactive about things
Inspired by her
and getting
mother,
ahead of the
a
problem.
lifelong educator,
So hopefully
she
we can
continues
accomplish
to
that
uphold the
in
belief that
27.
strong
And if you ask me that
relationships
question in
and
27,
continuous
hopefully we had a good
learning are the
solution
heart of
going
great
into 27.
teaching. Ms.
So
Ressio's
earlier you
influence
mentioned
extends
the
far beyond the
outdated
classroom.
cameras on the
Her
traffic
hope-
lights.
Mhm.
Are there
Began the
any
year with
other
827
new
and
technologies that public
closing
works
that
is
out so they
using
were able to
to
close out this
increase
area.
efficiency?
Yeah. Well, to speak to the hardware that we bought, that's a platform. People on control. That's no traffic. Monitoring the signals. We have that in public works, and so at any given time,
build the
we're
project
making
to
adjustments
once it's
in
done,
real time.
and of course,
So clearly why it's happening. And I brought a few friends, we brought some colleagues here from the state of New York and New York City to share with you about some of what's going on here. Back in March, this is very clear, we summarized very briefly.
3 months to help lead this building. I think that the American Bank Center, what you have here, I've been in the venue management industry for about 30 years, going back to performing arts, arenas and stadiums. And to see this facility that you have, it has the arena, it has the convention center, and the Selena Auditorium all under one roof is a very unique setting, and it's a really wonderful asset for the community. I know I've said this to our city manager as well, that just in my brief time here, I've become an incredibly huge fan for it, and I really do.
All of those have been summarized, for council, and we summarize those every year to make sure that we hit our mark. And then now traffic, we have new metrics for traffic that we develop, you know, the operation.
And we brought them down
those
from 150,
intersections.
2 years ago.
You might have noticed, but they've also implemented a striping in the city. And so now they used to see video and AI technology. We normalize the effort to go out there and restripe a lot of zero.
That goes back to the 1 and 2 on first page where it says that firefighters exhausted both
other properties that I've actually dealt with
and he's required to exhaust all his sick leave.
Eventually they end up going to auction.
Again, I'm basing it on a conversation that we had with City Attorney Risley, and at this point there had been zero collected.
I'll volunteer.
So if we had money to pay you, we lot lanes are inferior to the tax lane, and so often on these properties.
I've always thought that the world of you do an amazing job coming up with these creative solutions. I mean, I know out here for the building community, they're really happy to have you. You know, however, your stock did go down once Michael Miller started to.
I can't pick.
And I know he's excited about
I can't
that.
pick my fans. I am a.
Anyway, what is it? Yeah, you want to love everybody.
%10 rate hike on windstorm rates, but that just got shut down. Anyways, people are upset. Owning a home is becoming less affordable, and running a small business is becoming more difficult. I'm concerned that if we don't start doing something now, we'll miss an opportunity to create a more equitable future.
from a developer to help
So what can we do about it? I think the best solution would be for the city to create a climate action plan. I think the city is best suited to do that because it is able to bring together all the local stakeholders that we need to figure out solutions.
$185.
Oh, yeah?
It's the same frame that the city would come out as.
Yeah, Peter, those projects, either the 9% or the 4%, same time.
Be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay connected, stay informed, and stay tuned for the next Inside City Hall.
Because it's a budget amount. It doesn't hit the 750.
Yes.
That's quite a bit.
Yes.
Well,
and all that takes time. And you know, I think there has been some in the community that have been frustrated that it has taken this long.
Yeah, we want water.
We want water, and I think the answer to the question is you know, the process has to play out. It has to go through all the reviews that Dave has just described to make sure that we meet the standards and that we protect our environment.
And I will actually build on that. When can we expect to see water coming from?
On the mast arms, but also have the data we need to go into our traffic management center at Public Works and make the adjustments so that when you drive on Staples from Yorktown, or let's just say Oso Parkway all the way to SPID, you can actually hit green lights all the way through because now they're all talking to each other. That was not possible 2 and 3 years ago. 2 or 3 years ago, we were just worried that something would rust and fall. You know, so that's how far we've come, and it's been a huge.
Fire department is actually helping our teams out by coming out and doing.
Because I think he's just riding around the parking lot.
$5,386. We also have a balance in our capital improvement fund at the end of June of $917,948. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Hearing no questions on there.
We'll receive a
right now with the construction
HSA payment for the remaining part of that fiscal year.
Item number 3.
Well, kudos to you and your team because
I know
you do a fantastic job.
We've brought that up before. I just want to make sure you guys know that's still there.
I don't know if it's your office, but the messaging that you send out as far as the updates are concerned are fantastic because this thing is.
And I think that, Michael, when we swap to the CDHP
website,
I'll tell you, it's a whole lot easier when you have good contract
information on there about all of the major projects that we're working on.
How would somebody submit a service request to Public Works?
Right, so the service requests are through the 311 system.
Okay.
They'll go in and you know, submit a ticket for 311, and then that gets all of those routed to our summarized teams at Public Works, and so that's the fastest. And we summarize those every year to make sure that we hit our mark. And then now traffic, we have new metrics for traffic that we develop. You know, the operations of those intersections. You you might have noticed, but we've also implemented a striping program.
And that's all part of the. And we brought them down from 150.
Used to see faded stripe on streets. We made an effort to go out there and restripe a lot of
Heather
them.
to really get us more in alignment with what those numbers should be. Okay.
Mr. Smith, as you know, Mike, the board has been giving Delmar and A&M 150,000.
Yes, sir.
A few years, I'm not 6, 7, 8.
Sirens come down the road.
Marker check on 911.
The command units that are right here. You're going to enter the fence, into the fence on the far left, and you'll come to the park.
I'm not getting no return for X-ray John Victor 024.
Affirmative from the city council.
You can put us on
They
conflict. Our consultant scope.
I taught Mike some phrases
curating
to help with his
on
interracial
the
conversation.
art walk. And so just to give you a sense
stuff
of what
like
they've done
fleece
in
it out,
similar situations
going
in
Mach
other
5,
contexts,
dink and
we
flicker.
really emphasized bright colors,
things as
bright
Negroes.
elements, this idea of oversized art features to really enhance that sense of whimsy and scale on that art walk promenade. And then lastly, there was some permanent art installed throughout the site. Really like the idea of doing.
Understand.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, as you know, Mike, the board has been giving Delmar and A&M 150,000.
Yes, sir.
A few years, I'm talking about for 6, 7, 8.
I'm going to go all the way down to those, so turn around and just work my way back up. Agreed. 14 and 17, speed for heat exposure, 6101 Saratoga, 6101 Saratoga, the Walmart from Saratoga. Western Avenue D, St. Paul Sam, 5604.
Western Avenue D, St. Paul Sam 5604.
Example of wasteful enrollment, close to 12 million enrollees in the program filed no claims last year. In other words, they didn't use the insurance, and that number is triple what the number was from 2021 because the Democrats expanded the option of zero premium plans. Well, among those 12 million, many people don't even know that they.
Sorry, 3. The animal vicious are 6933 Westman. They're living TV.
Sunday morning from 10 o'clock to about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, traffic is backed up 4 and 5 miles, moving at 50
living
miles
off of those dues. Kids have to drive on a bus all the way down to Lindell Center to participate in a recreation program. When we were growing up, we walked across the street. In the summer, we got up in the mornings and we walked to the pool in the neighborhood.
Loud and boisterous.
And you're a POS.
I grew up half my life in
couldn't
Rock.
do it without the Parks and Recreation Department, especially Sergio Gonzalez. I worked directly with him.
Control of those speech release, please.
Seen
other properties that I've actually dealt with that eventually they end up going to auction. Right?
Again, I'm basing it on a conversation that we had with City Attorney Risley.
Below our minimum man. So, and part of this is too is trying to do it rank for rank, because like if if we have some people that are on ambulances that are called out with strike teams and WPUs, then we're missing out a lot of medics. They would get called back. If we have a chief or a captain that's deployed, then we could call back specifically to have that captain or that chief back. Not that our captains don't do a good job acting, but if we're missing a
effort from all city departments. We've been working for about 6 weeks and longer through the summer to develop it. So it should be a pretty good budget again this year, focusing on some of those basic services, police and fire, and streets and park improvements as well. And that will be presented Tuesday next week, and then we'll have that community input and council input process. So we want to thank you for moving some of these tax dollars into some high priority areas, and that'll be part of
1,800, 361 on Tom Mary Nora, 6617.
An opportunity cost of just having that money sit there.
I understand.
So,
and we brought them down from 150, 2 years ago?
Right. So, really, I'm going to look to you and Heather to really get us more in alignment with what those numbers should be.
Understand.
Okay.
Mr. Temez?
Thank you.
As you know, Mike, the board had been given Delmar and A&M $150,000.
Yes,
for
sir.
a few years. I mean, I'm talking about for 6, 7, 8.
Drive.
Six or seven traffic.
You were not, but it just was something to the effect of...
Ford dealership on commercial with John Henry, X-rays at 3059 John Henry.
Commercial impact fees on this slide.
Well, other than your wastewater and your water.
Right, but it's showing a fee assessment on ERUs, not KSFs.
Yeah, ERU, it would be for commercial, it's based on your meter size. So let's say a 6-inch meter is 70 ERUs. So you would pay basically that ERU fee times 70.
Okay. Is there a...
We want to get rid of this program eventually. What this will do is give us a short time to fill the gap that we have in abatement that we're going to be out of for the entire year. So when we have the neighbors that are complaining, we only can go out and write a pink slip and drive off. We don't have the ability to take care of those properties. For the people that, one, can't take care of themselves, maybe absent, maybe passed away.
60727.
Go ahead.
50244340
15. That's when we brought Mary Roads Phase 2 on, or the Colorado River water. But then you see that it came down steadily after that, and that was because of those 3 issues that I said previously. The yellow line you see going across there is a trigger that we would propose, and that is 70% of the firm yield. There's really nothing greatly scientific about that, other than the committee when they had discussions.
That is being worked through right now with civil, and today there's been appreciate it adverse
reaction to that activity.
Thank you.
Mr. It's also, so this has already been to the planning commission? So
Lower than what we are,
May
than
9th.
what we are contributing. So I think it's a good faith effort that we are wanting to go work in that direction, to help, with the folks that are currently on the PPO that would have to transition.
How you operate, how you pay for your personnel.
The CDHPs are governed by the government. We know that
Does
the
the
single
state
or the city help the mothers and fathers
for latchkey, or they just pay full price?
Is there like a work program for, like a workforce program to help pay latchkey for parents?
That was the state funding. I took the baby for a walk this morning. Oh man, I mean, she was cooing. Loved it.
There's a wait list for our
It was so nice. It still is nice.
A report out of Dallas has shown misallocation of $5.7 million in donor funds to cover day-to-day expenses. Could this be why?
And if you're wondering, Preston West is our chief photographer. He's been out there all week just getting these great vantage points.
To our community, instead of ones that always seem to have questionable history and questionable finances.
Actually, because we thought it was our property. And then we learned that, no, this is actually the property of the Industrial Development Corporation. And we also learned that there were some deed restrictions that attached to this property when
what we plan to do is bring in someone that's hired by USAMS to help us resurface the track, get
support
competition ready for sanctioned racing,
15
dedicated land to the state.
And again, the estimate was 430 on my watch.
A small
I've got
entry fee every time you race, and that goes back to that
so roughly
USABMX
13 minutes out
so
from this thing
we're not
coming
doing this on
down.
our
I'm
own.
going to
It's
switch
a nationally
over
organized-
to the Lex Cam again, and you can't even see from this angle. You
0.25
cannot
cents of
see
sales tax
any.
goes to the state operations.
10% rate hike
and so
on
that
windstorm
comes
rates,
right
but that
off
just
of those
got,
sales taxes.
shut down.
And then the local portion
Anyways, people
is
are
divided
upset.
up
Owning a home is
6
becoming less
different
affordable,
ways.
and running a
So
small business
there
is
is
becoming more
half of a
difficult.
cent that
I'm
goes
concerned
to
that if we
the
don't
Corpus
start doing
Christi
something
Regional
now,
Transit
we'll miss an
Authority,
opportunity to
which
create
helps
a more
fund
livable future
those
for Corpus.
transportation operations.
So what can
that
we do about
produces
it?
about
I think the best solution would be for the
about
city to
$35
create a
million
climate action plan.
in fiscal year
I think
24.
the city is best suited to do
Then
that
1
because
cent
it is
goes
able
to
to bring
city
together all
operations.
of the local stakeholders that we need to figure out a solution.
Then you can answer or you cannot answer.
I'm not sure I'm the appropriate one to answer.
Yeah, he can answer it. So what we're doing is because we.
We're gonna let him answer.
Well, I'll answer it for him. So we're working to try to get more interest, right? We had one bid.
All of
especially
those
because
have
this is a
been,
design build, so the
summarized,
designer
council,
is going to be the builder is going to be the
and we
designer.
summarize those every year
right, so
to make
some
sure that we
models
hit our
it's-
mark.
you have a design firm,
And then
the
now
designer,
traffic,
you put it up for
we
bid,
have
so
new
this-
metrics for
this is
traffic
kind
that
of
we
a
develop.
cross-check.
The
Right, but this-
operations of those intersections. You might have noticed, but we've also implemented a striping program. So now where you used to see faded stripe on streets, we've made a effort to go out there and restripe a lot of those.
He's not the Walmart, but they've been advised they'll call in if
Not
they
out
see him.
there doing that every day.
Okay.
We have, almost 600 employees, sometimes daily, that are out there doing that. So our team and our department is just wonderful. And I
Is
have
that
a great
one of the
team
options available?
from our,
Design build,
assistant directors to
operate.
Monica,
Okay.
to
So
everybody
so
else.
is
It's
we're
a great
going
team
ahead,
and
design,
very
build,
cohesive and we work
operate,
well
design
together.
is one of the
All of
options.
those
And
then
not
that.
Just
contract
for
water purchases. Let somebody else design and build it.
Do you have DBOT, design, build, operate, transfer?
The key here is getting the application in, and then we have time to do the discussions on the other options.
Here. Roger, Nikita, patrolling Bopac and Arcelor Middle.
Fire alarm at 1101 South Alameda, 1101 South Alameda, Alameda Oaks Nursing Home. My thing is just riding around the parking lot off of fire dispatch at 9:37.
633, I'm connected. 361.
Over.
Decided not to move forward on
We never stated
that project.
what we
And then
actually
through
needed in
discussions
water.
with
We keep
the
saying we're
planning
running out of
department
water,
and
we're running out of
DMD,
water.
they wanted to go
But
back
what does
to
that mean?
full
I mean, I
waterfront
believe that
improvement
Councilman Barrera just mentioned that our water department is based on 140 MGD, that it can take 140 MGD to process. Is that correct?
So 6430 Brockhampton, 6430 Brockhampton, Pacific Sahara. It's going to be for 16 out with the location. My weapons are asleep. 10-4.
And 420, looks like that 29's out of Florida.
Any others who would like to come and speak?
Justice that y'all are going to allow to continue for the residents of Hillcrest. And so if I can wrap up here, I would just say, please, Jesus Christ, please, vote no on this design bill.
So I'm okay with that. Is it?
This is absolutely insane.
Amount.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
A good match.
Michael Miller?
Why is that sort of delivery method well matched to a really complex project like the Inner Harbor water treatment?
Well, if you think about your own house, if you're doing a simple replace a sink versus replacing a kitchen or a wing of your house, there are more decisions to be made. There's more trade-offs. Sometimes your eyes can get bigger than your budget, and you got to scale some things back. Sometimes you realize your operators or the public needs some additional elements.
Sure, been created with
even with the individual though, they have to. I jokingly say, look, you have to be the kindest, toughest person, the kindest nice, or the nicest tough guy, or the toughest nice guy or girl that you can be. You have to be duplicit, right? You have to. A police officer has to be able to handle the toughest. Sometimes it's unfortunately, it could be a battle, right? But most of the time it's not.
Right.
Most of the time it's about how well you can problem solve.
$30. Good. 35.7. Code 4, can you extend the extra patrol?
Can't be there today, but my chief of staff is. But
patrol,
Melody, the chair,
just
knows
filling
that
potholes
it's part of
is
that
all
selection
public works.
process.
So that's
We
something
just
that
wanna
they
remind
notice right
everybody
away.
that the city
Some
contributes
other
a
services that we
significant
provide
amount
is
to
street
this
sweeping,
endeavor
and then
highlight our
also
city. We provide
dewatering of
$5.4 million
water
in the
collecting after
current year
storms.
budget.
We'll bring in sweepers.
So
We'll get
that's
rid of
a big
that
sum of
water in
money. It's
neighborhoods.
95% of all
In
the
addition to
revenues
that,
CCPD
you
has,
also
so the city
see
has a big stake in making
our
sure
Vector
we have
trucks cleaning out
good leader
inlets.
going
It's just a
forward.
huge vacuum
The
cleaner.
CBB
Basically, what it is anytime there's a
a
storm event and there's
40 traffic.
Before we approve the budget, because the item. Okay, so we need to, I guess we'll reconsider the item, make the amendment,
90151.
and then vote on the motion as amended. Is that correct? Because that's what, okay, so first we need to reconsider the item.
Okay.
So we'll reconsider, there's no number.
Move that we reconsider the item.
Townhouses and 6.
So by the
common
item,
lot
we're saying,
areas. That common lot will include
there's no number.
access to the shoreline itself, part of the beach. So the orientation on the right-hand side of the screen shows the breakdown between single-family homes and the townhouses.
Items 5 and 21 for specific discussion. Yes, sir.
17 and 21.
Number 17 and number 21. Anyone else? Number 16. Okay, with that, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 17, 21, and 16.
Done.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your votes.
Mr. White? Oh, and I forwarded his desk phone to mine.
Oh, hello, mother. Good news. I've married. Tell father.
Such a nice woman.
Charlie 340, I'll be clear.
It was clear that no enemy will ever even dream of threatening America's Navy. There's no Navy even close, not even close. You hear about some of them doing ships, but nobody can do what we do. Nobody has what we have. We also have the best equipment that rides along in those ships. You see that nobody makes equipment like we do. Nobody makes the ammunition, the weapons, the missiles, the planes, none of it.
5,000.
And if they do, the American sailors stand.
We also have a balance in our capital improvement fund at the end of June of $917,948. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Brooklyn and Ivy will be there in about 5.
Any questions? Hearing no questions on the report.
Plan, yes, and the city has been actually involved in the different townhalls that they have and the planning process as well, so we can ensure that the plans that they're putting together are in line with, the activities that the city's doing to address city issues.
Again, I bring that up because we went through 2 rounds of meeting with city staff about the Yorktown rebuild, and we're all greatly surprised when we find out later that MPO came in and basically rewrote the deal.
Well, I wouldn't say that they rewrote it, they probably rewrote their plan, but the city
it affected how and what the city ended up.
You might have noticed
month without pay. Every single time, Senator Schumer, the radical Democrats have voted no. Voted 13 times against funding food assistance, against paying for our troops, against paying federal workers, against paying TSA, against paying air traffic controllers, against paying Border Patrol, and against paying the Capitol Police.
There's some contract terms around how that.
And Democrats stand here and claim President Trump can fund food assistance on his own. They know what they're asking.
The actual cost for the pipes and the 2x4s and the concrete are all fully disclosed. We call that open book. And that is a
about small business. Remember small business? We went from type A to type B.
Replacing an entire neighborhood street to just working on the pavement. And that,
we're kind of struggling
was something that we brought to council before
what we
rolled
can
out
do
the
for
program
small
to get their
businesses.
buy-in.
The biggest problem
once they
with
said
small
they were good with
business
it,
is
a little more
number
detail,
of people that they can employ, or that can come in, and then also customers.
and $650,000 in the A&M drone program, a little over $1.4 million, a total of $2,090,000.
Hearing section of the zoning item, and so this is an opportunity for the public to speak. Following that, the planning commission will discuss amongst themselves the item.
Yeah, but with that, like other people, we just have concerns about the safety.
The callback
going into
policy.
the beach there. Again, that area of the beach is very narrow, and with extra vehicular traffic, again, a lot of times with high tide, the water is on the way to the dune. So that's just one of our concerns on the environmental impact that many people.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We learned a lot. Really appreciate you taking the time to do this.
And
Thank you,
you'll
Leslie.
have a good journey.
Thanks for watching Inside City Hall. For more information on today's topics, visit our website and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay connected, stay informed, and stay tuned for the next Inside City Hall.
Elizabeth, DSD 3305, work off EMS 1, 10:15:30. The lieutenant, but he's saying he wants to attempt to pick up his kids first. Charlie 280, 290 en route. Property call. The security on site advised of a bike that is parked by the pilings near the dumpster. She said it wasn't there a little while ago. Now it's dumped in that area. She said if you come in, make a right, and follow that all the way back toward 11th, you'll see it.
Copy that.
Property owners that own houses that live outside the city. We have absentee slumlords that buy bulk properties, and I'll use Mr.
Young
Wilson
adults
as
out of the classroom
He had
and
over
into the
100 properties.
community
He has
so they
sold to
can
a
see,
corporation out of
start to build
Houston
those
who has
relationships.
done
And
nothing
so
with
usually around a certain exhibition, we'll try and create a project that allows us to get them either in the community working with us or down to the museum working with us.
2 to 3 miles north.
Probably about half of our portfolio, over half right now, is treatment plant construction projects.
2 to 3 miles north of 285 there on 1329.
Be adopted on an annual basis. The North Public Island Development Corporation investment policy and investment be adopted on an annual basis. Have no changes. The North Public Island Development Corporation investment policy and investment strategy before you have no changes from the prior policy. Staff is recommending passage of resolution.
Channel 2. Jimmy.
10:02, 10:04.
Area. $340, I'm in the area. There, too far.
330, Everhard, Saratoga.
Where's that reflected in the -1 and the 22 that you're proposing, the actuary is proposing? Did he just do the formulary going forward? Where's the credit? Where's the, hey guys, we appreciate what you're doing? I think we've been very evident, starting when you guys got here. When Peter got here in 19, we came to the table, 19. We could
Charlie 340, can we add the RP step on?
Current year of the CIP.
No problem.
And then it had an additional 9.88 that was plan for next year. Of course, that hasn't been approved.
And that's all part of the last several
Patient agreement. It is in accordance with the UDC, Section 8, for city participation in streets and drainage cross sections.
Okay, and then item 15 is an ordinance authorizing a wastewater trunk system construction and reimbursement agreement with MPM Development as well.
Correct. This is a trust fund reimbursement. Again, this one is through the same neighborhood for wastewater trunk system.
Okay.
Name. The next presentation.
Amen. Thank you, Father. And our pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Jonathan Zakinos Bosa. He attends Los Encinos Elementary. He is perfect attendant, and he excels. Where did he go? And he excels in perseverance in completing his work. Number 16.
Yes, sir.
Okay, with that, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 17, 21, and 16. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your votes.
Also, just recording here was advised by DPS. Deputy, or correction, trooper advised will not be able to work it as a workable crash since she left the scene or the area of the incident. They won't be able to work it as a crash. I don't know about Christi 705 still wants to make contact with her and see what
in a short amount of time.
What's now that we're reconsidering, what's the amended?
Really appreciate you.
Well, we need to.
Cost is $34,000 for $21 million facility. Includes state-of-the-art features, smart classrooms, outfitting video advanced technology, crime scene training spaces, a virtual musical simulator, an armory, a weight room, and a Gracie certified survival tactics and jujitsu training area. This building is also a testament to the city's enduring partnership with Del Mar College, sitting on 9 acres of the
As you know, Mike, the board had been given Del Mar and A&M $150,000.
Yes, sir.
For a few years. I mean, I'm talking about for 6, 7, 8.
Bravo, T10. Realize I just checked in with the RP, and he still hasn't returned back home. They're out looking for him also.
750 Cars Park Apartment 937 10.
Secretary says they can return on that 27.
centers or things like that. So, but we do have that already in place, and we have partnered with Del Mar on specific training. We helped sponsor a portion of the cost for their instrumentation training that they did in support of some of our industrial partners.
All of those
okay, Councilman Pesley.
Yeah, so
and we summarize.
We can't change anything in for the Type B Corporation currently. We can't change any of that until 2028.
Director of City Planning Department. The sequence of events, we worked with the public engaged different stakeholders throughout 2017.
So now we're used to seeing faded stripe on streets.
It was related to the impact that
to
we're
go
going
out
to
there
have
and
related
restripe a lot
to
of
traffic pattern changes from the Harbor Bridge project, but we also wanted to look at all the redevelopment opportunities that the bridge removal or shifting would create for North Beach. So it was looking at traffic patterns, but it was all.
Yes, sir. A few years. I mean, I'm talking about for 6, 7, 8.
Gregory's 5-inch is still on the ground at that location.
Then obviously we need to make a move.
We never stated what we actually need. We keep saying we're running out of water, we're running out of water.
I see.
What does that mean? I mean,
Question, Ms. Summers?
Councilman Barrera just mentioned that our water department is based on 140 MGD.
In a short amount of time. And so what that program is going and fixing those neighborhood streets, and then, you know, bringing what used to be a pothole-ridden roadway into something nice and smooth. The reason that it's successful is that we've gone from completely replacing the entire neighborhood street to just working and that was something that we brought to council before we rolled out the program to get their running. And once they said they were good with it,
something more technical,